Just arrived at school, I was falsely accused of male-gazing by the notorious gold diggers Suyu and Zhang Lin. A crowd around immediately joined in accusing me, while those two gold diggers grew increasingly arrogant. Back then, I was dumped by the class belle and constantly bossed around and humiliated by the top student in class. What a miserable life I had. But now, I won't take it lying down anymore. He lifted his leg and kicked Suyu fiercely, again and again, until her face was covered in blood. Then he turned to Zhang Lin, "You're next." I had traveled through time, finding myself at the entrance of the second high school's freshman campus in Yunming City, Great Xia. Staring at the unfamiliar teaching building and the students coming and going, I was completely bewildered. In my past life, I was a leader of an underground syndicate, commanding hundreds of underlings and living on the edge, only to lose my life in a street fight. To my surprise, when I opened my eyes, I found myself here and had assimilated the memories of this body. The original owner was also named Ji Chou, abandoned by his parents at birth and raised in an orphanage. Not only did he possess mediocre martial talent, but his class beauty girlfriend Zhang Yao also dumped him for Zhang Hao, the top student in their class. That guy Zhang Hao used to treat the original owner like a dog, resorting to punches and kicks at the slightest disagreement. Zhang Yao was no exception, even dumping things like buying sanitary pads on the original owner. Many classmates followed suit, making the original owner's life worse than a dog's. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but rub my forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Thinking to myself, I'll grab a chair and fight back when I get back to class. Although I'm barely at the initial Chi Perception Realm, level 3, ranked 56th out of 70 in class, no match for Zhang Hao and his gang, but damn, in my past life I was the boss. How could I possibly tolerate being humiliated by these brats? Just then, a sharp reprimand snapped me out of my thoughts. Look, had enough? Got dumped by Zhang Yao and desperate for love, huh? The disgusting stench of the male gaze, how vile. Disgusting. I snapped out of my daze and saw two girls standing in front of me. One was wearing a black tank top and denim shorts, Suyu, the other was in a white dress, Zhang Lin. Turns out it was Suyu speaking. I had merely zoned out for a moment, staring blankly ahead, when they accused me of ogling them. Zhang Lin also said with obvious disgust, "Running into someone like this first thing in the morning, what rotten luck." She thought her revealing clothes weren't for me to see. During school hours, with many students coming and going, everyone heard the commotion and looked over, continuously voicing accusations. Suyu grew even more agitated. She quickly walked up to me, raised her hand to point at me, and sternly said, "No wonder your girlfriend ran off with someone else, given the disgusting things you're capable of. Right now, immediately, in front of everyone, apologize to me." I couldn't bear it any longer. My right leg snapped back like a steel whip, tearing through the air before crashing violently into her abdomen. Suyu was instantly sent flying, slamming heavily onto the ground as she screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood, her face twisted in horror. She'd never have imagined that someone like me, a usually timid pushover, would dare to strike back. I had no intention of stopping there. Hands in my pockets, my yellowish-white shirt flapping wildly in the wind, I raised my foot and stomped it ruthlessly onto Suyu's face. Kick after kick, until her head was nearly buried in the ground, her face dyed crimson. With calm indifference, I uttered, "Trash with a combat power of 5 shouldn't bark like a rabid dog." Everyone was stunned, and Zhang Lin froze in place. I turned to her, my gaze icy. "Your turn." Zhang Lin's face turned deathly pale, her voice trembling. What do you want?" I leaned close to her ear and softly uttered a single word, "You." Then, with a surge of arm strength, I threw a punch straight at her face. Her entire body was sent flying sideways, crashing into the wall so hard it left a dent in the surface. Zhang Lin let out a painful scream, pleading tearfully, "I was wrong, let me go." I calmly interrupted her, delivering another kick, "But I'm not satisfied yet, and you want to stop. Where are your manners?" I kicked her repeatedly until my legs grew sore, then stopped with a smile on my face. "Now I'm satisfied." After straightening my shirt, I headed toward the campus. At this moment, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. I activated the Tyrant System, where defeating opponents would grant me potential points. Looking at the system interface, I knew my path to a comeback had begun. I spent potential points to elevate my realm. The energy within my body grew denser, and my physical strength increased significantly. But I knew it wasn't enough. Zhang Hao, the top-ranked student in my class, had reached the first realm's 6th stage and mastered the basic Gale Fist technique to a minor achievement. I wasn't yet his match. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. "When bullied by Zhang Hao and others, you didn't dare to make a sound, yet here you are picking on the weak. What a mighty display of power." I turned around slowly and saw Chen Xian, a classmate of mine. This lovely and delicate-looking girl had unusually well-developed muscles. With a cultivation level at the first realm's 5th stage, she ranked within the top 10 in our class and had often bullied the original host in the past. Seeing her, a faint smile appeared on my face. Points were about to be delivered. Chen Xian saw I wasn't speaking. The muscles in her arms bulged as she raised her fist and smashed it into the nearby wall. The ground trembled violently, leaving a deep fist imprint dented into the surface. She shouted sharply, "I'm asking you a question, are you fucking deaf?" Her attitude was utterly condescending, clearly looking down on someone like me who was only first realm 3rd stage. Yet the moment her words faded, I slightly crouched and exploded forward like a beast, instantly appearing before her. My right leg ignited with faint flames, glowing like a red-hot iron pillar as I aimed a sideways kick at her delicate face. Coldly, I remarked, "You talk too much." Chen Xian's pupils instantly contracted, her face filled with disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how my speed had suddenly become so fast despite my cultivation being only at the first-tier 3rd stage. But she didn't believe I had martial arts cultivation beyond the 5th stage. After all, just yesterday, I was still at the 3rd stage. It was impossible to break through 2 stages overnight. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish. Chen Xian's entire arm was encased in a thick layer of earth. She pulled it back, then swung her fist forward with a furious shout, "Die!" The next moment, fists and feet collided. A dull thud rang out as cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the ground beneath their feet. Then, as the crowd watched in shock, Chen Xian staggered back several meters. A chilling sound of bone fracturing came from her right arm, followed by streaks of blood dripping down her arm and onto the ground. As for me, aside from slightly disheveled clothing, I remained completely unharmed. Ah! Chen Xian hugged her right arm and screamed in agony, her face contorted with pain and disbelief. She couldn't comprehend how someone who was just a first-rank, 3rd stage waste yesterday and whom she had beaten up could suddenly become this strong. The surrounding crowd watched in stunned silence, while Su Yu and Zhang Lin were completely dumbfounded. Just as Chen Xian was about to speak, my flaming fist slammed into her mouth like a sledgehammer. She collapsed instantly, her jawbone shattered, teeth knocked loose, blood in fragments streaming from her mouth. Hands in my pockets, I kicked her bloodied face. "With this little skill, you dare stand up for others? You overestimate yourself." With that, I paid her no more attention and turned to walk toward the campus, while behind me, Chen Xian's entire face had already twisted beyond recognition, and the ground was stained crimson with blood. Later, I arrived outside the classroom of Class 3, Grade 10, and overheard the conversation between Zhang Hao and his ex-girlfriend Zhang Yao inside. Zhang Hao looked at Zhang Yao and said, "With your striking looks, how could you have fallen for that good-for-nothing back then?" Zhang Yao jumped off the desk with disdain, saying, "At first, I just thought he was good-looking and had a decent personality, so I thought I'd just casually have fun with him. Who would have thought this guy's martial arts skills were so pathetic, instantly killing any desire I had to play around with him." At this moment, Zhang Yao suddenly remembered something and said angrily, "I didn't eat breakfast this morning and was counting on him to buy me some snacks when he arrived. Who knew he'd be this late? How infuriating." Zhang Hao responded casually, "Just bear with it a little longer. When he shows up, I'll make him kneel on the podium and apologize to you in front of the whole class." Zhang Yao nodded, "This bastard actually dares to be so late. When he gets here, we'll have to teach him a proper lesson." As soon as the words fell, the dog Lubin beside Zhang Hao ran over, panting heavily and said, "Bad news, how go? He just beat up Su Yu and Zhang Lin outside the first-year campus, and he hit them so hard that both were left with blood streaming down their faces." With my hands in my pockets, I kicked the classroom door open and walked in slowly. Everyone's eyes, white as brass bells, were filled with looks of sheer disbelief. In their eyes, my actions today must seem downright insane to me, the usual pushover who takes every insult and humiliation without even daring to fart in protest. Zhang Yao furrowed her brows, clearly displeased, probably wondering if I'd lost my mind. Zhang Hao remained sprawled in his seat, the smirk vanishing from his face, yet he didn't even bother to shift his posture, as if trash like me wasn't worth moving a finger for. As I walked over to the shattered door panel and bent down to lift the 100-pound alloy slab, ready to storm deeper into the classroom, a tall, lanky boy suddenly blocked my path. He flicked the bangs away from his forehead and sneered, "You're really worked up today, aren't you?" This person was none other than Lin Yang, who ranked 6th in the class during the last monthly exam. With a cultivation base of 1st realm, 5th stage, and mastery over both fundamental breathing techniques and basic cultivation methods, he was considered quite the formidable figure in class. "That's exactly why I need to let off some steam," I replied flatly. Lin Yang burst into laughter. Indeed, anger should be vented, or it might fester inside. Suddenly shifting his tone, his expression turned icy with unmistakable disdain. "But what right does trash like you have to vent?" The crowd around erupted in mocking laughter, their contemptuous glances cutting like knives. Zhang Yao stood with her arms crossed, her face filled with disgust. Zhang Hao looked at me as if watching a circus monkey, brimming with ridicule. But they didn't know that times had changed. My arm muscles instantly bulged as I swung the alloy door panel in my hand, smashing it fiercely towards Lin Yang. This move stunned everyone. Except for Lu Bin, no one had expected me to dare lay hands on Lin Yang. Lin Yang hadn't anticipated that someone who used to endure passively would dare strike first. He roared furiously, "You're such an idiot!" With that, his leg moved like a whirlwind, slicing through the air as he charged toward the door panel, attempting to knock it from my grasp or even shatter my arm in the process. Bang! A sharp metallic clang rang out as leg met door, shaking the entire classroom. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Yang felt only an overwhelming force surging toward him. His expression transformed in an instant, his pupils shrinking abruptly. Never would he have imagined that someone at the 3rd stage of cultivation could possess strength surpassing his own at the 5th stage. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Yang was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, smashing through tables and chairs along the way, sending debris scattering in all directions. Finally, he slammed hard into the wall, causing it to instantly cave in, cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. Yet, the door panel in my hand remained perfectly steady, without the slightest tremor. The entire room fell so silent one could hear a pin drop, everyone frozen in place, their eyes filled with terror. Zhang Yao was utterly stunned, probably unable to believe that the formidable person before her eyes was actually me, her useless ex-boyfriend. Zhang Hao's pupils suddenly dilated, his face filled with disbelief. The most shocked was Lin Yang, who sat against the wall, blood continuously flowing from his mouth, staining the ground red. He murmured to himself, "How could this be? How is this possible?" I slowly walked toward him with the door panel in my hands and coldly asked, "Do I have the right to vent my anger now?" Lin Yang's face twisted in extreme discomfort, as if he had been slapped hard several times. With difficulty, he nodded, "Yes. Yes, but how could I let him off so easily?" Before his words could settle, I swung the door panel at him again, my icy voice ringing in his ears. "But trash like you, what gives you the right to stop me?" Lin Yang let out a piercing scream, instinctively curling up in fear, begging for mercy. I was wrong, please spare me." I coldly interrupted him, "Sorry, but I don't have the habit of stopping until I'm satisfied." With that, the door panel in my hand came down again and again, the dull thuds blending with his screams until he stopped struggling. Witnessing this scene, everyone turned pale, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat, and I, still with a face as calm as the surface of a lake, I opened the system panel and elevated my realm. Feeling the richer vital energy and stronger physique within me, I murmured softly, "Now I can easily rank in the top 20 among the first-year students." Just then, Zhang Hao slowly stood up, his face dark as he said, "Haven't you had enough of this commotion?" Chapter 4, What did you just say? Jiqiu casually tossed the door panel aside, hands in his pockets, and slowly turned around. "It's just beginning." "But?" Jiqiu frowned slightly, his tone tinged with irritation. "Did I give you permission to speak?" As the words fell, Zhang Hao's aura erupted violently around him. 7th stage of the realm. Feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Zhang Hao, everyone's faces paled with shock. Zhang Hao had actually broken through. Jiqiu had just effortlessly defeated Zhang Yang, who was at the 5th stage, clearly possessing 6th stage strength. No wonder Zhang Hao showed no hesitation whatsoever. Who would have thought his martial cultivation had surged to the 7th rank? A faint smile played on Zhang Hao's lips as he remarked with a hint of amusement. "Now then, do I have the right to speak?" "Oomph." Zhang Yao's face was equally mocking. She retorted bluntly. "Just because you've got a little power, you act like a petty tyrant. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Do you really think you run this class? What are you compared to Zhang Hao?" Jiqiu's sudden surge in strength did surprise Zhang Yao. She didn't believe Jiqiu could surpass Zhang Hao in strength. As long as Jiqiu remained weaker than her current boyfriend, Zhang Hao, he still didn't deserve her attention. The words had barely left her mouth. Jiqiu charged through the air like a cannonball, appearing before Zhang Hao in an instant. His long legs blazed with faint flames as he charged toward Zhang Hao's midsection like a ferocious beast. Speed pushed to its absolute limit. Zhang Hao's pupils contracted sharply. Clearly, he hadn't expected Jiqiu to strike so suddenly and with such blinding speed. In that split second, he could only raise his arm to shield his waist. Boom! The next instant, Jiqiu's foot collided with Zhang Hao's arm. Zhang Hao was instantly sent flying backward. His arm bones shattered. Blood gushed like a fountain, instantly staining his arm crimson. Countless ribs shattered from the impact. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Zhang Hao's mouth as he crashed to the ground. His face contorted in agony, his heart filled with terror. With his 7th tier cultivation, he had been defeated in an instant by this youth before him. How could this be? Jiqiu was widely regarded as the class's useless loser, not even worthy of being his lapdog. Why had he suddenly become so powerful? He couldn't accept it. Everyone in the classroom stared blankly at the scene. No one could have imagined it. Zhang Hao, the strongest in the class, had actually fallen to Jiqiu. And he'd been utterly crushed. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. How could this happen? Zhang Yao's eyes went blank, her mind a complete void. Zhang Hao had actually lost. What the hell was going on with this guy? Yesterday he was still a useless first-tier 3rd stage trash, so how could he suddenly become like this? Amidst the stunned silence, Jiqiu slowly approached Zhang Hao. Thud! He raised his foot and slammed Zhang Hao's head back down onto the ground, grinding it back and forth. His gaze shifted to Zhang Yao. His expression remained impassive as he asked, "What did you just say?" The moment those words left her lips, Zhang Yao's body instantly stiffened. Her face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, burning hot. She had just mocked Jiqiu for being nothing in front of Zhang Hao, yet now Zhang Hao lay trampled under Jiqiu's feet. Her face stung like it had been slapped. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. Just as her embarrassment peaked, Jiqiu's cold voice rang out again. "I'm asking you a question.
Yú deaf? At that very moment,
his palm smacked across Zhang Yao's face. Boom! Zhang Yao was knocked back as if struck by a boulder.
She collapsed instantly.
A clear handprint marked her right cheek, blood trickling down like tiny snakes, dripping onto the ground.
Jiqiu bent down, grabbed her ankle.
He swung her up. Like a whip lashing through the air, he swung her toward Zhang Hao, who lay sprawled on the ground.
Boom! 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 The two collided. Like mountains colliding. Like thunder roaring.
The entire classroom trembled violently.
Screams and cries of agony erupted one after another. The scene was utterly shocking.
Jiqiu, however, remained as calm as still water, showing no sign of disturbance, as if performing an utterly ordinary task.
Moments later,
Zhang Hao and his companion lay broken, their bones shattered beyond count. Their faces contorted into grotesque, terrifying grimaces from the excruciating pain, drained of even the strength to struggle. Only then did Jiqiu cease his assault. He raised his foot and pressed it down on Zhang Yao's face, which was streaming with blood.
He said coldly, "Still got a smile for me, you piece of trash?" Zhang Yao's entire body felt as if it were falling apart, enduring unimaginable agony. How could she possibly laugh? Defeated 2 cultivators at the first realm, potential points plus 200. The horrifying scene before them sent a chill through every heart. A demon. This youth was nothing short of a demon.
Those who had ever crossed Jiqiu turned ashen-faced, their backs drenched in sweat. Their eyes were filled with terror. Terrified that Jiqiu would come after them. Jiqiu, of course, wouldn't let them off. He withdrew his foot from Zhang Yao's face and slowly turned to face the crowd.
"Now it's your turn."
The words fell. He vanished instantly from where he stood.
Immediately afterward, bodies flew through the air above the classroom.
Desks and chairs shattered into pieces. The surrounding walls were pockmarked with craters, plastered dust splattering everywhere. Dull thuds, agonized screams, and pitiful pleas for mercy echoed incessantly.
The entire classroom trembled incessantly, as if an earthquake had struck. Moments later, the classroom lay in utter disarray. Broken pieces of desks and chairs littered the floor.
Dozens lay sprawled on the floor, their faces contorted in agony, unable even to stand. They had clearly been beaten badly. Blood splattered across the walls, floor, and furniture, filling the air with a pungent, sickening stench.
The scene was truly horrifying. Defeated 27 First Realm cultivators, potential points plus 2,700. Remaining potential points, 2930.
Jiqiu, standing in the center of the room, his white shirt now stained a deep crimson. He pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood from his face. He casually found a spot to sit down.
He activated the system. Host, Jiqiu. Realmate stages of initial chi sensing 080. Breathing technique, basic flame breathing technique D rank beginner 0100. Technique basic flame leg D rank mastery 0100. Remaining potential points, 2930. Elevate my realm. Jiqiu silently chanted in his mind.
One force overcomes all techniques. When faced with absolute realm suppression, no matter how flashy your techniques may be, they prove utterly useless. Therefore, Jiqiu prioritized advancing his cultivation realm above all else.
The next moment,
system notifications sounded in rapid succession.
80 potential points spent. Realm upgraded to Chi Sensing begins, 9th tier. Spent 90 potential points, realm upgraded to Yuan Power like a stream, stage 1. Spent 100 potential points, realm upgraded to Yuan Power like a stream, level 2. Spent 200 potential points.
Spend 600 potential points to advance to Yuan Power like a stream, stage 7.
Potential points remaining, 660. Through successive realm advancements,
Jiqiu's Yuan Power grew increasingly dense and robust within him. In an instant, the once flimsy and unstable energy became profoundly substantial. It had also grown more stable than before. It now circulated through Jiqiu's body like a flowing stream. Nourished by this stream of energy, Jiqiu's muscle density and bone strength surged dramatically. His speed and power now stood worlds apart from before. Attacks at the first realm relied purely on brute force. But in the second realm, one could channel the Yuan energy within to gather upon fists, feet, and skin. Attack, defense, and speed all saw tremendous increases. Jiqiu channeled Yuan Power into his arms, feeling the immense force surge through him, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I'm absolutely unbeatable in my freshman year now. Even in the sophomore class, I'd have few rivals." Jiqiu then channeled the remaining potential points into his flame leg technique. Spent 100 potential points, flame legs upgraded to minor mastery. Spent 200 potential points, flame leg upgraded to mastery. Remaining potential points, 360. The classroom was now in such a state that classes couldn't be held. Jiqiu closed the system. He shoved his hands into his pockets and prepared to walk out of the classroom. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed down the hallway outside the classroom. Chapter 5. If you don't take me down today, I'll slaughter your entire family later. Immediately after, a woman wearing a black long dress and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. She was around 30, with fair skin and a slightly plump figure, exuding an air of sophistication.
She was Tang Ruowei, homeroom teacher of class 3.
When she saw the classroom in utter disarray, even the top student, Zhang Hao, lying on the floor, her head bleeding profusely, she froze in place, her brows furrowing deeply.
What on earth had happened? Could it be that students from another class had come to cause trouble in her classroom, leaving it in this state? It must be. Who else in the class could possibly be Zhang Hao's match?
Tang Ruowei forced down the rage boiling in her chest and scanned the classroom.
Her gaze finally settled on Jiqiu. Jiqiu, what happened here just now? How did it end up like this? I did it. Jiqiu spoke slowly. I didn't like them, so I gave them a good beating. Tang Ruowei instantly felt her head spin. She clearly didn't believe Jiqiu's words. This guy was only at the 3rd level of martial arts cultivation. How could he possibly be a match for Zhang Hao and the others? Cut it out. Tang Ruowei said impatiently. Speak properly. Have I not been speaking properly? Jiqiu responded coldly.
Back when the original host was bullied by dozens of students in class, she had once sought Tang Ruowei's help. Not only did Tang Ruowei have no intention of helping Jiqiu resolve the issue, she coldly told Jiqiu, if you were in the top 10 of the class, I'd certainly take your problems seriously. But you're just a mediocre student ranked 57th. What's the point of me helping you? So Jiqiu harbored no fondness for her. Tang Ruowei's voice suddenly rose sharply as she scolded. You're only at the 3rd stage of martial cultivation. Every person lying on the ground has higher cultivation than you. And you actually claim you beat them up? Is this how you talk to me? Boom! The words had barely left her mouth. Jiqiu's legs were suddenly engulfed in flames as he swung his leg forward, smashing it into the desk in front of him. At the same time, Jiqiu's impatient voice echoed through the classroom. Are you done yet? The next instant, the desk instantly flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall over 10 meters away. Boom! A deafening roar. The desk shattered like paper, its fragments scattering everywhere. The wall bore a gaping hole. Shards of stone flew wildly, and dust instantly filled the air. The arena fell instantly silent. Everyone trembled. Tang Ruowei froze in place, her expression turning pale. To achieve this level of power, his martial cultivation was clearly beyond the 7th rank, perhaps even higher. How had this guy suddenly become so powerful? Had he been concealing his cultivation all along? At that moment, Tang Ruowei finally believed Jiqiu's words. The scene before her eyes was truly caused by this youth in the white shirt. After a moment of stunned silence, Tang Ruowei snapped back to her senses, her expression darkening instantly. Jiqiu, under my guidance, you've achieved such strength. I'm truly pleased. But how am I supposed to teach with the classroom in this state? And Tang Ruowei scolded sharply. Is this how you speak to your teacher? Jiqiu slowly approached Tang Ruowei. Tall and lanky, he towered over Tang Ruowei by half a head. His hands were tucked into his pockets as usual. He said indifferently, this is my attitude. If you don't like it, you can take it out on me. He then raised his hand and patted Tang Ruowei's shoulder. Of course, if you can't take me down today, I'll slaughter your entire family later. Hearing these words, Tang Ruowei's body jerked violently, freezing in place as her face drained of color. Her back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Since most first-year students possessed only the 1st realm of cultivation, to conserve teaching resources and reduce expenses, all first-year teachers possessed 2nd-tier martial cultivation. As the homeroom teacher, had only reached the 8th stage of the 2nd realm. Yet the youth before her, merely a freshman, already possessed cultivation beyond the 7th tier of the 1st realm. His future martial prowess would undoubtedly surpass hers. She was terrified. She dared not lay a finger on Jiqiu. Jiqiu leaned close to her ear and whispered 2 words softly. Useless. He paid Tang Ruowei no further attention. He walked toward the classroom exit. Only after Jiqiu had walked far away did Tang Ruowei gradually come to her senses. She turned to look at the classroom door. Her expression darkened considerably. She gritted her teeth and spat. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Just you wait. Peace Hospital. The closest hospital to Yunmeng No. 2 High School. Inside a hospital ward, Suyu, beaten up by Jiqiu, lay pale-faced on the hospital bed. Beside him sat a teenager with rough skin and a face covered in dark spots. This was Lin Chen, the top-ranked fighter in Class 5 of the first-year high school cohort and Suyu's devoted admirer. Lin Chen possessed martial arts cultivation at the 7th stage of the 1st realm. He had mastered the foundational breathing technique and perfected the basic martial arts form, his strength even surpassing Zhang Hao's. However, due to his truly hideous appearance, Suyu had never taken a liking to him, even harboring some disgust toward Lin Chen. Brother Lin Chen, thank you for coming to see me. Today I finally realized that you're the only one at Yunmeng High who truly cares about me. Suyu adopted a pitiful expression. She feigned hurt. Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression froze. Suyu usually acted indifferent toward him, but this was the first time she'd been so gentle.
Could she be developing feelings for me?
With that thought, Lin Chen spoke earnestly.
Suyu, my feelings for you are genuine. Even if no one else cares about you, I'll always be by your side.
He looked genuinely moved by his own words.
Hearing these words,
Suyu felt as if she'd swallowed something foul, a wave of nausea rising in her chest. She fought back the urge to vomit.
And forced a smile. Brother Lin Chen is so kind. That Ji Qiu. He actually dared to lay a hand on you? He's asking for it.
Lin Chen pounded his chest emphatically.
Don't worry, I won't let him off easy.
I'll bring him here right now and make him kneel before you to apologize.
Suyu nodded with a smile. Thank you, Brother Lin Chen.
She then waved her hand, motioning for Lin Chen to lean closer to her ear. She whispered softly. Be extra harsh with him, Lin Chen. After this is over, I'll seriously consider being with you.
Hearing these words,
Lin Chen's heart trembled violently.
His face flushed with excitement as he nodded emphatically.
Alright, just wait here.
I'll be right back.
With that, he strode swiftly toward the door. Even the hospital's disinfectant scent seemed sweet to him.
Watching Lin Chen's receding figure, Suyu instantly switched her demeanor.
Arms crossed, contempt written across her face.
Oomph. Idiot. You think you can be with me? Dream on. Chapter 6, Inferno. Stepping out of classroom 3.
Ji Qiu muttered to himself. I should head to the martial arts room. The cultivation techniques room at Yunmeng High School only housed techniques up to C rank, including breathing methods. However, C rank techniques proved too demanding for first-stage martial artists, their cultivation methods obscure and convoluted. Thus, almost no first-year students practiced them. But for Ji Qiu, who possessed the system, this clearly posed no problem. Moments later, Ji Qiu arrived at the martial arts technique room.
The room was divided into two sections.
The C-grade cultivation technique area and the D-grade cultivation technique area. Ji Qiu headed straight for the C-grade section, walking toward the area where fire attribute martial arts techniques were stored. Breathing techniques formed the foundation.
Only after mastering them could one cultivate corresponding elemental arts.
The stronger the breathing technique, the more potent the cultivated art would be. Ji Qiu decided to cultivate his breathing technique first. He picked up a copy of Flowing Fire breathing technique and flipped to the first page.
Almost simultaneously, the system notification sounded. Fiery breath technique recorded.
Ji Qiu opened the system panel and indeed found the Flowing Fire breathing technique listed under the breathing techniques section.
Fiery breath technique C rank not mastered 0100. Simpler than I imagined. Ji Qiu raised an eyebrow.
He'd assumed he'd have to study the entire manual before the system would register it. This ease came as a surprise. Now that I have the C-level breathing technique, the original one is no longer useful.
System, reset the basic flame breathing technique. Reset complete. Basic flame breathing technique not mastered. 50 potential points returned. Resetting something I mastered myself actually refunds potential points?
At least it has a shred of conscience.
Ji Qiu muttered under his breath. He casually reset the flame leg technique as well. Reset. 375 potential points returned. Remaining potential points, 785.
After deleting the two obsolete techniques from the interface, Ji Qiu rummaged through the bookshelf for a moment.
He added two new techniques.
The movement technique Flame Shadow and the offensive technique Flame Burst. He deliberately avoided choosing any defensive techniques.
He was cheating anyway. Just steamroll through everything. Who the hell defends?
Ji Qiu flicked his thoughts and opened the system panel.
Host Ji Qiu. Realm Yuan power like a stream, 7th tier 0700.
Breathing technique Fiery breath technique C rank not mastered 0100.
Techniques.
Flame Shadow C rank not initiated 0100. Flame Burst C rank not initiated 0100.
Remaining potential points, 785.
Ji Qiu first spent 600 potential points to elevate both the Flowing Fire breathing technique and Flame Shadow to mastery level.
He then used 100 potential points to advance Flame Burst to beginner level. Remaining potential points, 85.
Since these potential points could be refunded anyway, Ji Qiu used them without hesitation.
Just as he was closing the system and preparing to leave, a young girl approached from the side.
She wore a moon-white dress, her jet black hair pulled high with a silver hairband. Her features were even more delicate than Zhang Yao's. Approaching Ji Qiu, she spoke slowly.
Excuse me, I noticed you've been in the C-level area for quite some time. Are you here to practice C-level cultivation techniques?
The girl was none other than the school's freshman year beauty queen, Xia Jiqing. Ji Qiu turned to look at her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Her face bore a striking resemblance to the former actress Zhan Luonan. But Ji Qiu had never lacked for beautiful women in his previous life. His expression remained largely unchanged.
He merely replied indifferently.
Yes. Xia Jiqing clearly hadn't expected the young man before her to be so cold toward her. She paused slightly but didn't dwell on it. She merely urged softly,
As practitioners at the first realm, our understanding of martial arts is still too rudimentary. We simply can't cultivate C-grade techniques, you should know that. Why waste your time here? I think you should temporarily abandon the idea of cultivating C-grade techniques and look for a D-grade technique to practice instead. No sooner had the words left her lips. Jiqiu raised his arm, and a fist engulfed in flames, accompanied by a wave of heat, slammed into the empty space beside him. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The entire cultivation chamber shook violently. The air beside Jiqiu instantly exploded outward, blinding flames as bright as the sun bathing the training room in a golden red glow. Immediately after, a scorching wave of fire spread outward in all directions. Xia Jiqing felt a wave of scorching heat wash over her skin burning painfully. Witnessing this scene, her eyes widened in utter shock. C-rank technique, flaming explosion. She had witnessed this technique during senior-level competitions. Xia Jiqing had assumed the youth before her could never possibly master it, yet here he was, having succeeded. How could this be? He was nothing short of a prodigy. But how could such a prodigy exist in freshman year? Why had she never heard of him before? Jiqiu slowly retracted his fist. Ignoring Xia Jiqing, he turned and walked toward the cultivation technique room. Only when Jiqiu's figure was about to vanish at the doorway did Xia Jiqing suddenly snap back to her senses. Staring at the boy's slender silhouette, she couldn't help but ask, "Classmate, what's your name?" Jiqiu. Jiqiu didn't turn back, uttering the two words in a faint voice. Jiqiu. Xia Jiqing murmured softly. Nice name. He looks quite handsome too. I wonder how strong he really is. She shook her head gently. He might just be gifted in cultivation techniques, but his actual strength probably isn't that great. Otherwise, how come I've never heard of him? I suppose I should leave too. With that, she placed the cultivation technique back in its case and followed closely behind, heading toward the exit of the cultivation technique room. High school campus entrance. Lin Chen, his face covered in dark spots, walked in with a few others. Brother Chen, how strong is that Jiqiu guy? Asked a youth named Zhang Yang. No need to worry. Lin Chen replied. That guy's only at the third stage of the first realm. He's the notorious loser of class 3. That week? Zhang Yang felt a pang of disappointment. With his 6th stage martial cultivation, he'd been looking forward to finally letting loose and having a satisfying fight. Little did he expect his opponent to be such a pushover. The others instantly lost interest too. They were all top-ranked students from class 5, where Lin Chen belonged. Fighting a third-tier loser like Jiqiu was utterly boring. Lin Chen saw through their thoughts and said, "Once this is over, we'll arrange a match with another class. Then you can fight to your heart's content. Let's go." That guy should be in class 3's classroom now. Let's wait outside their door. They had just received news of Suyu being beaten and rushed straight to Peace Hospital. They had no idea what had transpired in class 3 earlier. The others nodded in agreement. Led by Lin Chen, they began walking forward. Just then, a youth in a white shirt emerged from the martial arts room, hands tucked into his pockets. He appeared before the group. Chapter 7, with such weak strength, what are you shouting about? The youth was none other than Jiqiu. Lin Chen often visited class 3 to see Suyu, so he had some impression of Jiqiu. Upon seeing Jiqiu appear, he immediately stopped in his tracks, a smile spreading across his face. Who would have thought this guy would be here? What a pleasant surprise. Brother Chen, why did you stop? Zhang Yang asked in confusion. Lin Chen raised his finger and pointed in Jiqiu's direction. That's Jiqiu. Zhang Yang and the others instantly understood. The Jiqiu they'd been searching for was right here. Lin Chen continued. Since this guy's here, there's no need for us to go to class 3 anymore. Let's teach him a lesson right here. Let's go check it out. Zhang Yang spoke up. Brother Chen, you don't need to go. Leave this guy to me. Dealing with a third-tier loser? Zhang Yang was confident he could crush him effortlessly, no surprises there. Lin Chen nodded. Go ahead. Don't hold back. Got it. Zhang Yang acknowledged with a grunt. Whoosh. He burst forward with a sudden stride, his body streaking like a streak of light, cutting through the air with a whistling sound as he darted toward Jiqiu. Let's head back to the dorm first. Stepping out of the cultivation room, Jiqiu murmured to himself. He immediately began walking toward the dormitory. Yet before he had taken a few steps, a piercing whistling sound suddenly split the air beside him. Jiqiu turned his head. There was Zhang Yang, like an arrow released from its bowstring, tearing through the air as he sped toward Jiqiu's direction. A playful smile played on his face. At the same moment, a mocking voice came from Zhang Yang's mouth. A third-tier waste of space daring to pick fights at school like others? You really don't know your own place. His voice abruptly grew louder. I'll trample you into the ground until you understand you're nothing but trash. With such pathetic strength, you'd be better off staying hidden. But before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, boom! Fierce flames erupted around Jiqiu, his form blurring into a trail of afterimages as he vanished from his spot. Immediately after, a fiery streak suddenly streaked across the void. When it reappeared, the youth in the white shirt stood before Jiāng Yang. Flames engulfed his entire body. His arm muscles bulged like volcanoes as he swung a punch toward Jiāng Yang's midsection. Jiāng Yang's voice abruptly halted. His pupils contracted sharply, his expression turning pale. This guy's speed was so fast that even with his 6th-tier cultivation, he couldn't react in time. What the hell was going on? Could this guy really only possess 3rd-tier martial cultivation? But Jiqiu gave him no time to ponder. The next instant, a fist like red-hot steel slammed into his abdomen. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the arena. A searing shockwave, enveloped in blazing flames, erupted violently from Jiqiu's fist. C-rank technique, flaming explosion. Ugh! Jiāng Yang let out a pained cry. His body was instantly hurled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently onto the ground dozens of meters away. Splattering a shower of gravel. Blood gushed from his mouth in great gulps. Clutching his abdomen, his body convulsed in agony. His eyes widened in utter shock as he stared at the youth before him. He had assumed the youth before him possessed only 3rd-tier cultivation. He was certain he could easily take this guy down without any suspense. Yet he hadn't even seen his opponents move clearly before being struck by a punch that gravely wounded him. How could this be a 3rd-tier cultivation level? What a joke! Yet Jiqiu had no intention of ending it there. As Jiāng Yang reeled in shock, Jiqiu's flame-engulfed form reappeared before him. 5 fingers clamped down on his hair, yanking him upward. His knees pounded like heavy hammers, relentlessly smashing into Jiāng Yang's face. Boom! 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 A series of explosive booms echoed. Sparks flew from the impact, exploding outward and bathing the surrounding area in a golden red glow. Jiāng Yang's face was instantly covered in blood. Blood dripped relentlessly, staining the ground before him crimson. A sight to make one's blood run cold. After a dozen strikes, Jiqiu released his grip, letting him collapse onto the ground. He shoved his hands into his blood-stained pockets and said indifferently, "So? With such weak strength, what were you shouting about earlier? Defeated a 1st-realm martial artist, potential points plus 100. Remaining potential points, 185. The arena fell instantly silent. No one had expected this outcome. Jiāng Yang had been instantly defeated by the youth before him. Lin Chen was utterly shocked. He had just learned from Suyu at the hospital that Jiqiu was only at the 3rd level of martial arts cultivation, bullied by everyone in class, living a life worse than a dog's. But now he realized every word had been a lie. Suyu had been lying to him. And if he hadn't misseen it, that technique he just unleashed was the C-rank skill, flaming explosion, a highly sought-after technique among the upperclassmen. How could this be? Had this guy already broken through to the 2nd realm? Lin Chen shook his head fiercely. Impossible. Fewer than 5 first-year students had ever broken through to the 2nd realm. If he had broken through to the 2nd realm, he would have become a school celebrity long ago. How could he possibly look like this now? Just as the others stood in stunned silence, Jiqiu slowly turned around, his hair slightly tousled by the wind, yet somehow looking even more handsome than when meticulously styled. His gaze fell upon Lin Chen and the others. "You're with him?" Lin Chen snapped back to his senses and shook his head repeatedly. "You've got the wrong idea, classmate. We were just passing by." He couldn't quite figure Jiqiu out, deciding to play it safe for now. He'd investigate Jiqiu's background thoroughly later before taking action. The others watched the scene unfold. They chimed in. "Yeah, we're just passing through. We have nothing to do with him." They certainly didn't want to get beaten up by Jiqiu. The guy was way too brutal. Jiāng Yang, sprawled on the ground, was dumbfounded. They'd stood up for Lin Chen, yet he claimed not to know them. Was that fair? But his upper and lower jawbones were already shattered, leaving him unable to speak. He could only watch helplessly. Jiqiu nodded. He then slowly walked up to Lin Chen. He raised his hand and patted the boy's somewhat disfigured face. "Don't worry, I believe you." The words had barely left his mouth. His palm suddenly snapped out, delivering a vicious slap across Lin Chen's face. Smack! A sharp crack echoed. Lin Chen's head jerked to the side instantly, his body swaying unsteadily as he nearly stumbled to the ground. "But my hands are itching. Mind if I slap you a few times?" Smack! A backhand slap landed squarely on the other side of Lin Chen's face. The speed was so fast that Lin Chen had no time to react, let alone block it. The next moment, Lin Chen's feet slipped, sending him crashing hard onto the ground. An instant dent appeared in the ground, splattering fragments of rock everywhere. 2 distinct handprints appeared on his face, blood seeping continuously. His entire face was already twisted and deformed. Defeated a 1st-realm martial artist, potential points plus 100. Remaining potential points, 285. Lin Chen raised his hands to cover his face, his body instinctively curling into a ball as he trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with panic and terror. He never imagined the youth before him was this formidable. Despite his 7th-tier cultivation, Yet before this youth, he remained utterly defenseless. Only now did he realize how laughable his plan to teach this youth a lesson truly was. The others froze in place, blood draining from their faces, their foreheads already drenched in cold sweat. Madman. He was absolutely insane. Lin Chen was about to swallow his pride and beg for mercy. Chapter 8, Now There's a Reason. Ji Qiu had already lunged forward, his fist like steel, smashing viciously into his abdomen. Boom! The ground shattered instantly. Shards of rock flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the air. Crack after crack spread wildly across the ground. Lin Chen's blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain as his body rolled and writhed in agony, his mouth filled with agonized screams. Ji Qiu remained utterly unmoved. After withdrawing his foot, he paid him no further attention. His figure instantly materialized before the others. One kick after another exploded relentlessly from their bodies. Boom! 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 The booms echoed relentlessly across the field. Moments later, the ground was pockmarked with craters scattered with debris. Several people collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed unchecked. Defeated 4 first realm martial artists, potential points plus 400. Remaining potential points, 685. At that very moment, Xia Jiqing emerged from the cultivation technique room and saw the pitiful state of Lin Chen and the others, leaving her utterly speechless. Lin Chen's strength surpassed even Zhang Hao's. Ranked 21st in the senior class. Xia Jiqing naturally recognized him. She had assumed Ji Qiu wasn't particularly skilled, since she'd never heard of him at school. But she never imagined even Lin Chen couldn't stand up to him. This guy's been hiding his true abilities. Could he actually be top 10 material? Xia Jiqing murmured under her breath. The top 10 freshmen all possessed martial arts cultivation above the 9th rank. Their power was terrifying. Far beyond what Lin Chen could match. Ji Qiu approached Lin Chen, slowly crouching down beside him with a cold expression. Speak. Why did you attack me? I want the truth. Having witnessed Ji Qiu's methods, Lin Chen dared not speak recklessly. He cautiously replied. It's all because of Suyu. The hospital where she is, and her room number. Ji Qiu cut him off. The moment he heard Suyu's name, he knew the reason. Lin Chen dared not conceal anything. He informed Ji Qiu of the hospital where Suyu was staying. Ji Qiu slowly rose to his feet. He headed toward Heping Hospital. In a hospital room at Heping Hospital, Suyu lay in the hospital bed, muttering to himself. That good-for-nothing Ji Qiu must be beaten to a pulp by Lin Chen by now, right? The thought of Ji Qiu being beaten senseless by Lin Chen and the others, then dragged to the hospital to kneel before her and beg forgiveness, filled her with satisfaction. Her own injuries didn't hurt as much anymore. Suyu casually picked up a few grapes nearby and tossed them onto the floor, sending them rolling everywhere. Later, I'll make the guy kneel on the floor and pick them up with his mouth to eat. That should be quite entertaining. Ha! At that thought, she couldn't help but laugh. So satisfying. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the ward door. The footsteps were heavy, not those of medical staff. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly, and the smile on her face grew even brighter. Finally, the next moment, the ward door slowly creaked open. Standing in the doorway was a young man wearing a white shirt. Suyu froze in place, her mind buzzing, her thoughts going blank. It was Ji Qiu. How could it be him? Shouldn't he have been beaten up by Lin Chen and the others, dragged here by Lin Chen? How did he end up here alone? Could it be he never encountered Lin Chen? At that moment, Ji Qiu slowly walked in. Suyu forced a smile, her voice trembling slightly as she asked. Ji Qiu, how did you get here? Ji Qiu walked over to the bedside and sat down, casually picking up an apple nearby and taking a bite. He said casually. I came to see you. You had Lin Chen and the others come to school to look after me earlier. Naturally, I had to come and thank you. At those words, Suyu froze instantly. So the youth before him had encountered Lin Chen and the others. His appearance here unscathed meant Lin Chen and the others had lost. How could this be? Why had this guy suddenly become so powerful? The thought sent a chill down Suyu's spine. Suyu felt as if she'd fallen into an ice cellar, unable to suppress a shiver that sent cold sweat soaking her back in an instant. Her eyes were filled with panic and terror. It felt as though a demon sat beside her. I'm not like that. Suyu stammered incoherently. Lin Chen. It was Lin Chen who insisted on sticking his neck out for me. I even tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. I really didn't do anything. Don't hurt me, please don't hurt me. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. By the end, her voice cracked with tears. Oh. Ji Qiu responded indifferently. He set down the apple in his hand, grabbed a towel, and stuffed it into Suyu's mouth. Then he swung his fist straight into her heart. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Suyu's chest was instantly stained crimson with blood. Her once impressive curves flattened into a lifeless expanse. Now, if she looked down, she could see not only her toes but even her heels clearly. Ji Qiu rose slowly as if nothing had happened and walked out of the hospital room. This time, the system did not grant any potential points. Seems like each person can only gain potential points once. Ji Qiu murmured to himself. By the time he returned to school, it was already noon. Let's grab some lunch first. Ji Qiu headed toward the freshman cafeteria. At Yunmeng No. 2 High School, not only were the teaching areas separated by grade level, but so were the dining areas, dormitory areas, and other facilities. Moments later, Ji Qiu arrived at the cafeteria. The commotion he had caused that morning had already spread throughout the entire freshman campus. Many in the cafeteria were discussing the incident. Who is this Ji Qiu? How could he be so strong? I've never heard of such a formidable person at our school. He's from the class next door. He's always getting bullied in class and never dares to speak up. Who knew he was hiding such power? Shu, keep your voice down. Ji Qiu walked to the window to get his food, then casually found a seat and sat down. Seeing this, they all moved their trays away from Ji Qiu, fearing they might accidentally provoke the youth. And getting beaten up. Ji Qiu might not be the strongest in freshman year, but he was definitely one of the most ruthless. Anyone who crossed him ended up in the hospital without exception. Looks like there'll be a lot fewer blind fools around from now on. Ji Qiu muttered to himself. Then, without another thought, he buried his head in his meal. At a table not far from Ji Qiu, a bespectacled youth with an intellectual air looked over at Ji Qiu and spoke slowly. That's Ji Qiu. I heard Lin Chen couldn't even last a single move against him, got taken out instantly. This guy's got some serious skills. The youth's name was Zhang Jiyue, ranked 10th in strength among the first-year students. Ha! A girl with a high ponytail chuckled beside him. Lin Chen is only at the 7th level of martial arts cultivation. That Ji Qiu guy might seem strong to most people for taking him down instantly, but to you and me, it's nothing. She appeared utterly unconcerned. Her skin wasn't particularly fair. Yet her features were sharply defined, almost as if carved by a knife, and her face held an unusual beauty. This girl was none other than Huang Ying, ranked 9th. Zhang Jiyue nodded with a smile. He does still have some catching up to do compared to you and me, but I've heard his talent for cultivating martial arts techniques is truly formidable. His future achievements might not be any less than ours. Why think so much? Huang Ying shrugged indifferently. At least he's not as good as me now. Who knows what the future holds? Then, as if struck by an idea, she suddenly glared at Zhang Jiyue. How about I go test this guy's strength? Zhang Jiyue shook her head. Absolutely not. What kind of reason is that? Picking a fight for no reason? What kind of nonsense is that? Huang Ying pouted slightly. I'll go easy on him. I won't hurt him. Don't worry. The monthly exam is in 10 days. We'll have a chance to face off then. Let's eat first. With that, Zhang Jiyue said no more, lowering her head to eat. Humph. Huang Ying felt a twinge of reluctance, but she heeded Zhang Jiyue's words and abandoned her plan to spar with Ji Qiu. Just then, Zhang Jiyue's green communication device suddenly chimed. He opened it. A message from Lin Chen. Brother Jiang, I got beaten up this morning by some guy named Ji Qiu from class 3. Help me give him a good thrashing. Green message transfer, 3,000. Zhang Jiyue was particularly fond of money. 3,000 was his going rate. Seeing Lin Chen's message, a faint smile touched his lips. Now he had a reason. He looked up at Huang Ying and said, Lin Chen asked me to avenge him, and he had good reason. Now you can go after that guy. Chapter 9, is that all? Hearing this, Huang Ying's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. She promptly set down her chopsticks. She stood up and said, Alright, I'll go test his strength right now. Though she was confident Ji Qiu was no match for her, she was still curious just how strong Ji Qiu truly was. Of course, beating up Ji Qiu, who was riding high on his momentum in front of so many people, would be quite satisfying. Zhang Ziyue nodded. Go ahead. Remember to go hard, make sure there's blood. Lin Chen's paying for it. Don't worry, I'll make sure he ends up in the hospital. Huang Ying replied. She turned to leave. Just then, a cold voice drifted through the air. You two seem to be having quite a pleasant conversation. Huang Ying turned to look. A tall figure engulfed in flames appeared before her in an instant. A slender hand loomed large before her eyes. Before she could react, the hand slammed into her face. A searing, stinging pain washed over her. Huang Ying's face drained of color, terror gripping her heart. How could this person move so fast, even faster than herself? How could this be possible? Ji Qiu gave her no time to think. Gripping her face tightly, he swept her like a streak of light to the wall several meters away. His arm erupted with tremendous force, slamming her head violently into the wall. Boom! A deafening impact echoed. Like thunder rolling. The wall instantly caved in, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Huang Ying's head split open, streams of blood trickling down the wall like tiny snakes. Ah! The pain in her head made her cry out in pain, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had been defeated in an instant. With her 9th tier cultivation, she had assumed her strength would easily crush Ji Qiu. After all, among the 700 students in her freshman class, only 8 possessed greater strength than hers. But she never imagined the outcome would be like this. Everyone in the cafeteria stared blankly at the scene. Jiang Jiue froze in place, her chopsticks clattering to the floor. Everyone was dumbfounded. Out of the entire 700 freshmen, only 3 could crush Huang Ying, all of them at the second realm of martial cultivation. Could it be that this guy had already broken through to the second realm? How could that be possible? But Huang Ying was his girlfriend. Seeing her beaten, he couldn't just stand by. I'll fight to the death. The words fell. Jiang Jiue's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Ji Qiu. His right leg was coiled with several streams of water, serpentine and swift, as he swung it horizontally toward Ji Qiu's back. Water flow leg technique. Yet Ji Qiu showed not a flicker of emotion. He spun violently. Gripping Huang Ying's face, he swung her upward like a giant hammer, smashing her toward Jiang Jiue behind him. What? Jiang Jiue's face instantly drained of color. Clearly, he hadn't expected Ji Qiu to use Huang Ying as a weapon. But now it was too late to pull his leg back. The next instant, Jiang Jiue's leg collided with Huang Ying. Thud. A dull thud echoed through the air. Jiang Jiue was instantly sent flying backward, the sound of cracking bones echoing as his entire leg was instantly drenched in blood. Huang Ying fared even worse. Hanging from Ji Qiu's hand, she resembled a weapon drenched in blood. A truly horrifying sight. Defeated 2 martial artists of the first realm. Potential points plus 200. Remaining potential points 885. Is that all? Ji Qiu remarked with a casual air. He hurled the yellow jade in his hand, smashing it toward Jiang Jiue lying on the ground. He paid no further attention to the two. She tucked her bloodstained hand back into her pocket and turned to walk out of the restaurant. Witnessing the pitiful state of Huang Ying and the others, the crowd's hearts were stirred, unable to calm for a long time. Who could have imagined? Even a martial artist of the 9th rank had been ruthlessly crushed by this youth. Just how powerful was he? How could such a prodigy suddenly appear in the senior class? I thought he might be among the top 10, but it turns out I underestimated him. Second floor of the cafeteria. A youth leaned against the railing, chuckling softly. His head was crowned with a mass of white hair, tousled and hanging loosely over his forehead, while his brow radiated an air of reckless arrogance. He was Ling Shua, ranked 3rd in the freshman class, a madman to all students. 2 months ago, his martial cultivation had already broken through to the second realm. He was ruthless in his actions. Even the 2 ranked above him avoided provoking him. Ling Shua continued. This guy finally has the qualifications to fight me. Beside him, Xiaoyi, the 6th-ranked youth, furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of concern in his eyes. He likely possesses second realm martial cultivation too. His strength might even surpass yours. I suggest you hold your ground and gauge his capabilities first. Ling Shu shook his head. He dismissed the concern with indifference. I broke through to the 3rd stage of the second realm 2 days ago. Even facing the top-ranked Hanyu now, I wouldn't necessarily lose. Plus, over the past half year, I've fought over 100 battles. His combat experience can't compare to mine. How could I possibly lose? He won't stand a chance. Xiaoyi was slightly surprised. Ling Shua had only broken through to the second realm, 2nd stage, half a month ago. To think he'd advanced again in just over 10 days. What a freak. But then again, the guy spends every waking moment either fighting or on his way to a fight. It made sense he could advance so quickly. I was overthinking it. Looks like that guy really isn't your match after all. Xiaoyi said. When do you plan to face him? Let's set it for tomorrow. Ling Shua clasped his hands behind his back, turned, and returned to sit at the dining table. He instructed Xiaoyi. Later, have someone inform Ji Qiu that I'm inviting him to a duel on the stage tomorrow at noon. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Ling Shua continued. Also spread the word about my duel with Ji Qiu. Tomorrow, I won't just defeat him, I'll challenge the top-ranked Hanyu in front of the entire freshman class. Defeat Hanyu and claim the title of strongest freshman. Moments later, Ji Qiu returned to the dormitory. A tall, muscular teenager nearly 6 feet tall rushed over to greet him. You're back, Brother Qiu. The youth was named Chen Han. He had often bullied Ji Qiu due to his low combat prowess and timid nature. Now, upon hearing that Ji Qiu had beaten Lin Chen and the others so badly they ended up in the hospital, his demeanor changed instantly. Brother Qiu, I was in the wrong before. Please don't hold it against me. From now on, whatever you need done, just tell me. Chen Han bowed and scraped, his words dripping with flattery. He was terrified Ji Qiu might send him to the hospital too. No sooner had he finished speaking. Ji Qiu grabbed the kettle beside him and smashed it down hard on Chen Han's head. Thud. Chapter 10, I like playing with fire. The kettle shattered instantly, sending shards flying everywhere. Chen Han crashed to the floor, his head smashing hard against the ground, blood gushing from his wound. Ah! Chen Han let out a piercing scream. The excruciating pain in his head made him clutch his head with both hands, rolling around on the ground. He never imagined Jiqiu would be so ruthless. He attacked without a word. Chen Han was utterly shocked, just about to speak. Jiqiu's foot had already snapped backward, kicking him square in the head like a soccer ball. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Chen Han flew backward instantly, blood gushing from his head. Defeated a first realm martial artist, potential points plus 100. Remaining potential points, 985. Jiqiu looked down at him coldly and said, "Crawl out." Chen Han dared not utter another word. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he crawled out of the dormitory like a dog. It was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. How had he ever provoked such a demon? Jiqiu casually lay on the bed and opened the system panel. Host Jiqiu. Realm Yuan power like a stream, 7th tier 0700. Breathing technique fiery breath technique C rank mastery 0400. Techniques. Flame shadow C rank mastery 0400. Flame burst C rank novice 0200. Remaining potential points 985. Jiqiu spent 700 potential points advancing his cultivation to Yuan power like a stream, stage 8. Spent 200 potential points to master flaming explosion. He then stowed away the system. Bored, he started playing with his phone. Before long, a student entered and approached Jiqiu, speaking timidly. Brother Ji, Ling Shua has invited you to a duel at the arena tomorrow at noon. Ling Shua, the third ranked one? Jiqiu asked indifferently. That's right. Tell him this, if he truly wants to fight me, let's settle it once and for all, a matter of life and death. I'm the kind of guy who likes to go all out. Jiqiu spoke with an air of utter nonchalance, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Upon hearing these words, the student froze in place, eyes wide with utter shock. This guy actually wants a life or death fight. What a madman. Yes. Brother Chiu, I'll go right away. With that, he hurriedly turned and left the dormitory. This kid was terrifying. He didn't want to linger here a moment longer. Watching the student's retreating figure, Jiqiu murmured to himself. I hope Ling Shua agrees to give this Sandman a chance. I'm itching to get my hands dirty. After every monthly exam, the top 10 students in the grade would be granted access to a private training room. Inside Ling Shua's training room. You think that Jiqiu guy will dare to agree? Ling Shua asked Xiaoyi beside him while punching the sandbag. He's been acting so cocky, he probably won't back down. He should take the challenge. Xiaoyi replied. Ling Shua nodded. He then stopped punching, grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and said, Let's hope so. Otherwise, it'd be a real bore. Just then, a knock sounded at the training room door. Come in. Ling Shua called out toward the door. The student who had just delivered the message to Jiqiu pushed open the door and stepped into the training room. So, did he agree? Ling Shua inquired. The student hurriedly replied. He agreed, but he said he wants a life or death battle with you, and that he likes to play for keeps. Upon hearing this, Ling Shua and his companion were taken aback. As long as both parties agreed, Yunmeng No. 2 High School did indeed permit life or death battles. But in the 100-year history of Yunmeng High School, such a battle had never occurred. Ha! Coming to his senses, Ling Shua laughed. This guy is seriously crazy. Xiao Yi's voice was low and grave. What do you think? Should we agree? Of course I'll accept. Since he wants to die, I don't mind giving him a ride. Ling Shua sneered coldly. He was utterly confident in this duel. Victory was certain, defeat impossible. Not a trace of fear lingered in his heart. Instead, he felt a tinge of anticipation. What exactly was it like to face a Sandman? His gaze then shifted to the student who had delivered the message, and he instructed. Go. Tell him it suits me perfectly. I look forward to seeing him die in humiliation at my hands, under the gaze of countless eyes. Yes, Brother Shua. With that, the student turned and left the training room. Once the student had departed, Xiao Yi cautioned. Since Jiqiu dared to challenge you to a life or death battle, he clearly has something to back it up. You need to be careful. Ling Shua patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder. My target tomorrow is Han Yu. He's just a minor distraction. Don't overthink it. In the dormitory. Upon hearing Ling Shua's message, Jiqiu's face instantly softened into a faint smile. Finally, I can have my fun. Enjoy yourself tomorrow, Jiqiu. Jiqiu stretched lazily and slowly closed his eyes. Time for a nap. Thanks to Ling Shua and the others spreading the word, news of Jiqiu and Ling Shua's life or death battle instantly spread throughout the entire freshman campus, even reaching the upperclassmen. That Jiqiu in just half a day, he sent Zhang Hao and dozens of others to the hospital, beat up Lin Chen and his crew, and seriously injured Huang Ying and Zhang Jiyuet in the cafeteria. Now he's challenging Ling Shua, the third-ranked freshman, to a life or death battle? That guy's a total maniac. Yeah, this is the first life or death battle in Yunmeng High's history. Who do you think will win? Ling Shua, of course. While Jiqiu defeated several strong opponents today, don't forget that even more have fallen to Ling Shua. Plus, Ling Shua broke through to the 3rd tier just 2 days ago. True. Ling Shua's current strength is likely on par with Han Yu, the top-ranked fighter. Jiqiu has almost no chance. The crowd buzzed with speculation, none particularly optimistic about Jiqiu's prospects. Chapter 11, Are You Feverish? Girls' Dormitory. Xia Jiqing, the campus beauty in her moon-white gown, looked somewhat dazed. Who would have thought Jiqiu was this powerful? Even Huang Ying, a 9th Dan practitioner, was utterly crushed by him. Could it be he possesses second realm strength? And now he was actually going to fight Ling Shua in a life or death battle. Xia Jiqing's heart raced with turmoil. Where did this Jiqiu come from? Why have I never heard of him before? Beside her, the round-faced girl Chen Yuanwan looked puzzled and turned to ask Xia Jiqing. Jiqing, do you know him? Xia Jiqing snapped back to reality and shook her head. No, I only saw him once this morning in the cultivation techniques room. So what do you think? In his life or death battle against Ling Shua, how many moves do you think he can last against Ling Shua? Chen Yuan shared the same skepticism as everyone else, seeing no chance for Jiqiu to prevail. He might be able to kill Ling Shua. Xia Jiqing replied earnestly. Had she not seen Jiqiu this morning, she might have shared Chen Yuan's view. She would have believed Jiqiu was certain to lose. But ever since she met Jiqiu that morning, he had been constantly astonishing her. Learning second-tier martial arts. Defeating Lin Chen. Defeating Huang Ying and his partner. Jiqiu gave her the impression of possessing an invincible aura. Not only did Jiqiu defeat Ling Shua, but he had no equal among all grades at Yunming No. 2 High School for an entire year. She wouldn't be overly surprised by that now. Chen Yuan clearly hadn't expected Xia Jiqing to say such a thing. She quickly reached out with her chubby little hand and placed it on Xia Jiqing's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? How could she utter such outrageous words? Xia Jiqing instantly felt her head spin. What do you know, little girl? Jiqiu is bound to win, okay? Chen Yuan was at a loss for words. What kind of spell did that Jiqiu cast on Jiqing to make her believe in him so blindly? Just then, a girl in a black dress, her eyes and brows carrying a hint of allure, walked in. With Ling Shua's martial cultivation at the 2nd realm, 3rd stage, and his extensive combat experience, what does that Jiqiu have to win with? You're dreaming. The girl sneered coldly. Her name was Chu Shui. Tall and slender, she possessed decent looks, though nowhere near as striking as Xia Jiqing's. Chu Shui was intensely jealous. Since she wasn't as popular as Xia Jiqing at school, she couldn't stand Xia Jiqing. Now that she had found an opportunity, she naturally seized it to humiliate her. Xia Jiqing's expression turned icy. She had never provoked Chu Shui, yet the girl constantly opposed her at every turn. How despicable. Just wait and see, tomorrow Jiqiu will definitely win. Oomph. Hearing this, Chu Shui burst into laughter. Everyone believes Jiqiu will die on the stage tomorrow, yet you alone think he can win. The school beauty truly stands apart. Chu Shui said with a playful expression. Well then, how about we play a little game? How exactly? You're convinced Jiqiu will win, but I think he's bound to lose. Whoever loses tomorrow will slap themselves twice in front of the entire school and shout, I'm an idiot. You dare take that bet? Chu Shui said with a mocking expression. Xia Jiqing fell silent for a moment before finally gritting her teeth and nodding. I accept. Chu Shui's face immediately lit up with smug satisfaction. She had long sought an opportunity to humiliate Xia Jiqing, but had been unable to find the right moment. Now the moment had arrived. She was certain to win this game. Xia Jiqing, the school beauty, would become the laughingstock of the entire freshman class tomorrow. The thought filled her with immense satisfaction. She looked at Xia Jiqing and said, I can't wait to see the school beauty make a fool of herself tomorrow. Ha! With that, she turned and left the dormitory. Watching Chu Shui's retreating figure, Xia Jiqing murmured coldly to herself. Who's going to make a fool of themselves remains to be seen. At that moment, Chen Yuan beside her sighed. Her face full of helplessness, she said. Jiqing, you really are sick, and seriously so. Xia Jiqing said nothing more. Tomorrow at noon, when Jiqiu wins, she'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Why waste breath on them now? Come to think of it, had she been too blindly trusting of Jiqiu? Who cares? Jiqiu will win. In an office within the academic building, class advisor Tang Ruowei sat inside, her face radiating unmistakable excitement. Jiqiu will face Ling Shua in a life or death battle tomorrow at noon. He's about to die. This morning in the classroom, Jiqiu publicly scolded and threatened her in front of all the students. He even called her a worthless piece of trash. She wished Jiqiu would die right now. Now that wish is about to come true. This is the consequence of your arrogance. Tomorrow at noon, I'll watch you struggle, scream in terror, and die a miserable death on the stage. Zhang Hao, Lin Chen, Huang Ying, and the others who had been hospitalized by Jiqiu were overjoyed upon hearing the news. The gloom from being beaten by Jiqiu instantly lifted. They had only suffered injuries. but Ji Qiu was losing his life. The difference was clear. For the next few days, Ji Qiu didn't go anywhere except to eat. He just stayed in the dorm. During this period, Xia Jiqing somehow obtained Ji Qiu's green message and sent him an encouraging note. Ji Qiu paid it no mind. Before long, it was noon the following day. At that moment, the freshman arena was already packed with students, and many upperclassmen had also come to watch the match. The atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. The first ever life or death battle in Yunmeng No. 2 High School's history is finally about to begin. Sigh, I think both of them are being a bit reckless. True. Their classmates, why make such a big deal? Playing with their lives like this? I heard Ling Shuo only wanted to have a regular match with Ji Qiu, but Ji Qiu insisted on a life or death duel. That guy really is courting death. Exactly. He beat a few people and thought he was unbeatable. If he dies on the stage today, he'll have only himself to blame. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Opinions, unsurprisingly, converged. Ji Qiu is bound to lose. After all, Ji Qiu had only defeated a few top-tier first-year students, while Ling Shuo had nearly defeated everyone ranked within the top 100. Moreover, Ling Shuo had already broken through to the third stage of the second realm. How could he possibly lose? Ji Qiu's homeroom teacher, Tang Ruowei, also appeared before the stage. A smile played on her lips, as if she had already witnessed Ji Qiu's miserable defeat. Behind the crowd, Xia Jiqing had changed into a sea blue dress, her stunning beauty drawing many admiring glances. Chen Yuan stood not far from Xia Jiqing. Just then, Xu Shui, dressed in a black gown, approached slowly. Raising her voice, she declared, I believe everyone here thinks Ling Shuo will win this duel. But our school beauty, Xia Jiqing, disagrees. She thinks that Ji Qiu will win, and she's even willing to bet me on it. She said that if Ling Shuo wins, she'll slap herself in front of everyone and call herself an idiot. I couldn't stop her, so I reluctantly accepted. I ask you all to bear witness, lest the Ji Qiu loses later and the school beauty reneges on her promise. Chapter 12, Life or Death Battle. You're begging me for mercy? Are you kidding me? Xu Shui did this. Was to completely cut off Xia Jiqing's escape route, leaving her no chance to back out. The moment these words left her lips, all eyes turned toward them, expressions filled with disbelief. The school beauty Xia Jiqing actually believed Ling Shuo would lose? Was she sick? Had her brain been fried? Amidst the crowd, a youth with sharp features and a stern expression couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Even I wouldn't dare claim a sure victory over Ling Shuo. How could he possibly lose? No wonder that woman is so beautiful, she traded her intelligence for it. The youth was Han Yu, the top-ranked powerhouse of the first-year class. Ji Qiu's homeroom teacher, Tang Ruowei, also sneered to herself. What is this student thinking? Xia Jiqing, under the gaze of countless eyes, looked extremely displeased. She never expected Xu Shui to do something like this. Just as Xia Jiqing prepared to retort, Ling Shuo, his hair entirely white, slowly approached. He looked at Xia Jiqing and asked, Do you think I would lose? Xia Jiqing frowned deeply, her voice sharp. Yes, I do think you will lose. The one who dies on this stage today will be you. Ling Shuo struck with extreme ferocity. He spared neither men nor women, nor did he spare the beautiful. But with things escalating this far, Xia Jiqing had nothing left to lose. Even if Ling Shuo attacked her, she was prepared to accept it. Very well. Ling Shuo's expression abruptly turned icy. His pupils flashed brightly as silver snake-like lightning coiled around his body. Crackling sounds filled the air. His fists clenched tightly, muscles bulging instantly in his arms as he coldly declared, You've succeeded in angering me. You should know I don't discriminate between men and women when I act. So, enjoy the pain. The words fell. Ling Shuo's fist struck like a sledgehammer, carrying a fierce gust of wind pressure as it slammed brutally toward Xia Jiqing's face. Xia Jiqing's face paled instantly. With only a 5th-tier cultivation base, she stood utterly defenseless against Ling Shuo, a 2nd-tier cultivator. It's over. Xu Shui wore a look of schadenfreude. At that very moment, rip! The sound of air tearing filled the air. A fiery afterimage suddenly flashed before everyone's eyes, materializing before Ling Shuo. Immediately after, Ji Qiu, engulfed in flames, raised his palm to meet Ling Shuo's incoming punch. Boom! Fist and palm collided. 2 blasts of lightning and fire erupted from the point of impact, unleashing a deafening roar. The ground beneath their feet shattered with a thunderous crash. Shards of rock flew everywhere, and dust billowed up. But in the next instant, before the stunned gazes of all present, Ling Shuo's entire arm instantly shattered, blood and flesh fragments erupting like fireworks. Across from him, Ji Qiu in his white shirt remained unscathed, merely stained with a few drops of blood. Ling Shuo let out a piercing scream, the excruciating pain in his shoulder nearly causing him to faint. He clutched his severed arm, his face contorted with pain and horror. He never imagined Ji Qiu would suddenly appear here. And his own arm had been shattered by a single punch from him. How could this guy be so terrifying? Those around them stared dumbly at the scene. Before this battle, nearly everyone believed Ji Qiu was certain to lose. But Ji Qiu's single palm strike had utterly shattered their illusions. Only now did they realize. They had vastly underestimated this youth. Ji Qiu slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at Ling Shuo, who now had only one arm, and said indifferently, "Now, enjoy the pain." As the words fell, Ji Qiu drew his leg back and delivered a powerful horizontal kick. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Ling Shuo was instantly sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the stage. Nearly all the ribs on both sides were shattered. Blood gushed from his chest like a fountain. Ling Shuo let out agonized cries of pain. Watching the blood spurt relentlessly outward, facing the threat of death, he was terrified. He didn't want to die. "I surrender. Spare me, I beg you." Before he could finish, Ji Qiu reappeared before him, his fist smashing into Ling Shuo's face. "You tell me you surrender in a life or death fight? You idiot." Boom! The sound of shattering bones echoed as Ling Shuo's face caved in instantly, blood gushing forth like a burst dam. Ji Qiu showed no reaction whatsoever. He swung his fist down again. Boom! A deafening explosion. Ling Shuo's skull instantly shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Beneath him, the ground was pounded into a deep crater. Ling Shuo was dead. Killed a second realm martial artist, plus 400 potential points. Remaining potential points, 485. A deathly silence fell over the arena. The occasional chirp of birds pierced the air with startling clarity. Everyone froze in place, their faces drained of color, hearts sinking with dread. They never imagined the battle's outcome would unfold exactly as Xia Jiqing had foretold. It was Ling Shuo who died. And he had been utterly helpless, crushed to death. Within the crowd, the composure on Han Yu's face had vanished, replaced by a look of gravity. Even a hint of apprehension. Though he was stronger than Ling Shuo, only marginally so, facing the youth before him, he could only be crushed. The gap was simply too vast. Class advisor Tang Ruowei's expression darkened. She had come today expecting to witness Ji Qiu's miserable death on the stage, consumed by fear and despair. But she never imagined the outcome would be like this. What the hell is going on with this kid? Why did he suddenly become so strong? Tang Ruowei gritted her teeth. Her eyes burned with bitter resentment. Beside Xia Jiqing, Chen Yuan stared wide-eyed, her chubby face etched with utter disbelief. Last night, Xia Jiqing had told her Ji Qiu was certain to win. She had scoffed, even thinking Xia Jiqing was sick, seriously ill. But now, at this thought, her round cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She buried her head, her face burning with embarrassment. The most shocked of all was Chu Shui. She had been utterly certain Ling Shuo would win today, which was why she had made the bet with Xia Jiqing, even announcing it publicly in front of everyone. She intended to humiliate Xia Jiqing publicly. To strip him of all dignity before the entire school, turning him into a laughingstock. But now, the fool was herself. The thought of having to slap herself in the face in front of hundreds of people and shout that she was an idiot made her skin crawl. Chu Shui's face turned as pale as paper, her eyes filled with panic. If she really did this, how could she possibly continue attending Yunmeng No. 2 high school? No way. I have to get out of here fast. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to her, Chu Shui turned and quietly made her way toward the exit. But as soon as she took a step, Ji Qiu's cold voice drifted into her ears. "I recall you just mentioned having a wager to honor. Wouldn't it be rather inappropriate to simply walk away like this?" Chu Shui froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. How had she ended up on his radar? Ji Qiu descended from the stage and slowly approached Chu Shui. He said coldly, "Let's begin." Chu Shui's voice trembled as she stammered. Ji Qiu, I was just joking." Boom! Ji Qiu's foot shot out like a whirlwind, striking her abdomen with sudden force. A tremendous force erupted. Chu Shui flew backward instantly, crashing heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away, sending a shower of gravel flying. Put! Acidic fluid mixed with blood foam gushed from her mouth as she writhed in agony. Ji Qiu walked back to her, leaning down to look at her with the same calm tone. "Do you think I'm joking with you?" Chapter 13, I'm an idiot. Chu Shui clutched her abdomen in agony. Her body shook violently. Facing the youth before her, she stared as though confronting a demon, her eyes filled with terror. I'll do it. I'll do it right now." Chu Shui dared not entertain any more illusions. She scrambled to her feet and, under the gaze of hundreds, knelt on the ground. Tears of humiliation instantly welled up in her eyes. Then she raised her hand and slapped her own face. Smack! "I'm an idiot. Smack! I'm an idiot." She slapped herself while crying out, her eyes pleading with Ji Qiu, hoping Ji Qiu would spare her. But Ji Qiu's expression remained utterly unmoved, as cold as ever. Slowly speaking, "Looks like you haven't eaten. Let me help you." As the words fell, he raised his hand and slapped her rather pretty face. Thud! Chu Shui crashed to the ground. Her head smashed into the ground, leaving a dent and blood gushing from her wounds. Ji Qiu had no intention of stopping there. Thud. Boom. Boom. He raised his foot and delivered a series of crushing blows to the head. The dull thuds echoed relentlessly. The surrounding students were terrified, their scalps tingling. Only when Chu Shue's entire head was violently smashed into the ground did Jiqiu slowly withdraw his foot. He paid her no further attention. He proceeded to beat up the few people traveling with Ling Shua, squeezing out their potential points. He turned away from the arena and headed toward the cafeteria. Jiqiu hadn't eaten lunch yet. He was getting hungry. Defeated 6 first realm martial artists. Potential points plus 600. Remaining potential points 1085. Watching Jiqiu's retreating figure, all the students stared in a daze. No one could have imagined this battle would unfold in such a manner. At that moment, Xia Jiqing jogged to catch up with Jiqiu. Her face brimming with gratitude, she said, "Jiqiu, thank you so much for what you did just now." Her face was still pale, clearly not yet recovered from the shock. "Oh." Jiqiu responded softly. Then a hint of confusion crossed his face. "Why were you so certain I'd win this battle?" Xia Jiqing smiled faintly. "I'm not sure why either. I just feel that if you can defeat Lin Chen and the others, you should be able to defeat Ling Shua too." Jiqiu was suddenly at a loss for words. That reason seemed a bit far-fetched. Immediately, Xia Jiqing's expression turned serious. She whispered a warning. Ling Shua's sister, Ling Mo, is in the regular class of the sophomore year. Her strength is enough to rank among the top 10. You killed Ling Shua today. She won't let you off the hook. Even though school rules prohibit sophomores from attacking freshmen without cause, you should still be careful. Upon hearing this, Jiqiu's eyes lit up. So Ling Shua had an older sister. That's perfect. He immediately turned to Tang Ruowei behind him and said, "Miss Tang, I'm moving up to sophomore year. Could you handle the promotion paperwork for me?" Ling Shua's older sister, Ling Mo, was in her second year of high school. Tang Ruowei would probably be thrilled to see him move up to the same grade. So Ling Mo could step in and teach him a lesson. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present was once again taken aback. This kid actually wants to advance to the second year? Isn't that like walking right into Ling Mo's hands? Xia Jiqing was utterly dumbfounded. Was this right? Tang Ruowei hadn't expected Jiqiu to make such a decision either. Her expression froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. Since this guy was asking for trouble, she was more than happy to oblige. "I'll handle the upgrade procedures for you as soon as possible," Tang Ruowei replied. Jiqiu said nothing more. He merely smiled faintly, then turned and continued walking toward the restaurant. Watching Jiqiu's retreating figure, Tang Ruowei sneered coldly. "Thinking he can advance to sophomore year? What a fool. I'll see if you can still be so arrogant when you face Ling Mo after moving up to sophomore year." Xia Jiqing didn't try to dissuade Jiqiu from pursuing his second-year promotion. He must have his reasons for doing this. She merely relayed Ling Mo's information to Jiqiu. After bidding Jiqiu farewell, she returned to the dormitory with Chen Yuan. Jiqiu grabbed a quick bite in the cafeteria. He too returned to the dormitory. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she opened the system panel. Host Jiqiu. Realm Yuan power like a stream, 8th tier 0800. Breathing technique fiery breath technique C rank mastery 0400. Techniques. Flame shadow C rank mastery 0400. Flame burst C rank mastery 0400. Remaining potential points 1085. Elevate my cultivation. Jiqiu silently chanted in his mind. 800 potential points spent. Martial cultivation advanced to Yuan power like a stream, 9th tier. Remaining potential points 285. After his cultivation advanced, Jiqiu closed the system. He lay back on the bed and started playing with his phone. Second year campus. Inside a training room. A girl in a white tracksuit sat casually on the nearby sofa. She wasn't tall, nor was her appearance particularly striking, but she looked clean-cut and sharp. This was Ling Shua's older sister, Ling Mo. Standing before her was a sturdy-built young man. The sophomore class was divided into regular and elite sections. The elite class had 60 students, and the boy was Yang Feng, ranked 59th. This private training room belonged to Yang Feng. "Your brother is fighting for his life today, and you're not even going to watch? Aren't you afraid something might happen to him?" Yang Feng asked. Ling Mo picked up her water and took a sip. She replied nonchalantly. "I visited Ling Shua yesterday. That guy has already broken through to the second realm, 3rd stage. You should know what that means. At the end of our freshman year, the strongest martial cultivation level was second realm, 3rd stage. How could he possibly lose?" Yang Feng smiled. "Your brother probably won't lose, but I think you should go watch as his sister." Ling Mo replied coldly. Why watch a match with no suspense? She never liked crowds. And she disliked wasting time on meaningless things even more. Just then, a young girl pushed open the training room door and hurried inside. "Xiaowan, what's gotten into you?" The girl was none other than Ling Mo's best friend, Chen Wan. Chapter 14. Sorry, I'm not one for small talk. Ling Mo, it's bad. Chen Wan blurted out. Ling Shua is dead. Ji Qiu killed him on the stage. What? Ling Mo froze in place, her mind going blank. Ling Shua died on the stage. This couldn't be possible. Are you telling the truth? Ling Mo's voice trembled slightly. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Wan replied. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom! Ling Mo slammed her fist into the ground, her eyes bloodshot and veins bulging on her forehead, consumed by fury. She never imagined Ling Shua would lose. If only she had been present at the arena today, this never would have happened. What a fool she was. Yang Feng's face also betrayed shock. He never imagined the outcome would be like this. I'll kill him. Ling Mo abruptly stood up, ready to storm out. Yang Feng quickly stepped in front of her. Calm down. School rules state that second-year students can't lay a hand on first years. Doing so means expulsion. But he killed my brother. Does that just get swept under the rug? Ling Mo's eyes burned with resentment. Yang Feng shook his head. Of course we can't just let it go. He won't stay in this school forever. Once he steps outside Yunmeng No. 2 High, we'll have plenty of chances to deal with him. Just then, Chen Wan spoke up from the side. Actually, there's no need to go to such lengths. This Ji Qiu fellow is about to advance to his sophomore year. She recounted in detail what Ji Qiu had just mentioned about advancing to his sophomore year. Hearing this, Ling Mo's eyes lit up instantly. If Ji Qiu advanced to his sophomore year, she could take action against him with complete justification. Though she couldn't take his life, it would at least vent some of Ling Shua's pent-up anger. Ling Mo sank back into the sofa. Gritting her teeth, she muttered to herself. Ji Qiu, just you wait. The day you arrive at the second-year campus, I'll be waiting for you at the gate. Yang Feng watched her, his eyes brimming with affection. I'll go with you. The next 2 days passed relatively calmly. Ji Qiu was now the strongest freshman at Yunmeng No. 2 High School, and no one dared to cause him trouble anymore. On the evening of the third day, an unfamiliar number called. Ji Qiu answered. A woman's voice came through the phone. Is this Ji Qiu? Yes. Ji Qiu replied. I heard you don't talk much, and now I see it's true. My name is Luo Yutong, a student in Class 5 of the sophomore year. Your promotion request has been approved. You've been moved to our Class 5. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at your dorm tomorrow morning to take you to your new class. Make sure you don't oversleep. Oh. Ji Qiu replied again. Junior Ji Qiu sure is a man of few words. Well, I won't bother you anymore. See you tomorrow. After hanging up, Ji Qiu muttered to himself. Tomorrow when I go to the sophomore campus, Ling Mo will definitely come looking for trouble with me first thing. I only hope she brings more people. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. The next morning, Ji Qiu stepped out of the dormitory building to find a petite girl standing at the entrance, her face radiant with a smile. Her gem-like eyes fluttered constantly. They sparkled with life. The girl was none other than Luo Yutong. Spotting Ji Qiu, she hurried over with a smile. Junior Ji Qiu, let's go. Sure. Side by side, they walked toward the sophomore campus. Along the way, Luo Yutong spoke up. Junior Ji Qiu, I heard you crushed Ling Shua's second realm, third-tier cultivator to death just the other day. That's incredibly powerful. What cultivation level are you at now? 4th stage or 5th stage? Ji Qiu casually replied. 8th tier. You really have a sense of humor, Junior. Since you're unwilling to share, I won't press further. Luo Yutong clearly didn't believe him. Since Yunmeng No. 2 High School's founding, the highest martial cultivation level ever achieved by a freshman was merely 2nd realm, 4th segment. And the higher one climbed, the harder it became to advance. 2nd realm, 8th stage? Are you kidding me? She continued. But I heard Ling Mo is going to cause you trouble. She's at the 6th stage of the 2nd realm, and her boyfriend, Yang Feng, is in the elite class of the sophomore year. He's at the 7th stage. You need to be careful. She expected the young man beside her to show some tension or panic upon hearing her words. But to her surprise, Ji Qiu remained utterly unruffled. He merely replied indifferently. This is a good thing. Why be cautious? Luo Yutong was momentarily speechless. This junior seemed so cold he didn't look like the type to make empty boasts. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Since you put it that way, I suppose I can't argue. Luo Yutong said awkwardly. The two walked in silence. They continued walking toward the sophomore campus. At the entrance to the high school campus, nearly a dozen people stood there. At the forefront were Ling Mo and Yang Feng. These individuals had all been summoned by Yang Feng. Though he and Ling Mo were more than capable of handling Ji Qiu alone, they needed to maintain the right momentum. Ling Mo, when Ji Qiu arrives, be careful not to go too far. Don't kill him. Yang Feng cautioned. He feared Ling Mo might get carried away in her desire for satisfaction and kill Ji Qiu. Killing was only permitted in life or death combat. The school wouldn't allow it. The Enforcement Bureau certainly wouldn't. Ling Mo nodded expressionlessly. I'll be careful. Though she wished Ji Qiu would die immediately, she hadn't completely lost her mind. Not far behind the crowd, atop a building, Tang Ruowei leaned against the railing, standing on the second floor. Her gaze was cold as she watched the doorway. Ji Qiu, I'll see just what kind of waves you can stir up today. Moments later, two figures slowly came into view. A youth in a white shirt, his features delicate and refined, walked alongside a petite young woman. It was Ji Qiu and Luo Yutong. Ling Mo and the other's eyes lit up instantly. This guy finally showed up. Luo Yutong's expression turned extremely solemn upon seeing Ling Mo and the dozens of others standing at the entrance. She hadn't expected them to be waiting at the entrance. She glanced at Ji Qiu beside her with a hint of sympathy. She thought to herself, Junior Ji Qiu is done for. We'll have to get him to the hospital immediately. But Ji Qiu showed no sign of panic. A flicker of excitement even passed through his eyes. So many people had come he was about to strike it rich. Just then, Ling Mo turned to Ji Qiu and spoke coldly. You killed my brother, yet you dare to advance to the second year? Should I call you bold or foolish? But before she could finish, under the gaze of dozens of eyes, the youth before her suddenly lunged forward, his form blurring into a fiery afterimage. At the same moment, a cold voice echoed from the void. Sorry, I'm not one for small talk. Chapter 15, Human Weapon. The next instant, a fiery streak sliced through the campus entrance, accompanied by the sudden crack of air-piercing sound. Ji Qiu instantly materialized before Ling Mo, his flaming fist hurtling toward her. Slamming down toward Ling Mo's head. Flame burst. Ling Mo felt a searing wave of heat descend from above, causing her pupils to instantly contract in sheer terror. How could this guy be so fast? In a split second, she swung her fist to meet the attack. Boom! The next instant, Ji Qiu's fist crashed down like a mountain, colliding with hers. A burst of fiery light exploded instantly. Then, to everyone's stunned gaze, Ling Mo shot backward like an arrow released from its string. She slammed heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away. The ground trembled, sending fragments of rock flying. Her arm bones were already shattered, and her fist was a bloody mess. Instantly rendered combat invalid. Ji Qiu remained standing in place, his form utterly unmoved, only his hair slightly tousled by the force of the blow. Defeated a second realm martial artist. Potential points plus 200. Remaining potential points 485. This can't be possible. Ling Mo's face contorted in agony from the excruciating pain, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. How could she, a 6th-tier cultivator, be defeated in an instant without even a chance to fight back? Did this guy possess 7th-tier cultivation? But he was only a freshman. For centuries at Yunmeng No. 2 High School, the highest martial cultivation level in the first year had never surpassed the 4th tier of the second realm. Even across the entire Yunmeng city, the highest was only 6th tier. What kind of monster is this guy? The crowd around him stared wide-eyed, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. Luo Yutong felt her mind go completely blank. Is Junior Ji Qiu really this strong? Could he have been telling the truth all along, possessing genuine 8th rank martial prowess? The calm on Yang Feng's face instantly gave way to shock and gravity. Only now did he realize. He had vastly underestimated this youth's strength. With my 7th rank cultivation, could I possibly be his match? Yang Feng murmured to himself. A sudden sense of unease gripped his heart. Not far away, on the second floor of a building, Tang Ruowei, leaning against the railing, stared blankly at the scene below, her expression one of utter disbelief. A surge of anger welled up within her. Just how strong was this guy? Why does he remain undefeated, seemingly immortal? Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, Ji Qiu spoke slowly. Is this what second year is like? Can any of you tell me how this differs from freshman year? Faces flushed crimson instantly, eyes nearly shooting flames. Arrogant. This guy is way too cocky. All of you, attack him together and teach this brat a lesson. Yang Feng roared angrily. Though he lacked confidence in defeating Ji Qiu alone, 2 fists couldn't hold off 4 hands. He couldn't believe so many people were involved. They couldn't take down this kid. But the distance between them was too close. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Qiu had already appeared before him, raining punches like falling rain, relentlessly pounding his face. Boom! 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 Sparks flew from each impact. With each punch Ji Qiu landed, spattered blood flew in all directions. Yang Feng's mouth let out continuous screams of agony, his entire face already submerged in thick, clotted blood. The scene was utterly horrifying. He never imagined that even with his 7th rank cultivation, he was still no match for the youth before him. 8th rank. This guy absolutely possessed 8th tier martial cultivation. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly crush him so effortlessly. He was terrified. But facing the relentless barrage of fists, he didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. After dozens of punches, Ji Qiu withdrew his blood-stained hand. Yang Feng collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Defeated a second realm martial artist. Potential points plus 200. Remaining potential points, 685. Everyone froze in place, their faces as pale as paper. They never imagined that even Yang Feng, a 7th-tier martial artist, would be utterly crushed. Most of them were at the 3rd or 4th tier of the second realm, with only a handful above the 5th tier. At this moment, they felt no fighting spirit whatsoever. If Yang Feng had lost, what hope did they have? Ling Yimou, sprawled on the ground, stared blankly, her voice a whisper. How is this possible? How could this happen? What kind of monster had she provoked? On the second floor, Tang Ruowei's face was twisted with fury. She clenched her fists, pounding the railing before her in fury. Ji Qiu, you bastard. Just die already. Ji Qiu glanced up at Tang Ruowei. He murmured under his breath. Your turn is coming soon. With that, he withdrew his gaze and slowly approached Ling Yimou. Bending down, he grabbed her ankles and swung her up like a whip, charging toward the crowd. Using Ling Mo's body as a weapon, he slammed her into a bespectacled student. Thud! A collision echoed through the air. The student flew backward instantly, spitting blood in great gulps. Ji Qiu didn't stop. Swinging Ling Ma in his hand, he kept swinging. Boom! 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 Dull thuds echoed relentlessly. The ground trembled. Rock fragments flew everywhere. Dust swirled everywhere. Moments later, everyone lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Ji Qiu held Ling Yimou in his hand. Resembled a blood-soaked human weapon. Defeated 35 second realm martial artists. Potential points plus 7,000. Remaining potential points, 7,685. The commotion quickly drew the attention of many. Witnessing the scene unfolding before them, everyone gasped in shock. Who could have imagined that this new student would be this ridiculously strong? Just arriving in the second year of high school and already causing such a stir. Ji Qiu paid no heed to the crowd. He casually tossed the Ling Yimou in his hand aside and opened the system interface. Host Ji Qiu. Realm Yuan power like a stream, 9th tier 0900. Breathing technique fiery breath technique C rank mastery 0400. Techniques. Flame shadow C rank mastery 0400. Flame burst C rank mastery 0400. Remaining potential points 7685. Enhance cultivation. Ji Qiu declared without hesitation. In his previous life, he had read hundreds of novels. Most prioritized cultivating techniques first, only thinking to allocate potential points when they were nearly killed. That was a bit short-sighted. Ji Qiu wouldn't make that mistake. The next moment, the system notification sounded. 900 potential points spent. Martial cultivation upgraded to Qi and blood like mercury, stage 1. Spending 1,000 potential points. Spending 1,500 potential points. Spending 2,000 potential points. Spent 2,500 potential points, martial arts proficiency upgraded to Qi and blood like mercury stage 5. Remaining potential points, 2,285. Ji Qiu's Yuan energy abruptly fused with his blood. His Qi and blood instantly grew several times heavier than before, flowing with a mercurial silver glow. His body underwent a profound transformation, every bone and joint forged and strengthened. His cultivation realm broke through. He had entered the 3rd realm. They say once you reach the 3rd realm, the Yuan power within your body can leave your form and launch attacks. I'll have to try it out sometime. Ji Qiu murmured to himself. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, he slowly walked toward Tang Ruowei. Chapter 16, Useless. Seeing Ji Qiu approaching her, Tang Ruowei's eyes flashed with panic, but she quickly regained her composure. School regulations. Students and teachers were not permitted to engage in physical altercations. Since Ji Qiu wouldn't lay a hand on her, what was there to fear? Moments later, Ji Qiu approached Tang Ruowei, leaning casually against the railing as he remarked indifferently. Teacher Tang must be disappointed with today's outcome, right? Tang Ruowei was indeed deeply disappointed. Yet she forced herself to remain composed. I'm overjoyed that my student possesses such formidable strength. How could I possibly be disappointed? Oomph. Ji Qiu burst into laughter. Seeing Teacher Tang here today has made me very happy too, so... Ji Qiu turned to look at the hundreds of people below. His voice rose as he declared. Today, I wish to spar with Teacher Tang. I ask all my classmates and teachers to bear witness. I don't think Teacher Tang would refuse, would he? While the school strictly prohibited teachers and students from engaging in physical altercations, a mutually agreed upon sparring session. The school did permit it. Upon hearing this, everyone looked utterly astonished. A student challenging a teacher? They'd never seen such a thing before. It seemed utterly absurd. Tang Ruowei's expression darkened instantly. She hadn't expected Ji Qiu to publicly challenge her in such a manner before everyone. If she refused, she would lose all face in front of everyone. If she accepted. With her cultivation at the 8th stage of the second realm, she might not be his match and could very well be defeated by him. What should she do? At this thought, Tang Ruowei grew tense. Just as she was torn between choices, Ji Qiu's indifferent voice sounded again. Teacher Tang, are you afraid? Tang Ruowei blushed bright red as her thoughts were exposed. She was indeed afraid. But if she refused Ji Qiu's challenge, everyone would know she was afraid. Absolutely not. Besides, she might not lose. After a few seconds of silence, she finally gritted her teeth and said, Since you're so eager to spar with me, I'll grant your wish. Smack! The words had barely left her mouth. Ji Qiu's hand had already struck her face. A burst of fiery light erupted. Tang Ruowei was instantly hurled over the railing, tumbling from the second floor toward the ground. Her face was torn open, blood streaming down like crimson snakes. Her pupils contracted sharply, her expression turning pale. She never imagined Ji Qiu would suddenly strike. What shocked her most was Ji Qiu's blinding speed. She hadn't even had time to react. Yet before her body hit the ground, Ji Qiu reappeared before her, driving his foot into her abdomen with a thunderous impact. Boom! Tang Ruowei crashed to the ground like a cannonball. The ground shattered with a thunderous crash. Countless fragments shot skyward. Countless bones shattered within Tang Ruowei's body, excruciating pain instantly radiating throughout her entire being. A piercing scream erupted from Tang Ruowei's mouth. She never imagined the gap between herself and the youth before her could be so vast. She had believed her 8th tier cultivation gave her some chance of victory, but now it seemed utterly laughable. Ji Qiu landed slowly. He walked up to Tang Ruowei, raised his foot, and pressed it down on her face, gazing down at her as if she were an insignificant insect. He spoke coldly. Remember those 2 words I gave you in the classroom? Today, I'll give them to you again. Useless. Defeated a second realm martial artist, potential points plus 200. Remaining potential points, 2485. The arena fell deathly silent. All the students stared in shock at the youth in the white shirt, their hearts churning with emotion. A freshman. Fresh off transferring to the second-year campus, he had beaten Ling Mo, defeated Yang Feng, and knocked dozens of second-year students to the ground. Even Tang Ruowei, an 8th dan practitioner, was no match for him. A monster. He was nothing short of a monster. Luo Yutong, who had brought Ji Qiu to the second-year campus, stood frozen in place, her face frozen in utter disbelief. She never imagined this would be the outcome. Earlier, when Junior Ji Qiu claimed he possessed second realm, 8th tier martial cultivation, she had actually doubted him. Now it was clear. Junior Ji Qiu had been underestimating himself. This guy must be at least at the 9th level. Ji Qiu withdrew his foot from Tang Ruowei's face, turned to face the crowd, and spoke slowly. I hope someone can explain the difference between sophomore and freshman years to me in the days ahead. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. He then turned to Luo Yutong and said, Let's go. Luo Yutong hurried over to Ji Qiu's side, nodding emphatically. With that, she led Ji Qiu toward class 5. This student is promising. Watching Ji Qiu's retreating figure, a man with a receding hairline watched with admiration in his eyes. The man was none other than Dean of Discipline Li Mu. He had come to the sophomore campus to handle some matters and, hearing the commotion earlier, had hurried over. Though Ji Qiu had been a bit rough. In peaceful times, this would be a flaw. But now, with dark forces rampant, factions rising, and constant uprisings from the abyssal races, such a temperament became an advantage. Too many disasters had been caused by sparing enemies out of pity, refusing to eliminate them completely. In chaotic times, it's not the ruthless who are feared. It is the do-gooders. He turned to look at Chen Jiangwo, the grade director beside him. He instructed. After morning dismissal, have him come to my office. Yes, principal. Chen Jiangwo nodded promptly. Meanwhile, a girl with twin ponytails glared at the boy beside her. She said with some irritation. That guy Ji Qiu is so arrogant. Why didn't you step in and teach him a lesson just now? The girl's name was Zhang Yining. The boy was her older brother, Zhang Yichen. Both were students in the elite class of their sophomore year, ranked 11th and 1st respectively. Zhang Yining continued. He didn't release his chi when he attacked earlier. Clearly, he hasn't even reached the 3rd realm yet. He's no match for you at all. What are you afraid of? In the sophomore year, Zhang Yichen was the only student to break through to the 3rd realm. It's not that I'm afraid of him, I just don't see the point. Zhang Yichen gave a helpless smile. If he were my age, I'd certainly teach him a lesson. But he's younger than me. Even if I defeated him, it wouldn't mean anything. Zhang Yining protested, unwilling to accept it. He just humiliated our entire sophomore class. No way, we can't just let this slide. You have to teach him a lesson. Zhang Yichen never knew how to handle his sister. He could only reluctantly agree. Fine. I'll make him take back what he said in front of you, okay? Zhang Yining immediately giggled. My brother's the best. Zhang Yichen inwardly rolled his eyes. This kid changes his tune fast. He turned to Jolie, the student traveling with them. He instructed. After school, go find that Jiqiu and tell him I'll be waiting for him at the square. Got it, Brother Chen. Then the three headed toward the elite class. The sophomore schedule remained unchanged from freshman year. Mornings still consisted of 2 periods. 1 academic class, 1 theoretical martial arts training session. Jiqiu lay with his eyes closed on the desk. He soon drifted off to sleep. The instructor paid it no mind. At just 16 years old, his martial arts cultivation already surpassed 90% of the second-year students. Sleeping in class? Even if he didn't show up, no one would say a word. Eyes closed, eyes open. The dismissal bell rang. Jiqiu rose, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and headed toward the classroom exit. Just as he reached the doorway, a student hurriedly responded. You must be Jiqiu. It was Jolie, sent by Zhang Yichen to deliver a message to Jiqiu. What is it? Jiqiu remained expressionless. Jolie spoke up. The strongest student in the sophomore class, Zhang Yichen, sent me to tell you he's waiting for you on the playground. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Jiqiu's face. The one who'd come to deliver the potential points. I'll be right over. With that, Jiqiu paid no further attention to Jolie and walked straight out of the area, heading toward the dean's office. Watching Jiqiu's retreating figure, Jolie sneered coldly, thinking to himself. Kid. You'll soon learn the difference between sophomore year and freshman year. Chapter 17, Teaching the Strongest Sophomore a Lesson. Moments later, Jiqiu arrived at the Dean of Students' office. Principal Li Mu smiled and said, Student Jiqiu, please have a seat. Thank you, Director. Jiqiu nodded and sat down across from Li Mu. He got straight to the point. May I ask what brings you here today, Director? Li Mu nodded. I do have something to discuss with you. I've been observing your recent performance. After discussing it with the principal this morning, it was decided to elevate your status at Yunming No. 2 High School to match that of the top 10 students in the senior class. You will receive complimentary cultivation resources each month, including access to the highest grade private training room. The Yuanqi training room will also be made available to you, with 5 hours of training time per week. He listed numerous benefits. These might be highly valuable to other students, but Jiqiu had no use for them whatsoever. Except for using cultivation resources as snacks. Li Mu then produced a breathing technique manual and placed it before Jiqiu. The top 10 seniors each receive a grade B breathing technique as a reward. This ash-burning breathing technique is yours. Jiqiu's eyes lit up instantly. Finally, something useful. The higher the breathing technique's grade, the faster the cultivation progress and the more powerful the techniques unleashed. At the same cultivation level, a martial artist practicing a B grade breathing technique could completely overwhelm one practicing a C grade technique. Even when facing opponents 2 tiers above them, they still have a fighting chance and might even prevail. The gap is enormous. Director Xià, if I ever get the chance, I'll get you an SS grade breathing technique. Jiqiu accepted the breathing technique and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Li Mu merely smiled. Many of Great Xia's top experts only cultivate S-rank techniques, yet this kid actually wants an SS rank breathing method. He was dreaming. Oh, and there's something else I should remind you about. Li Mu suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Ling Mo's father runs a martial arts academy. You killed his son and now you've gravely injured his daughter. He won't let you off the hook. Try not to leave campus for a while. Jiqiu's eyes lit up instantly. She hurriedly asked. What level of cultivation does Ling Mo's father possess? Seeing Jiqiu's eyes gleam like he'd spotted prey, Li Mu's expression turned strangely unsettled. This guy really is a freak. He quickly tried to dampen his enthusiasm. Ling Mo's father, Ling Tian, should be at the 3rd realm, 3rd stage. From watching you fight yesterday, your chi still can't leave your body. Clearly you haven't reached the 3rd realm yet. You're no match for Ling Tian. Best not to set your sights on him. Jiqiu nodded. But in his mind, he'd already begun scheming. Another chance to strike it rich. Director, is that all? Li Mu nodded. Nothing else. You may go now. I'll contact you if needed. All right. With that, Jiqiu stood up and left the office. He muttered to himself. I'll head over to the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall this afternoon. He then headed toward the playground. High school campus playground. Zhang Yichen and his sister sat on the steps at the edge of the playground, accompanied by a dozen or so students from the elite class. They had all come to watch Zhang Yichen teach Jiqiu a lesson. Zhang Yining idly fiddled with pebbles on the ground. Her expression was one of impatience. Why isn't that guy here yet? Zhang Yichen said slowly. Don't worry, just wait a bit longer. Since he dared to act so arrogant this morning, he'll definitely show up. Zhang Yining nodded. She clenched her teeth, her expression fierce. Bro, when Jiqiu shows up later, you've got to teach him a lesson, especially that mouth of his. Give it a good whack. That guy's got a filthy mouth. Zhang Yichen remained calm, his tone as light as a passing cloud. Don't worry. I'll make him take back what he said this morning. I'll have him stand in the middle of the playground and shout I was wrong 1,000 times. If he dares resist, I'll beat him into submission. Hearing Zhang Yichen's words, Zhang Yining and the dozen or so elite class students accompanying her all wore expressions of eager anticipation. Zhang Yining snorted coldly. Ji Qiu, you're about to see the difference between sophomore and freshman year. Just then, Ji Qiu appeared before them, hands tucked into his pockets, moving with deliberate slowness. He said indifferently, "Looking for me?" Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. This guy finally showed up. With Zhang Yichen by her side, Zhang Yining showed no trace of fear. She sneered coldly. "Who'd have thought you'd actually have the guts to show up?" "And then?" Ji Qiu asked calmly. Beside them, Zhang Yichen slowly rose to his feet. His voice was cold and detached. "I saw you fight this morning. You still can't project your chi outside your body, so your cultivation remains at the second realm. Whereas I have long since broken through to the third realm." With that, Zhang Yichen casually unleashed a punch. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. A stone block several meters away instantly shattered. Shards of rock flew everywhere. Zhang Yichen continued. "So you're no match for me. You have two choices now, retract what you said this morning and stand in the center of the playground shouting." Before he could finish, Ji Qiu suddenly swung his fist, smashing it into the air. Boom! A dull, explosive crack echoed through the air. Instantly, a ball of flame erupted, charging toward Zhang Yichen like a fiery beast. What? Zhang Yichen's expression changed instantly. His yuan qi had left his body. He never imagined the youth before him had also broken through to the third realm. The flame's speed was too fast. He had no time to react at all. The next instant, the flame slammed into his chest. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Zhang Yichen was instantly sent flying backward, crashing into the wall several meters away. The wall shattered with a thunderous crash. A massive hole several meters wide appeared in the wall. Countless fragments of stone erupted outward. Zhang Yichen's clothes instantly turned to ash, his chest charred black, the sound of cracking bones echoing continuously. Blood gushed from his mouth in great gulps. Gah! The excruciating pain in his chest forced a scream from his lips, his face contorted in agony. He never imagined. The youth before him had not only broken through to the third realm, but his martial cultivation far surpassed his own. With just a casual punch, had left him gravely wounded. Except for him, the entire scene fell into an instant, deathly silence. Everyone around them froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 18, heading to the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall. Zhang Yichen, the strongest student in his sophomore year, knocked out with a single punch. They had assumed Zhang Yichen would win easily, coming today to witness Ji Qiu get punished. But never did they expect this outcome. What kind of monster was this youth? Zhang Yining froze in place as if struck by lightning, completely numb. Her brother had lost. How could this be possible? Her brother was the strongest in his sophomore class, how could he lose to a kid who just entered sophomore year? Ji Qiu slowly approached Zhang Yichen. He said calmly, "I'll give you all of you two choices. Kneel in the center of the playground and scream that you're all useless, or get beaten into the hospital by me. You have 5 seconds to decide." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yining and the others instantly turned as pale as ghosts. Though it was lunchtime and the playground wasn't crowded, kneeling in the center and shouting was utterly humiliating. But they had witnessed the methods of the youth before them. If they chose the latter, the youth before them would undoubtedly beat them into the hospital. What should they do? Just as they were caught between a rock and a hard place. 1. Ji Qiu called out the final number. Everyone blurted out simultaneously. "I'll call it. I'll shout. I choose to shout too." They were scared. Rather than being sent to the hospital, they preferred to lose face after all, it didn't hurt at all. Zhang Yining also chose to make a fool of herself. Boom! Just then, Ji Qiu suddenly kicked Zhang Yichen square in the face. "Since you didn't choose, I'll assume you want to go to the hospital." Zhang Yichen's head slammed against the wall behind him once more, streams of blood trickling down from his scalp. Thud! 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 Ji Qiu delivered several more kicks. Then, ignoring Zhang Yichen, he turned to Zhang Yining and the others and said, "Go." The others nodded. Gritting their teeth, they knelt down in the center of the square. "I am a failure. I am a worthless piece of trash." Though the square wasn't crowded at that moment, there were still a few people present. Strange glances were cast his way. Some even pulled out their phones to record the scene. Zhang Yining and the others flushed crimson, their faces looking as though they might explode at any moment. Moments later, they returned to Ji Qiu's side. Zhang Yining looked utterly embarrassed as she asked, Can we go now?" Ji Qiu shook his head. "I was just joking. You didn't take it seriously, did you?" As the words fell, Ji Qiu raised his palm. A surge of yuan qi, enveloped in flames, erupted with a thunderous roar, exploding violently before them. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The group was instantly sent flying backward. Their bones felt as though they'd been shattered, waves of excruciating pain shooting straight to their skulls. Blood gushed from multiple wounds across their bodies. It was a pitiful sight. Ji Qiu remained standing in place, his expression utterly unruffled. A fierce wind swept past. The youth's white shirt flapped wildly in the gust. Defeated 14 second realm martial artists and 1 third realm martial artist. Potential points plus 3,200. Remaining potential points 5685. I told you, there's no difference between sophomores and freshmen. Ji Qiu remarked coldly. He then ignored the others and walked away. He ate a light meal. Ji Qiu returned to the dormitory and opened the system panel. Realm, Qi and Blood like Mercury, 5th tier 03000. Remaining potential points 5,685. Elevate Realm. 3,000 potential points spent. Realm upgraded to Qi and Blood like Mercury, 6th tier. Remaining potential points 2685. As for the B-grade Burning Embers breathing technique, Ji Qiu felt no urgency to learn it. He planned to visit the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall in the afternoon and return to school afterward. After a brief midday rest, he rose from his dormitory and set off toward the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall. Moments later, Ji Qiu arrived at the school gate. Just then, a young girl approached him with a smile. Hello, Ji Qiu. My name is Lin Xian. Over the past few days, unfamiliar female students had often greeted Ji Qiu as he walked along the path, but he hadn't paid it much mind. He merely responded casually. Where might you be headed, Ji Qiu? Lin Xian inquired. The Ling Family Martial Arts Hall. Ji Qiu replied indifferently. He made no attempt to conceal it. He intended to challenge the dojo openly and honestly, so there was no need to hide anything. Lin Xian's eyes widened in surprise. As a freshman at Yunmeng No. 2 High School enrolled in classes at Ling Family Martial Arts Academy, she had a decent rapport with Ling Mo. She had intended to ask Ji Qiu about his whereabouts, to inform Ling Mo. But she never expected Ji Qiu was actually heading to the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall. Wasn't that guy just asking for a beating? I happen to have some business at the Ling Family Martial Arts Academy too. How about we go together? Lin Xian wanted to accompany Ji Qiu. That way, she could keep Ling Mo updated on Ji Qiu's whereabouts. Ji Qiu replied coldly. Are we that close? With that, he ignored her and walked straight ahead. Whether this woman simply wanted to follow him or had some other motive, Ji Qiu didn't want a woman trailing behind him. Trouble. Lin Xian was left standing there, utterly bewildered. She was pretty decent looking, and usually had plenty of guys chasing after her. And now she'd been rejected by this guy? Oomph. Fine, I'll just follow you from a distance. You're going to Ling's Martial Arts Academy, and so am I. You can't exactly say I'm stalking you, right? Lin Xian got up and followed him. At the same time, she pulled her phone from her pocket and sent Ling Mo a green message. Ji Qiu has left school and is heading to the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall. Since Yunmeng's second hospital was closest to the Ling Family Martial Arts Academy, Ling Mo was hospitalized here. In a ward at the second hospital. Ling Mo lay pale and bloodless on the hospital bed. Beside her sat a stern-looking middle-aged man with a face as dark as ink, her father, Ling Tian. That Ji Qiu is despicable. Father, you must avenge me and my brother. Ling Mo gritted her teeth, her face twisted with resentment. Ling Tian nodded firmly. Rest assured, daughter. I won't let this go. I will find a way to avenge you both. His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he spoke. He had already accepted the Blackwater Gang's invitation days ago. He had become one of them. The Blackwater Gang is the largest underground organization in Yunmeng City, one that even the Law Enforcement Bureau hesitates to provoke. Even if he were to kill Ji Qiu, the Law Enforcement Bureau would turn a blind eye. But Ling Mo was unaware of this. Ling Mo responded. Then she frowned, her voice tinged with concern. What if that guy just keeps hiding out at school? Ling Tian reassured her. He can't stay at Yunmeng No. 2 High School forever. We'll get our chance eventually. Ling Mo nodded. Just then, Ling Mo's phone rang. She picked up her phone and opened green message. When she saw the message from Lin Xian, her eyes lit up. Father, Ji Qiu has left the school grounds and is heading toward our Ling Family Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 19, Happy? Oh. Ling Tian's face also lit up with delight. He hadn't expected the opportunity to come so quickly. That brat really is arrogant. I haven't even sought trouble with him yet, and he's practically walking right into my trap. I'm heading back to the martial arts school right now. I'll teach him a lesson later and avenge both of you. Ling Mo nodded repeatedly. Once that brat arrives at the martial arts school, father will first challenge him to a life or death duel. If he refuses, then we'll see. Also, keep the video call open the entire time. I want to watch him get beaten to a pulp with my own eyes. Ling Tian replied. Understood. With that, he rose and left the hospital. After Ling Tian departed, Ling Mo murmured to herself. I hope that bastard accepts the life or death battle. That way, my brother and I will finally have our revenge. Moments later, Jiqiu arrived at the entrance of the Ling family martial arts hall. Only then did Lin Xian, who had been watching from a short distance behind him, relax. This guy is about to be finished. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the scene when he walks into that martial arts academy. Lin Xian whispered. But no sooner had the words left her lips. A deafening boom suddenly rang in her ears. The youth before her suddenly raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the door of the Ling family martial arts hall. Boom! The entire door panel shattered instantly. The doorframe flew out with a crash, smashing into the wall deep within the martial arts hall, sending a shower of splinters and dust flying. The entire martial arts hall shook violently. Lin Xian's face froze in utter shock. This is so brutal? The martial arts hall fell instantly silent. Everyone turned to stare at the youth in the white shirt by the doorway, utterly bewildered. Who the hell is this kid? Challenging the dojo is one thing. But kicking the door off its hinges without a word? What's that about? The dojo master, Ling Tian, suddenly grew cold. The guy had finally arrived, but the way he entered was truly displeasing. Jiqiu slowly walked into the martial arts hall. He brushed the dust off his clothes. His expression remained impassive as he declared. A family should be complete. I beat up Master Ling's daughter and killed his son. Today I've come to teach Master Ling a lesson. So, who exactly is Master Ling? Only then did the crowd understand. This youth was the one who had killed Ling Guanzhu's son. Instantly, their expressions turned to schadenfreude. Master Ling had been lamenting the lack of opportunity for revenge, yet this fool had practically walked right into his hands. What an idiot! I am Ling Tian. Ling Tian sat up, his voice cold. As far as I know, your cultivation hasn't even broken through the third realm, yet you dare to act so arrogantly at my Ling family martial arts hall. You really are brainless. He had heard from Ling Mo about Jiqiu's fighting style. He still couldn't project his chi outside his body. Jiqiu showed no urgency to engage, replying with a faint smile. Master Ling may think so. Therefore, I wish to challenge Director Ling to a life or death duel. Would Director Ling accept? Hearing this, Lin Xian, who was nearby, instantly paled with shock. This guy wasn't here looking for a beating after all. He'd come to die. Ling Tian's heart surged with delight. He had already been contemplating this very idea, and now the youth before him had volunteered. Since you seek death, I'm more than happy to oblige. He then ordered one of the martial arts masters. Go. Bring forth a life and death pledge. Yes, master. Moments later, the martial arts instructor produced the life and death agreement and handed it to Ling Tian, who signed it without hesitation. When he saw Jiqiu sign as well, he could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He quickly opened his phone and sent a video call invitation to Ling Mo, who lay in the hospital bed. He wanted his daughter to witness firsthand. The moment he took down this guy. Beep. But it only rang once. Ling Tian felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him. He snapped his head up. A fist engulfed in flames hurtled toward him like a cannonball, suddenly looming larger before his eyes. Ling Tian's pupils contracted sharply. He never imagined the youth before him would strike with such decisive force. And it was too fast. There was no time to react. He desperately channeled his internal energy toward his head. But it was useless. The next instant. Boom! Jiqiu's fist slammed viciously into his face. A dull thud echoed through the air. A gaping hole pierced through Ling Tian's skull, a jet of blood spurting forth. Thud! Ling Tian collapsed to the ground, his breath gone. Killed a third realm martial artist. Potential points plus 800. Remaining potential points 3485. Silence, dead silence. Everyone froze in place as if plunged into an ice cellar, their hearts growing cold. One punch. Just one punch. Master Ling couldn't even retaliate. He was taken out in an instant. This can't be possible. Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. Cold sweat instantly drenched her back as she stared blankly at the scene. Her face was etched with utter disbelief. She never imagined the outcome would be like this. Just then, Ling Mo answered the video call on Ling Tian's phone, which had fallen to the ground. So, father, did that guy accept the life or death battle? Ling Mo blurted out. Jiqiu bent down and slowly picked up the phone. I accepted the life or death battle and killed your father. With that, he aimed the camera at Ling Tian. He said indifferently. Happy? Ling Mo froze in place, her mind going completely blank. Father is dead. How could this be possible? That guy hadn't even broken through the third realm this morning. How could he possibly be a match for father? How could this happen? She shook her head repeatedly like a little child. Unable to accept this reality. Jiqiu ignored her completely. His hand gripping the phone suddenly tightened, shattering it into countless fragments. He then turned to face Lin Xian at the doorway. You've been with me for so long. I'm sorry for putting you through this. I didn't. We were just passing by. I didn't. Chapter 20, Beat Them All. Before she could finish, a fiery streak sliced through the air. Ji Qiu materialized instantly before Lin Xian and lashed out, slapping her across the face. You followed me into the mall to buy a shirt, took a detour, what the hell kind of convenient route is that? Smack! Lin Xian flew backward instantly. Her left cheek split open, blood pouring down. Defeated a first realm martial artist, potential points plus 100. Remaining potential points, 3,585. Ji Qiu then returned to the martial arts academy. Fists pounded relentlessly. Over a dozen martial arts masters were sent flying backward one after another. Crashing sounds, screams of agony, and the cracking of bones echoed relentlessly. The entire martial arts hall was instantly reduced to chaos. Defeated 18 second realm martial artists, potential points plus 3,600. Defeated 4 third realm martial artists, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 8785. Not as many as I imagined. Ji Qiu murmured in surprise. He then stepped out of the martial arts hall and opened the system interface. Host Ji Qiu. Realm Qi and Blood like Mercury, 6th tier 03500. Breathing techniques. Fiery breath technique C rank mastery 0400. Ash burning breathing technique B rank not initiated 0200. Techniques. Flame shadow C rank mastery 0400. Flame burst C rank mastery 0400. Remaining potential points 8785. Xiao Bao, boost my cultivation. Ji Qiu silently commanded within his mind. Spent 3,500 potential points, cultivation level increased to Qi and Blood like Mercury, stage 7. Spent 4,000 potential points, cultivation level increased to Qi and Blood like Mercury, stage 8. Remaining potential points, 1285. Immediately after, Ji Qiu reset the C-grade flowing fire breathing technique and deleted it from the system panel. 300 potential points were returned. He allocated the remaining 1585 potential points to the burning embers breathing technique. Spent 200 potential points, upgraded to beginner. Spent 400 potential points to upgrade to mastery. Spent 800 potential points, upgraded to minor mastery. Remaining potential points, 185. As Ji Qiu circulated the burning embers breathing technique, he felt the qi and blood within his body suddenly grow turbulent. The flames enveloping her body were no longer crimson but a deep, dark red, radiating heat far more intense than before. It seemed poised to incinerate everything. Even a third realm, 9th tier powerhouse practicing a C-grade breathing technique would be no match for Ji Qiu. Time to head back. Ji Qiu stowed away the system, snapped a photo of the Jiangling Martial Arts Academy, and headed back to school. Moments later, Ji Qiu arrived at the school entrance. A familiar figure immediately approached him, Luo Yutong, the one who had led Ji Qiu to his new class. Junior Ji Qiu, you're finally back. What's up? Ji Qiu furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. Luo Yutong hurriedly explained. The homeroom teacher said the dean of students needs to see you. He asked you to stop by his office after you return. Alright, thanks. With that, Ji Qiu headed toward the principal's office. Watching Ji Qiu's retreating figure, Luo Yutong murmured under her breath. Junior Ji Qiu sure is bold, leaving Yunming high like that. Isn't he afraid of the Ling Family Martial Arts Academy seeking revenge? I wouldn't dare do that myself. But thankfully, Junior Ji Qiu didn't get into any trouble. He's got pretty good luck. Just then, Luo Yutong's phone rang. It was her best friend, Xiaoyan. Luo Yutong answered the call and said, "What's wrong, Xiaoyan?" Her voice trembled slightly on the other end. "Yutong, I was out shopping earlier and passed by the Ling Family Martial Arts Academy. Guess what I saw? A handsome guy?" Luo Yutong guessed. "What?" "I saw Ling Mo's father dead at the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall. Ji Qiu killed him," Xiao Yan said solemnly. "What?" Luo Yutong froze in place, her phone clattering to the floor. Junior Ji Qiu left school and actually went to the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall and killed Ling Mo's father. Holy crap. Insane. Absolutely insane. Ji Qiu changed clothes in the dormitory and soon arrived at the office of Dean Li Mu. Grade Director Chen Jiangwo was also present. After Li Mu motioned for Ji Qiu to sit down, he frowned slightly and said, "Ji Qiu, I heard you left campus earlier?" "Yes." Ji Qiu nodded. Li Mu's expression turned serious as he said, "I advise you not to leave the school again until your martial cultivation breaks through to the third stage of the third realm. The Ling Family Martial Arts Hall will definitely come looking for trouble. Suffering serious injuries would severely hinder your cultivation progress." Chen Jiangwo also chimed in with his advice. "That's right, Ji Qiu. Once you've built up your strength, no one will stop you from challenging the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall. But right now, your strength is insufficient." Ji Qiu opened his phone gallery and placed it before them. He said casually, "You two directors are worrying too much. Ling Tian, the master of the Ling Family Martial Arts Hall, has already been killed by me. A clean headshot. The two looked at Ji Qiu, then at the bloody scenes of the Ling family martial arts hall in the phone gallery. They were instantly dumbfounded. They had been worrying about the Ling family martial arts hall taking action against this kid, only to find out he'd already killed Ling Tian. Was that right? Ling Tian possessed martial cultivation at the third realm, third stage. For Ji Qiu to kill him without a scratch meant his cultivation level must be above the third stage of the third realm. With such cultivation, even in senior year, it would easily rank him among the top 30. Yet he's only in freshman year. Did he sign a life or death agreement? Li Mu asked. Yes. Ji Qiu replied. Only then did Li Mu feel completely at ease. I never imagined you'd be this strong, kid. You've really surprised me. Li Mu said, feigning nonchalance. Though his words hinted at mild surprise, his mind was already churning with turmoil, inwardly cursing the monster. He continued. In a few days, Yunmeng No. 2 High School and Yunmeng No. 1 High School have an exchange match. Though you're not yet qualified to participate, I've secured you a reserve spot. You'll go along to observe. It'll be beneficial for your martial arts cultivation. Ji Qiu shook his head, sounding a bit displeased. Principal, this isn't quite right. I should be the main player in this exchange match, the only main player. The other students should be substitutes, just watching the water cooler. I tend to drink a lot of water. Upon hearing this, Li Mu and the others instantly felt their faces go pale. This guy really says whatever comes to mind. The starters for this exchange match are Yunmeng No. 2 High Strongest 5, all at the 7th level of the 3rd realm, and all trained in B-grade breathing techniques. Do you think you can compete with them? Li Mu asked impatiently. Ji Qiu nodded. Yes. Li Mu was utterly speechless. Where did this guy get the confidence to think he could dominate the senior class? He pulled out a form and placed it before Ji Qiu. This is the top 10 strength ranking list of Yunmeng No. 2 High School. If you can defeat any one of them, I'll buy you a B-grade martial arts technique at my own expense. If you defeat all 10, I'll buy you another B-grade martial arts manual. And I'll make you the sole main fighter. B-grade martial arts manuals cost over 500,000 each. 2 would exceed $1 million. But Li Mu showed no sign of regret. It wasn't that he didn't care about money, but rather that he believed Ji Qiu had no chance of winning. He simply couldn't spend this money. Ji Qiu activated the voice recorder on his phone and said calmly, Director, please repeat that. I'll record it. Li Mu repeated himself. With this in hand, what was there to fear? A smile instantly spread across Ji Qiu's face. Then I'll thank you in advance, Director. He then picked up the list and his phone before leaving the office. Earning potential points while acquiring 2 martial arts manuals, this was a win-win deal. It was truly a delightful prospect. After Ji Qiu departed, Li Mu smiled and shook his head. He turned to look at the great director, Chen Jiangwo. That kid's going to have a rough time ahead. Chen Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Letting him taste failure might not be such a bad thing. Chapter 21, You're Too Weak. Leaving the principal's office. Ji Qiu stared at the list in his hand, murmuring thoughtfully to himself. To rank among the top 10 seniors, their martial arts training must be exceptionally rigorous. Most of them should be in the training room right now. I'll head to the training room first. With that, Ji Qiu stopped by the store to buy a bundle of hemp rope before heading toward the training room in the senior campus. The senior campus housed a training building containing 50 individual training rooms. These were specifically reserved for the top 50 seniors. In training room 1, 10 figures were seated in a circle. Leading them was Tang Yi, the top-ranked senior. Tall and imposing with a stern countenance, his mere presence radiated an overwhelming sense of authority. The other 9 individuals were the 9 strongest students at Yunmeng No. 2 High School, excluding Tang Yi himself. With only 2 days left until the exchange match against Yunmeng First High School, Tang Yi had summoned the top 10 students in the school. They were gathering to strategize in advance. The exchange match is imminent. What are your thoughts? Tang Yi spoke first. Rumor has it Yunmeng No. 1 strongest fighter, Gu Nan, has broken through to the 8th rank. None of us can match her. If she leads the charge, she might take out all 5 of us in one go. Chen Ning, the 8th ranked girl, frowned deeply, her eyes filled with worry. The others shared her unease. Even Tang Yi, the strongest among them, was only at the peak of the 7th rank. Against an 8th rank martial artist, they had no chance of victory. Tang Yi picked up the water beside him and took a sip. He spoke slowly. Rest assured, though Gu Nan has broken through to the 8th rank, my B-grade breathing technique has reached minor mastery and my cultivation method surpasses hers. While I can't guarantee victory, I can at least ensure she won't be able to fight a second round. As for the subsequent battles, that'll be up to you. The exchange match adopted a classic tournament format. Each school sends 5 contestants. The victor remains on the platform while the defeated is replaced, continuing until one side has no one left to fight. The last team standing on the platform claims victory. Tang Yi's breathing techniques and martial arts surpassed Gu Nan's, though they still weren't enough to defeat her. But he could trade injuries for injuries. He was confident he could render Gu Nan unable to continue fighting. That would suffice. Hearing Tang Yi's words, the crowd's solemn expressions instantly relaxed, replaced by looks of excitement. If Tang Yi could truly wear Gunan down, the remaining members of Yunmeng First High would be on par with Yunmeng Second High, both possessing ordinary 7th tier cultivation. Their chances of victory would increase dramatically. If they truly won, each of them would receive 500,000 Great Xia coins, enough to purchase 3 years' worth of basic cultivation resources. Even the substitutes would each get 300,000. This sum was a fortune to them. Don't worry, Tang Yi. Zhang Yao, the curvaceous third-ranked member, looked at Tang Yi and patted her chest. As long as you take care of Gunan, leave the rest to us. We won't let you down. The others nodded emphatically in agreement. However, Lu Qing, ranked 10th, instantly turned pale. That afternoon, she'd received notice that her substitute spot had been taken by some guy named Ji Qiu. She had previously felt that second high school had no chance of winning, so she hadn't cared about the spot. But now that victory seemed possible, with a chance to win 150,000 Dà Xià coins, how could she not be furious? Why? She was ranked 10th in her grade. That Ji Qiu was no match for her. How dare she take her reserve spot? Lu Qing grew angrier the more she thought about it. No way. I'm going to see the great director right now and demand my substitute spot back. At that moment, Zhang Yao noticed Lu Qing's agitation beside her. She nudged Lu Qing with her elbow. What's wrong? Feeling unwell? Lu Qing shook his head. My substitute spot got taken by that Ji Qiu. Her words were filled with anger. At this revelation, everyone present frowned. Ji Qiu's attack on Ling Xue, his rampage through the sophomore campus, and his public humiliation of homeroom teacher Tang Ruowei had already spread throughout the entire school. They had naturally heard about it too. Though Ji Qiu possessed extraordinary martial arts talent, he was still far from being among the top 10 in his grade. Yet he had managed to secure Lu Qing's spot through connections. They had all earned their positions through merit, and such blatant usurpation of a spot filled them with disgust. That Ji Qiu is utterly despicable. Yeah, how could he just take Lu Qing's spot so easily? What about all the effort Lu Qing put in? The school's handling of this situation is seriously flawed. Everyone voiced their opinions. A cold glint flashed in Tang Yi's eyes. I'll personally speak with the grade director about this matter and ensure the school returns the alternate spot to you. If the school refuses, I will withdraw from this exchange match. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes lit up instantly, filled with excitement and gratitude. Tang Yi was the key player for this exchange match. Without him, there was no hope of victory in this exchange match. The school would surely heed Tang Yi's request. They would return the exchange match spot to him. Tang Yi, thank you. Lu Qing said gratefully. No problem. Tang Yi waved dismissively. I hate this kind of thing too. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the room. The training room door shattered instantly. Debris flew everywhere. Immediately afterward, a youth clad in a white shirt, hands tucked into his pockets, slowly stepped over the threshold and walked in. He said indifferently, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ji Qiu." Tang Yi and the others were instantly stunned. They never imagined that Ji Qiu, the one they'd accused of stealing their spot, would suddenly appear here. And he actually dared to kick the door open. Just as arrogant as the rumors claimed. So you're Ji Qiu, the one who snatched my spot? Lu Qing snapped back to her senses and said coldly. You're here just in time. I happen to have something to ask you. Speak. Ji Qiu uttered the two words indifferently. I received notice this afternoon that the school has given you the alternate spot that should have been mine. Lu Qing's voice grew even colder. Let me ask you this. Your skills are nowhere near mine. What gives you the right to take my reserve spot? Only then did Ji Qiu understand. So the substitute spot the dean of students had given him was meant to replace this girl standing before him. He glanced at the roster in his hand. Ranked 10th, Lu Qing. The photo beside it was indeed the girl before him. Lu Qing, is it? Ji Qiu casually tossed the list into the air. His figure vanished abruptly from the spot. At that very moment, a voice as cold as frost boomed through the training room. I'll tell you why right now. You are too weak. Chapter 22, it's time to end this. The words fell. Ji Qiu materialized before Lu Qing, his palm ablaze with crimson flames slamming against her face. A searing, stinging pain washed over him. The anger and resentment on Lu Qing's face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer terror and panic. How could this be? How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? Ji Qiu gave her no time to process the shock. His fingers clamped tightly over her face as his form blurred like flowing light, carrying her in an instant to the wall behind them. His arm erupted with immense force, slamming her head violently into the wall. Boom! A deafening impact echoed through the air. The entire training room seemed to tremble in fear, shaking violently. A dent was blasted into the wall behind him. Cracks spread densely across the surrounding surface like an unfurled spiderweb.
Lu Qing, pinned beneath Ji Qiu's palm, lay bleeding profusely, his blood trickling down the wall. Like a swarm of crimson crawling insects. Ji Qiu slowly withdrew his hand. Lu Qing slid down the wall and slumped to the floor. She had believed that her top 10 senior high school ranking would be more than enough to dominate the youth before her. But she never imagined. She finally understood why her reserve spot had been taken by this boy. She was nowhere near as good as this boy. Yet just as she thought it was over, Ji Qiu's fists rained down upon her like a torrential downpour. Thud. 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 Dull thuds echoed one after another. Like the beating of drums. The training room shook like an earthquake, trembling incessantly. Lu Qing let out piercing screams one after another, blood spurting forth like fireworks. Ji Qiu's expression, however, remained eerily calm. Not a single ripple of emotion. After dozens of punches, Ji Qiu stopped. Lu Qing's teeth had long since fallen out entirely, his entire mouth caved in, his face utterly unrecognizable. Ji Qiu rose slowly. He spoke coldly. So, what were you screaming about just now? Defeated a third realm martial artist, potential points plus 400. Remaining potential points, 585. The arena fell instantly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the center of the arena, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Lu Qing, ranked 10th. A 6th tier third realm martial artist. Had been utterly crushed by this teenager who hadn't even finished his freshman year of high school, completely unable to fight back. This couldn't be possible. They had just been rooting for Lu Qing, but now their opinions shifted instantly. Lu Qing deserved to be replaced, no injustice there. Your turn. Amidst their stunned silence, Ji Qiu slowly turned around, his blood-stained hands tucked into his pockets, and said indifferently, "No matter how much trash there is, it's still just a trash heap. Come at me all at once." No sooner had the words left his mouth. A flash of fire suddenly streaked across the training room. Amidst the stunned gazes of the others, Ji Qiu instantly materialized before Chen Ning, the 8th-ranked fighter. His waist spun violently backward. His right leg whipped upward like a coiled steel whip, striking a vicious blow to Chen Ning's right cheek. Roundhouse kick. Boom! A burst of fire erupted from the point of impact. Chen Ning was sent flying backward instantly, crashing into the wall behind her as blood gushed from her right cheek. One move. Still just one move. Everyone frowned, their expressions grave. This guy is a freaking monster. Tang Ye's face darkened like ink. He dared to cause such a ruckus on my turf, clearly not giving me the time of day. Damn him. You really think no one can handle you? Tang Ye's arm instantly became encased in thick ice, swelling to several times its original size. He lunged forward with a fierce step. Simultaneously, his fist clenched tight, his arm pulled back fully, and with a bone-chilling coldness, he slammed his fist toward Ji Qiu. Die. The temperature in the training room plummeted. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. The farce is over. Jiang Yao murmured to herself. Everyone thought so. Tang Yi was the strongest student at Yunmeng No. 2 High School, possessing strength sufficient to battle a martial artist at the 8th level of the third realm. The youth before them was bound to lose. Tang Yi was their pillar of strength, they had absolute faith in him. Yet Ji Qiu remained utterly composed. His right leg, engulfed in crimson flames, slowly lifted. Like a fiery beast, it roared forward to meet the attack. The next instant, fists and feet collided. Boom! A thunderous, deafening impact echoed. The training room shook violently. Beneath Ji Qiu's feet, the ground shattered instantly, sending fragments of rock flying everywhere. But the next moment, to the stunned gazes of everyone present, the thick layer of ice encasing Tang Ye's arm shattered abruptly like fragile porcelain. It shattered into countless tiny ice shards that sprayed outward in all directions. His body flew backward like an arrow released from a bow, slamming violently into the wall over 10 meters away. Every bone in his entire arm was shattered. Drenched in blood, it glowed crimson. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Tang Ye's mouth as he clutched his right arm, rolling frantically on the ground. His mind went blank. He had actually lost. How could this be? It was impossible. He was the strongest in Yunmeng No. 2 High School. How could he lose to a kid who hadn't even finished his freshman year? He couldn't accept this reality. Except for him, the training room fell deathly silent. Everyone froze in place, the color draining from their faces as disbelief spread across their features. Jiang Yao's eyes were vacant, her body ice-cold. She never imagined it. Even Tang Yi, the strongest fighter in the school, was no match for the youth before them. What kind of monster is this boy? Ji Qiu slowly withdrew his leg, paying no further attention to Tang Yi writhing on the ground. His gaze shifted toward Jiang Yao and the others. He uttered a few words softly. It's time to end this. As the words fell, a raging, pitch-black flame erupted around Ji Qiu, surging and churning like a tidal wave of fire. He crouched low, drew his right leg back to its fullest extent, and unleashed a kick with the force to split mountains and tear apart the earth. Boom! The ground beneath Ji Qiu's foot shattered instantly. A terrifying crimson shockwave surged outward like a tsunami.
It exploded at the center of the training room. Blinding flames instantly dyed the entire training room crimson. Jiqiu unleashed his full-power explosive flame. The next instant, light tubes shattered, tables, chairs, and equipment burst into pieces one after another, the floor cracked open, and debris flew everywhere. Jiang Yao and the others were instantly hurled backward. They slammed into the walls, coughing up blood in large mouthfuls, clearly suffering severe injuries. Instantly rendered incapable of further combat. Defeated 9 Third Realm martial artists, potential points plus 3,600. Remaining potential points, 4,185. After completing all this, Jiqiu produced the rope he had purchased in advance and bound the group together. Those who resisted, Jiqiu promptly beat them into submission. Then, dragging the group along, he headed toward the principal's office, a faint smile playing on his lips. 2B grade cultivation manuals secured. Chapter 23. Principal's office. What do you think? That kid Jiqiu, do you reckon he'd dare challenge one of the top 10 students in the grade? Principal Li Mu asked Chen Jiangwo, the grade director beside him. Chen Jiangwo analyzed. That kid fears nothing, he even killed Ling Tian. He probably wouldn't back down from a challenge. Li Mu nodded with a smile. I'm actually looking forward to seeing him stand before me with a black eye and swollen face. We'll see if he still dares to be so cocky then. Ha! Ha! Chen Jiangwo laughed too. Just then, a tall man in a black suit, with a belly that looked like he was several months pregnant, walked in. Principal, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. Li Mu and the other hurriedly stood up to greet him. The visitor was none other than the principal of Yunmeng No. 2 High School. Lin Jinting, a 5th realm powerhouse. Yunmeng City was merely a small town within the Great Xia Empire, where the strongest martial artists were 5th realm experts. Lin Jinting was one of them. Lin Jinting nodded and sat down casually. He asked with a smile. What were you two chatting about earlier? You were laughing so heartily? Li Mu revealed that Jiqiu wanted to be the sole main player for the exchange match. Li Mu had agreed that if Jiqiu defeated someone ranked in the top 10 of their grade, he would personally fund 2B grade cultivation manuals for him and let him lead the team. Ha! Lin Jinting's smile grew even broader. This kid's got some nerve. Maybe in another year, he really could be the sole starter. But it's still too early to tell. Director Li, I'm afraid those 2B grade cultivation manuals of yours won't be going anywhere. Li Mu gave an awkward smile and spoke frankly. To be honest, Principal, I agreed to this kid precisely because I knew I couldn't give them away. Li Mu was a 4th realm martial artist. $1,000,000 might not cripple him, but it would certainly sting for quite some time. He wouldn't just give them away lightly. I understand. Lin Jinting looked as though he had seen right through Li Mu. Director Li is notoriously frugal with his spending. He'd split 100 Dà Xià coins into pieces if he could. Quite the penny pincher. Li Mu gave an awkward chuckle. Enough about him. I came to see you about the exchange competition. Lin Jinting continued. I just received word that another student from Yunmeng First High has broken through to the 8th rank cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Li Mu's expression immediately grew grave. Doesn't that mean Yunmeng No. 2 High School now has 2 8th Dan students? For this exchange match, we have no chance of winning. Lin Jinting interjected. I'm concerned that if the students participating in the exchange match know defeat is inevitable, their morale will plummet and will suffer a crushing loss. Therefore, it has been decided that even if we lose the exchange match, each participant will be rewarded with 200,000 Dà Xià coins to encourage them to give their best effort. Leave this matter to you. The exchange tournament concerns the honor of both schools and even affects next year's enrollment prospects. Even if we lose, we cannot afford to lose too badly. Li Mu nodded urgently in agreement. Understood, Principal. I'll see it through. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A voice immediately reached the ears of the three. Director, it's Jiqiu. Li Mu's eyes lit up instantly. The kid's here. Principal, look. Li Mu turned to look at Lin Jinting, seeking his opinion. Let him in. I'm curious to see what this youngster is up to here. Lin Jinting nodded. All right. Li Mu replied, then turned toward the doorway and said, Come in. As soon as the words left his mouth, the office door slowly swung open, revealing a youth in a white shirt standing in the doorway. Covered in blood. A rope still dangled from his hand. It was Jiqiu. Seeing Jiqiu covered in blood, Li Mu and the others burst into laughter. Looks like this kid got beaten up. And not lightly either. Looks like our classmate Jiqiu's been injured, huh? Li Mu deliberately drew out his tone as he teased. Do you still think you're qualified to participate in the exchange match now? Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a deafening explosion erupted in an instant. The youth before them yanked the rope in his hand with all his might. 10 figures instantly smashed through the office doorway, crashing violently onto the floor inside. Covered in blood. The sight was truly horrifying. When the faces of these 10 individuals became clear, the entire office fell into an instant, deathly silence.
Li Mu froze in place as if struck by lightning, his mind buzzing and going completely blank.
Principal Lin Jinting was dumbfounded.
Grade Director Chen Jiangwo's mouth hung open, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. These 10 figures were none other than Tang Yi and the other top 10 students in the grade. The youth before them had defeated every single one of them and brought them back bound with rope. This couldn't be possible. They had assumed. Ji Qiu hadn't even finished his freshman year. Even with extraordinary talent, his cultivation time was far too short. How could he possibly be a match for Tang Yi and the others? But they never imagined. This kid is a damn freak. Director. Ji Qiu's voice cut through the silence. He looked at Li Mu and said calmly, I want the 2 B-grade cultivation manuals, 1 fire attribute offensive technique and 1 body movement technique. Li Mu's mouth twitched violently. 2 B-grade martial arts manuals. Worth $1 million. That wiped out several years' worth of savings. Why did I have to be so damn mouthy and agree to this with him? What a mistake. Li Mu's heart ached. But with Principal Lin Jinting and Chen Jiangwo present, he couldn't back out. Plus, Ji Qiu had the recording. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. Ji Qiu continued. And the fact that I'm the sole main player for this exchange match, no problem with that either, right? Li Mu glanced at Lin Jinting beside him. This matter concerned the school's honor and he had no authority to decide. It's fine. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jinting finally agreed. With Tang Yi and the other top 10 players injured, it would take at least 10 days to a fortnight before they could even get out of bed. Sending anyone else to compete would be nothing but cannon fodder. Ji Qiu would have to be the sole main force. What is your current cultivation level? 3rd realm, 8th tier, Ji Qiu replied. Lin Jinting felt a hint of disappointment. If this kid had reached the 9th stage of martial cultivation, victory in this exchange match would be assured. 8th stage wasn't enough. After all, Yunmeng First High had 2 8th stage students. Lin Jinting shook his head with a smile. He was setting the bar too high for this kid. He was only a freshman. Achieving such cultivation at his age already made him a prodigy among prodigies. Alright, Ji Qiu, you may go back now. Lin Jinting said. Okay. Ji Qiu nodded, then turned and left the office with Tang Yi and the others. After Ji Qiu departed, Lin Jinting sat back down and muttered to himself. I hope this kid can hold his own for a few more matches during the exchange tournament and not get crushed too badly. Principal, do you think Ji Qiu might pull off a 5-game sweep and win the exchange match? Li Mu inquired. Ji Qiu had astonished him too many times. It made him wonder unconsciously. Lin Jinting shook his head and sighed helplessly. Unless his B-grade breathing technique and cultivation level far surpass those 2 8th rank students from Yunmeng First High. Otherwise, it's highly unlikely. Chapter 24, Challenging the Entire School. Leaving the dean's office. Only then did Ji Qiu recall he'd forgotten to discuss the exchange match's rewards. The exchange match was originally set for 5 players. If we win, each person gets a reward of 300,000 Great Xia coins. Now that I'm the sole main player, I should naturally receive a reward of 1,500,000 Great Xia coins. Ji Qiu calculated silently, his gaze growing intense. Well, I'll address it on the day of the exchange match. If the school refuses, I'll simply refuse to participate. A moment later, Ji Qiu arrived at his private training room in the sophomore campus. After casually finding a spot to sit, he opened the system panel. Host Ji Qiu. Realm Qi and Blood like Mercury, 8th tier 04500. Breathing Techniques. Ash Burning Breathing Technique B rank Minor Achievement 01500. Techniques. Flame Shadow C rank Mastery 0400. Flame Burst C rank Mastery 0400. Remaining potential points, 4185. The remaining potential points are insufficient to advance your realm. Focus on improving your breathing technique and martial arts first. These potential points can be reset. Ji Qiu wasn't worried about wasting them. Xiaobao, enhance the breathing technique. 1500 potential points spent. Burning Embers breathing technique upgraded to mastery. Remaining potential points, 2685. Upgrade the flaming explosion technique. Spent 400 potential points, flaming explosion technique upgraded to minor mastery. Spent 800 potential points, flaming explosion technique upgraded to mastery. Remaining potential points, 1485. Upgrade the flaming shadow technique. Spending 400 potential points, flaming shadow technique upgraded to minor mastery. Spent 800 potential points, advance the flaming shadow technique to mastery. Remaining potential points, 285. Ji Qiu then closed the system. He rose slowly. He activated the Burning Embers breathing technique. Crimson flames erupted like a ferocious beast, instantly enveloping Ji Qiu. The flames burned several times fiercer than before, their hue much darker, constantly swirling and dancing around Ji Qiu's body. It was a spectacular sight. Ji Qiu clenched his fist, unleashed the flaming explosion technique, and struck a punch into the void. Boom!
A deafening explosion echoed through the air. What erupted was no longer flames, but a sky filled with sparks. They bloomed like fireworks, instantly filling the entire training room. The power had increased several-fold. A massive improvement. Ji Qiu nodded with satisfaction. His gaze then drifted to the sky outside the window, which was gradually darkening. A thought came to mind. With only 2 days left until the exchange match, just sitting around waiting feels too boring. Why not pay Yunmeng First High a visit right now? Ji Qiu picked up the megaphone from the wall, left the training room, and headed toward Yunmeng No. 1 High School. As dusk falls, it's the perfect time to treat the faculty and students of No. 1 High to a spectacular fireworks display. Moments later, Ji Qiu arrived at the school gate of Yunmeng No. 1 High School. He leapt up beside the adjacent wall, cleared it, and landed within the school grounds. It was dinner time. The campus streets bustled with students coming and going. Ji Qiu weaved through the crowd, made his way to the school's main stage, and picked up a megaphone, placing it to his lips. Yunmeng No. 1 High School, Principal's Office. 2 principals and the head of student affairs sat at the desk, with several young boys and girls seated nearby. A woman in a suit and skirt spoke calmly. The exchange match is about to begin. Do you have anything to say? The woman was none other than the principal of Yunmeng No. 1 High School. Chang Li Xue. Both possessed 5th realm cultivation. Chang Feng, his face still bearing traces of youth, spoke up. With both me and Gu Nan, 2 8th rank martial artists, victory in this exchange match is assured. There's no question about it. His words brimmed with confidence. Yunmeng No. 2 High School is full of 7th tier losers. Against our overwhelming strength, they won't be able to make any waves. The other students nodded in agreement. Gu Nan, standing nearby, remained silent. She wore form-fitting athletic gear, her ponytail pulled high, with a neat fringe framing her forehead, exuding an icy demeanor. Yet her eyes brimmed with utter disdain. With her 8th dan cultivation, she was confident she could single-handedly wipe out everyone at Yunmeng No. 2 High School. Chang Li Xue gave a slight nod. While I don't endorse your overconfidence, but in this exchange match, the gap in strength between No. 2 High and our No. 1 High is simply too great. Your arrogance won't hurt you. However, Chang Li Xue's expression turned serious. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. In this exhibition match, you must give it your all and leave no openings for your opponents. Yes, Principal. The group responded in unison. Next, Chang Li Xue briefly outlined the rules and precautions for the exchange match. Given the vast disparity between the two schools in this exchange match, there was little need to deliberate on strategies or specifics. The meeting soon drew to a close. If there's nothing else, we'll adjourn. Chang Li Xue waved his hand dismissively. Everyone rose to their feet, preparing to leave. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the school stage. Hey! Hey! Can you hear me? Hello, teachers and students of Yunmeng First High School. I am Ji Qiu, a student from Yunmeng Second High School. I've come to disturb you all tonight because there's something I need to say. There was a pause. All students of Yunmeng No. 1 High School are trash. I said it. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to come find me. I'll be waiting for you all on the stage. Come on, let me see your shocked, pained, and desperate faces. The words fell, plunging the campus into a momentary silence. Every student froze in place, eyes wide, faces frozen in utter disbelief. Students from Yunmeng No. 2 High School had actually come onto their turf to call them trash? How dare he? Then, a torrent of rage erupted like a volcano, instantly igniting the entire campus. Who is this Ji Qiu? Daring to cause trouble at our first high? Has he had enough of living? I've heard of this guy. He's only a freshman, but no one in the entire sophomore class at Yunmeng No. 2 High School can match him. His martial arts talent is off the charts. Oomph. So what if he's gifted? Acting cocky before he's even fully developed? He's just asking for trouble. Let's go check it out. Every student's face burned with anger as they dropped whatever they were doing and headed toward the main arena. Inside the principal's office, the two principals, the head of discipline, and students like Gu Nan were equally stunned. Clearly, none had anticipated such an incident unfolding. Coming to their senses, Principal Chang Li Xue's face immediately clouded with confusion. Who was this Ji Qiu? She was familiar with all the top students at Yunmeng No. 2 High School, yet this name was entirely unfamiliar to her. Has anyone here heard of a student named Ji Qiu? Chang Li Xue asked in a solemn voice. Principal, I have. Gu Nan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Her cool voice rang out. Ji Qiu is a freshman, but his martial arts talent is off the charts. Even among the sophomores at Yunmeng No. 2 High School, no one can match him. At these words, everyone present showed expressions of shock. Chang Li Xue also froze for a moment. Who would have thought Yunmeng No. 2 High School harbored such a prodigy? Such talent was rare even across the entire Great Xia Empire. Regaining her composure, Chang Li Xue's expression abruptly turned cold. This kid's martial talent is indeed terrifyingly strong, but he hasn't fully matured yet. Our first high school won't tolerate such insolence. At that moment, Gu Nan spoke expressionlessly. I'll defeat him and bring him back here immediately. Cheng Lixue shook his head. There are far too many who can defeat him within the school. Why must you personally intervene? Come. Let's go see for ourselves. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned toward the office exit. Seeing this, they hurriedly followed him out. The moment they stepped out of the office, Cheng Lixue dialed the phone number of Lin Jinting, the principal of number 2 high school. Chapter 25. You don't even have the qualifications to make me take you seriously. The call connected. Principal Chang, what do you need? Lin Jinting's voice came through the line. Cheng Lixue said coldly. There's this kid named Ji Qiu from your school who came to mine causing trouble, even bragging about challenging the entire first high. And you have the nerve to ask me what's going on. The line fell silent on the other end. Lin Jinting's eyes widened in shock, his mind going blank. Ji Qiu actually dared to challenge the entire first high? What the hell was that kid thinking? Just as Lin Jinting was reeling from the shock, Cheng Lixue's voice rang out again. I'll have my students beat him up and throw him out of school. If word gets out about this, I'll see if your old face can still hold up. With that, she hung up decisively. Lin Jinting's expression darkened instantly. Although Ji Qiu possessed cultivation at the 3rd realm, 8th tier, first high school also had 2 students at the 8th tier. Ji Qiu might barely defeat one. But what about the second? The exchange match was in 2 days. If this guy got seriously injured and couldn't participate, Yunmeng number 2 high would have no one left. Moreover, if Yunmeng number 2 high school students came to number 1 high school to provoke a fight, only to be beaten up and thrown out of the school if word got out about that would be a huge embarrassment. No, I have to go there immediately. With that, Lin Jinting quickly dialed Li Mu's number, and the two headed toward Yunmeng First High School. At that moment, the main stage of Yunmeng number 1 high school was already packed with spectators. Whispers and murmurs rose and fell around the arena, the air thick with the clamor of voices, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Upon the stage itself, a youth clad in a white shirt stood with his hands behind his back, his expression as still as a calm lake, showing no ripple of emotion. That youth was Ji Qiu. He casually ran his fingers through his hair, slightly tousled by the wind, and spoke indifferently. Who's first? The words had barely left his lips. At that very moment, several figures emerged from behind the crowd. Leading the group was a woman in a tailored skirt suit, her figure graceful and her demeanor cool and aloof. It was Cheng Lixue and her companions. The scene instantly fell silent. No one had expected that this incident would not only draw the attention of the school's strongest individuals but also bring the principal and others to the scene. This guy named Ji Qiu was finished. You're Ji Qiu, right? Cheng Lixue looked at Ji Qiu, his expression cold as ice. I have a question for you. Who gave you the nerve to act so brazenly at first high? Ji Qiu replied with a calm and composed tone. Ability. Ability? Ha! Cheng Lixue burst into a cold laugh. You're awfully confident, kid. Tonight, I'll see just what kind of strength you have. With that, her gaze shifted to a bespectacled youth in the center of the arena, who appeared quite scholarly. Chen Shu, go teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this command, the crowd in the arena all exchanged surprised glances. Clearly, they hadn't expected. To deal with this Ji Qiu fellow, the principal had actually sent Chen Shu, ranked 23rd, into the fray. Wasn't this like a father beating his own son? Though Ji Qiu possessed formidable martial arts talent, his cultivation time was far too short, leaving his strength vastly inferior to the top seniors. Chen Shu frowned, clearly reluctant. Using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, the principal clearly thought too highly of this guy. But he dared not disobey the principal's orders. He could only reluctantly agree. Yes, principal. Cheng Lixue nodded, then crossed his arms, watching the arena with keen interest. Chen Shu was at the 5th stage of the 3rd realm. Dealing with this little brat would be more than enough. The school leaders, Gu Nan and the others, along with everyone watching, all shared this belief. But just then, boom! On the stage, crimson flames erupted from Ji Qiu's body like a tidal wave. The arena was instantly bathed in crimson, as if it were the hell of Azura. Next, Ji Qiu casually tossed a coin into the air. As the coin descended, he twisted his waist, his right leg whistling through the air as it struck the coin with a thunderous kick. Boom! A crisp impact echoed. The coin was suddenly engulfed in flames, flying backward like a cannonball, tearing through the air as it hurtled toward Chen Shu. Chen Shu hadn't expected Ji Qiu to strike so suddenly. Yet his expression remained composed. In the face of overwhelming power, what good was the youth's lightning-fast strike? You're too green to play with fire. Chen Shu sneered coldly. His shirt instantly shattered, revealing rapidly bulging muscles, a stark contrast to his earlier refined demeanor. Flaming elemental patterns flowed across his skin like molten lava, making him appear godlike. Flame pattern breathing technique. Next, Chen Shu's palm was enveloped by the flame patterns. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a punch with the force of mountains and seas. He roared. Watch this. See the vast chasm between us. Boom. The next instant, Chen Shu's fist collided with the flaming coin. A deafening boom erupted. Sparks erupted like fireworks, instantly illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Immediately, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, violently spreading outward. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered, sending fragments of rock flying wildly. People nearby were flung backward. Chen Shu, at the epicenter of the storm, was hurled away like an arrow released from its bowstring, crashing violently onto the ground over 10 meters away. His entire arm shattered instantly, his fist a mangled mess of flesh and bone, the stark white marrow exposed. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. A truly horrifying sight. Jiqiu slowly withdrew his leg, gazing coldly at Chen Shu writhing in agony on the ground. You don't even have the qualifications to make me take you seriously. Useless. Defeated 2 Third Realm martial artists, 21 Second Realm martial artists, and 18 First Realm martial artists. Potential points plus 6,800. Remaining potential points, 7085. Silence. Deadly silence. The wind swept across the arena, rustling fallen leaves into a sound that now felt unbearably jarring. Over 1,000 students stood frozen in place, their gazes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Chen Shu ranked 23rd in strength at First High School. Before this battle, they had assumed they could easily crush the youth before them. But unexpectedly, they suffered such a crushing defeat, instantly defeated by a coin casually kicked by the youth on the stage. They had even thought the principal was wasting talent on minor matters. Now it seemed utterly laughable. Chapter 26. No matter how much trash there is, it's still just a dump. Several school administrators stared wide-eyed, their expressions thick with disbelief. Their gazes fixed on Jiqiu as if he were some kind of monster. How could this guy be this strong? Gu Nan's gaze was somewhat vacant. She was Yunmeng First High's most gifted and powerful student, yet compared to the youth on the stage, she was nothing. If she were his age, she wouldn't even have the privilege of catching a glimpse of his back. At this thought, a wave of helplessness washed over Gu Nan. Though she was stronger than him now, what about the future? Principal Chang Lishue never imagined the outcome of this battle would be so unexpected. Her face was dark and gloomy, as if it could drip with water, utterly grim. She had just declared she would teach Jiqiu a lesson. Yet the person she sent out had been effortlessly defeated by Jiqiu with a single coin. She felt as if the youth on the stage had delivered 2 sharp slaps to her face. The sting was searing. I underestimated you. Chang Lishue glared intently at Jiqiu on the stage, her voice as cold as ice. But this farce ends here. She turned to Yao Jun, ranked 5th beside her. You go teach him a lesson. The words had barely left her mouth when a stir rippled through the crowd. Yao Jun possessed cultivation at the 7th stage of the 3rd realm, vastly surpassing Chen Shu's 5th stage strength. This time, Jiqiu was bound to lose. This farce should come to an end. Yes, principal. Yao Jun hurriedly responded. His imposing figure, standing over 2 meters tall with a formidable physique, loomed like a small mountain. He slowly advanced. His legs bent slightly before he suddenly surged forward. With a thunderous boom, he leapt upward, cutting through the air with a whistling sound as he soared toward the stage. At the same moment, his arms, thick as pillars, drew back fully. He roared. Can you beat me? Jiqiu paid him no mind whatsoever, his gaze fixed on Chang Lishue behind the crowd. His expression remained impassive as he declared. You still underestimate me. The next moment, Jiqiu activated the flaming shadow technique using the burning embers breathing method, his figure vanishing instantly from where he stood. Then, a searing trail of fire streaked across the night sky. When he reappeared, he stood directly above Yao Jun. His right leg shot upward, then slammed downward with devastating force. Yao Jun's pupils instantly contracted. How could this guy move so fast? With his 7th tier cultivation, he hadn't even had time to react. How was this possible? What he didn't know was this. At Yunmeng First and Second High Schools, only Tang Yi had cultivated the B-grade breathing technique to minor mastery. The rest were either at the mastery or beginner stages. Even Gu Nan, Yunmeng No. 1 High's strongest student, was still 1 step short of minor mastery. Jiqiu, however, had already cultivated to the advanced stage. Moreover, his Yanning martial art was also at the mastery level. His martial cultivation surpassed Jiqiu's. How could he possibly track Jiqiu's movements? The next instant, Jiqiu's foot, heavy as a mountain, slammed down on Yao Jun's head. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the center of the stage. An enormous crater, over 10 meters wide, instantly gouged into the platform. Shattered rocks flew wildly in all directions. Dust and debris shot skyward. Amidst the swirling dust, Yao Jun lay in the center of the crater like a dead dog, his body already drenched in blood. Like a rotten apple, Jiqiu descended slowly from the void. His gaze swept over the crowd, his expression calm as he declared. Continue. Defeated a 3rd realm martial artist, plus 400 potential points. Remaining potential points, 7485. Silence once again fell around the arena.
Everyone stared blankly at the center of the arena, their minds going completely blank.
Yao Jun, ranked 5th. A martial artist at the 7th stage of the 3rd realm. Had been instantly defeated by the youth on the stage. Just how powerful was this youth? Wasn't he only in his first year of high school? Why was he so terrifying?
The expressions of the top 5 students all turned extremely grave. Even the strongest among them, Gunan, could no longer remain calm. She had been thinking just moments ago. Though she didn't know what the future held, she was at least stronger than Ji Qiu now. But now it seemed, not necessarily. Chang Lishue's face alternated between pale and ashen, growing increasingly grim. Her delicate frame trembled slightly. She wanted to tear Ji Qiu to shreds right then and there. How could this bastard be so strong? Damn it! Damn it!
Ji Qiu, however, remained utterly calm, showing not a single ripple of emotion. He activated the system and silently commanded within his mind. Xiao Bao, boost my cultivation. The next moment, the system's notification sound rang out. 4,500 potential points spent. Cultivation level upgraded to 3rd realm, 9th tier. Remaining potential points, 2,985.
Ji Qiu immediately closed the system.
A cold voice boomed across the arena once more. Too many trash bags?
They're nothing but a pile of garbage.
So, the rest of you, come with me together. Chang Lishue's eyes burned with murderous intent. He declared in a deep voice. Those were your words.
She cared nothing for appearances now, focused solely on knocking the youth off the stage and teaching him a brutal lesson.
Gunan, you 4 attack together. Teach this brat a lesson. Gunan and the others all looked somewhat embarrassed. As the strongest students in the school, they had their pride. Now they were being ordered to gang up on this youth. And this kid was even younger than them. This was utterly humiliating.
But Cheng Lishue was the principal after all, and her orders were hard for Gunan and the others to defy. In the end, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and agree.
Yes, principal.
Gunan's gaze immediately shifted to the stage.
His gaze turned icy cold. He would vent today's humiliation on this kid. Soon, Gunan and his group stepped onto the stage. I never expected you to be this strong. Gunan said coldly. If I were your age, I might not even have the right to stand before you. But now, you still have no right to stand before me. Ji Qiu cut him off indifferently. Is that so? Then let's see. Gunan activated the yellow sand breathing technique, and sand and dust instantly swirled around him like a storm. He roared, attack. With that, the yellow sand around her violently gathered into her hands, instantly coalescing into a massive sandball. She cradled the sphere in both hands, drew her arms back as far as they would go, and hurled it forward with all her might, roaring. Aya! Die! Boom! An explosive crack echoed through the air. The massive sandball tore through the air, hurtling toward Ji Qiu. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered into fragments. Sand and gravel flew wildly in all directions. At the same moment, Cheng Feng, also an 8th tier cultivator, wrapped his right leg in a whirlwind. His leg moved like a gust of wind, unleashing dozens of kicks in the blink of an eye. A dense swarm of wind blades suddenly materialized. They tore through the air, closing in on Ji Qiu. Ranked 4th, Luoyu raised his palm and struck out, causing the void to tremble as countless water droplets flew forth like blades. Tang Xian, ranked 3rd, likewise unleashed a punch. A massive golden fist imprint slammed toward Ji Qiu. Chapter 27. Do you have the qualifications to stand before me? 4 powerful attacks erupted simultaneously, filling the arena with a terrifying aura. The surrounding students all flushed crimson, their breathing becoming labored. Those with insufficient strength trembled slightly. This was the pinnacle of combat power at Yunmeng First High. Terrifying. How could this Ji Qiu fellow possibly withstand such a terrifying onslaught? Chang Lishue's lips curled into a faint smile. This time, it should be over. Yet facing such overwhelming force, the youth in the white shirt on the stage remained as calm as a still lake. He merely raised his palms slowly toward the group. A tremendous force erupted. Crimson flames surged forth like a tidal wave from Ji Qiu's palm, meeting the attacks of Gunan and the others head-on. The next moment, multiple attacks collided violently. Boom! A thunderous, deafening roar erupted. The ground shattered. A violent wind surged. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Yet immediately after, before the stunned gazes of the crowd, the attacks launched by Gunan and his companions proved as fragile as white paper, instantly disintegrating into a shower of sparks that exploded across the sky. Like a fiery rain, they nearly covered the entire arena. It resembled a grand fireworks display. The arena was lit as bright as day. Yet the crimson-red wave of fire remained utterly unaffected, still charging toward Gunan and the others like a colossal beast of flame. How could this be? Gunan and the others instantly paled. They never imagined their combined attack had been so easily shattered by the youth before them. Moreover, the aura emanating from the youth's body was unmistakably that of a 3rd realm, 9th tier cultivator. How could this be? Was he truly a student who hadn't even finished his freshman year? How could he be this terrifying? But they had no time to ponder. A colossal wave of flames surged before them, erupting violently. Boom! Fireworks filled the sky, a breathtaking sight. An enormous crater instantly blasted into the stage. Gu Nan and the others were instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground below the stage. They crashed into the students surrounding the stage, scattering them everywhere. Their clothes were already torn to shreds. Large patches of skin were scorched, blood instantly staining their bodies crimson. Piercing screams erupted from Gu Nan and the others as excruciating pain coursed through their bodies, causing them to writhe on the ground. Their eyes were filled with horror and fear. They never imagined that even combined, they were no match for this youth. They were still being mercilessly crushed. Just as shock gripped them, Ji Qiu, hands tucked in his pockets, suddenly materialized before Gu Nan. His foot, like a boulder, slammed viciously into the man's face. He said casually, "Do you even have the qualifications to stand before me?" Defeated, 7 3rd realm martial artists, 46 2nd realm martial artists, 37 1st realm martial artists. Potential points plus 15,700. Remaining potential points 18,685. The fiery glow in the sky gradually faded. The night wind swept across the arena, dispersing the dust but unable to dispel the deathly silence. All eyes stared blankly at the center of the arena, as if in a dream, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. Who could have imagined? Even the combined efforts of Gu Nan and the school's strongest fighters proved no match for the youth before them. No wonder he dared to challenge them tonight. He possessed the strength to do so. Cheng Lishua's smile froze instantly, then her cheeks flushed crimson as if repeatedly slapped by the autumn wind. They flushed bright red. The moment she stepped before the ring, she declared she would teach Ji Qiu a lesson. Yet Ji Qiu remained unscathed. The students she sent out were defeated one after another. Cheng Lishua felt as though Ji Qiu had her trampled underfoot, kneading and crushing her at will. Ji Qiu, however, didn't even glance at her. He withdrew his palm and turned to walk off the stage. At that very moment, a dismissive chuckle echoed through the crowd. Ha ha! A surge of anger instantly welled up in everyone's hearts. But lacking the strength to match the youth before them, they could only swallow their anger, watching Ji Qiu descend the stage and walk toward the school gates. However, Ji Qiu hadn't even walked 100 meters. At that very moment, a muffled voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "You injured a student from First High and left the stage in this state. You think you can just walk away without even apologizing? Do you think that's appropriate?" The speaker was none other than Cheng Lishue. Ji Qiu had thoroughly humiliated her and the entire Yunmeng First High School today. There was no way she would let him leave so easily. Naturally, she needed an excuse to teach Ji Qiu a lesson. Ji Qiu halted his steps. Turning to face Cheng Lishue, her expression conveyed, "You want to lay a hand on me? If you don't apologize to me and the entire school tonight, I won't mind disciplining you on behalf of number 2 high school." Cheng Lishue taunted him. She tried to catch a flicker of panic on the boy's face, but she was disappointed. Ji Qiu remained utterly calm. He spoke slowly. "You're stronger than me. You can take me on tonight if you wish. But let me warn you. You'd better take my life. Otherwise, when I grow stronger and you come for me, I'll wipe out your entire family." Ji Qiu paused, a faint smile playing on his lips. "So, are you willing to take that gamble?" Cheng Lishue froze in place. Her face instantly drained of color. The youth before her eyes was merely a high school freshman, yet possessed cultivation at the 3rd realm, 9th tier. Such talent was as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn across the entire Great Xia Empire. He had no doubt. Given time, this youth would undoubtedly ascend to the 9th realm, the 10th realm, or even beyond. She dared not take that gamble. Ji Qiu paid her no further mind, slowly turning to walk toward the school gates. Yet he hadn't gone far. 2 figures hurriedly arrived at the scene. It was Principal Lin Yaoting and Grade Director Li Mu. Ji Qiu was now the sole remaining participant in the exchange competition. Worried he might be injured, they had sprinted all the way here. But when they saw the scene unfolding, both men were utterly dumbfounded. The kid had actually defeated Gu Nan and the others, and he himself was completely unscathed. He stood there with his hands in his pockets as usual, looking as calm as ever. What on earth was going on? Gulp. Li Mu swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry enough to smoke. Lin Jinting beside him was equally stunned. On their way here, they'd imagined countless scenarios of Ji Qiu getting beaten up and thrown out of school. But never in their wildest dreams it would end up like this. This was absurd. Just then, Ji Qiu looked at the two of them and spoke. "Principal, Director, what are you doing here?" The two snapped back to reality. Lin Jinting burst into hearty laughter. "We were worried you might be hurt, so we rushed over here. Never imagined you'd be this strong, kid. It really took me by surprise. Tonight, you've truly brought honor to Yunmeng No. 2 High School. His words brimmed with excitement. Li Mu beside him couldn't suppress the grin on his face either. Once news spreads tomorrow about Ji Qiu challenging the entire first high, second high's reputation will completely overshadow theirs. And now it seems certain victory in the exchange match 2 days hence was guaranteed, with no suspense whatsoever. How could he not be thrilled? Oh. Ji Qiu responded indifferently before speaking up. Principal, with the exchange match in 2 days practically guaranteed, the original plan was to reward each of the 5 starters with 300,000 yuan. But now that I'm the only starter, I'll be taking the entire 1.5 million yuan reward. Is that okay? You've earned it. Of course it's fine. Lin Jinting nodded with a smile. Given the strength and value Ji Qiu had demonstrated, it wasn't just 1.5 million yuan. Even doubling that amount would be worth it. But I have a better suggestion. If I'm not mistaken, you've already broken through to the 9th stage of the 3rd realm in martial cultivation. Once you break through to the 4th realm, you'll be able to wield a Yuan Force weapon. I have a D-grade Yuan Force weapon, the Brilliant Flame Blade. How about that as your reward for the exchange match? Chapter 28, The Secret Realm of the Shadow Wolf. Ji Qiu's eyes lit up at Lin Jinting's words. 4th realm martial artists could infuse Yuan energy into Yuan weapons, greatly enhancing their combat prowess. Yet even the most basic D-grade Yuan weapon commanded a market price exceeding 2 million credits. Moreover, Ji Qiu was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th realm himself, making a Yuan weapon precisely what he needed. Agreed. Ji Qiu agreed decisively. With that, the trio made no further delay. Lin Jinting and Chang Lixue exchanged farewells, and he reminded her to get a good night's sleep. The trio turned and left First Middle School. Watching their retreating figures, Chang Lixue's face turned ashen, her eyes blazing with fury. Get a good night's sleep. How could she possibly sleep tonight? Ji Qiu, you just wait. Tonight's events won't be forgotten. Moments later, back at the academy. Principal Lin Jinting handed the Yanhuang blade to Ji Qiu. The Yanhuang blade featured a slender, crimson-hued blade adorned with faint golden flame patterns along its edge. It looked truly mystical. Once you reach the 4th realm, you may infuse your Yuan power into the Yanhuang blade. This will bring about a qualitative leap in both your strength and speed, significantly amplifying the power of your martial arts techniques. Lin Jinting explained. Ji Qiu gripped the hilt of the Yanhuang blade, feeling its warmth through his palm, and nodded with satisfaction. There's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Lin Jinting continued. In 5 days, the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm will open. What is the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm? Ji Qiu looked utterly perplexed. The Shadow Wolf Secret Realm is a demon beast sanctuary that opens for 5 days every year at this time. Within the realm lie not only abundant cultivation resources but also spirit stones capable of forging low-tier Yuanwu weapons. But it's also teeming with demonic beasts, including beast kings powerful enough to rival 4th-tier martial artists. Danger and opportunity coexist there. Lin Jinting picked up the tea beside him and took a sip. He continued. However, entry into the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm is restricted. Age must be under 18, and among the 27 cities of Yú Jiāng Province, each city is allocated only 10 spots. Add to that the 200 spots allocated to the major sects. That makes a total of 470 people. Yunmeng City, where Ji Qiu resided, belonged to Yú Jiāng Province. When the time comes, the prodigies from all the major schools and the gifted disciples from the sects across Yú Jiāng Province will gather in the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm. They will hunt demonic beasts and vie for resources. Are you going? Though each city only has 10 spots, Ji Qiu is currently Yunmeng City's top talent under 18. He naturally qualifies to participate. However, entry into the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm was entirely voluntary. The school did not force participation. Ji Qiu nodded. I'm going. 470 people, plus numerous demonic beasts. It was practically a paradise for grinding potential points. Ji Qiu had no reason not to go. Alright, Lin Jinting said. Since you've decided to go, I'll submit your name. His expression then turned serious. But among those entering the secret realm this time, there are quite a few 4th realm martial artists whose cultivation surpasses yours. Once inside, proceed with caution. When faced with challenges, endure if you can never act impulsively. Otherwise, you'll suffer heavy losses or even lose your life. Ji Qiu said nothing, merely offering a faint smile. Endurance was impossible. If slaughter was permitted within the secret realm, then those who provoked him would be sent straight to hell. After leaving the principal's office, Ji Qiu returned to the independent training room and activated the system interface. Host Ji Qiu. Realm 9 tier Mercury like Vitality 05000. Breathing Technique. Ash Burning Breathing Technique B rank Mastery 03000. Techniques. Flame Shadow C rank Mastery 01500. Flame Burst C rank Mastery 01500. Remaining potential points 18685. Elevate my cultivation. Ji Qiu silently chanted in his mind. Spent 5,000 potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to muscle and bone refinement stage 1. Spent 6,500 potential points, martial cultivation advanced to muscle and bone harmony stage 2. Remaining potential points, 7185. As the system notification sounded, the true chi circulating within Ji Qiu's meridians and internal organs forcibly penetrated into his bones and sinews. Like countless tiny hammers, it relentlessly pounded his bones and tendons from within. In an instant, Ji Qiu's tendons and bones grew several times stronger, his entire skeleton now as heavy and rigid as refined steel. It was as if he had been reborn. Ji Qiu clenched his fists tightly and suddenly exerted force. His tendons hummed like taut bowstrings, while the collision of his bones within his body rumbled like thunder. My bones and tendons have transformed. My speed has increased nearly tenfold, and my strength even more so. Compared to my third realm self, it's like night and day. If I faced Gu Nan and his men again now, a single casual punch would likely reduce them to a mist of blood. Reaching the fourth realm, third stage, requires 8,000 potential points. The remaining potential points fell slightly short. I'll downgrade both cultivation techniques to recover some potential points. After all, cultivation comes first. Ji Qiu downgraded both cultivation techniques to minor achievement. The system refunded 1,600 potential points. Remaining potential points, 8,785. He then spent 8,000 potential points to elevate his martial cultivation to the third tier before closing the system. With only a few days left before the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm opens, my current strength isn't enough to crush everyone. I'll spend these days grinding experience at martial arts halls across the city. The next day, Ji Qiu challenged 17 martial arts academies in succession. Since most martial arts schools in Yunmeng City catered to ordinary practitioners with little innate talent, the practitioners there weren't particularly strong. The highest martial cultivation level reached was only the third realm, 8th stage. Ji Qiu defeated them all with ease. In total, he defeated 37 third realm martial artists and 132 second realm martial artists, earning 41,200 potential points. He now had 41,985 potential points remaining. Enhance cultivation. Ji Qiu activated the system and silently commanded. Spent 9,500 potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to 4th stage of resonant bones and tendons. Spending 11,000. Spent 12,500 potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to stage 6 of resonance of bones and tendons. Remaining potential points, 8,985. Ji Qiu spent another 3,000 potential points, advancing the Burning Embers breathing technique to perfection. Remaining potential points. Ji Qiu planned to save them for those 2B grade martial arts manuals. Wonder when Director Lee's 2B grade martial arts manuals will arrive. Best head back to school for now. It was getting late now. Ji Qiu grabbed a quick bite at a random restaurant before heading back to Yunmeng No. 2 High School. Outside Yunmeng City stood Mount Baiduan, its summit perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial realm. Yunhua sect was built atop 100 Breaks Mountain. It was one of the 6 major sects in Yú Jiāng Province. In a secluded courtyard within the Yunhua sect, a middle-aged man clad in a cloud-patterned Taoist robe spoke slowly. I wonder if the Honorable Leader Chao has come today to discuss any matters with this old man? The middle-aged man was none other than Yun Tian, the head of the Yunhua sect. The Chao gang leader he referred to was the head of Yunmeng City's largest criminal organization. Chao Yi, leader of the Blackwater gang. I've come today to request your sect's assistance in eliminating someone. Chao Yi cut straight to the point. Chapter 29, a generous sect leader? Heh, gang leader Chao is joking. Yun Tian stroked his beard and laughed heartily. In Yunmeng City, killing someone is no trouble for you, brother Chao. Why bother asking this old man? Chao Yi shook his head, his expression grave. This one is different. His name is Ji Qiu. At just 16 years old, his martial cultivation has already broken through to the 9th stage of the third realm. He's the strongest student in Yunmeng City. Upon hearing Chao Yi's words, Yun Tian's expression froze. The news of Ji Qiu's rampage at Yunmeng First High yesterday had already spread throughout the entire city, and he had naturally heard about it. He never imagined Chao Yi intended to kill him. Why does gang leader Chao want to kill him? Chao Yi made no attempt to conceal the truth. To be perfectly honest, a few days ago, one of my men, the master of the Ling family martial arts hall, died at the hands of this boy. I see. Yun Tian nodded. Since you sought me out, gang leader Chao, you must have a plan in mind. Speak. How do you want me to assist you? A figure as sensitive as Ji Qiu, even the Yunhua sect couldn't casually kill him. Since Chao Yi had come, he must have a plan in mind. Chao Yi said. In a few days, the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm will open. I want your disciples to kill him inside. Many perish in the Secret Realm each year. If that brat dies, no one will raise a fuss. Yun Tian fell silent for a moment before replying. Among the 15 disciples from our Yun Tian sect participating in this secret realm, 7 have already broken through to the 4th realm. Killing this kid shouldn't be too difficult. But his background is sensitive. Therefore, Yun Tian held up 5 fingers. 50 million. Xiao Yi immediately looked troubled. Ji Qiu possessed immense potential. Paying 50 million for his life wasn't exactly cheap, but 50 million was no small sum either. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Agreed. He waved his hand, and several men behind him placed 5 crates of Dà Xià currency on the stone table. This is 5 million as a deposit. Once the matter is settled, I'll have the remainder delivered. Yun Tian laughed heartily. Gang leader Chao, rest assured. Once that brat enters the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm, he won't come out alive. Xiao Yi nodded. Then I shall await good news from Sect Master Yun. With that, he departed Yunhua Sect with his men. After Xiao Yi and his men departed, Yun Tian ran his fingers over the coins on the stone table, smiling faintly. Easy money, heh. Of the 15 disciples from Yunhua Sect who entered the Yiwang Secret Realm this time, 7 had broken through to the 4th realm. The Holy Son, Yun Luofan, had even reached the 4th stage of the 4th realm. He had few rivals throughout the entire Yú Jiāng Province. Killing a 3rd realm 9th tier brat? Too easy. The following days passed relatively calmly. Ji Qiu spent his days eating, sleeping, gaming, and wandering about, living a life of leisure. Time swiftly passed to the 6th day. The day the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm opened. Ji Qiu gave himself a quick wash, slinging the Yenuan blade wrapped in cloth strips over his shoulder. Accompanied by Principal Lin Jinting, he boarded the special vehicle bound for the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm. At the entrance to the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm, though the sun had only just begun to peek over the horizon, the area was already teeming with people, the air thick with chatter and bustling with noise. Hundreds of young martial artists had gathered here. Dressed in diverse attire, they possessed extraordinary presence. Powerful chi fluctuations surged from their bodies, clearly marking them as prodigies from all corners of Yú Jiāng Province. I heard that Lin Shi, the top prodigy of Qingxi City, broke through to the 4th stage of the 4th realm half a month ago. She's likely to gain the most in this secret realm. I'm not so sure. Mu Yan from Linjiang City is also at the 4th realm, 4th stage. It's hard to say who will gain the most. Don't forget the sacred sons and daughters from the 6 great sects. Their strength shouldn't be underestimated either. The crowd buzzed with whispers. From the rear of the crowd, a young girl in a cloud-patterned gown asked, "Father, Ji Qiu poses no threat to us. Why must we kill him?" The girl was none other than the daughter of the patriarch of the Yunhua sect, Yun Luoxi. Ji Qiu possessed only the cultivation level of the 3rd realm, 9th stage. With such weak strength, she couldn't fathom why her father would want to kill him. Beside her, Yun Tian, the patriarch of the Yunhua sect, shook his head. "Father cannot tell you about this matter. You need only remember that Ji Qiu deserved to die." He then announced, "If Ji Qiu perishes within the secret realm, every Yunhua sect disciple who entered this time shall receive a reward of 1 million great xia coins." Upon hearing this, Yun Luoxi's eyes widened abruptly, gleaming with excitement. "Killing a 3rd realm 9th tier bastard gets us this much? Father, you're practically giving away money." The other Yunhua sect disciples also lit up. Among them were 7 4th realm practitioners. Killing a 3rd realm 9th tier martial artist would be a breeze. Beside them, the Holy Son Yun Luofan was equally astonished. The reward was indeed rather generous. "You are the future of Yunhua sect. As your sect master, it is only natural that I be generous toward you." Yun Tian put on the airs of a benevolent sect master. But inwardly, he chuckled. "You 15 each get a mere million, but this sect leader here just pocketed 35 million. Thank you, sect master." "What generosity, sect leader." Several disciples expressed their gratitude in unison. Yun Tian waved his hand with an air of nonchalance. "Just strive diligently in your cultivation henceforth and live up to the sect leader's expectations of you." The murmurs among the Yunhua sect members were not loud. But Principal Chang Lixue, standing not far away, heard every word clearly. A look of delight immediately spread across Chang Lixue's face. A few days prior, Ji Qiu had caused a major disturbance at First High School, publicly threatening her in front of over 1,000 students and humiliating her. She had harbored resentment ever since. She had been waiting for an opportunity to teach Ji Qiu a lesson and vent her anger. But she had been unable to find a suitable moment. She never imagined that the Yunhua sect would actually want to kill Ji Qiu. Though she didn't know why the Yunhua sect wanted Ji Qiu dead, it was a stroke of luck for her. Just then, an SUV pulled up slowly at the edge of the crowd. The door opened. Lin Jinting stepped out first. Following closely behind, Ji Qiu emerged wearing white casual attire, the Yenuan blade strapped to his back as he descended the steps. Chang Lixue sneered coldly. The little who'd humiliated him had finally arrived. And she was about to die. The disciples of Yunhua sect also spotted Ji Qiu. Their eyes gleamed with excitement, as if they'd spotted prey. "Father, I'll go up first and mock this guy. What do you think?" Yun Luoxi stared at Ji Qiu, his face twisted in mockery. Chapter 30, Are you afraid of death? Don't go now. Yun Tian interjected. "In the secret realm, you can play however you like, but don't tip off the enemy just yet." Yun Luoxi nodded. The others present paid no heed to Jiqiu. Jiqiu's cultivation at the 9th stage of the 3rd realm was the strongest in Yunmeng City, but among these individuals, it was quite ordinary. Jiqiu, however, remained calm and composed. He casually found a large boulder at the back of the crowd and sat down. Surveying the hundreds of martial artists before him, he couldn't help but lick his lips. These prey were truly tempting. Lin Shinting remained silent beside him. Throughout the journey, he had repeatedly cautioned Jiqiu to be careful. I hope the kid actually listened. He murmured to himself. After all, there were far too many people stronger than Jiqiu in this arena. If he continued acting so recklessly in the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm, it would be no different from courting death. Moments later. Boom! The ground shook violently. Immediately after, the black vortex at the entrance to the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm slowly turned transparent. A potent surge of primordial energy washed over them. The Ghost Wolf Secret Realm had opened. The eager prodigies, who had been holding back no longer, instantly transformed into streaks of light, rushing headlong into the secret realm. Let's go too! Yun Luofan and the others also entered the secret realm. Jiqiu showed no sign of haste. Only after watching all his prey enter did he slowly rise and walk toward the secret realm. Watching Jiqiu's figure gradually fade from sight, Chang Lishue's smile grew even broader. The same was true for the patriarch of Yunhua sect. 100 meters away from the crowd, Chaui, the leader of the Blackwater gang, also let a smile curve his lips. Jiqiu is as good as dead. After a dizzying whirl, Jiqiu found himself in a dense, shadowy forest. Ancient trees towered overhead, shrouding the sky. The air was thick with a damp, putrid stench, and the occasional howl of a demon beast echoed from the distance. It was enough to make one's heart race. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiqiu strode straight into the depths of the forest. Yet before he had taken more than a few steps, roar! A beastly roar erupted from behind him. A sleek, jet-black cheetah-like demon beast burst from the undergrowth, its foul stench carrying on the wind. A high-tier 3rd realm demon beast, the Black Wind Panther. Its speed was so swift that ordinary martial artists below the 7th tier of the 3rd realm could scarcely react. Prey is here. Jiqiu's waist twisted violently as his legs whipped through the air like steel whips, tracing a semicircle before crashing down with thunderous force. The Black Wind Panther had barely closed in on Jiqiu. It was met with a brutal kick to the face. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Surrounding trees shattered one after another, the ground cracked open, and dust and debris shot skyward in an instant. The Black Panther before Jiqiu exploded like fireworks, blood and shattered bones mingling with sparks splattering everywhere. A black beast core fell from its body. Killed a 3rd realm demon beast, potential points plus 800. Remaining potential points, 1585. Beast cores contained potent vital energy, greatly beneficial for martial cultivation though of little use to Jiqiu. Sell it off. Jiqiu stowed the demon beast core and continued onward. Along the way, Jiqiu slayed 5 2nd-tier demon beasts and 2 3rd-tier demon beasts, earning 4,400 potential points. Remaining potential points, 5985. Jiqiu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Potential points really do come faster through killing. However, Jiqiu encountered no one along the way. He continued walking for several hundred meters. Just then, a faint golden glow suddenly appeared ahead. Approaching to investigate, Jiqiu saw a plant entirely golden, as if cast from liquid gold. Golden grass. Jiqiu murmured. In preparation for entering the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm, Jiqiu had studied information about the spirit stones and herbs found within. Golden grass could strengthen bones and sinews. Not only does it increase the success rate to 100% when martial artists break through from the 3rd realm to the 4th, but also greatly aids the cultivation of 4th realm martial artists. A single plant could fetch a price of 300,000. Jiqiu bent down to uproot it, preparing to store it away. Just then, a voice rang out from behind Jiqiu. Jiqiu, the top prodigy of Yunmeng City, right? This golden grass is mine now. Hand it over. Jiqiu turned to look. Several figures slowly emerged from the bushes behind him. Leading them was a tall, slender youth with delicate features, the one who had spoken. A faint smile touched Jiqiu's lips. Finally, someone. Who are you? A girl with a bun hairstyle and thick-rimmed glasses spoke up slowly. We're from Fengcheng. Since Fengcheng borders Yunmeng City, we've naturally heard about you. To become the foremost young talent in Yunmeng City at just 16 years old. You're quite impressive. But? The girl crossed her arms, a teasing expression on her face. You're only at the 9th stage of the 3rd realm. You're no match for us. Hand over that golden grass. Her name was Han Mo. Ranked 2nd in Fengcheng's martial arts hierarchy, she possessed 4th realm, 1st-tier cultivation. The youth leading the group was Fengcheng's top cultivator, Chen Mu. 4th realm, 2nd-tier cultivation. That's right, little one, Chen Mu chuckled lightly. Hand over that golden grass, and you're free to go. This golden grass is yours to take. Jiqiu's expression remained unchanged, still smiling faintly as before, as he spoke slowly. However, Before he could finish, suddenly enveloped in dark flames, he strode forward, appearing before Chen Mu in an instant like a streak of light. Put! He raised his hand and thrust the golden grass into Chen Mu's forehead. At the same time, a cold voice rang out once more. Are you afraid of death? Chapter 31. Thank you for your cooperation. Blood seeped steadily from his brow, instantly staining Chen Mu's delicate features crimson. He seemed to see death itself, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. He was at the second stage of the fourth realm. Yet he hadn't even had a chance to react before being instantly killed. How could this be possible? Wasn't he only at the ninth stage of the third realm? How could he be so terrifying? But Jiqiu gave him no time to process the shock. The next instant, the golden grass embedded between Chen Mu's eyebrows suddenly burst into flames. Then, boom! Chen Mu's head instantly shattered like fireworks, scattering into a mist of blood that filled the air. Chen Mu was dead. Killed a fourth realm martial artist. Potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 7,585. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone froze in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Han Mo's mind went completely blank. He's dead. Chen Mu, a fourth realm second stage cultivator, was dead. Han Mo had assumed. Jiqiu was only at the third realm, ninth tier in martial cultivation. That was why she and Chen Mu had dared to ambush him. But they never imagined this outcome. The youth before them was far stronger than they'd ever imagined. Amidst their stunned silence, Jiqiu slowly extended the blood-stained golden grass in his hand toward Han Mo, speaking in a calm tone. Still want it? Han Mo's body trembled violently. She shook her head hastily. No. I dare not. I don't want it. Don't kill me. Spare me, Jiqiu. Oh. Jiqiu responded indifferently. Then kneel on the ground. Thud. Han Mo knelt on the ground without hesitation. She was about to say something. Jiqiu's fist smashed down onto her head. Boom! Han Mo's skull shattered instantly, spraying blood like a torrential downpour. Her headless corpse collapsed with a thud onto the ground. Jiqiu casually flicked the blood splattered on his hand. He said indifferently. Thanks for your cooperation. Killed a fourth realm martial artist. Potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 9185. Jiqiu then paid no further attention to Han Mo. He turned his gaze to the remaining few. Their faces were as pale as paper, bodies shaking violently. They were utterly terrified. Where was their pride now? They all fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. It was Chen Mu. He suggested it. We had nothing to do with it. Please spare me. At that moment, all they wanted was to live. Jiqiu remained expressionless, utterly unmoved. A fist flew out. Boom! A burst of fire erupted like a cannonball. A massive crater over 10 meters wide tore open in the ground. Several figures scattered like fireworks, transforming into a shower of sparks that scattered across the sky, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Killed 4 third realm martial artists, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining potential points, 12,385. Jiqiu searched the bodies for loot. He found 7 third realm demon beast cores and 12 second realm demon beast cores. After stowing them away, Jiqiu pressed deeper into the wilderness. After an unknown period of time, Jiqiu had hunted down 6 third realm demon beasts and 9 second realm demon beasts, accumulating a total of 8,400 potential points. Along the way, Jiqiu encountered quite a few people. Students from other city schools? Jiqiu beat them all up. As for sect disciples, due to the long-standing hostility between sects and the Great Xia government, conflicts were frequent. Some sects even sought to seize control of the Great Xia. Jiqiu slaughtered them all. In total, he defeated 14 third realm martial artists and 6 fourth realm martial artists, killing 8 third realm martial artists and 3 fourth realm martial artists, earning 21,600 potential points. However, Jiqiu hadn't encountered anyone at 4th realm, 3rd stage, or stronger. He opened the system interface. Host Jiqiu. Realm, Muscle Bone Resonance Stage 6014,000. Breathing Technique. Ash Burning Breathing Technique B Grade Mastered. Technique. Flame Shadow C Rank Minor Achievement 0800. Flame Burst C Rank Minor Mastery 0800. Remaining potential points, 42,385. Elevate my cultivation. Jiqiu silently commanded in his mind. The moment the words left his lips, a system notification chimed in his ear. 14,000 potential points spent. Martial cultivation upgraded to Muscle Bone Resonance Stage 7. Spent 15,500 potential points. Martial arts proficiency upgraded to Stage 8 of Resonating Bones and Tendons. Remaining potential points, 12,885. Accompanied by explosive cracks from his tendons and bones, Jiqiu's body felt as though it had been forged hundreds of times in an instant, undergoing another significant enhancement.
His bones now radiated a faint golden glow, resembling liquid gold.
Feeling the immense power surging within him, Jiqiu nodded with satisfaction.
Now, even martial artists just entering the fourth realm would likely struggle to break through my defenses. He then closed the system and set off once more into the depths of the dense forest. The deeper he ventured, the darker it grew. After an unknown period of time, the sound of an argument suddenly reached his ears from ahead. Not far from Jiqiu. We spotted this bloodstone first. Your Yunhua sect has gone too far. A youth lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest. His face twisted with grief and indignation. His name was Tang Xing, ranked 6th among Yunmeng First High students, with martial cultivation at the 7th stage of the Third Realm. After meeting up with several other students from nearby Yunmeng City via communicator, they discovered a blood vein stone here. Just as they were about to take it, Yunhua sect's people snatched it away. Bloodstones were crucial materials for forging low-tier Yuan artifacts, making them incredibly valuable.
How could they accept this?
The other's eyes blazed with fury.
The Yunhua sect had gone too far. Overstepping?
Ha! The girl across from him held a bloodstone the size of a human head as she walked up to Tang Xing. She sneered coldly. So what if you discovered it? This bloodstone is in my hands now.
It belongs to me. If you've got the guts, get up and take it from me. If not, shut your mouth.
Her name was Zhou Yun, ranked 6th among those under 18 in the Yunhua sect.
Her cultivation level was at the first stage of the fourth realm. You. Boom.
Just as Tang Xing opened his mouth to speak, Zhou Yun's foot suddenly loomed before his eyes, crashing down with brutal force. The ground shattered. Tang Xing's head slammed into the ground, instantly drawing blood.
I wasn't finished speaking. Interrupting me like that, isn't that a bit rude? Zhou Yun's contemptuous voice rang out again. Blame yourselves for being too weak.
Not just you lot, even Yunmeng City's strongest fighter, Jiqiu, is nothing but a piece of in front of me.
The faces of the Yunmeng City group flushed crimson.
Rage boiled within them. But even Jiqiu, a third realm 9th tier cultivator, was powerless here. What could they possibly do? They could only swallow their pride. Just then, a youth named Song Mingyuan behind them spoke with growing impatience.
Why waste so much breath on them?
Zhou Yun chuckled.
I'm just having a little fun with them. Senior brother Song, should we kill them? Song Mingyuan shook his head. We just need to handle the task the sect leader assigned us. No need to complicate things. Let's go. Zhou Yun nodded. She hurried over to Song Mingyuan and whispered. We've searched for so long and still haven't found Jiqiu. Who knows where he is now? Don't worry. 5 days is plenty of time. Song Mingyuan declared confidently. With that, he turned and walked off into the distance.
Zhou Yun and the others hurried to follow. But before they had taken a few steps,
at that very moment,
a cold voice suddenly rang out from the crowd.
May I ask what brings you here? Chapter 32, since you don't know, are you just pretending? Tang Xing, Zhou Yun, Song Mingyuan, and the others all turned toward the voice.
A youth slowly materialized before their eyes.
Tall and slender, his features were exquisitely refined, yet his delicate face was smeared with blood. When they recognized his face,
Tang Xing and the others froze in place. It was Jiqiu. They had just mentioned Jiqiu moments ago, and now he had appeared at this very moment.
Zhou Yun and the others also looked stunned.
Then they burst into laughter. They'd spent nearly a whole day searching for this guy without success.
Who would have thought he'd show up on his own?
It really was effortless. 1,000,000 Huaxia coins were about to be theirs. Zhou Yun slowly stepped forward. She chuckled softly. Never thought I'd run into you here, kid. If I heard correctly, you just asked why we're looking for you, right?
I'll tell you right now.
Zhou Yun paused, then spoke again.
We're here to kill you. Tang Xing and the others instantly paled.
They hadn't expected that seeking out Jiqiu would lead to a demand for his life.
Why? Could it be that they feared Jiqiu's innate talent?
Jiqiu was also puzzled. He hadn't done anything to offend the Yunhua sect.
I want to know why.
Zhou Yun sneered coldly. Since you're about to die anyway, I'll let you die with some understanding.
But I don't know either, heh. Zhou Yun truly didn't know she merely wanted to toy with Jiqiu.
She tried to catch a flicker of anger on Jiqiu's face, but she was disappointed. The youth before her showed no emotion, his calmness eerie. He merely uttered a few words slowly.
So you didn't know either. At that very moment,
his form shot forward with a sudden boom, instantly appearing before Zhou Yun. His right hand, fingers like steel spikes, drove forcefully into Zhou Yun's face.
Put.
5 streams of blood instantly spurted forth, staining her entire face crimson. Jiqiu's cold voice boomed at that moment.
Since you don't know, are you just pretending?
Zhou Yun couldn't help but scream out loud. The excruciating pain on her face made her writhe uncontrollably. Her heart was churning with shock. She never imagined the youth before her could move so fast. Before she could even react, she was already in this state.
This guy wasn't some useless 3rd realm, 9th tier trash at all. He had already broken through to the 4th realm. Tang Xing and the others stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with horror. They never imagined Ji Qiu's strength could be this terrifying. Zhou Yun, a 4th realm, 1st tier cultivator, had been dispatched with such effortless ease. How could this be possible? Song Mingyuan and the others from Yunhua sect's pupils suddenly contracted, unable to believe the scene before them. Only now did they realize that 1 million wasn't as easy to obtain as they had imagined. Yet just as Song Mingyuan prepared to intervene and rescue Zhou Yun from Ji Qiu's grasp, Ji Qiu's fingers suddenly tensed. A colossal blast of air erupted from Zhou Yun's face. Boom! An open wound the size of a palm instantly appeared on Zhou Yun's face. Blood gushed forth like a burst dam, while shards of flesh and bone sprayed wildly in all directions. Life was extinguished in an instant. Killed a 4th realm martial artist, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 14,485. The arena fell into an instant deathly silence. Everyone froze in place as if plunged into an ice cellar, their hearts chilled to the bone. Too ruthless. Too brutal. In the eyes of the crowd, the youth before them was nothing short of a demon. Song Mingyuan, a 4th realm 2nd stage cultivator, was equally pale, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. This guy's cultivation base was at least 4th realm, 2nd tier. Could he possibly be a match for him? But he was clearly overthinking it. The next instant, before he could even react, Ji Qiu's palm had already landed on his shoulder. Rip! Her hand tore his arm clean off. Blood gushed out in a torrent. Gah! Song Mingyuan let out an agonized scream, collapsing to the ground and clutching his severed arm as he rolled around in pain. At that moment, he finally recognized his own limitations. He was no match for Ji Qiu. Ji Qiu picked up the blood-veined stone that had rolled away and looked at Song Mingyuan. He said coldly, "Do you know?" Song Mingyuan shook his head repeatedly, his voice trembling. "No. I don't know. Only our sect master knows about this. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." He was terrified. He didn't want to die. The words had barely left his mouth. Ji Qiu instantly swung the blood-veined stone as large as a head in his hand, smashing it down with brutal force. His voice was cold and indifferent. "You worthless fool who knows nothing, and you expect me to spare you? What were you thinking?" The next instant. Boom! 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 Dull thuds echoed repeatedly. Each time the bloodstone struck, blood spattered forth. Ji Qiu remained utterly unmoved. Until Song Mingyuan's head exploded like a watermelon, scattering fragments everywhere. Only then did Ji Qiu cease his attack. Ji Qiu spared none of the remaining 4 from Yunhua sect. With a single swing of the Yanhuang blade, accompanied by a blazing burst of fire, their heads exploded one after another, extinguishing all life. Killed 2 4th realm martial artists, 3 3rd realm martial artists. Potential points plus 5,600. Remaining potential points, 20,085. Witnessing the bloody scene before them, Tang Xing and his companions trembled uncontrollably. They were all students raised in a sheltered environment. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? Ji Qiu sheathed the flaming splendor blade, his gaze sweeping over Tang Xing and the others before casually kicking out. Boom! A shockwave erupted before Tang Xing and the others. They were all sent flying backward. However, none of them suffered any injuries. Ji Qiu had merely done this to harvest some potential points. Defeated 5 3rd realm martial artists. Potential points plus 2,000. Remaining potential points, 22,085. After finishing this, Ji Qiu turned to continue deeper into the dense forest. Yet before taking a few steps, Ji Qiu suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Do you know where those above 4th realm, 3rd stage have gone?" Ji Qiu hadn't encountered anyone above the 4th realm, 3rd stage along the way. He wanted to clarify whether this was mere coincidence or if they had gone somewhere else. Tang Xing's voice trembled slightly as he replied, "There's an underground cavern within the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm. The resources there are far superior to those in the wild, but it's also far more dangerous. Those powerhouses at the 4th realm, 3rd and 4th stages have all gone there to vie for opportunities. The school should have informed us. Didn't you know, Ji Qiu?" Ji Qiu suddenly understood. So that's why. Principal Lin Jinting hadn't informed me about the underground cavern's existence. He must have feared I'd face danger if I went there. Do you know the location of the underground cavern? Ji Qiu pressed further. Yes. Tang Xing nodded. Ji Qiu casually tossed the blood-stained bloodstone in his hand onto the ground before Tang Xing. "Take me there. This is your payment." "No problem." Tang Xing and the others immediately agreed. Ji Qiu's methods were too terrifying, they dared not refuse. Of course, there was another reason. Ji Qiu had offered far too much. This bloodstone was sufficient to craft 2D grade Yuanwu weapons, valued at over 2 million. Following that, under the guidance of Tang Xing and the others, the group made their way toward the underground cavern. Along the way, Tang Xing cautiously reminded them.
Jiqiu, Yun Luofan, the holy son of Yunhua sect, is undoubtedly in the underground caverns as well.
He's among the strongest few in this secret realm.
Rumor has it his martial cultivation has already reached the threshold of the 4th realm, 5th stage.
You must be cautious. Oh. Jiqiu responded indifferently. Seeing this, Tang Xing felt it was best not to say more. He muttered to himself. I wonder what realm Jiqiu truly possesses. Who is stronger, him or that Yun Luofan?
He shook his head firmly.
What was he thinking?
In this Yú Jiāng secret realm, Yun Luofan's strength easily placed him among the top 3.
How could Jiqiu possibly be his match? Jiqiu and his group crushed everything in their path.
They slayed 7 third-tier demon beasts and 16 second-tier demon beasts, defeated 10 third-tier martial artists and 4 fourth-tier martial artists, killed 7 third-tier martial artists and 2 fourth-tier martial artists, amassing a total of 29,200 potential points.
Remaining potential points, 51,285.
Half a day later, the group arrived at the entrance to the underground cavern. Since the cavern was teeming with 4th realm martial artists and demon beasts, Tang Xing and the others did not enter.
Jiqiu entered the cavern alone.
Only after Jiqiu vanished did Tang Xing and the others breathe a sigh of relief.
I never imagined he'd be this strong. Tang Xing exclaimed in admiration. If he were to face Yun Luofan, who do you think would be stronger? Yun Luofan is one of the strongest contenders this time around. How could Jiqiu possibly be his match?
A teenager named Li Hong beside him sneered with disdain.
Yun Luofan's formidable power had become deeply ingrained in everyone's minds.
Even though Jiqiu could instantly defeat a 4th realm, 2nd-tier cultivator, he still didn't believe Jiqiu could stand a chance against Yun Luofan. The others nodded in agreement. They all shared the same opinion.
I agree.
Looks like he won't make it out of the underground cavern alive.
Tang Xing continued.
Oomph.
Li Hong snorted coldly.
That guy was so arrogant he deserved to die. Jiqiu hadn't done anything to offend him, but whether out of jealousy or something else, he just couldn't stand the sight of him. Watch your words, or you'll bring trouble upon yourself.
Tang Xing hurriedly interjected. Chapter 33, Here I Come.
Li Hong, however, seemed unconcerned.
He's already far away and can't hear us. You're being overly cautious.
Tang Xing frowned deeply and said in a low voice.
It's not that I'm being overly cautious. If he had heard us, you'd be dead, you know that? Jiqiu's ruthlessness was plain for all to see just moments ago.
Tang Xing had no doubt that if Jiqiu had overheard their earlier exchange, he would have taken Li Hong's life.
You're getting more timid with age. Li Hong took no offense and even seemed annoyed. What I say is none of your damn business.
That Jiqiu will die by his own arrogance sooner or later.
I'm telling you, let him come kill me. Come on.
The words had barely left his mouth. A cold voice suddenly rang out.
I'm here. Immediately after,
Jiqiu slowly emerged from the underground chamber, appearing before the group.
Silence. Dead silence. Tang Xing and the others froze instantly where they stood.
Li Hong's body jerked violently, his face drained of color, his back already drenched in cold sweat.
He never could have imagined.
Tang Xing had been right all along. The youth before them had truly heard it. Jiqiu approached Li Hong step by step, his faint footsteps echoing like the footsteps of death itself. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Hong stammered.
Jiqiu, I was just joking earlier. Please spare me. Spare me this once. I'll never. You won't get another chance. Jiqiu cut him off.
The words fell silent.
Jiqiu's foot slammed into his abdomen. Thud. A dull thud echoed. A basin-sized hole instantly appeared in Li Hong's body. Blood gushed out like a waterfall.
He glanced at the youth before him, then looked down at the horrific, gaping hole piercing his abdomen. With eyes filled with bitter resentment, he collapsed to the ground. Killed a 3rd realm martial artist, potential points plus 800. Remaining potential points, 52,085. Jiqiu turned and walked back into the underground cavern as if nothing had happened. Tang Xing and the others were left standing in the wind, utterly disoriented.
Moments later, they snapped back to reality.
Gazing at Li Hong's lifeless body, Tang Xing sighed helplessly. I told you to shut up, but you wouldn't listen.
Now look, everything's gone.
The underground cavern was darker and more damp than the surface.
And far more dangerous. But with Jiqiu's current strength, the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm posed no threat to him.
Jiqiu strode deep into the cavern without hesitation. Yet he had barely traveled 100 meters. 2 eyes, glowing with an eerie light, appeared before Jiqiu. Immediately after, a lion-like demon beast, nearly 3 meters in length, emerged slowly.
The lion-like beast was entirely crimson, its fur blazing and flickering like flames.
A foul, viscous mucus dripped continuously from its mouth, making it look utterly terrifying.
For realm demon beast, mad lion. Jiqiu was slightly taken aback.
Outside the cavern, he had mostly encountered early and mid-tier 3rd realm beasts, with even high-tier ones being rare and peak 3rd realm beasts almost non-existent. He hadn't expected to encounter a 4th realm beast so soon after entering the cavern. No wonder those with weaker martial cultivation dare not enter the underground caverns.
This place is indeed dangerous. Jiqiu murmured to himself. At that very moment,
the mad lion suddenly opened its massive jaws and roared, its limbs surging with power as it charged toward Jiqiu like a tsunami tearing through the air.
In its wake,
surrounding vegetation was shredded like paper, and large chunks of rock splattered from the ground. Yet Jiqiu remained standing in place, expressionless, raising his arm to deliver a thunderous punch.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed.
The colossal body of the mad lion instantly shattered, flesh and bone exploding like fireworks.
Killed a 4th realm demon beast, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 53,685.
Jiqiu picked up the fallen 4th tier beast core and pressed deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, Jiqiu encountered several demon beasts. The weakest were at the peak of the 3rd realm. After slaying 5 4th tier demon beasts and 2 3rd tier ones, Jiqiu gained 9,600 potential points. He walked several hundred meters further.
Just then, the sound of combat erupted from ahead, not far away.
Jiqiu approached to investigate. Several young boys and girls appeared before him, surrounded by the corpses of several 4th realm demon beasts. Their faces were as pale as paper. Some managed to stand, while others leaned against trees, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. Clearly, they had just endured a fierce battle that had taken a heavy toll on them.
They naturally sensed Jiqiu's presence. They all turned to look at him. Instantly, confusion spread across their faces. They were among the strongest students from Fengcheng and Wucheng, all possessing martial cultivation at least at the 2nd tier of the 4th realm, with 3 even reaching the 3rd tier. Before entering the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm, they had researched the strongest fighters across all cities in Yú Jiāng Province and naturally recognized Jiqiu. None of them expected
that he dared to enter the underground caverns with only a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the 3rd realm. It was practically tantamount to suicide.
Jiqiu, is it?
A boy with a simple, honest face smiled and spoke softly.
I've heard of you. At just 16 years old, you've already dominated the younger generation in Yunming City. Truly remarkable. If you were our age, I doubt anyone among the young generation in the entire Yú Jiāng Province could match you. His words brimmed with admiration for Jiqiu.
The youth's name was Zhu Tai, the strongest among Fengcheng students. The others nodded in agreement. They harbored no hostility toward Jiqiu, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Only a short-haired girl leaned against a tree with a cold expression, her eyes brimming with disdain. The girl was Su He, the 2nd-ranked student in Fengcheng. Her cultivation level was at the 3rd stage of the 4th realm. Her personality was naturally arrogant. Though Jiqiu possessed exceptional cultivation talent, his strength was still too weak. He was simply unworthy of her courtesy.
Oh. Jiqiu responded indifferently. He silently resolved to go easy on these people later. But that woman with the sour expression?
She deserved a proper lesson. Seeing Jiqiu's cold demeanor, Sui's eyes flashed with even more contempt. Even a hint of disgust crept into her gaze. Zhu Tai and the others were so courteous to this guy. Yet he remained so cold.
What's he playing at? Who here isn't stronger than him?
Zhu Tai, however, paid it no mind.
He continued. But Jiqiu, this underground cavern is teeming with 4th realm beasts. It's far too dangerous. I advise you to leave the cavern. Otherwise, you could be putting your life at risk. That's right, Jiqiu. Even us 4th realm martial artists struggle in the cavern. A student chimed in. They could all lose their lives.
Especially a youth at the 9th tier of the 3rd realm standing before them.
It's fine.
Jiqiu shook his head lightly, speaking with an air of casual indifference. Nothing in this underground labyrinth poses a threat to me.
Chapter 34, Can you still smile?
At these words, Zhu Tai and the others all looked awkward.
The youth before them truly dared to say anything.
Indeed, as long as he himself wasn't embarrassed, it was always others who felt awkward. Sui's already cold expression darkened further. His gaze toward Jiqiu grew increasingly contemptuous.
Even someone at the 4th realm, 3rd stage wouldn't dare speak like this. What gives this guy the nerve? Who gave him the nerve? Does he have to pretend? Enough. She couldn't stand it anymore.
She had to teach this guy a lesson.
Just as Su He was about to speak. At that very moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the arena. Thanks for helping me take down these 4 realm beasts.
Hand over those beast cores.
Immediately after,
several young men and women slowly emerged from the side.
Upon seeing them,
Zhu Tai and the others' expressions darkened instantly. The newcomers were disciples from Dà Xià sect, one of the 6 major sects of Yú Jiāng Province. Leading them was none other than the Falling Dawn sect's sacred maiden, Mu Haitang. With cultivation at the 4th stage of the 4th realm, she was among the strongest individuals entering the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm this time. Deep within the cavern lay a bone-shedding herb. Refining it could transform a martial artist's entire skeleton into golden jade bones, granting them an edge over other cultivators at the same realm. Mu Haitang should be competing for the bone-shedding herb. Why was she here?
Seeming to sense Zhu Tai and the others' confusion, Mu Haitang explained with a smile. I've only just reached the 4th stage of the 4th realm. Competing for the bone-shedding herb against those like Yun Luofan, who broke through the 4th stage long ago, would give me no advantage. That's why I gave up. She then shifted her tone and continued. I saw you obtain 2 black mystic crystals earlier. Hand those over as well. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Zhu Tai and the others frowned deeply, their expressions turning grim. Even at their peak, they were no match for Mu Haitang and her group. And now, the recent battle had drained them of a significant amount of spiritual energy. If they didn't hand over the beast cores and black mystic crystals, they would all die. But after battling for 4 hours, how could they possibly surrender so easily? At that moment, Sui suddenly turned to Zhu Tai and snapped. Haven't you handed over the items yet? Do you want to get us all killed? She had no intention of dying here. That's right, Zhu Tai. If we lose our lives, we lose everything. Just give it to them. Life comes first. The others chimed in with their own pleas. Zhu Tai wrestled with the decision for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. All right. Better safe than sorry. He took out the beast core and black mystic crystal, handing them to Mu Haitang and the others. Mu Haitang patted Zhu Tai's shoulder. Her face twisted with mockery as she said, You did quite well. The rest of the Dà Xià sect members burst into laughter. Zhu Tai's face instantly flushed crimson with humiliation, but knowing he was no match for them, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Just then, a detached voice suddenly rang out. Disciples of Dà Xià sect, I see. I want these items. Bring them to me, or else I will kill you all. The voice belonged to Ji Qiu. A few days before entering the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm, he had researched the prodigies of Yú Jiāng Province. Naturally, he recognized the disciples of the Sunset sect. Ha! Upon hearing these words, Zhu Tai and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. This youth at the 9th stage of the 3rd realm dared to threaten the Dà Xià sect with such brazen words. He's gone mad. Absolutely insane. Mu Haitang and the others, however, burst into laughter. The way they looked at Ji Qiu. As if he were some adorable little thing. Before entering the secret realm, these sect members had also researched the strongest students from each city. Naturally, they knew Ji Qiu. A worthless trash at the 9th stage of the 3rd realm dared to speak to them like that? How laughable. Sui's face darkened, his anger boiling over. Has this guy gotten addicted to showing off? How disgusting. You worthless piece of trash, what are you stirring up trouble for? Do you want to die? Sui barked harshly. Mu Haitang sneered coldly. Ji Qiu from Yunmeng City, is it? You trash with a 3rd realm, 9th tier cultivation dares threaten us? Don't you have a brain? Come on, I'll see how you can kill. Before he could finish, he abruptly stopped. A dark crimson flame erupted violently from Ji Qiu's entire body. A flash of fire streaked past the crowd's vision. A youth clad in white athletic gear abruptly materialized before Mu Haitang, his palm ablaze as it slammed toward her face. A searing wave of heat washed over her, and Mu Haitang sensed danger. Her pupils instantly contracted, her expression turning pale. How could this guy move so fast? With her 4th realm, 4th tier martial cultivation, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure. And the aura he released was terrifying. How could this be? But in that moment, she had no time to react. The next instant. Boom! Ji Qiu's palm slammed into Mu Haitang's face. A searing wave of fire roared forth from his palm like a colossal beast of flame. At the same time, a voice as cold as frost rang in her ear. Can you still laugh now? Chapter 35. I didn't quite like the way you crawled just now. The terror of death instantly engulfed Mu Haitang. How could she possibly laugh now? The next moment. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. Mu Haitang's head exploded like fireworks, flesh and blood mingling with shattered bone fragments, splattering everywhere. Only a headless corpse remained where she had stood. Mu Haitang was dead. Killed a 4th realm martial artist, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 64,885. The arena fell instantly silent, utterly still. Zhu Tai and the others froze in place as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the scene with utter horror in their eyes. They never imagined it. Mu Haitang, a 4th realm 4th tier martial artist, had been instantly defeated without any chance to fight back. No wonder Ji Qiu dared to threaten the Dà Xià sect disciples. His strength was truly terrifying. The Dà Xià sect disciples trembled inwardly, their foreheads instantly drenched in cold sweat. The most shocked of all was Sui. Her mind instantly filled with horror and dread, and she murmured in disbelief. How is this possible? How could this be? She had assumed Ji Qiu possessed only the strength of the 3rd realm, 9th tier, and had always looked down on him. She had even thought his earlier words were mere posturing. But now she realized. She had vastly underestimated the strength of the youth before her. Fool! I'm such an idiot. She wanted to slap herself hard across the face. Ji Qiu casually flicked the bloodstains from his hands, his expression utterly unruffled as if nothing had happened. He slowly turned his head towards Suhi. His expression remained impassive as he asked, "What did you just say?" Suhi felt as if she'd been plunged into an ice cellar, unable to suppress a shiver. She hurriedly explained. I was just so worried about you that I said those things. You mustn't misunderstand. She was terrified Jiqiu would take her life. Oh. Jiqiu replied indifferently. If you crawl around me like a worm, I might consider what happened earlier a misunderstanding. Suhi's face instantly drained of color. As the second strongest high schooler in Fengcheng, she was notoriously arrogant and rarely took anyone seriously. Yet now she was being asked to do such a thing. How could she possibly accept it? If I refuse, what will happen? Before she could finish, Jiqiu casually flicked a pebble. Boom! Sui's right arm instantly shattered, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Ah! Sui let out a piercing scream, clutching his severed arm with his left hand, his face contorted with agony and terror. Demon! This is a devil through and through. Zhu Tai and the others were equally pale, cold sweat pouring down their faces. They never imagined that after Sui spoke just one sentence, the youth before them would strike with such brutal ferocity. Jiqiu paid them no mind. His gaze remained fixed on Suhi as he coldly declared. Try saying one more word. Suhi dared not utter another word. He scrambled to his hands and knees, propping himself up with one hand like a broken-legged dog, and crawled sobbing to Jiqiu's feet. Tears streaked his face as he pleaded pitifully. Jiqiu, now, can you let me go now? Sorry. Jiqiu shook his head. I didn't like the way you were crawling just now. What? Hearing Jiqiu's words, Sui's expression froze instantly, leaving her completely dumbfounded. It turned out the youth before her had never intended to let her off the hook. She tried to say something. Jiqiu's foot kicked her head like a soccer ball. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Sui's skull shattered instantly, her life force extinguished. Killed a 4th realm martial artist, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 66,485. The arena fell into absolute silence. Not a single soul dared breathe, terrified of provoking the killing machine before them. Jiqiu withdrew his foot. He slowly approached the group from Dà Xià sect. He said indifferently. You may leave as well. The words fell. He gave the Dà Xià sect disciples no time to react. Jiqiu thrust his hands into his pockets and unleashed a powerful kick. Boom! A blazing burst of fire erupted before them. Their bodies shattered one after another, scattering into a sky filled with sparks that bloomed like fireworks. The underground chamber instantly brightened as if it were broad daylight. Killed 4 4th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 6,400. Remaining potential points, 72,885. Jiqiu promptly gathered the harvest from Mu Haitang and the others, tossing Zhu Tai and the others their beast cores and black mystic crystals. He inquired of Zhu Tai. Are you familiar with the layout of this underground cavern? The cavern's paths were tangled and chaotic, prompting Jiqiu to seek a guide. Familiar? Absolutely familiar. Zhu Tai hastily replied. Every city and sect possessed a map of the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm. Before entering the Secret Realm, they had already memorized the entire map. Do you also know the locations of treasures within the caverns? Jiqiu pressed further. Most treasures in the caverns don't have fixed locations. We don't know. Zhu Tai shook his head. We only know where the bone-shedding grass is located. At the mention of the bone-shedding herb, Jiqiu's eyes lit up. Before entering the Secret Realm, he had researched its various treasures. He knew the bone-melting herb could transform a martial artist's entire skeleton into bones of gold and jade. It was an extremely precious herb. Let's go. Take me there. Jiqiu commanded. Alright, I'll take you there right away. With that, Zhu Tai and the others quickly rose and led the way ahead. Jiqiu followed behind. Along the way, Jiqiu did not spare Zhu Tai and the others from his potential points. He merely defeated them casually, causing no harm to any of them. Gained 4,800 potential points. Remaining potential points, 77,685. Zhu Tai and the others were all puzzled, unable to fathom Jiqiu's intentions. They dared not ask. He continued leading the way ahead. At the end of the underground cavern lay a vast open space. Darkness shrouded the perimeter. At the very front lay a sheer cliff, shrouded in ink-black mist, its depths unfathomable. 9 youths stood upon the clearing. Dozens of corpses of 4th realm demon beasts littered the ground around them. These individuals were the strongest among those who had entered the secret realm. Yun Luofan, the holy son of Yunhua sect. Yun Luoshi, the holy maiden of Yunhua sect. Zhao Yue, the holy daughter of Qingyu sect. Lu Jingyun, the holy son of Changfeng Pavilion. Lin Shi, the foremost prodigy of Qingxi City. Mu Yan, the strongest student in Linjiang City. Before the 9 figures stood a plant half a person's height. Upon it grew 9 fruits, each a deep crimson color and faintly glowing. This plant was none other than the bone-shedding herb.
The crimson fruits were the bone-shedding fruits, capable of altering a martial artist's skeletal structure. This bone-shedding herb bears 9 fruits in total. With 9 of us here, each can take one.
I trust there are no objections?
Lin Shi smiled faintly. She wore a beige shirt, her features soft and gentle, easily inspiring a sense of warmth and approachability.
I have no objections. Mu Yan, with his short red hair, declared bluntly. I agree too. No problem.
The 2 prodigies from their respective schools chimed in agreement. Among the 9, 4 were prodigies from their respective schools, and 5 were sacred sons and daughters from their sects.
Their strengths were comparable. Engaging in combat would only lead to mutual destruction, a loss far outweighing any gain. A peaceful division of resources would be ideal.
Yet Yun Luofan, the holy son of Yunhua sect, shook his head.
He said coldly, our sect's 5 members will take 8 fruits. The remaining one is yours. Chapter 36, is this what you wanted me to see?
The moment these words left his mouth, Lin Shi and the others' expressions darkened instantly. They had agreed beforehand that after jointly slaying the dozens of 4th realm demon beasts guarding the bone-shedding grass, all resources beast cores in the bone-shedding grass itself would be divided equally. They never expected Yun Luofan to say something like this.
What do you mean by this?
Lin Shi asked in a deep voice.
We agreed on the rules beforehand. This is going too far. The holy maiden of Qingyu sect, Zhao Yue, stepped forward.
She sneered coldly.
Rules? In this secret realm, strength is the rule. There are only 4 of you, while we have 5.
Senior brother Yun has even reached the threshold of the 5th stage.
We're being generous enough to spare you a single fruit. It's best to know when you've had enough. Indeed.
Lu Jingyun, the holy son of Changfeng Pavilion, sneered with equal contempt.
If you take this fruit and leave now, it's best for all of us.
But if you insist on playing by the rules with us. He slammed his silver spear into the ground, splattering fragments of rock and dust everywhere.
Then let's see whose fists are harder. You.
Lin Shi and the others grew increasingly grim.
They never imagined things would escalate to this point.
If they clashed with Yun Luofan and his group, Yun Luofan was but a step away from the 5th rank capable of taking on 2 opponents single-handedly. The others were equally formidable.
They stood no chance against Yun Luofan and his group.
Yet they had entered the secret realm specifically for the bone-shedding fruit.
How could they possibly leave empty-handed?
Lin Shi and the others hesitated for a moment before their expressions hardened with resolve. Lin Shi pointed her long sword at the ground and spoke coldly.
Then let's fight. Mu Yan raised his blazing staff and roared. Fight it is. Who's afraid of whom? Come on. The other 2 also assumed fighting stances, ready to strike at any moment. Good. Very good.
Yun Luofan nodded heavily, his eyes instantly flashing with murderous intent.
Since you're so eager to die, we'll grant your wish today. Attack. Kill them.
The command fell. Several figures prepared to strike.
At that very moment. Rip. A sound of tearing air suddenly echoed.
Immediately, a tall, slender youth with delicate features appeared in the center of the arena, hands tucked into his pockets. The youth spoke slowly.
Everyone, stop fighting. These 9 fruits are all mine.
Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look.
When they saw the youth's face, everyone's expressions froze in stunned disbelief. Ji Qiu from Yunmeng City? Wasn't his cultivation only at the 9th stage of the 3rd realm? The underground caverns were teeming with 4th realm demon beasts. How could he possibly be alive here? Could this guy be that lucky?
Yun Luofan and Yun Luoshi, brother and sister, stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with horror and disbelief.
Wasn't he supposed to have died at the hands of Yunhua sect disciples? How could he still be alive? And he's made it to the deepest part of this underground cavern? What on earth was going on?
Ji Qiu paid no heed to the others, continuing to walk forward slowly.
Soon, the others in the arena snapped back to their senses. The holy maiden of Qingyu sect, Zhao Yue, sneered. Ji Qiu of Yunming City, ha! Who'd have thought you'd make it this far, little brat? Looks like you've been hiding your strength all along.
But you dare to act so arrogantly before us.
Do you even know who we are? Ji Qiu shook his head. I have no interest in learning the names of a few ants. So, what does it matter to me who you are?
As soon as these words left his mouth,
Yun Luofan and the other 4 sect members burst into laughter.
Their faces were filled with scorn. Lin Shi and the others couldn't suppress the corners of their mouths either. They were the 9 strongest individuals to enter the secret realm, each possessing cultivation at the 4th stage of the 4th realm.
And this kid actually called them ants? Was he out of his mind? Zhao Yue stepped forward slowly to meet Ji Qiu. Her face twisted with scorn as she declared. To call us ants? You've got some nerve, kid. Very well then.
Thunderbolts as thick as arms suddenly coiled around her body. She roared. Open your eyes wide and see clearly who among us is truly the lowly insect. As the words fell, she lashed out with her moon-white whip, a torrent of lightning trailing its path, smashing down toward Ji Qiu's head. Where the whip's shadow passed, the air screamed with a piercing crack.
The ground itself was scorched by stray arcs of lightning, leaving scorched trails in its wake. A cruel smile spread across Xiao Yue's face. As if she could already see the youth before her, his flesh torn open beneath her whip, wailing in agony. The other sect disciples watched coldly. Xiao Yue was the holy maiden of Qingyu's sect. How could this youth possibly be her match? Defeat was inevitable. Lin Shi and the others watched coldly, choosing not to intervene. Saving Jiqiu would bring them no benefit, only become a liability. Yet as the furious thunder whip descended toward him, Jiqiu's expression remained utterly unruffled. The next moment, under the gaze of all present, the youth's form blurred into an afterimage, vanishing abruptly from his original spot. When he reappeared, he stood behind Xiao Yue. His arm drew back, his fist ablaze with flames. Like a fiery beast, it roared forth, crashing toward her head. The scorching blast wave slammed into the back of Xiao Yu's head. The arrogance and smugness vanished instantly from Xiao Yu's face, replaced by sheer terror and dread. How could this be? How could this guy be so fast? But in that moment, she had no time to react. The next instant, Jiqiu's fist slammed into the back of her head. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. A gaping hole instantly pierced through Xiao Yu's skull, blood gushing forth like a fountain from her face. His breath ceased instantly. Jiqiu withdrew his blood-stained fist from the back of her skull. His expression remained impassive as he said, "Is this what you wanted me to see? Killed a 4th realm martial artist. Potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 79,285. Thud. Xiao Yue's body collapsed limply to the ground with a dull thud. The clearing fell deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their eyes filled with utter shock. Instant kill. Xiao Yue, a formidable 4th realm 4th tier cultivator, had been killed with a single punch to the head as if it were nothing. How could this be possible? Lin Shi and the others froze in place, overcome by a sense of unreality. They never imagined Jiqiu could be this powerful. Regret began to gnaw at their hearts. Had they known this would happen, they would have stood by Jiqiu's side no matter what, rather than watching coldly from the sidelines. The most shocked of all were Yun Luofan and his sister. They never imagined this. The man their father, the patriarch of Yunhua sect, had ordered them to kill, was such a terrifying force. Yun Luofan was the strongest among them. Yet he couldn't possibly have killed Xiao Yue so effortlessly. How could he possibly stand a chance against Jiqiu? The siblings' faces drained of color as they instantly abandoned any thought of killing Jiqiu. They couldn't do it. Jiqiu turned and walked slowly toward Lin Shi and the others. His expression remained impassive as he asked, "What were you laughing about just now?" "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." Lin Shi hastily forced a smile and began to explain. "We never imagined you, Jiqiu, could be so strong. That's why." Smack. Chapter 37. After slaughtering these bastards, it's time to send you guys on your way. Before she could finish, Jiqiu raised his hand and struck her across the face. A sharp crack echoed. Lin Shi's right cheek instantly split open, blood gushing forth in a torrent. The sound of cracking bones and flesh echoed through the air. "I asked what you were laughing at. What the hell were you babbling about?" Jiqiu said coldly. "You all love to laugh, don't you? Get down on your knees and laugh. Laugh until you're hoarse, until your throat bleeds, then stop. Or I'll kill you all." Upon hearing these words, Lin Shi and the others felt utterly humiliated. They were the strongest students in the entire city, yet they were being forced to do such a thing. But they were no match for Jiqiu. If they didn't obey the young man before them, they might well lose their lives. Just as they were caught in this dilemma, Mu Yan suddenly spoke with a threatening tone. "I'm from the Mu family, the foremost clan in Linjiang City." Boom! Before he could finish, a deafening explosion erupted from the center of the arena. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, a burst of flames suddenly exploded before Mu Yan. The air hummed, the ground trembled. Mu Yan's body instantly shattered, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Killed a 4th realm martial artist, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 80,885. Lin Shi and the other two prodigies of the academy trembled violently, their backs instantly drenched in cold sweat. Thud. They dared not hesitate any longer, all kneeling down on the ground. Ha! Ha ha! Lin Shi's mouth twisted into a wide grin, pulling at the wounds on his face. Blood flowed freely down his cheeks, a pitiful sight. Immediately after, the other two also let out hoarse, maniacal laughter. They laughed with all their might, as if terrified Jiqiu would take their lives. Jiqiu paid them no further attention, slowly turning to fix his gaze upon Yun Luofan. "Why did your Yunhua sect try to kill me?" Hearing these words, Yun Luofan's brows furrowed tightly, his face turning even paler. It seemed Jiqiu had encountered other Yunhua sect disciples outside the underground cavern, otherwise, how could he know they sought his life? Yun Luofan hastily protested. "Our Yunhua sect never intended to kill brother Jiqiu. I wonder who told him such a thing." Beside him, Yun Luoshi nodded repeatedly. She chimed in. That's right, that's right. Our Yinhua sect has never had such intentions. Oh. Ji Qiu responded indifferently. He drew the Yinhuang blade from his back, slowly unwrapping the cloth binding, as his cold voice rang out once more. I'll send you on your way now. Yun Luofan and his sister instantly looked panicked. It's over. Completely finished. Just as they were about to speak. At that very moment, the ground trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck. Immediately after, demonic beasts poured forth from all three directions except the cliff face. Within mere moments, over 100 ghost wolves emerged, all at the 4th realm level or higher. Among them were even mid-4 realm ghost wolves whose strength rivaled that of a 4th realm, 6th tier powerhouse. And there were 5 of them. Feeling the overwhelming aura of over 100 shadow wolves, everyone's faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with utter despair. A single mid-4 realm shadow wolf alone was enough to slaughter them all, let alone the fact that there were far more than one. And they had nowhere to flee. Lin Shi and the others instantly stopped laughing. Facing imminent death, Ji Qiu, the one who had forced them to laugh, couldn't possibly survive either. What the hell were they laughing about? Yun Luofan, however, let a smile curve his lips. Yun Luoshi felt a surge of satisfaction. They were destined to die by Ji Qiu's blade, and now Ji Qiu would meet his end here too, joining them in death. How could they not be happy? If death was inevitable, then they'd die together. Ji Qiu paid no heed to these demonic beasts, instead turning his gaze toward Lin Shi and the others. He said with some displeasure. Did I tell you to stop? Now that death was imminent, Lin Shi felt no fear toward Ji Qiu anymore. The pent-up humiliation in his heart erupted violently. He roared. Today, you and I, every single one of us will die here. None of us will survive. What's there to laugh about? Do you really think you can defeat these demonic beasts? Fool! You're overestimating yourself. Beside him, Yun Luofan roared with laughter. So what if you kill us? You'll die too and join us in hell. Over 100 4th realm shadow wolves swarmed the battlefield, including 5 at the mid-stage of the 4th realm. Even a 4th realm 7th tier martial artist would struggle to survive. No one believed Ji Qiu could defeat these demonic beasts. It was utterly impossible. Ji Qiu said nothing more, merely opening the system interface. Host Ji Qiu. Realm 8-fold resonance of muscle and bone 0-18,000. Breathing technique. Ash burning breath technique B rank mastered. Technique. Flame shadow C rank minor achievement 0-800. Flame burst C rank minor mastery 0-800. Remaining potential points 80,885. Xiao Bao, go all in for me. The next moment, a system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Spent 18,000 potential points. Martial arts cultivation advanced to 9-tier resonance of bones and tendons. Spent 20,000 potential points. Martial arts proficiency upgraded to Qi C of the Dantian stage 1. Spent 25,000 potential points. Martial arts proficiency upgraded to Qi C of the Dantian stage 2. Remaining potential points 17,885. As the system notification faded, Ji Qiu's internal energy seemed to respond to an invisible summons, surging wildly toward his Dantian. A searing heat instantly radiated from his Dantian throughout his entire body. Then, boom! An explosive roar erupted from his Dantian, carving out an independent space to store his vital energy. The Dantian Qi Hai. Vital energy surged madly into the Qi Ci, undergoing extreme compression and refinement, its total volume exploding by more than tenfold. If the previous vital energy was a stream, now it was a lake. Speed, strength, perception, reaction, every aspect of physical prowess underwent a qualitative leap. Ji Qiu closed the system. He looked at the others. His voice was as emotionless as a Grim Reaper's verdict. After killing these bastards, it's time to send you on your way. Chapter 38, Sand runs out. The words fell. Boom! A searing blast of heat erupted from Ji Qiu's body. His entire body blazed with raging flames as tremendous power erupted from his legs, propelling him upward in a single leap. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly. Shattered stones flew everywhere, sending up a cloud of dust. Immediately after, Ji Qiu swung his flaming splendor blade with devastating force, slashing down fiercely into the pack of shadow wolves to his left. Like a meteorite crashing from the heavens. Lin Shi and the others all wore expressions of contempt. This fool actually thinks he can kill these beasts? How laughable. The smiles on Yun Luofan and his sister's faces grew even broader. They seemed to already envision Ji Qiu being torn apart and devoured by countless ghost wolves. Just as the group basked in their smug satisfaction, Ji Qiu's flaming splendor blade already crashed down into the pack of ghost wolves. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The ground trembled, cracked, and collapsed. Several surrounding shadow wolves didn't even have time to cry out before exploding instantly under the terrifying force. Sparks flew like fireworks across the sky. The gloomy cavern was instantly lit as bright as day. But it wasn't over yet. The next moment, under the gaze of Lin Shi and the others, boom!
A terrifying wave of fire erupted from Ji Qiu's body, exploding outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked open and the weeds on the surface instantly turned to ash. One after another, the bodies of the 4 realm shadow wolves shattered, exploding into a sky filled with sparks. Even those at the mid-stage of the 4th realm were not spared. Their bodies exploded in an instant. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed continuously across the battlefield. One after another, the ghost wolves burst open like fireworks. The spectacle was utterly magnificent. Brilliant beyond compare. In an instant, dozens of ghost wolves fell by Ji Qiu's hand. Among them were 2 mid-4 realm ghost wolves, each comparable to a 4th realm 6th tier martial artist. This can't be possible. Lin Shi and the others stared blankly, their minds going completely blank. With a single stroke. With just one swing, this guy had nearly wiped out all the ghost wolves on the left flank. Even the mid-4 realms shadow wolves were no exception. How could this be possible? Even a 4th realm 7th stage martial artist would struggle to achieve this feat. How could this youth be so powerful? The Yun Luofan siblings froze in place, their smiles instantly frozen on their faces. They never imagined that these shadow wolves proved utterly helpless. But it wasn't over yet. Amidst the pack of shadow wolves, Ji Qiu, gripping the flaming splendor blade, swept through them like a tyrant emerging from a land of sin, his expressionless face cutting relentlessly, slashing down. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions erupted continuously from the battlefield. The ground trembled incessantly like an earthquake. Shattered rocks flew wildly in all directions. Sparks erupted across the sky. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. In mere moments, nearly 200 shadow wolves were slaughtered by Ji Qiu. Yet Ji Qiu, standing amidst the pack of shadow wolves with the flaming splendor blade in hand, remained unscathed. Not even his breathing faltered. His expression remained as still as a lake. Killed 187 4th realm demonic beasts, potential points plus 299,200. Remaining potential points 317,085. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone stood frozen in place, bodies trembling uncontrollably, foreheads drenched in cold sweat. Some collapsed directly to the ground. Their faces contorted into grotesque masks of terror, drained of all color. Lin Shi and the others were now filled with regret. They never imagined Ji Qiu could slaughter every last one of these shadow wolves. If they had remained kneeling on the ground, still laughing wildly, as long as they could laugh until blood spilled, they could survive. They had a chance to live. The Yun Luofan siblings were ashen-faced, their hearts filled with regret and despair. Monster! The youth before them was a monster. Why did our Yunhua sect ever provoke such a being? But it was too late for regrets now. Ji Qiuyan dragged his flaming blade along the ground as he slowly approached the group. His footsteps, not particularly heavy, sounded like a countdown to their deaths. I'm sorry, Ji Qiu, I'm sorry. Don't kill me. I'll laugh, I'll keep laughing. I'm the sacred son of Changfeng Pavilion. You can't kill me. I beg you, spare me. I don't want to die. All sense of dignity abandoned, they knelt on the ground, their voices reduced to pitiful pleas. All they wanted was to live. Ji Qiu merely shook his head coldly. Swinging the flaming splendor blade in his hand, the massive blade came crashing down from above their heads. Boom! A massive crater dozens of meters wide erupted in the center of the field. Lin Shi and the others were all dead. Not a trace remained. Killed 8 4th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 12,800. Remaining potential points 329,885. What a massive haul. Gazing at the hundreds of thousands of remaining potential points, Ji Qiu couldn't help but marvel. He immediately opened the system interface. He silently commanded. Elevate cultivation. Spent 30,000 potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to the 3rd stage of the Qi Si in the Dantian. Consuming 35,000. Spent 40,000. Spending 45,000. Spending 50,000. Spending 55,000. Spent 60,000 potential points. Martial arts cultivation reached 9th tier of the Qi Si in the Dantian. Remaining potential points 14,885. Ji Qiu's cultivation ultimately plateaued at the 9th stage of the 5th realm. The primordial energy within his body surged once more, roaring like an endless ocean surging forth from his Dantian Qihai. His strength surged dramatically. Now, even Principal Lin Jinting himself might not be my match. Ji Qiu clenched his fists. Feeling the colossal power within him, he murmured to himself. Though Lin Jinting cultivated an A-grade breathing technique in martial arts, his martial cultivation had only reached the 5th stage of the 5th realm. The gap between him and Ji Qiu now was simply too vast. Ji Qiu then retracted the system. He stepped forward and plucked the 9 bone-shedding fruits. He gathered the hundreds of beast cores scattered on the ground, along with the spoils collected by Yun Luofan and the others, stuffing them into a large bag he had prepared beforehand. He hoisted the bag onto his shoulder and headed out. As for refining the bone-shedding fruits, Ji Qiu decided to handle that after leaving the secret realm.
The Yolong secret realm wouldn't open for several more days. For the remaining time, Ji Qiu spent entirely hunting demonic beasts within the underground caverns.
Whenever he encountered members of sects, Ji Qiu showed no mercy and killed them. As for the prodigies who had emerged from the academy, he merely defeated them without taking their lives. During this period, he encountered Zhu Tai and his group once more. Seeing the large sack of beast cores slung over Ji Qiu's shoulder, they all looked astonished. They led Ji Qiu to the farthest reaches of the cavern,
and then turned and left. Little did they expect Ji Qiu to have such a bountiful haul. After Ji Qiu had walked far away, a young boy whispered, "What do you think he was doing at the end of the cavern just now? Could he have robbed Yun Luofan and the others? Highly likely. How else could he have obtained so many beast cores? Yeah, and the energy within those cores is incredibly potent. Most of them are probably 4th-tier beast cores." The others chimed in with their own speculations. Zhu Tai sighed and remarked, "If that's truly the case, wouldn't his strength be at the 5th or even 6th tier of the 4th realm? That's simply monstrous."
The others nodded in agreement. A 16-year-old boy possessing such absurdly high strength.
He's a monster. Chapter 39, Can you do it?
The day of the secret realm's opening arrived swiftly.
During this period, Ji Qiu had slain 36 3rd realm demon beasts and 18 4th realm demon beasts. He also eliminated 17 4th realm sect members and defeated 23 4th realm academy prodigies.
He gained a total of 103,200 potential points.
Remaining potential points, 118,085.
He stowed away the final beast core. Ji Qiu shouldered the large sack filled with beast cores, exited the underground cavern, and headed toward the secret realm's exit. The secret realm's exit remained open for only 1 hour.
Missing it meant being trapped inside, forced to wait for the next opening to escape.
Thus, the group had gathered at the exit long before,
awaiting the secret realm's opening. Have you heard? That Ji Qiu from Yunming City slaughtered dozens of sect disciples including several 4th realm cultivators. What? But he's only at the 9th stage of the 3rd realm, how could he be that powerful?
That guy was hiding his true strength way too well. The prodigies of the various schools buzzed with discussion.
All were astonished Ji Qiu's power far exceeded their expectations.
Oomph. A sect disciple named Zhang Ling snorted coldly. That bastard won't last long. If he dares show his face at the secret realm's exit today, I'll take his head. He was a disciple of the Changfeng Pavilion. His cultivation had just reached the 4th stage of the 4th realm. Since Zhu Tai and the others hadn't leaked the news that Ji Qiu had killed Mu Haitang and the others,
he remained unaware. Yes, that bastard deserves to die. We absolutely cannot let him go.
We must kill him to avenge our fallen sect disciples. The disciples of the sects echoed in agreement. Their eyes burned with murderous intent. None of the school's prodigies spoke up for Ji Qiu. In fact, many were delighted to witness this scene. After all, many of them had been beaten by Ji Qiu. Naturally, they wished for Ji Qiu's demise.
At that moment,
Zhu Tai, standing nearby, glanced at Zhang Ling and the others with utter contempt.
You're overestimating yourselves. Even if all of you gang up on him, you still wouldn't stand a chance against Ji Qiu.
The others accompanying Zhu Tai nodded in agreement. Ji Qiu had effortlessly defeated Mu Haitang, a 4th realm 4th tier cultivator. Even Yun Luofan, Lin Shi, and the strongest few who had entered the secret realm this time were likely no match for him. What could they possibly be? The moment these words left his mouth, the gazes directed at Zhu Tai by the crowd in the arena instantly turned peculiar. Wasn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Ji Qiu is indeed formidable, but Zhang Ling is at the 4th stage of the 4th realm. How could Ji Qiu possibly be his match? Zhang Ling sneered contemptuously, his face twisted with mockery.
Oomph. Don't you find your words laughable?
He stepped on a crawling insect beneath his foot, crushing it back and forth. The creature was instantly crushed into a pulp. If that brat dares stand before me, killing him will be as easy as crushing this insect.
Zhu Tai didn't continue arguing with him.
He merely replied calmly,
"We'll see about that."
Zhang Ling shook his head and sneered coldly.
"This is no fun at all. Why don't we add some stakes?
If I win, you give me both your arms.
If I lose, I give you both my arms. You dare? Deal." Zhu Tai accepted without hesitation.
"Good. Very good." Zhang Ling clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "I look forward to seeing your pain and regret once you lose both arms.
But if you kneel before me begging for mercy later, I might just take pity on you."
The disciples of the sect all burst into laughter. All were waiting to see the show unfold. The school's prodigies, however, wore expressions of resignation and disdain.
This was no different from handing over 2 arms for free. Zhang Ling was a top prodigy at the 4th stage of the 4th realm. How could Ji Qiu possibly be his match?
Only Zhu Tai and his companions remained utterly confident. They had witnessed Ji Qiu's lightning-fast defeat of Mu Haitang with their own eyes.
Moments later,
Only a dozen minutes remained before the secret realm's entrance opened.
Yet to everyone's astonishment, Jiqiu still hadn't appeared.
Even Yan Luofan, Lin Shi, and the others were nowhere to be seen.
What was going on? Just as everyone was puzzled,
a youth carrying a large sack on his shoulder slowly approached from the distance.
Their eyes lit up instantly. This kid's here, the show's about to begin.
You finally showed up, kid. Zhang Ling looked at Jiqiu and chuckled lightly.
What do you want with me? Jiqiu inquired. Indeed, I have business.
Zhang Ling slowly stepped forward. I hear you've killed quite a few sect disciples.
I'm here now to kill you and avenge them.
Oh. Jiqiu replied casually. With that, his figure shot forward explosively. Like a streak of light, he instantly sliced through the void, materializing before Zhang Ling. His foot slammed straight toward Zhang Ling's abdomen.
At the same moment,
a cold voice exploded beside his ear.
Can you handle it? Chapter 40, Slaughtering the Sands. Fast. Too fast.
As the foot bearing down on his abdomen came into view, the smile vanished instantly from Zhang Ling's face.
Why was this guy moving so fast? At that moment,
he had no time to react. He could only desperately summon his internal energy, frantically channeling it toward his abdomen to withstand Jiqiu's assault. But he was clearly overestimating himself.
The next instant, boom! Jiqiu's foot slammed into his midsection.
Zhang Ling instantly flew backward uncontrollably, crashing toward the crowd of sect prodigies.
Yet immediately after,
to the stunned gazes of everyone present, the moment Zhang Ling's body slammed into the crowd, it exploded with a thunderous boom, bursting into a sky-filling shower of sparks like fireworks.
It wasn't over yet. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from Zhang Ling's body, surged outward in all directions.
Wherever it passed, the ground collapsed, shards of rock flew everywhere, and dust billowed up. Dozens of sect disciples nearby couldn't withstand this terrifying force at all, exploding one after another.
Boom! 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 Explosive booms echoed one after another.
Bones and flesh flew through the air, a haze of blood filling the scene.
It resembled a living hell.
Killed 37 Third Realm martial artists, 14 Fourth Realm martial artists. Potential points plus 52,000.
Remaining potential points 170,085. The arena fell instantly silent.
Everyone froze in place, their scalps tingling with dread.
One kick.
A single kick had slaughtered dozens of sect disciples. Even Zhang Ling, a Fourth Realm 4th tier martial artist, had not been spared.
Terrifying.
Before this battle, no one believed Jiqiu could be Zhang Ling's match.
Everyone assumed
they would witness Jiqiu fall at Zhang Ling's hands.
Yet no one could have imagined the outcome would be like this. Zhu Tai and the others were equally horrified. Though they had witnessed Jiqiu's strength before, seeing it again left them utterly speechless. The scene before them was utterly overwhelming. A total of 200 disciples from various sects had entered the secret realm.
A full 108 had fallen at Jiqiu's hands. Several others perished within the secret realm itself. Now, fewer than 90 disciples remained on the field. Jiqiu slowly withdrew his foot. Looking at them, he said with a calm and composed air.
Since I've already offended your sects, I might as well offend them completely. Off you go, everyone.
At these words, the faces of all the sect's prodigies paled as if plunged into an ice cellar, a chill piercing straight to their souls.
They never imagined Jiqiu actually intended to slaughter every last one of them. Madman. Absolute madman.
At that moment, they had only one thought.
Run. Run as far as they could. Even if it meant missing the secret realm's opening, they refused to die here. But before they could turn to flee,
Jiqiu, wielding the flaming splendor blade, swept out with a terrifying might that seemed to incinerate the 8 desolate realms.
Boom!
The crimson blade glowed with raging flames, sweeping forth like a fiery dragon, carrying the terrifying might to incinerate the 8 desolate realms.
Wherever it passed, the air warped under the intense heat, emitting a mournful hiss. Immediately after, boom! 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 A deafening series of explosions erupted.
Sect disciples exploded like fireworks one after another, showering sparks across the sky and instantly illuminating the entire secret realm exit.
In the blink of an eye, dozens of sect disciples were killed.
Not a single one survived. Only a shower of sparks fell like rain. This massacre came to a tragic yet beautiful end. Killed 58 Third Realm martial artists, 29 Fourth Realm martial artists.
Potential points plus 92,800. Remaining potential points 262,885.
Every soul present trembled in terror. Some collapsed directly to the ground, curling into a ball as their bodies shook uncontrollably. Their eyes were filled with sheer terror and dread.
The scene before them was utterly overwhelming.
Jiqiu, however, remained expressionless, not even blinking an eye.
He casually plopped down on a rock.
He murmured to himself. Once we leave the secret realm, the storm will come. Outside the secret realm now, countless sect masters would surely be arriving to retrieve their disciples.
If they discovered all had perished at Ji Qiu's hands, who knows what kind of uproar would erupt. First, I must strengthen my power. Ji Qiu activated the system and silently commanded. Enhance cultivation. Spend 65,000 potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to stage 1 of 100 meridians unblocked. Spent 75,000 potential points. Martial cultivation reached stage 2 of 100 veins unblocked. Spent 85,000 potential points. Martial cultivation reached stage 3 of 100 veins unblocked. Remaining potential points 37,885. The first two stages of 100 veins unblocked connect both legs. The third and fourth stages connect the arms. As the system voice faded, Ji Qiu's meridians in both legs and his left arm were fully unblocked. At that moment, his legs and left arm felt as though a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, becoming incredibly light while his strength surged dramatically. Not only that. Now, whenever Ji Qiu focused his intent, the yuan power within his body could instantly surge to his legs and left arm. This meant Ji Qiu's reaction speed and attack speed would become extremely fast. Moreover, each attack could unleash terrifying power. He could even continuously channel his energy to unleash relentless, devastating assaults. Ji Qiu then retracted the system. At that very moment, the entrance to the secret realm slowly opened. Everyone instantly transformed into streaks of light, rushing headlong into the secret realm. They couldn't bear to stay in this secret realm a moment longer. Ji Qiu's oppressive aura was overwhelming. Ji Qiu, however, showed no sign of haste, remaining seated upon the stone slab. Only after everyone had departed the secret realm. Only then did he slowly rise and walk toward the exit. Outside the secret realm, a large crowd had already gathered. Among them were leaders from various schools, as well as prominent figures and disciples from different sects. All had come to greet their students. Our school's Lin Shi is undoubtedly the strongest student to enter the secret realm this time. His gains will surely crush all others. Principal Li Mu of Qingxi First High School declared with brimming confidence. Not necessarily. The principal of Linjiang First High School countered. My school's Mu Yan is no less capable than that Lin Shi girl. Zhang Rui from Yulin No. 1 High isn't one to be underestimated either. And Zhao Yang from Bincheng No. 1 High School. The principals of Yulin and Bincheng First High Schools were equally unconvinced. Lin Shi, Mu Yan, Zhang Rui, and Zhao Yang were the four strongest individuals entering the secret realm this time. Though Lin Shi was the strongest, the gap in strength between the four was negligible. Li Mu stood with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. Then we shall see. Meanwhile, the leaders and disciples of major sects were also discussing among themselves. All eagerly anticipated the opening of the secret realm. In the area where Yunmeng First High School was located, Principal Chang Lixue remained dressed in her tailored skirt suit. Her graceful figure and exquisite features drew many admiring glances. Beside her stood Gu Nan and the others, defeated by Ji Qiu. So Ji Qiu must have perished in the secret realm, right? Gu Nan asked. He's only at the 9th level of the 3rd realm. How could he possibly survive when the Yunhua sect wanted him dead? Chang Lixue replied with a smile. Her words brimmed with satisfaction. She had longed to kill Ji Qiu, but never found the chance. Now, at last, her wish was fulfilled. Then, with a hint of regret, Chang Lixue added. Too bad I didn't get to see this bastard die with my own eyes. Gu Nan consoled her. It's enough that he's dead. Why should the principal dwell on such details? But even if he had survived the secret realm today, he would have met an early demise killed by his own arrogance. Chang Lixue nodded in agreement. You're right. Even with strength, one must learn to conceal their sharp edges. Otherwise, they won't go far on the path of martial arts. She then turned her gaze toward Lin Jinting, the principal of Yunmeng No. 2 High School. She said calmly. I'll go over there. You wait here. A few days ago, when Ji Qiu caused a scene at Yunmeng First High School, Lin Jinting had told her to get some rest and dream sweet dreams. But how could she possibly sleep that night? Lin Jinting was clearly mocking her. Today, she would return the favor. Yes, principal. Gu Nan and the others replied. Soon, Chang Lixue approached Lin Jinting. Lin Jinting looked puzzled. With the relationship between First High and Second High now as tense as water and fire, what was she doing here? At that moment, Chang Lixue spoke first. Principal Lin. What is it, Principal Chang? Did you need something? Lin Jinting cut straight to the point. Nothing particularly urgent. Since the two stood far from the crowd, Chang Lixue spoke without reservation. It's about Ji Qiu. There's no way he could have emerged from the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm today. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinting's brows instantly furrowed tightly. His voice grew stern as he demanded. What do you mean by that, Principal Chang? Chang Lixue's smile remained unchanged. Your most prized student perished in the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm. He cannot appear today. That is precisely what I mean. Do you understand, Principal Lin? Lin Jinting grew increasingly perplexed as he listened. Ji Qiu has already died in the secret realm? What does that mean? Could someone have targeted Ji Qiu in the secret realm? But how could Chen Lixue know? Could all this be her scheme? You colluded with other schools to kill Ji Qiu in the secret realm? Lin Jinting inquired.
Principal Lin, don't jump to conclusions.
I wouldn't dream of such a thing. Shang Lixue's face brimmed with smug satisfaction.
All I can tell you is that Ji Qiu won't survive the secret realm.
As for why, I can't say. Immediately after, Shang Lixue sneered. I hope Principal Lin doesn't catch sight of Ji Qiu later tonight.
May you sleep soundly and dream sweet dreams.
Oomph. You. Lin Jinting's face turned ashen, about to retort.
Shang Lixue had already turned and walked away with a cold laugh.
Could Ji Qiu really have perished in the secret realm?
Lin Jinting murmured to himself. But judging by Shang Lixue's confident demeanor just now, it didn't seem like she was lying.
Forget it. Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, in a corner away from the crowd, a middle-aged man in a black suit, wearing sunglasses and a mask, asked. That Ji Qiu, he should be dead by now, right?
Chapter 41, say one more word and I'll knock you out. The man was none other than Xiao Yi, leader of the Blackwater gang. Rest assured. Yun Tian, the leader of the Yunhua sect, replied with a calm and composed tone. Our Yunhua sect has sent multiple 4th realm martial artists into the secret realm this time.
Killing a mere 3rd realm 9th tier brat? How could anything go wrong?
Xiao, call your men now and have them deliver the final payment to the Yunhua sect. His words brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, sect leader. As long as Ji Qiu doesn't emerge from the secret realm, I'll personally deliver the remaining payment to the Yunhua sect.
Xiao Yi did not commit to Yun Tian.
Only by witnessing the outcome with his own eyes could he feel at ease.
Yun Tian shook his head with a smile.
You're just too cautious, that's all.
As you wish.
With that, he turned his gaze toward the secret realm.
The secret realm is about to open.
Gang leader Qiao, you'd better keep a close eye on things.
Xiao Yi nodded. Moments later. Boom!
The ground shook violently.
Immediately after, the black vortex at the entrance to the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm turned transparent once more. The Ghost Wolf Secret Realm opened. The next instant,
one figure after another emerged from the secret realm. Yet each person who emerged was deathly pale, their expressions still haunted by terror. What puzzled everyone present even more was this. Every single one emerging from the realm was a prodigy of the academy. Not a single disciple from the sect was among them. Where are our sect's disciples?
Could something have happened to them?
An elder of the Dà Xià sect voiced his concern.
What could have happened?
The head of Changfeng Pavilion appeared utterly unconcerned. If something truly happened, our sect disciples wouldn't all have perished within the secret realm.
There must be some reason why these academy students emerged first.
All our sect disciples perishing within the secret realm? Such a thing is utterly impossible, utterly absurd. The other sect members nodded in agreement.
The pavilion master is right. Our sect's disciples should still be behind. Let's wait and see.
Yun Tian, the leader of the Yunhua sect, remained equally unmoved.
He continued to gaze calmly toward the secret realm.
He waited for the sect disciples and the entire Yunhua sect to emerge from the secret realm.
At the entrance to the secret realm,
over 100 figures emerged one after another. Still, no disciples from the sect appeared. After over 200 prodigies from the academy emerged, the entrance to the secret realm fell completely silent.
No one else emerged.
The expressions of the sect members grew solemn. The head of Changfeng Pavilion shed his earlier composure, his brow furrowing deeply.
Yun Tian, the patriarch of Yunhua sect, also began to feel uneasy.
The principals of Qingxi First High School, Linjiang First High School, and several other top-tier institutions also wore grim expressions. Their students Linxi, Muyan, and others had likewise failed to emerge from the secret realm.
Strange.
This is too strange.
What on earth was going on?
I'll go ask those students what exactly happened. The elder of Dà Xià sect said in a solemn voice. With that, he approached one of the students.
He inquired. Why hasn't a single disciple from our sect emerged from the secret realm? Do you know what happened?
The student shook his head repeatedly. To reveal that Ji Qiu had slaughtered all the sect's disciples would undoubtedly provoke him. He certainly didn't want to provoke this god of death. The Dà Xià sect elder moved on to question other disciples, but the outcome remained the same.
No one responded. The expressions of the major sect's members grew even more grave.
Their minds were filled with confusion.
The school's principal and other leaders were equally perplexed. What exactly had transpired within the secret realm? Just as everyone was puzzling over this, the entrance to the secret realm rippled once more.
Immediately after, a youth clad in white casual attire slowly emerged. He carried 2 large sacks slung over his shoulders, his body covered in bloodstains. His cold face was equally smeared with blood, lending an eerie quality to his otherwise handsome features.
This can't be possible.
When they recognized the youth's face, Shang Lixue froze in place, eyes wide, looking as if she'd seen a ghost.
Ji Qiu. It was him. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to have died in the secret realm? How could he still be alive? Gu Nan and the others nearby were equally stunned. In a corner at the back of the crowd, Chowie, leader of the Blackwater gang, stared blankly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yun Tian, the head of the Yunhua sect, was utterly stunned. Among the Yunhua sect disciples who entered the secret realm, no fewer than 8 possessed martial cultivation above the 4th realm. That kid should have died. Why did he emerge alive from the secret realm? Once Luo Fan and the others emerge from the secret realm, we must question them about what truly happened. He said grimly. The 50 million that was practically in his hands had just vanished. How could he possibly be happy? Principal Lin Jinting of 2nd High School, however, broke into a smile. So that woman Chang Lishue was just bluffing. Jiqiu is fine, isn't he? That woman scared the hell out of me. He hurried over to greet Jiqiu. At that very moment, the master of Changfeng Pavilion turned to Jiqiu and coldly demanded, "Do you know what transpired within the secret realm? Why has not a single disciple of our sect emerged? Where are they now?" Jiqiu replied with a calm and composed tone. "I killed them all." Among the 2 large sacks of cultivation resources, one contained the spoils taken from those sect disciples. The head of Changfeng Pavilion clearly didn't believe him. A mere 3rd realm, 9th tier novice had slaughtered all the sect's prodigies. What kind of joke was this? I'm not joking with you. Speak properly. The Longwind Pavilion master barked harshly. Upon hearing this, Jiqiu's expression abruptly turned cold. "I said I wiped them all out. Are you deaf or just not listening?" The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present wore expressions of shock. Clearly, none had expected Jiqiu to be so bold as to speak to the head of Changfeng Pavilion in such a manner. The head of Changfeng Pavilion possessed cultivation at the 7th stage of the 5th realm. Though he couldn't kill Jiqiu in front of so many people, no one would bat an eye if he taught him a lesson. Wasn't this kid just asking for a beating? The Longwind Pavilion master's face instantly turned ashen. "How dare you speak to me like this?" Before he could finish, Jiqiu cut him off coldly. "If you utter another word, I'll kill you right now." At these words, everyone was once again utterly stunned. What on earth was this Jiqiu doing, threatening the head of Changfeng Pavilion? Had he lost his mind? Even those who had just emerged from the secret realm didn't believe Jiqiu could kill the head of Changfeng Pavilion. The gap between 4th realm and 5th realm was simply too vast. Chang Lishue, however, broke into a smile, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. Though this fellow hadn't perished in the secret realm. But now, he was likely to die here. Yun Tian, the patriarch of Yunhua sect, and Chowie both wore faint smiles. Especially Chowie was absolutely delighted inside. The head of Changfeng Pavilion had been threatened like this. He would never let Jiqiu off lightly. Even if he survived, he would be crippled. To accomplish this without spending a single penny. It was utterly delightful. As expected, upon hearing Jiqiu's words, the Longwind Pavilion master's face darkened instantly, his eyes filling with murderous intent. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted out. "Since you." Chapter 42, "All of you, die." He uttered only 3 words. Jiqiu's figure shot forward like a bullet, abruptly materializing before the master of Changfeng Pavilion. His fingers clamped like a vice around the man's throat. Simultaneously, he spoke coldly. "It seems you didn't take my words to heart." As the words fell, his palm erupted with force. The neck of the Longfeng Pavilion master shattered instantly, his head hurled skyward by the powerful blast wave. A fountain of blood spurted from the shattered neck. The master of Changfeng Pavilion was dead. Killing a 5th realm cultivator, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining potential points, 41,085. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared blankly, their minds frozen in shock by the scene before them. The pavilion master of Changfeng Pavilion possessed cultivation at the 7th stage of the 5th realm. He was among the absolute elite of Yú Jiāng Province. Yet he was utterly defenseless, instantly defeated by this 16-year-old youth. No one had ever thought Jiqiu could be a match for the pavilion master. To dare challenge the pavilion master was tantamount to courting death. Yet, unexpectedly, the outcome would turn out like this. The smile vanished instantly from Chang Lishue's face, replaced by utter horror. Yun Tian, the patriarch of Yunhua sect, saw his pupils contract sharply, his face frozen in disbelief. Chowie froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Principal Lin Jinting's face flushed crimson as he blurted out a curse. Damn it! No one could have imagined it. Jiqiu, barely 16 years old and with less than a year of cultivation, possessed strength this terrifying. Now they finally believed Jiqiu's words. Those sect disciples had all perished at Jiqiu's hands. At that moment, Principal Li Mu of Qingxi First High School spoke up. As for Lin Shi and the others, does Jiqiu know why they haven't emerged from the secret realm yet? I killed them too. Jiqiu stated indifferently. With that, he paid no further attention to the others, his gaze shifting to Lin Jinting. Principal, let's go. Lin Jinting's face turned deathly pale. With Jiqiu having killed so many people, how could they possibly leave? Jiqiu, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. His expression remained utterly unruffled as he strode purposefully toward the distance. Yet before he had taken a few steps, Yun Tian's deep voice suddenly echoed from behind Jiqiu. You slaughtered so many of my sect's members and think you can just walk away? Do you really believe that's possible? Jiqiu halted in his tracks. Turning to face Yun Tian, he said expressionlessly. And then what? Yun Tian replied in a deep voice. You must die here today. Oh. Jiqiu responded casually. He then placed 2 large sacks of cultivation resources on the ground, his icy gaze sweeping over the gathered sect members. So you all want to kill me, huh? You little bastard deserves to die. You killed so many prodigies from our sect today, you must pay with your life. The powerful figures from various sects roared in fury, their killing intent piercing the heavens. Jiqiu turned his gaze toward the 4 principals of Qingxi First Middle School and Linjiang First Middle School. You want my life too? Principal Li Mu of Qingxi No. 1 High School turned ashen-faced. He roared angrily. You inhuman monster! Killing your own people, who knows what troubles you'll bring upon Great Xia? Dying here is your only fitting end. Oh, I see. Jiqiu's expression suddenly turned as cold as frost. He set the 2 bags he held down against a nearby rock. He said coldly. Then you'll all die. Today, only you will die. Yun Tian roared. Even though Jiqiu had instantly defeated the 5th realm, 7th tier master of Shangfeng Pavilion, there were nearly 10 5th realm 9th tier cultivators present, and their breathing techniques and cultivation methods far surpassed Jiqiu's. They could not possibly lose. Chang Lishui also didn't believe Jiqiu could survive. He sneered coldly. Jiqiu, you were so arrogant. Now let's see what you've got. Before he could finish, a sonic boom erupted from the center of the arena. Jiqiu's figure abruptly stepped forward, vanishing from his original spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Chan Lishui. He swiftly channeled his internal energy into his right leg. He swung his leg out, smashing it toward her abdomen. Whoosh! Accompanied by a howling wind, a terrifying blast of air pressure slammed toward Chang Lishui. The aura of death instantly enveloped him. Chang Lishui's expression changed abruptly. She had only intended to taunt Jiqiu before his death. She never expected Jiqiu to suddenly attack her. In that moment, she could only raise her arms to shield her abdomen, attempting to block Jiqiu's attack. Survival was all that mattered now. But she was clearly deluding herself. How could she possibly withstand Jiqiu, a 6th realm cultivator? The next instant, Jiqiu's leg crashed into her abdomen with the force of a mountain collapsing. Boom! A piercing scream echoed. Chang Lishui's body instantly shattered, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. In her final moments, she faintly heard a cold voice. Who gave you the right to speak here? Killed a 5th realm cultivator, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining potential points, 44,285. Everyone's hearts trembled. Too ruthless. The youth before them was nothing short of a tyrant, a god of slaughter. Attack together. Kill him. Yun Tian roared. With that, he swung his cloud-patterned long sword, unleashing dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye. Jade white sword beams swarmed densely, suddenly crashing toward Jiqiu. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a continuous, shrill ripping sound. The ground was swept by a whirlwind of sand and dust, shattering stones flew everywhere, and plants snapped like paper. The Qingyu sect master swung his feather fan with all his might. A storm erupted, unleashing itself like a raging flood. The elder of Luoxia sect's upper garment instantly shattered, his arms swelling to several times their previous thickness. He clenched his arms, unleashing twin fists. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the void. A terrifying crimson wave of energy erupted like a blazing sunset, hurtling toward Jiqiu. Principal Li Mu of Qingxi First Middle School soared skyward, enveloped in endless waves. The stream cloud jade water sword in his hand suddenly magnified 100-fold, descending like a torrential waterfall to cleave Jiqiu's head. Like a cascading waterfall plunging downward. Absolutely breathtaking. The others joined the fray. Dozens of terrifying attacks mercilessly slammed toward Jiqiu. Chapter 43, I refuse. It's over. Completely over. Lin Jinting's face was etched with anxiety. He had intended to intervene and lend Jiqiu a hand. But with his cultivation at only the 5th stage of the 5th realm, he was utterly unqualified to join the fray. Xiaoyi, the leader of the Blackwater gang, laughed instead. You're as good as dead now, aren't you, kid? He cared only about Jiqiu's fate. As for those from sects and schools, their deaths meant nothing to him. Jiqiu stood at the epicenter of the storm of attacks, his robes fluttering wildly in the turbulent energy currents, yet his expression remained utterly impassive. The gap between the 5th realm and the 6th realm was vast and insurmountable. Even if these men gave their all, how could they possibly be Jiqiu's match? The next instant, fierce flames erupted around Jiqiu, channeling all his internal energy into his right arm. His right hand gripped the flaming splendor blade. With a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth, he swung it down with brutal ferocity. Boom! A colossal blade aura blazed with crimson flames, roaring like a dark infernal dragon. The entire world ignited in an instant. The void itself groaned under the unbearable strain. Then, the colossal blade aura collided with dozens of terrifying attacks. Boom! A deafening collision echoed through the air, as if it would shatter the very heavens and earth. The ground within 100 meters instantly shattered, sending countless fragments of rock and vegetation flying in all directions. A cloud of dust engulfed the entire battlefield in an instant. Yet the next moment, before the stunned gazes of all present, dozens of terrifying attacks in Tian's Jade White Sword Beam, the Featherfan Storm unleashed by the Qingyu Sect Master, Li Mu's Jade Water Sword style cascading like a celestial river suddenly shattered like paper. They dissolved into a sky filled with sparks, drifting out into the void. Ji Qiu remained standing in place, robes billowing, expression impassive. Not a scratch. The terrifying combined assault of dozens of powerful warriors failed to scratch Ji Qiu. What? Dozens of faces turned ashen white, eyes filled with utter horror. Their combined efforts had been effortlessly nullified by a single casual swing of the youth's blade. How could this be possible? Yun Tian, Li Mu, and several other 5th realm 9th tier powerhouses paled visibly. 6th realm. The youth before them must have broken through to the 6th realm. Otherwise, he couldn't have so easily parried their attacks. But he's only 16 years old. What kind of monster had they provoked? Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, a fiery streak suddenly burst forth from the swirling dust, and Ji Qiu's figure instantly materialized before the Qingyu Sect Master. The flaming splendor blade in his hand came crashing down from above. The Qingyu Sect leader's pupils contracted sharply. He hastily raised his feather fan to block the blow. But it was all in vain. Swish! A flash of blade light streaked through the air. A crimson line spread from the top of the Qingyu Sect leader's head straight down to his feet. Then, his body exploded inch by inch. Before a scream could escape, his breath ceased. Killed a 5th realm cultivator, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining potential points, 47,485. A 5th realm 9th tier powerhouse had perished just like that. Yun Tian and the others could no longer maintain their composure, falling into panic as cold sweat drenched their backs. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Faced with death, they were terrified. But Ji Qiu had no intention of stopping there. In the next instant, his blade sliced through the air, and he appeared before the principal of Linjiang First Middle School. The flaming brilliance blade pierced through his face, emerging from the back of his skull. Boom! Then, the principal's head instantly exploded, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood. Without any resistance. "We surrender! Spare us!" The crowd cried out in unison, begging for mercy. They knew the youth before them was capable of slaughtering them all. They were utterly terrified. "I refuse," Ji Qiu said expressionlessly. No sooner had the words left his lips than he raised the flaming splendor blade once more, his figure darting through the crowd like a streak of light. Wherever the Yanhuang blade passed, screams pierced the air as bodies fell one after another. In mere moments, dozens of powerful warriors and the sect disciples accompanying them all perished at Ji Qiu's hands. Not a single one survived. Only Yun Tian remained, frozen in place, trembling violently. Killed, 42 3rd realm martial artists, 14 4th realm martial artists, 47 5th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 206,400. Remaining potential points, 253,885. A deathly silence fell over the entire scene. Everyone stared blankly at the youth in the center, hearts trembling, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Many were so terrified they collapsed to the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Lin Jinting stood frozen in place like a little doll, his mind a blank. They never imagined Ji Qiu's power had reached such terrifying heights. Was this truly just a high school freshman? Ji Qiu's entire body was already drenched in blood, resembling a demon risen from hell. He slowly turned, his icy gaze fixed on Yun Tian. His voice was utterly detached as he asked, "Why did you try to kill me?" If I tell you why, will you spare me?" Yun Tian's voice trembled slightly. Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth. His arm instantly shattered, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Why did you try to kill me?" Ji Qiu's cold voice rang out again. Yun Tian clutched the shattered stump of his arm, blood seeping relentlessly through his fingers. His face contorted into a hideous grimace of agony and terror. He dared not utter another word. He blurted out the truth. Chow Yi, the Blackwater gang leader. The Ling family martial arts master you killed was one of his men. He ordered. Boom! Before he could finish, Ji Qiu's fist slammed into the old man's face. Yun Tian's skull exploded violently, flesh and blood scattering everywhere, leaving only a stark white skeleton above his neck. Killed a 5th realm martial artist. Potential points plus 3,200. Remaining potential points, 257,085. Gazing at Yun Tian's headless corpse before him, Jiqiu murmured. Chowie, leader of the Blackwater gang tonight, I'll send him on his way. Earlier, Chowie had sensed trouble and quietly fled the scene, so he was nowhere to be found now. With that, Jiqiu returned to Lin Jinting's side. He inquired. Principal, do you possess any technique to erase the memories of those present? The Great Xia government and the sects were now at loggerheads. If news of Jiqiu's 6th-tier cultivation spread such terrifying cultivation talent, it would inevitably draw powerful figures from the major sects. It was even possible that terrifying beings from the 9th and 10th realms might come to kill Jiqiu. At that point, Jiqiu would be doomed. Moreover, the Enforcement Bureau would not spare him either. He cannot take that risk. Lin Jinting possessed no such cultivation techniques. He would have no choice but to send everyone here down. Lin Jinting shook his head. Such cultivation techniques were of little use and rarely practiced. Oh. Jiqiu responded casually. Once more, he gripped the flaming splendor blade and charged into the crowd. Killed 172 3rd Realm Martial Artists, 84th Realm Martial Artists, 32 5th Realm Martial Artists. Potential points plus 368,000. Remaining potential points, 625,085. Jiqiu turned to Lin Jinting as if nothing had happened and said, Principal, let's go. Lin Jinting nodded hastily, his expression somewhat dazed. Let's go, let's go. With that, the two collected the resources from the bodies scattered across the field, loaded them into the vehicle, and drove away from the scene. Chapter 44, Eliminating Chowie. Back at school. Jiqiu took only 2 bone-shedding fruits, leaving the rest of the resources in the car for Lin Jinting to exchange for Great Xia currency. After all, these resources were far too conspicuous. Carrying them himself was clearly impractical. First, I'll head to the training room to enhance my cultivation. Soon, Jiqiu arrived at the training room. He casually found a seat and opened the system interface. Host Jiqiu. Realm 100 Meridians unblocked, stage 3095,000. Breathing technique. Ash burning breathing technique B rank mastered. Technique. Flame shadow C rank minor achievement 0800. Flame burst C rank minor mastery 0800. Remaining potential points 625,085. Boost my cultivation. Jiqiu declared without hesitation. 95,000 potential points spent. Martial cultivation advanced to stage 4 of 100 meridians unblocked. Spent 105,000. Spent 115,000. Spending 125,000. Spend 135,000 potential points. Martial arts proficiency upgraded to 100 veins open stage 8. Remaining potential points 50,085. As the notification chime faded, Jiqiu's limbs, spine, and internal organs were all fully connected. Only the meridians within his sea of consciousness remained to achieve complete meridian unblocking and reach the state of perfection. Jiqiu promptly closed the system. Not long after, Principal Li Mu delivered the 2B grade cultivation techniques he had promised Jiqiu. One was an offensive technique called Earth Flame Pillar. The other was a footwork technique called Star Stepping. Jiqiu reset the martial arts techniques Flame Shadow and Flame Burst, deleting them from the system interface. This returned 1,400 potential points. He then spent 12,400 potential points to directly elevate both B rank techniques to perfection. Remaining potential points 39,085. Jiqiu intended to test the technique's power. But considering he was in the training room, he feared it might collapse the entire training building. He abandoned the idea. Earlier that day, when Jiqiu parted ways with Principal Lin Jinting, he asked Lin to look into information about Chao Yi from the Blackwater gang. As evening approached, Lin Jinting sent a green message. Chao Yi was likely to appear at the underground casino tonight, the Dragon Gate gambling house. Jiqiu tucked away his phone. He said indifferently, "Take him down there." With that, he changed into black clothing, concealed his aura, and stepped out of the training room. He headed toward the Dragon Gate gambling house. The Longmen gambling house was located in a remote area. As long as he eliminated everyone there, Jiqiu had no worries about being exposed. A villa near the Longmen gambling house. Chao Yi recalled the events of that day and felt a wave of dread wash over him. He never imagined Jiqiu possessed such terrifying strength at the 6th realm. And he was so ruthless. He had slaughtered everyone in the arena, leaving not a single survivor. Fortunately, he had fled swiftly. Otherwise, he too would likely have perished at the entrance to the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm. Brother E, didn't you go to the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm earlier today? That Jiqiu should have perished inside the Secret Realm, right? Beside Chao Yi. A woman in a red coat asked. The woman was none other than Chao Yi's wife, Xinling Xuan, the leader of the Blackwater gang. Chao Yi shook his head. I figured Jiqiu was as good as dead once the Yunhua sect disciples got involved, so I didn't bother going to the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm. Chao Yi did not reveal the truth.
He feared that news of his presence at the entrance to the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm during the day might leak out and reach Jiqiu's ears. That would bring certain death upon himself. When life and death were at stake, he trusted no one. Not even his own wife. Oh, so that's how it is. Shen Lingshuang realized, then continued. Facing disciples of the Yunhua sect, Jiqiu certainly couldn't have survived. But what's odd is that the Yunhua sect leader is notoriously greedy. Why hasn't he demanded the final payment from us yet? Who knows? Maybe something's holding him up. Chowie replied casually. Shen Lingshuang nodded. True. She then wrapped her arms around Qiao Yi's neck, planted a kiss on his cheek, and declared triumphantly. Dare to cross my Blackwater gang? No matter what kind of prodigy you are, you'll die. Oomph. Hearing this, Qiao Yi's face flushed red with embarrassment. Not only did Jiqiu survive, he had slaughtered everyone. But now, he could only force a smile and stammered. Right. Moments later, Jiqiu arrived at the Dragon Gate Casino and stepped inside. As soon as he reached the doorway, two burly men blocked his path. One of the burly men said in a deep voice, I. Before he could finish the word, Jiqiu's palm already struck his face. Thud. Blood and flesh instantly spattered from the burly man's face. The left half of his face was reduced to a stark white skeleton, life extinguished in an instant. I'm here to kill. Jiqiu turned to the other burly man, his voice cold. Are you sure you still want to stop me? The other burly man was already drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined the youth before him could be so terrifying. He shook his head repeatedly. No. I won't stop you. With that, he began to step back. But before he could take a step, Jiqiu's fingers had already pierced his heart. A terrifying surge of yuan power erupted. Bang! A gaping hole instantly pierced through the burly man's chest. His breath ceased. Killed 2 third realm martial artists, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 40,685. Hearing the commotion at the door, many rushed over. Upon witnessing the bloody scene before them, everyone's faces turned pale with shock. Who was this youth who had casually slain 2 third realm martial artists? A man dressed in a white shirt, wearing glasses, and looking quite refined slowly stepped forward. He pushed his glasses up. He spoke coldly. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble on Blackwater gang territory? Do you want to die? The man's name was Chen Shu. He was a hall master of the Blackwater gang. Jiqiu replied calmly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiqiu. At these words, Chen Shu's expression froze. Jiqiu? The lower-ranking members of the Blackwater gang were unaware that Qiao Yi had ordered the Yunhua sect to kill Jiqiu. But as a sect leader, Chen Shu knew. Wasn't he supposed to have died in the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm? How could he possibly be here? Chen Shu snapped out of his daze and sneered coldly. I never expected you, you little brat, to survive the Secret Realm. Truly surprising. But tonight, you're foolish enough to walk right into my trap. Then leave your life behind. Though he didn't understand how Jiqiu had survived, his own 4th realm, 6th tier strength was more than enough to easily kill the youth before him. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Jiqiu had already stepped forward, moving like a meteor, appearing before him in an instant. His palm struck down from above, crashing onto the man's head. Like a mountain crashing down. What? Chen Shu's smile froze on his face. Clearly, he hadn't expected Jiqiu's speed to be this fast. Wasn't he only at the 9th level of the 3rd realm? How could he be this terrifying? But he had no time to ponder. Chapter 45, I just wanted to sandblast you. Boom! The next instant. A deafening explosion. The skull shattered violently, flesh and bone fragments splattering everywhere. The foul stench of blood instantly filled the air. Immediately after. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Jiqiu withdrew his hand and coldly declared. I'm here for the Sand People, not to listen to your nonsense. Killed a 4th realm martial artist. Potential points plus 3,200. Remaining potential points, 43,885. Those around him froze in place, as if plunged into an ice cellar. Who could have imagined that Chen Shu, a 4th realm 6th tier martial artist, would be dispatched so effortlessly? Jiqiu didn't want to reveal his cultivation level. Therefore, he had come to the Dragon Gate Casino with no intention of sparing any survivors. He crouched low, pressing his right palm against the ground as immense force erupted. Boom! Centered on Jiqiu, the ground within dozens of meters instantly turned crimson, like red-hot steel. Beneath the earth, tremors rumbled continuously, accompanied by a deep, muffled roar. Then, the ground shattered violently. One after another, fire columns as thick as water barrels erupted from the earth. The terrifying heat instantly warped the air, transforming the entire casino hall into a molten hellscape. Ah! A pillar of fire erupted from beneath a gang member's feet, piercing straight through to the top of his head. The pillar swept past. The gang member instantly turned to ash. The others met the same fate. Countless piercing screams erupted simultaneously throughout the casino, only to abruptly cease.
In the blink of an eye, dozens of lives were instantly reduced to ashes, as if they had never existed. The same fate befell the gamblers who had come here. Ordinary people had no right to enter the Dragon Gate Casino.
Those who came were mostly members of other gangs, along with officials and celebrities closely tied to the Blackwater gang. They deserved to die. Yet the black-clad youth at the heart of the inferno stood calmly amidst the chaos, his expression utterly unruffled.
Like a death god indifferent to life. In a villa not far from the Dragon Gate Casino. What's happening at the casino? Why all the commotion?
Qiao Yi frowned, his voice tinged with irritation.
Someone's causing trouble again, no doubt.
Shen Lingshuang appeared utterly unconcerned. Troublemakers frequently disrupted the Longmen casino, she'd seen it all too often.
She continued. Don't worry, Yi Gu.
With Chen Shu here, he can handle these minor issues easily.
Qiao Yi nodded. With Chen Shu's cultivation at the 4th realm, 6th tier, and him overseeing the venue, nothing untoward was likely to happen. He then rose slowly and said, "Let's go check out the casino."
Shen Lingshuang replied softly. The two left the villa and headed toward the Dragon Gate Casino. Soon, they arrived at the casino entrance. But when they saw the scene inside the casino lobby, both froze in place, their expressions turning pale.
The entire lobby had been reduced to ruins.
Charred marks were everywhere. The air thick with the pungent stench of blood and scorched flesh. The floor was covered in cracks, with lingering flames still flickering. The gang members and gamblers inside the casino had vanished without a trace. Only a sea of ashes remained. Chen Shu lay sprawled on the ground, nothing but a headless corpse. At the center of the ruins stood a youth clad in black, his form enveloped in crimson flames. His pitch-black eyes held no trace of emotion.
Like two abysses.
It was Ji Qiu. At this sight, Shen Lingshuang's face instantly drained of color. Qiao Yi's face twisted with terror, cold sweat instantly soaking his back.
He never imagined
Ji Qiu would appear here. He was clearly here to kill her, but how did he know she intended to kill him?
Could it be Yun Tian? Just then, Shen Lingshuang sensed Qiao Yi's unusual state. She whispered, "Brother Yi, who is this man?"
Ji Qiu.
What? He's Ji Qiu? Shen Lingshuang's face instantly paled with shock. Wasn't he supposed to have died in the secret realm? How could he be alive and appearing here?
Even Chen Shu, a 4th realm 6th tier cultivator, had fallen by his hand.
What on earth was going on? Wasn't he only at the 3rd realm, 9th tier? She was about to ask Qiao Yi.
Just then, Ji Qiu's gaze fell upon the two of them.
He spoke slowly. "Qiao Yi, leader of the Blackwater gang, I've seen you in the news." Qiao Yi immediately forced a smile.
He feigned ignorance. I never imagined brother Ji Qiu would show up at my place tonight.
But we have no grudge against each other, why would you want to wreck my place?
No grudge or enmity indeed.
Ji Qiu burst into laughter.
We truly have no grudge against each other.
I simply want to beat you up. That's all. Qiao Yi's heart lurched violently.
So he really had come to kill him.
It's over. Completely finished.
The youth before him possessed 6th realm cultivation, there was no way he could possibly be his match.
Death was certain.
At this thought, Qiao Yi's face drained of color, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead.
Beside him, Shen Lingshuang looked utterly perplexed.
Ji Qiu had indeed shown some skill by killing Chen Shu, but Qiao Yi possessed 5th realm, 6th tier cultivation.
Why would he fear this kid? No matter how strong he was, could he possibly surpass Qiao Yi? Impossible.
With that thought, Shen Lingshuang snapped sharply. Brother Yi, since this brat came right to us, just kill him. Why waste words?
Crack.
No sooner had the words left her mouth.
Qiao Yi's backhand lashed across Shen Lingshuang's face.
Shen Lingshuang crashed to the ground with a thud, sending pebbles flying everywhere. Her right cheek was torn open, blood gushing freely.
Ah! A piercing scream echoed.
Shen Lingshuang clutched her bleeding face, her expression filled with grievance, her mind even more baffled.
What on earth was going on? What the hell are you doing? Shut the up. One more word and I'll beat you to a pulp. Qiao Yi bellowed.
Shen Lingshuang's body jerked violently, and she immediately shut her mouth. She dared not utter another sound. Yet the confusion in her heart remained undiminished.
Just then,
Ji Qiu, hands tucked into his pockets, spoke again in a cold tone.
I've no interest in watching your charade. Dismissed.
No sooner had the words left his mouth. He casually kicked a fist-sized stone lying nearby.
Boom!
A sonic boom erupted from the field. The stone, surging with terrifying yuan power, sliced through the air like lightning and slammed viciously into Qiao Yi's face.
Put! A dull thud echoed. Qiao Yi's entire face caved in instantly, the stone embedding itself deep into his cheekbone. Blood spurted out like a fountain in all directions. Before he could even utter a scream, his breath was cut off. This can't be possible. The confusion in Shen Lingshuang's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by shock and terror. She finally understood why Qiao Yi had been so terrified of the youth before him. It turned out that this teenager's power had already reached such terrifying heights. She was about to beg for mercy. Chapter 46, I agreed. The stone embedded in Qiao Yi's face suddenly exploded. Boom! Qiao Yi's body instantly shattered, turning into a blood mist that spread throughout the battlefield. Shen Lingshuang met the same fate. Flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere. Killed 52 Second Realm Martial Artists, 63 Third Realm Martial Artists, 13 Fourth Realm Martial Artists, 1 Fifth Realm Martial Artist. Potential points plus 95,200. Remaining potential points 139,085. Ji Qiu then slipped his hands into his pockets and slowly walked out of the casino. Standing at the entrance, he delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The entire casino collapsed with a thunderous roar, instantly reduced to ruins. The next day, news that hundreds had perished at the entrance to the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm, with only Ji Qiu and Lin Jinting surviving, swiftly spread throughout the entire Yú Jiāng Province. The entire province was shaken. No one could have imagined that the opening of the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm would lead to such a catastrophic event. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhou Ming, director of the Yú Jiāng Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, personally sought out Ji Qiu and Lin Jinting to inquire about the circumstances. Lin Jinting stated that after picking up Ji Qiu, he left immediately and was unaware of what transpired afterward. Director Zhou Ming then questioned Ji Qiu about matters concerning the secret realm. Then he departed Yunmeng No. 2 Middle School. Though he remained skeptical of both Ji Qiu and Lin Jinting's accounts, he did not believe that Ji Qiu had killed all of them. After all, a student at the 3rd realm, 9th tier simply lacks such power. Nor could Lin Jinting, a 5th realm, 5th tier student. News of Qiao Yi's death and the destruction of the Dragon Gate Casino spread throughout the entire city of Yunmeng. No one gave Ji Qiu a second thought either. In everyone's eyes, Ji Qiu might be a prodigy, but he was still far too young and hadn't matured enough. He simply couldn't have done these things. Several more days passed. Ji Qiu was lounging leisurely in the training room. Just then, Lin Jinting sent a green message. Ji Qiu, come to my office. Someone from Beichin University is here likely to offer a guaranteed admission spot. Dà Xià boasts 4 premier institutions of higher learning. They are Jinghui University, Mirror Lake Academy, Fenglin University, and Beichin University. They are distributed across the 4 cardinal directions of Dà Xià. Beichin University, situated in the northern region, stands as the premier institution of higher learning in the north. The north comprises 27 provinces. Each province receives 1 guaranteed admission spot at Beichin University annually. Upon seeing this news, Ji Qiu perked up. Finally, I'll be heading to a new place. With that, he rose slowly, exited the training room, and headed toward the principal's office. Lin Jinting's office. Lin Jinting sat at the tea table, facing a middle-aged man in a suit with thinning hair. Behind him stood a young woman with a dark mole at the corner of her eye. The man was Zhao Haiba, a mentor at Beichin University. The girl was Zhao Haiba's daughter, and also the top student at Qingzhou City High School, the city where Beichin University was located. Zhao Yan. Zhao Haiba smiled as he spoke. Nearly all of Yú Jiāng Province's prodigies perished in the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm. Now, Ji Qiu from your school stands as the strongest high school student in Yú Jiāng Province. Logically, this guaranteed admission spot should be his. But he abruptly changed the subject. Ji Qiu's martial cultivation is too low. North Star University has never granted a direct admission spot to a student below the 4th realm. Lin Jinting frowned. So Professor Zhao's meaning is, Zhao Haiba didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. In other words, he doesn't qualify for Beichin University's direct admission spot. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinting's expression darkened instantly. He thought to himself, Ji Qiu is now a 6th realm martial artist. If he doesn't have this qualification, then no one does. But he kept these thoughts to himself. Instead, he countered in a low voice. But Ji Qiu is still the strongest high school student in Yú Jiāng Province. Besides him, who else qualifies for this recommendation spot? Zhao Haiba shook his head. No one in Yú Jiāng Province qualifies. Therefore, Beichin University has decided to cancel this year's direct admission quota for Yú Jiāng Province. Cancelled? Lin Jinting's expression froze. He had assumed Beichin University had come to offer the direct admission spot. He never imagined they were here to revoke the quota. Zhao Haiba lifted his teacup and took a sip. He spoke calmly. But Principal Lin, there's no need to worry. Your school's Ji Qiu still has one more chance to secure a spot. What chance? 3 days from now is the start of classes for students with guaranteed admission spots. If he defeats any one of them or even draws, he'll earn his spot. Zhao Haiba explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinting's heart leapt with joy. Such an opportunity would be impossible for anyone else. But Ji Qiu was different. He possessed cultivation at the 6th realm. Even if all the students with guaranteed admission spots teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against Ji Qiu. Yet Lin Jinting didn't reveal this, maintaining his troubled expression as he feigned difficulty. Well, Ji Qiu will be here soon. I'll ask him about it. Heh, that's fine. Zhao Haiba chuckled. Moments later, Ji Qiu arrived at the office. Lin Jinting recounted his earlier conversation with Zhao Haiba to Ji Qiu. In other words, if you want to secure a guaranteed admission spot at Beijing University, you need to either draw with or defeat a student who already holds one of those spots when classes resume in 3 days. Zhao Haiba continued where Lin Jinting left off. But such an opportunity is practically non-existent for you. I advise you to give up. Zhao Yan, standing nearby, spoke impassively. My father is right. The students who secured these spots all possess martial arts cultivation at the 4th realm, 3rd tier, or higher. You're no match for them. Going there would only be a waste of your time. In their view, Ji Qiu's cultivation at the 3rd realm, 9th stage, held no chance of defeating these recommended students. Yet Ji Qiu merely replied calmly. I've agreed to go. Heh, Zhao Haiba chuckled softly. Since you wish to try, Ji Qiu, then go ahead. Ji Qiu continued. I have one more question. I'm not very good at one-on-one duels, so you want to bring backup? Zhao Haiba raised an eyebrow. No. Ji Qiu shook his head. What I mean is, we could have those recommended students join in. The office fell silent the moment the words left his mouth. Both Zhao Haiba and his daughter froze in surprise. Clearly, they hadn't expected Ji Qiu to say something like that. This kid. Getting beaten up by one person wasn't enough? Now he wants to be ganged up on? What's he thinking? Is he out of his mind? Regaining his composure, Zhao Haiba turned to Lin Jinting and remarked. Your student has quite the sense of humor. He then slowly stood up. Well, since the message has been delivered, I won't say more. I hope to see Ji Qiu at Beijing University in 3 days. Principal Lin, I'll take my leave. Take care, Professor Zhao. After Zhao Haiba and his daughter exited Yunmeng No. 2 High School, Zhao Yan sneered with contempt. That guy Ji Qiu actually agreed to it, and with such an arrogant look on his face, challenging us scholarship students to take him on together? He's really overestimating himself. She was also a recommended student in this cohort. If this were any other day, I'd have given him a good beating. Chapter 47, pretty fun, isn't it? Zhao Haiba gave a helpless smile. His daughter couldn't stand people like this, those who lacked real ability yet loved to put on airs. Alright, no need to waste your breath on this kid. If he dares show up at Beijing University in 3 days, someone will teach him a lesson he won't forget. Let's go. With that, the two of them left the place. The next 2 days passed relatively calmly. Ji Qiu spent his days eating, sleeping, gaming, and shopping a leisurely and pleasant existence. During this time, he also refined 2 bone-shedding fruits. His entire skeleton underwent another significant strengthening, transforming into golden jade bones. The resources he'd asked Lin Jinting to sell, fearing it might arouse suspicion, had only yielded about 20% of the proceeds over the past few days. He earned 15 million. Ji Qiu took 12 million, leaving the remaining 3 million with Lin Jinting. In recent days, the school beauty, Xia Jiqing, had also been frequently seeking out Ji Qiu. Ji Qiu could tell she harbored feelings for him. In his previous life, Ji Qiu would have gladly pursued such a woman. But now he was walking the path of invincibility. It would offend too many people. Indeed, the entire world stood as his enemy. Family ties, friendships, any emotional bond would become his Achilles heel. Therefore, Ji Qiu offered no response whatsoever. Soon, the 3rd afternoon arrived. Ji Qiu bid farewell to Lin Jinting, Li Mu, Xia Jiqing, and the others. He left Yunmeng No. 2 High School. He boarded a vehicle heading toward Qingzhou City. Yunmeng City lay over 1,000 kilometers from Qingzhou City. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Ji Qiu finally arrived within Qingzhou City. I'll stay near Beijing University for now. Ji Qiu arrived at the subway station and boarded the train heading toward Beijing University. Just as he boarded the subway, Xia Jiqing sent him a message. Ji Qiu, where are you now? Ji Qiu casually snapped a photo with his phone and sent it to Xia Jiqing. On the subway. Almost there. Okay, once you arrive at Beijing University, can you send me a message? Smile? Sure. Ji Qiu then put his phone away. Just then, a questioning voice reached Ji Qiu's ears. Were you just taking pictures of me? Ji Qiu looked up. The girl, around 17 or 18, was passably attractive. She stood before him with her hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with anger. Beside her, a boy in a black shirt also glared at Ji Qiu with a hostile expression. Ji Qiu frowned slightly. He had merely snapped a photo casually, yet now he was being falsely accused of taking a secret photo? Why were there so many of these special groups nowadays? I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? Seeing Ji Qiu remain silent, the girl snapped sharply again. The boy in the black shirt beside her also spoke in a deep voice. Bro, taking secret photos of girls isn't exactly something to be proud of. Delete the picture, apologize in front of everyone, and we'll call it even. Otherwise. The words hung in the air. The boy clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking audibly. You won't be leaving this subway station alive today. The boy's name was Zhang He, a sophomore at Qingzhou First High School with martial arts cultivation at the third stage of the third realm. The girl beside him who had falsely accused Jiqiu was Zhao Haiba's niece and Zhao Yan's cousin, Zhao Lin. Facing Jiqiu, she showed no trace of fear, her confidence unwavering. Hearing the commotion here, many people turned to look. Some wore expressions of disgust, others looked on with gleeful anticipation, while a few showed a hint of sympathy. After all, facing false accusations from such a special group was almost impossible to resolve. If you get angry or flustered, she'll claim you're lashing out in shame after being exposed. If you calmly reason with her, she won't listen to reason at all. Even if you pull out your phone to prove you didn't take any secret photos, she'll claim you deleted the photos. If this escalates, it could cost you your job, cause your partner to abandon you and subject you to immense public pressure. You'll have no choice but to accept defeat. But Jiqiu remained utterly calm, merely sitting up slowly, under everyone's stunned gaze. Her foot lashed out like a steel whip, slamming viciously into Zhao Lin's chest. Only violence could resolve everything. What? Zhao Lin felt a terrifying aura surge toward her like a ferocious beast. Her pupils contracted sharply, and the color drained from her face. She had identified many men accused of voyeurism in the past. Almost all of them had tried to defend themselves, attempting to prove they hadn't taken the photos. She never imagined the youth before her would dare to lay a hand on her. But in that moment, she had no time to react. The next instant. Thud. A dull thud. Jiqiu's foot slammed hard into his chest. The carriage shook violently. Zhao Lin shot backward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing violently onto the ground dozens of meters away. 2 mounds of flesh on her chest exploded outward like fireworks. Blood splattered everywhere. Her once proud figure instantly flattened into a featureless expanse. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Zhao Lin's mouth. The excruciating pain in her chest sent her writhing on the ground. She never could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed such terrifying strength. Her own second realm, 9th tier strength, had been instantly defeated by a single kick. Those around them stared dumbly at the scene. Clearly, no one had anticipated Jiqiu resolving matters in such a manner. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Zhang He was especially taken aback by this turn of events. But Jiqiu had no intention of stopping there. Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, Jiqiu's palm clamped down hard on Zhang He's face, his fingers suddenly exploding with immense force. Snap! A bone-chilling crack echoed through the air. Zhang He's cheekbones shattered instantly. Blood gushed forth like a burst dam. The excruciating pain caused Zhang He to collapse to the ground. He clutched his bleeding face, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The youth before him appeared younger than himself. Yet his power was terrifyingly formidable. With his cultivation at the third stage of the third realm, he hadn't even had a chance to fight back. How could this be possible? Not far away, Zhao Lin's eyes were also filled with horror. What kind of monster had she provoked? Jiqiu crouched down. He grabbed Zhang He by the hair, lifting his head, and said coldly, "Still want me to apologize?" Zhang He had long since been terrified out of his wits by Jiqiu's ruthless methods. How could he possibly dare to demand an apology now? He shook his head frantically, his words slurred. No, no more. I won't dare. I won't dare. Boom. The words had barely left his mouth. Jiqiu suddenly slammed his head into the ground. Immediately after, a cold voice slowly reached Zhang He's ears. You wanted me to apologize, so I did. You said no, so I stopped. Pretty amusing, huh? Chapter 48, he's too weak. No, it's not fun. I was wrong, brother. I truly was wrong. Please spare me. Zhang He's body trembled uncontrollably. He begged repeatedly, his voice breaking into sobs. He was utterly terrified. Oh. Jiqiu responded indifferently. Then he slowly rose to his feet and slammed his foot into Zhang He's chest. Crack. Zhang He's sternum shattered instantly. Ignoring Zhang He's incessant wails, Jiqiu approached Zhao Lin, towering over her. And you? Zhao Lin's body trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. Her voice trembled as she stammered. My cousin is the most. She tried to invoke her connections, hoping Jiqiu would hesitate and spare her. But before she could finish, Jiqiu's foot had already pressed down on her red lips, a surge of force erupting suddenly from beneath his heel. At the same moment, a cold voice exploded beside her ear. Are you threatening me? Boom. The next instant, Zhao Lin's lips instantly shattered, her upper and lower jaws cracking apart as shards of teeth mixed with flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The scene was horrifying. Defeated 2 third realm martial artists, potential points plus 800. Remaining potential points, 139,885. Jiqiu slowly withdrew his foot, his voice indifferent. With you looking like this, not even a dog would bother to take a photo. With that, he paid Zhao Lin no further attention. He sat back down in his original seat and resumed playing with his phone as if nothing had happened. Soon they arrived at the station. Zhao Lin and the other person were taken to the hospital. Ji Qiu left the subway station and checked into a hotel near Beichin University. After grabbing a quick meal at the hotel, Ji Qiu returned to his room and muttered to himself, "Tomorrow I'll be able to earn a good chunk of potential points again. Time to sleep." Xinzhou City Central Hospital. Zhao Lin lay in the hospital bed, her chest wrapped in bandages, her entire face tightly covered in gauze, revealing only one eye filled with resentment. Beside her bed sat a girl with a stern expression and a dark mole at the corner of her eye. Beside the bed sat a middle-aged man with thinning hair. They were Zhao Haiba and his daughter. Seeing her cousin Zhao Lin's pitiful state, Zhao Yan's expression darkened considerably. But since Zhao Lin's upper and lower jawbones were shattered, she couldn't speak. Zhao Yan could only turn to Zhang He on the adjacent hospital bed. "What happened? How did you end up like this?" Zhang He replied weakly. "Earlier on the subway, some guy was secretly taking photos of Zhao Lin. We told him to delete the pictures and apologize, but not only did he refuse, he actually attacked us. He was way too strong. We didn't stand a chance." Hearing this, Zhao Yan's expression darkened further. Not only did this guy refuse to repent for his wrongdoing, he actually dared to lay a hand on my cousin. How despicable. "Do you know who he is?" Zhao Yan asked in a low voice. Zhang He shook his head. "No, but I secretly took a photo of him." He pulled out his phone, opened the gallery, and handed it to Zhao Yan. When Zhao Yan saw the youth in the photo, Zhao Yan's expression froze in shock. How could it be him? The person in the photo was none other than Ji Qiu, the very same teenager she and her father, Zhao Haiba, had encountered 3 days earlier at Yunmeng No. 2 High School. Seeing her expression, Zhang He asked in confusion, "Do you know him, Senior Zhao Yan?" Zhao Yan nodded. "He's Ji Qiu, the top student in Yú Jiāng Province's high schools." Upon hearing this, Zhang He and Zhao Lin were both taken aback. They hadn't expected this youth to have such a background, no wonder his abilities were so formidable. Zhao Yan continued. However, his strength isn't that great, only at the 9th level of the 3rd realm. That's why Beichin University didn't grant him a guaranteed admission spot. Instead, they're making him defeat any student who already has a guaranteed spot to earn his own. Tomorrow is the day of his assessment. Oh, that explains why he's in Xinzhou City. Zhang He suddenly understood. So that means the kid's doomed, right? Rumor has it that all the students who secured spots this time are above the 4th realm. How could he possibly stand a chance against them? Zhao Yan nodded. Yes, tomorrow he'll get a proper lesson from us students with guaranteed admission spots, making him lose all face at Beichin University. She then turned to look at the severely injured Zhao Lin. Her expression grew even colder as she continued. But since he dared to beat Zhao Lin into this state, we can't just let it slide. Tomorrow, after he slinks away from Beichin University, I'll personally teach him a lesson to make sure he remembers this for good. Hearing Zhao Yan's words, Zhang He felt a surge of satisfaction. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Zhao Yan." Zhao Lin, lying in the bed beside him, was also overcome with emotion. She felt fortunate, having Zhao Yan as her sister. Otherwise, who knows when she'd get the chance to teach Ji Qiu a lesson and avenge today's humiliation. Zhao Yan waved it off casually. "No big deal. When I teach the Ji Qiu a lesson tomorrow, I'll make him record a video of himself kneeling and apologizing. I'll send it to you guys." "Got it." Zhang He nodded emphatically. Since school was starting tomorrow, Zhao Yan didn't linger any longer and got up to leave. After Zhao Yan departed, Zhang He sneered to himself. "Ji Qiu, you think you're so arrogant? Tomorrow, I'll see if you can keep up that arrogance." The next day arrived quickly. Ji Qiu got up, ate breakfast, and quickly washed up before checking the time. "Looks like I'm going to be late." But Ji Qiu didn't panic. He left the hotel and strolled leisurely toward Beichin University. North Star University, Freshman Campus Plaza. Today marked the start of classes for students admitted through special recommendation. 26 of them had already gathered in the plaza. Have you heard? Something huge happened in Yú Jiāng Province this year. What is it? Just a few days ago, nearly 500 prodigies from Yú Jiāng Province perished in the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm. Only one named Ji Qiu survived. What? That's unbelievable. Could it be that this Ji Qiu killed them all? What are you thinking? Ji Qiu is only at the 9th stage of the 3rd realm. He just got lucky. Because his cultivation is too low, Beichin University didn't grant him a direct admission spot. Instead, they made him challenge one of us. He won, so he earned the spot. How could he possibly be a match for any of us? Looks like Beichin University never intended to give out that spot in the first place. The crowd murmured in discussion. Everyone believed Ji Qiu had no chance of securing the spot. He was far too weak. Chapter 49, here it comes. Zhao Yan stood coldly to the side. Her gaze fixed on the plaza entrance, she waited for Ji Qiu to arrive. Her only concern now was that Ji Qiu might be too scared to show up. If that happened, tracking him down would be a hassle. Moments later, a dozen middle-aged men and women entered the square. They were the faculty members from Beichin University. Zhao Yan's father, Zhao Haiba, was among them. Leading the group was Vice President Wu Jianbang, a man clad in a navy blue suit, his cheeks gaunt and his eyes sunken. The crowd fell instantly silent at the sight of the university leadership. Zhao Haiba scanned the group of recommended students. Not seeing Ji Qiu among them, he frowned slightly. Where is that kid? Scared? At that moment, Bai Yu, the curvaceous instructor in her blue and white porcelain qipao, turned to Zhao Haiba. She inquired. Teacher Zhao, you mentioned that youngster from Yú Jiāng Province would be here today. Which one of these students is he? Zhao Haiba shook his head. He hasn't arrived yet. He. Bai Yu's silver bell laughter rang out. It's already been nearly 15 minutes past the start of class, and that kid still hasn't shown up. Looks like he doesn't dare to show up. A mentor beside her chuckled and remarked. Even if he did come, he wouldn't stand a chance. His choice is actually quite wise. Quite right. It would only be a waste of time if he did show up. The other instructors nodded in agreement. Vice Principal Wu Jianbang remained silent, merely smiling. He paid little heed to the matter. Though Ji Qiu cultivated rapidly, he was too insignificant to the 8th realm cultivator. He didn't even consider Ji Qiu worthy of his attention. Soon they approached the dozens of students admitted through recommendation. Wu Jianbang announced loudly. Welcome to Beichin University. Founded in. Over the next 4 years, I hope each of you will reach your desired realm. He delivered over 40 minutes of formal address. He then briefly covered the university's rules and regulations. Nearly an hour had passed. He finally stopped. Seeing that Ji Qiu still hadn't appeared, the crowd began murmuring among themselves. Looks like that Ji Qiu guy doesn't dare show up. Even if he did show up, it'd just be embarrassing. If I were him, I wouldn't come either. True enough. Zhao Yan, however, frowned deeply, her expression grim. She had planned to give him a thorough scolding today, but he didn't even show up. How infuriating. Her father, Zhao Haiba, also wore a dark expression. Ji Qiu had injured his niece, Zhao Lin, yesterday. Naturally, he too wanted Ji Qiu to be taught a lesson, but who could have guessed the kid wouldn't show up? At that moment, Bai Yu, dressed in a cheongsam, chuckled softly beside him. I was right after all. That kid Ji Qiu is scared. Yeah, it's been over an hour and he still hasn't shown up. He probably won't come at all. Another instructor agreed. Zhao Haiba remained silent, merely nodding. Noticing his unsettled expression, Bai Yu asked curiously. Teacher Zhao, why do you look so unhappy? His niece had been hospitalized after being beaten by Ji Qiu. Zhao Haiba naturally couldn't air this family dirty laundry. After a few seconds of silence, he feigned helplessness. That kid promised he'd come today, but he never showed up. I'm just a bit disappointed in him. When did Teacher Zhao become so sentimental? Bai Yu teased. At that moment, Vice Principal Wu Jianbang spoke up slowly. Since Ji Qiu won't be joining us, let's have these recommended students select their mentors and then adjourn the meeting. Agreed. The advisors nodded in agreement. But just then, a calm voice suddenly rang out from beyond the playground. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Immediately afterward, a youth dressed in a white shirt and light blue jeans, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled onto the field. When she recognized his face, Zhao Yan's father's expression froze for a moment. Then, the disappointment vanished instantly from his face, replaced by sheer delight. This guy finally showed up. The newcomer was none other than Ji Qiu. The other students also froze for a moment before murmuring among themselves. Who'd have thought this kid would actually dare to show up? This is going to be a show. Hope he picks me to fight him later. I'll show him the gap between him and the rest of us. Their words dripped with contempt and mockery. A flicker of interest flashed in Mentor Bai Yu's beautiful eyes. She glanced at Ji Qiu, then turned to Zhao Haiba beside her. She smiled lightly. Teacher Zhao, this youngster must be Ji Qiu, right? Zhao Haiba nodded. Yes. Bai Yu crossed her arms over her chest, accentuating her already impressive curves to breathtaking effect. So this kid actually showed up. Looks like I was wrong. Zhao Haiba gave a cold laugh. Whether this little guy shows up or not makes no difference. It's just a waste of time. Teacher Zhao, you're mistaken. Bai Yu countered with a smile. There is a difference, at least he makes this morning's meeting a bit more interesting. Zhao Haiba burst out laughing. Professor Bai is right. The other mentors all laughed as well. In their eyes, Ji Qiu didn't seem to be here to compete for a reserve spot. He seemed to be here to cause trouble. Vice Principal Wu Jianbang merely shook his head with a smile. Soon, Ji Qiu approached. As a school leader, Wu Jianbang couldn't be all smiles with students. He immediately dropped the grin, his expression turning serious. You're Ji Qiu, right? Ji Qiu nodded. Yes. You're an hour late. What are you even doing here? Wu Jianbang asked in a deep voice. In his view, the youth before him would surely look flustered and rush to apologize. Chapter 50 hit the road. But he was clearly overthinking it. Ji Qiu merely stared at him coldly. His expression remained impassive as he asked, "Did anyone from Beichin University tell me when to arrive? Because of your university's negligence, I nearly missed my chance to compete for the guaranteed admission spot. And you ask me what I'm here for? What exactly do you people do?" The moment these words left his lips, the entire room fell silent. Every instructor and student present treated Vice President Wu Zhenbang with utmost respect. They never imagined Ji Qiu would dare speak to Wu Zhenbang in such a manner. Zhao Haibo snapped angrily. "The man speaking to you just now is the Vice President of Beichin University. How dare you address the President in such a manner?" Ji Qiu remained calm, replying indifferently. "I'm trying to reason with you, yet you're using your position as President to intimidate me. I wish to ask Mentor Zhao. Are you implying that the Vice President doesn't need to be reasonable, or that the Vice President is unreasonable?" "You." Zhao Haibo's face instantly flushed crimson. He tried to say something more. Wu Zhenbang waved him off, turning to Ji Qiu with a cold tone. "You're a stubborn little brat, aren't you? Since you're here today to compete for my Beichin University scholarship spot, let's cut the nonsense." He then turned to the 26 recommended students gathered in the center of the field. "Choose any one of these 26. Defeat them, and the spot is yours. Begin. I'm eager to see if your skills match your big mouth." No need for further words. Let these scholarship students teach this kid a lesson. Ji Qiuyun said calmly. "I'll certainly let the principal see everything clearly. But I have one question. Can we make this a life or death fight?" The moment these words left his lips, everyone's expression froze. Wu Zhenbang was also taken aback. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated the youth before him making such a request. Any one of these specially admitted students could easily kill this kid. Had he come here today to meet his end? As long as they agree, I have no objection. Respecting personal choice, Wu Zhenbang naturally wouldn't stand in the way if the youth before him wished to die. No sooner had the words left his mouth, a scholarship student named Chen Mo immediately spoke up. "I agree." He was short in stature, with eyes narrowed to slits, and his gaze toward Ji Qiu was filled with contempt. "I agree too. No objections here." The others chimed in one after another. What could they possibly fear from a teenager at the 9th level of the 3rd realm? Seeing everyone's agreement, Ji Qiu's face softened into a faint smile as he walked toward the group of recommended students, hands tucked into his pockets. He said calmly, "In that case, come at me all together." "Ha!" Everyone stared at the boy before them as if he were a little cutie. They couldn't help but think this guy was seriously ill. Seriously ill. Mentor Baiyu shook his head with a hint of regret. What this kid was doing was practically suicide. How could he possibly think this way? Acting on impulse? Why fight over a momentary grudge? Sigh. Zhao Haiba's smile, however, grew even broader. Not only did this brat brutally injure his niece, but he also just talked back to him. He'd been looking for an excuse to deal with him. Who'd have thought the brat would come looking for trouble himself? This should be entertaining. I'll see if you can keep talking tough after this. Zhao Yan, his daughter, felt even more satisfied inside. It seemed she would soon be able to avenge her cousin Zhao Lin completely. She immediately pulled out her phone. She activated the screen recording function. She prepared to record the video of Ji Qiu's brutal death for Zhao Lin and Zhang He in the hospital. Wu Zhenbang watched the scene unfold with a blank expression, as if he could already see Ji Qiu's gruesome death. Yet, just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the youth vanished abruptly from his spot, followed by a fiery trail streaking across the plaza. Under the gaze of dozens of onlookers, Ji Qiu's figure instantly materialized before Chen Mo, the closest observer. At the same moment, a cold voice echoed slowly, like the whisper of death itself. "You were the first to agree. We'll start with you." As the words fell, Ji Qiu's fingers formed a blade, stabbing like a sharp knife into Chen Mo's face. Thud! The sound of shattering bones echoed. Ji Qiu's entire palm plunged deep into the skull, blood gushing forth like a burst dam. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed. Before Chen Mo could react, the man's breath ceased instantly. Killed a 4th realm martial artist, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 141,485. As Chen Mo's scream faded, the arena fell into a deathly silence. The faint rustle of clothes brushing against the breeze was distinctly audible. Everyone froze in place as if struck by lightning, eyes wide, faces frozen in utter horror. Chen Mo, a 4th realm 4th tier martial artist, had been effortlessly defeated in an instant by the youth before them. This couldn't be possible. Wasn't he only at the 3rd realm, 9th tier? Even if he had recently broken through, how could he have suddenly become this powerful? Baiyu's slender frame trembled slightly, her heart filled with shock. The other instructors felt the same. Wu Zhenbang's heart was no longer calm, he was utterly stunned. Only now did they realize how vastly they had underestimated this youth's strength. Zhao Haiba's expression darkened abruptly. He had assumed that any one of these specially admitted students could easily kill Jiqiu. But he never imagined Jiqiu's strength would be this formidable. Oomph. What good does it do you to kill one person? Can you kill them all? Zhao Haiba sneered inwardly. This kid does have some skill. But he'd challenged every scholarship student. The outcome wouldn't change, he'd still die. That's enough. Zhao Yan's expression froze in disbelief. But she quickly regained her composure. Her thoughts mirrored her father's. Though this kid had killed Chen Mo, how could he possibly be a match for everyone here? He'd still die here. Amidst the stunned silence, Jiqiu slowly withdrew his blood-stained hand from Chen Mo's face, droplets of blood dripping steadily from his palm onto the ground. He paid it no mind. His gaze swept over the remaining scholarship students. He said calmly, "Your turn. Go ahead." Chapter 51, Answer Me. The next moment, Jiqiu stepped forward as if treading upon stars, instantly appearing above one of the scholarship students. His flame-swept foot crashed down like a volcanic eruption. Boom! A deafening roar. The student didn't even have time to scream before his body shattered instantly, scattering into a mist of blood across the sky. The ground was blasted open, leaving a deep crater. The terrifying shockwave spread wildly, instantly obliterating several nearby scholarship students, leaving not a trace of their bodies. With a single kick, several more lives were extinguished. Yet it was not over. Boom! Boom! A deafening rumble erupted from beneath the earth, causing the ground to shake violently like an earthquake. Then, the ground shattered violently. A terrifying aura instantly engulfed dozens of the specially admitted students. The threat of death swept over them. How is this possible? How could this guy be so terrifying? Panic instantly gripped everyone. They never imagined Jiqiu's power could reach such terrifying heights. This aura was far beyond what they could withstand. Zhao Yan's face drained of color, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. Faced with this aura, even she, a 4th realm, 7th tier cultivator, couldn't muster any fighting spirit. Run! That was the sole thought in everyone's mind. They just wanted to flee this place quickly, or they would all die. But Zhao Yan and the others were clearly overthinking it. The next moment. Boom! Dozens of fire columns as thick as water barrels erupted from the ground, engulfing everyone like fiery dragons. B-rank technique, Earth Flame Pillar. Ah! Immediately afterward, dozens of piercing screams erupted simultaneously, only to abruptly cease in an instant. All the recommended students instantly turned to ash. Zhao Yan, a 4th realm 7th tier cultivator, was no exception. She too turned to dust, drifting down in a shower of ashes. As if she had never existed. In the blink of an eye, all 25 recommended students were dead. Not a single survivor. Killed 25 4th realm martial artists, potential points plus 40,000. Remaining potential points, 181,485. Silence fell over the arena once more. A dozen instructors stared blankly at the youth in the center, their hearts trembling and faces pale with shock. Before this battle, everyone believed Jiqiu was doomed. After all, the intelligence from Yunmeng No. 2 High School indicated Jiqiu's cultivation level was only at the 9th stage of the 3rd realm. Even if he had made some breakthroughs in recent days, he was still no match for these specially admitted students. But who could have imagined? He single-handedly took down every recommended student. Is this kid really that strong? Bai Yu stared blankly, utterly dumbfounded. Wu Zhenbang was so shocked he couldn't speak. No wonder the youth dared to come today and challenge all the scholarship students. His strength had reached such staggering heights. A monster. He was nothing short of a monster. Only now did he realize how foolish the school had been to deny Jiqiu a scholarship spot. Beijing University nearly missed out on a prodigy. Zhao Haiba's pupils suddenly contracted, his face frozen in disbelief. He had assumed Jiqiu would die. But instead, it was these recommended students who met their end. Even his own daughter, Zhao Yan, had fallen victim to him. That brat truly deserved to die. Amidst the stunned silence, Jiqiu, hands tucked into his pockets, turned to look at Wu Zhenbang. He said calmly, "Did you see that, Principal Wu?" Wu Zhenbang had just said he wanted to see if Jiqiu's strength matched his big mouth. Jiqiu returned the favor with those very words. Wu Zhenbang's face flushed crimson instantly. It felt like Jiqiu had just slapped him twice across the face, a stinging, burning sensation. Just then, Zhao Haiba suddenly roared angrily. "You think you're hot stuff just because you've got some skills? Killing innocent people and acting all smug about it? What gives you the right to be a student at Beijing University? I killed my opponent in a life or death battle. You call that indiscriminate killing?" Jiqiu retorted coldly. "Have you no shame? If I'd been weaker today and died at their hands, would that also count as indiscriminate killing? Answer me." Zhao Haiba was already furious because his daughter Zhao Yan had died at Jiqiu's hands. Now, he could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. Gritting his teeth, he snapped. "Fine. Very well. You're a tough little bastard, aren't you? I'll tear your mouth right off. With that, the aura of a peak 6th realm cultivator erupted violently. He prepared to strike at Ji Qiu. At that very moment, Vice Principal Wu Zhenbang's icy gaze swept over him. A single glance. Zhao Haiba's aura instantly dissipated. Immediately after, Wu Zhenbang spoke in a deep voice.
Since Ji Qiu has won, he is now a student of Beijing University effective today.
He is also the strongest student in this year's class at Beijing University. You'd better think this through.
All the students admitted through recommendation have now been killed. If Ji Qiu were to leave Beijing University because of Zhao Haiba's actions,
this year's class at Beijing University would be utterly ruined. Moreover, Ji Qiu's martial arts talent is off the charts. A student like this Wu Zhenbang should be scrambling to recruit him, not letting Zhao Haiba lay a finger on Ji Qiu. As for Ji Qiu's excessive lethality,
in times of peace, it's called violence. But in this world where criminal forces run rampant, sects dominate, and the abyssal races frequently revolt, it was called the mindset of the strong.
Among the elite at humanity's pinnacle, who among them hasn't crushed their contemporaries with ruthless decisiveness? Zhao Haiba wanted nothing more than to kill Ji Qiu on the spot.
He could only hold back upon hearing Wu Zhenbang's words, letting out a cold snort instead. Gazing at Ji Qiu, he thought to himself,
"We'll settle this someday. You just wait, kid."
Ji Qiu seemed to read his gaze.
He uttered 2 words softly. "Useless." Next came the mentor selection.
Ji Qiu stood alone on the field, his martial arts talent exceptionally strong. All mentors scrambled to recruit him. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme,
it was an honor for any mentor to take such a prodigy as a student. Ji Qiu ultimately chose a mentor named Zhang Qing.
She was petite, with a face still bearing traces of youthfulness. Had she not been standing among the instructors, one would scarcely recognize her as a teacher. Zhang Qing had promised Ji Qiu an A-grade breathing technique and a C-grade spirit weapon. Each of these items was worth tens of millions. And they were precisely what Ji Qiu needed.
After leaving the training grounds,
Zhang Qing handed Ji Qiu an A-grade breathing technique called lava breathing technique and a spear with a jade white shaft and crimson tip.
She personally arranged accommodation for Ji Qiu.
The residence was a spacious, nearly 300 square meter flat. The interior decoration was also quite luxurious.
"I have some matters to attend to and won't be able to accompany you.
I'll have Yú Jiāng guide you around the school to familiarize yourself with it." Zhang Qing's gem-like eyes fluttered.
She added with a smile, "Yú Jiāng is also my student.
She'll be entering her sophomore year soon."
Ji Qiu nodded. "Then thank you for your help, Teacher Zhang."
After Zhang Cheng left, Ji Qiu casually scanned the 300 square meter open plan apartment. He sat down on the sofa and opened the system panel.
Host Ji Qiu. Realm 100 Meridians unblocked, stage 80-145,000. Breathing technique. Ash burning breathing technique grade B mastered. Techniques. Star treading step B rank mastered. Earth flame pillar B rank mastered. Remaining potential points 181,485.
Ji Qiu spent 145,000 potential points, advancing his martial cultivation to the 9th stage of 100 Meridians unblocked. He then recorded the newly acquired lava breathing technique, spending 11,700 potential points to instantly master it.
He then reset and deleted the ember breathing technique.
This returned 5,900 potential points.
Remaining potential points 30,685. Let's give it a try. Ji Qiu closed the system and began circulating the lava breathing technique. The next moment, with each inhale and exhale, the chi within his body surged like flowing magma. Not only did the circulation speed increase dramatically,
but its enhancement in tempering of flesh, bones, tendons, and vital energy surpassed the burning embers breathing technique by several fold.
Immediately, Ji Qiu clenched his fist. He unleashed the chi within his body.
Surrounding Ji Qiu were no longer roaring flames, but countless flaming brown stones, like miniature meteorites, constantly spinning and dancing. Ji Qiu gathered them in, nodding with satisfaction. His thoughts then turned to Zhao Haiba. He murmured to himself, "Though my cultivation is now equal to Zhao Haiba's both at the 6th realm, 9th tier, his cultivation techniques are undoubtedly all a grade, and his spirit martial arts should surpass mine. I'm still no match for him. I'll wait until my cultivation reaches the 7th realm before figuring out how to kill him." No sooner had the words left his mouth.
At that very moment,
a knock sounded at the door.
Ji Qiu rose and opened the door.
Outside stood a young woman in a blue-green gown, her hair pulled back in a high ponytail. Not a single strand of hair fell across her forehead, giving her a sharp, capable look.
"You must be Ji Qiu, the new student? My name is Yú Jiāng.
Teacher Zhang Qing asked me to help you get familiar with the school environment."
"Oh,"
Ji Qiu replied softly.
"Let's go."
Yú Jiāng had already learned about Ji Qiu's personality from their advisor, Zhang Cheng. So his cool demeanor didn't surprise her.
She laughed brightly. "All right." The two left Ji Qiu's residence.
Yú Jiāng led the way, explaining as they walked. Junior Ji Qiu, Beichin University is the largest institution of higher learning in northern Dà Xià, covering nearly 10 square kilometers.
It's divided into 4 distinct areas: the academic zone, the cultivation zone, the combat training zone, and the resource zone. Let me take you to the teaching area first. Ji Qiu nodded.
It was essential to familiarize himself with the campus layout.
Moments later, the two arrived at the academic zone.
Yú Jiāng explained in detail to Ji Qiu the locations of each grade's classroom buildings, the cafeteria, and the supermarket. She also mentioned a few important points to keep in mind. The two then departed, heading toward the resource area.
Just then,
Yú Jiāng's green message app buzzed.
She pulled out her phone and opened it. Cheng Chuan, Xiaxia, did you hear about Ji Qiu, the scholarship student?
He killed every scholarship student in this year's class on the freshman playground.
Chapter 52, All Useless. Cheng Chuan was a recommended student from the previous year at Beichin University, ranking 11th in his freshman class. He was Zhao Haiba's student.
He was also the person Yú Jiāng liked. The two were often seen together, and Yú Jiāng had repeatedly expressed her feelings to Cheng Chuan. Yet he kept her hanging, never giving a direct response.
Seeing Cheng Chuan message her first,
Yú Jiāng was overjoyed and immediately replied to his message. She was afraid of wasting any time, or let Cheng Chuan lose hope in her.
Yú Jiāng, yeah, I heard.
He chose mentor Zhang Qing like me. I'm helping him get familiar with the campus right now.
What do you need from him?
Seeing Yú Jiāng's message,
Cheng Chuan's eyes lit up.
Among the students Ji Qiu had eliminated from the recommendation program was one named Cheng Shuang, his younger sister. He had intended to ask Yú Jiāng about Ji Qiu's whereabouts. Where Ji Qiu was, but unexpectedly, he was right beside Yú Jiāng. Cheng Chuan, my sister, was also among this year's scholarship students.
Yú Jiāng suddenly understood. So that's how it was. Cheng Chuan seeking out Ji Qiu was clearly to teach him a lesson. Facing the person she liked, Yú Jiāng decisively chose to betray Ji Qiu. Yú Jiāng, what can I do to help? Cheng Chuan, I'm at the combat zone right now. Bring him over.
Yú Jiāng, got it, I'll bring him over right away. Yú Jiāng then put away her phone. Turning to Ji Qiu, she said somewhat guiltily. Ji Qiu, let's head to the combat zone first.
It's more convenient that way.
Sure. Ji Qiu replied casually. The messages Yú Jiāng and Cheng Chuan had just exchanged.
Ji Qiu had seen them all.
He even snapped a screenshot of the chat history when Yú Jiāng wasn't paying attention. With friends coming from afar to offer potential points, Ji Qiu naturally welcomed the gesture.
Seeing Ji Qiu agree,
Yú Jiāng's face immediately lit up with a smile.
Having done another favor for Cheng Chuan, he must be grateful to me, right? The combat zone served as the school's duel arena. 9 platforms constructed from a special alloy stood there.
Arranged like stars surrounding the moon, 8 smaller platforms encircled the perimeter, guarding the largest central main platform.
Each platform could withstand the fierce assaults of 5th realm martial artists.
The central main platform
can withstand the full force of a 6th realm martial artist's attack.
Beside one of the platforms,
who would have thought that Ji Qiu would be this strong?
He single-handedly knocked out all 26 of the guaranteed admission candidates. A young woman named Hong Jin exclaimed.
Dressed in form-fitting athletic wear, the girl possessed striking features.
Her fiery red hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, making her quite noticeable. Hong Jin glanced at Cheng Chuan beside her.
She continued. When he arrives, how do you plan to discipline him?
Cheng Chuan, clad in black, held a silver halberd in his hand. He replied with a hint of resignation.
The school doesn't allow arbitrary killings.
I can only give him a taste of his own medicine and send him to the hospital for a few months.
Hong Jin nodded. You must keep your cool.
Don't get carried away and kill him, that would spell trouble. If Cheng Chuan killed Ji Qiu,
not only would he be expelled from Beichin University, but the Enforcement Bureau would also hold Cheng Chuan accountable. Don't worry. Cheng Chuan waved dismissively.
There'll be plenty of chances to kill him later.
I'm not in such a hurry.
That's good. Hearing Cheng Chuan's words,
Hong Jin finally relaxed.
Though they weren't lovers, they were very good friends. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Cheng Chuan. No sooner had she spoken.
At that very moment,
a girl with a high ponytail arrived at the battle zone, accompanied by a youth with delicate features.
It was Yú Jiāng and Ji Qiu.
The moment Cheng Chuan saw them, his eyes lit up.
Finally, he glanced at Hong Jin and said softly, "Let's go over there." Soon, Cheng Chuan and Hong Jin approached Ji Qiu and the other person. Cheng Chuan's icy gaze fixed on Ji Qiu.
He said in a deep voice,
"You're Ji Qiu, the one who killed all the scholarship students?"
"Yes."
Ji Qiu replied casually. "What do you want with me?" "Indeed, there is something."
The chill on Cheng Chuan's face deepened. Gritting his teeth, he said, "My sister, Cheng Shuang, was also a scholarship student this year. She died at your hands.
So you want to kill me to avenge your sister?"
Ji Qiu appeared utterly unfazed.
Cheng Chuan shook his head.
I just want to teach you a lesson so you understand the consequences of crossing me, Zheng Chuan.
As for killing you, there'll be plenty of opportunities for that later. I understand the desire to avenge your sister. Ji Qiu's expression remained utterly unruffled. He said indifferently. But, you're overestimating yourself. In my eyes, you and your sister are no different, both useless. The words hung heavy in the air. The others froze in shock. Clearly, they hadn't expected Ji Qiu to utter such words. Cheng Chuan possessed 5th realm cultivation and practiced an A-grade breathing technique, while Ji Qiu had only obtained an A-grade breathing technique from Zhang Qing that very morning and hadn't even begun training in it yet. How could he possibly be Cheng Chuan's match? Did this guy really think that defeating a few pre-enrolled students? And think he was invincible? She snapped back to her senses. Yú Xia's face twisted with contempt. This guy is so full of himself. Cheng Chuan and Hong Jin both sneered coldly. Cheng Chuan sneered. Since you're so confident, today Chapter 53, I did kill your sister. So what? Before he could finish, Ji Qiu's figure shot forward like a meteor, suddenly appearing before Cheng Chuan. His right leg, encircled by molten lava, crashed like a meteorite. Slammed into his left ribs. A terrifying shockwave, carrying scorching heat, slammed into his face. The smile vanished instantly from Cheng Chuan's face, replaced by sheer terror. How could this guy be so fast? And this aura far surpassed his own. How could this be? But Ji Qiu gave him no time to think. The next instant, his right leg slammed into the opponent's left ribs. Boom! A burst of flame erupted, carrying shards of molten rock. The ground shattered, sending large chunks of rock flying. Cheng Chuan's left ribs shattered instantly, blood gushing forth like a burst dam. His body was violently hurled backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. A piercing scream erupted from Cheng Chuan's mouth. Clutching his left side with both hands, he writhed on the ground in agony, his eyes filled with terror. He had been taken down instantly. He had believed that with his 5th level strength, would be more than enough to easily suppress the youth before him. He never imagined the gap between them would be this vast. Beside him, Hong Jin froze in place. Her mind went completely blank. Before Ji Qiu made his move, she had never imagined Cheng Chuan would lose. Her only concern had been that Cheng Chuan might strike too hard and kill Ji Qiu on the spot. She never imagined it would end like this. Yú Jiāng, who had brought Ji Qiu here, was utterly dumbfounded. How could this guy's strength surpass Cheng Chuan's? How could this be? Just as the group stood in stunned silence. Boom! A sonic boom echoed through the air. Ji Qiu stepped forward, reappearing before Cheng Chuan. He raised his hand and seized the left side of Cheng Chuan's torso, where blood gushed relentlessly. His voice held not a shred of warmth. I did kill your sister. So what? The excruciating pain in his left side sent Cheng Chuan into a fit of blood-curdling screams, shattering his mental defenses in an instant. At this moment, he cared nothing for his dignity. He quickly spoke up. I won't avenge my sister. Let me go, I beg you, let me go. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Qiu stuffed a sock into his mouth. Only when Cheng Chuan stopped struggling, drained even of the strength to scream, did Ji Qiu release him. Defeated a 5th realm martial artist. Potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 32,285. Yú Xiā and Hong Jin had long since frozen in place, their faces deathly pale, bodies trembling uncontrollably. The youth before them was terrifying. He was nothing short of a demon. He wiped the blood from his hands with Cheng Chuan's clothes. Ji Qiu slowly rose to his feet, his gaze settling on Yú Xiā. His expression remained impassive as he said, I saw your conversation with him earlier. Yú Xiā trembled violently. She collapsed to the floor instantly, her voice trembling as she pleaded. Junior Ji Qiu, I know I was wrong. Please let me off, I beg you. By the end, her voice was breaking into sobs. Ji Qiu shook his head. Hands tucked into his pockets, he slowly approached her. His voice was cold and detached. I could let you off, but... Yú Xiā clung to this lifeline. Ji Qiu, if you just let me go, I'll do anything. Before she could finish, Ji Qiu cut her off. But... I don't want to. With that, Ji Qiu slipped off her size 36 shoes, and the soles began lashing her face like falling rain. Smack! 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 With each strike, blood spurted forth. Yú Xiā let out shrill, agonized screams, her eyes pleading with Ji Qiu. Begging Ji Qiu to spare her. But Ji Qiu remained utterly unmoved. Only when the shoe was torn to shreds did Ji Qiu finally stop. Yú Xiā's face was already a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, a truly horrifying sight. As for Hong Jin, Ji Qiu showed no mercy either. He hurled her against a wall dozens of meters away. Defeated 2 4th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 33,885. After completing all this, Ji Qiu paid no further attention to the three and turned to leave.
He headed toward his residence. Moments later, he returned to his residence. Ji Qiu flopped onto the sofa, glancing at his remaining potential points as he muttered to himself. This is way too slow. I'll head to the mission hub later and see if there are any big kill missions available. I'll sleep on it first. In this world, only sand people and sleep brought Ji Qiu true joy.
Beichin University Training Area. Inside a training room.
Yú Jiāng lay sprawled on the training room carpet. Beside her crouched a petite, slightly plump young woman. Her hands rested on Yú Jiāng's face. Green light continuously emanated from her hands as she healed Yú Jiāng's injuries.
What happened earlier? How did you end up like this? The girl asked.
Her name was Lu Ling, also a student of Professor Zhang Qing.
She was a year ahead of Yú Jiāng and Chang Chuan, a sophomore at Beichin University.
She was about to enter her junior year. Earlier, she had passed by the combat training area and witnessed Yú Jiāng suffering severe injuries. She immediately carried her to her own training room.
Yú Jiāng struggled to speak. It was all Ji Qiu's doing. Ji Qiu? Lu Ling was taken aback. You mean Ji Qiu, the one who killed all the recommended students this morning?
Yes, him.
Yú Jiāng nodded.
Hearing Yú Jiāng's words, Lu Ling's face instantly clouded with confusion.
You have no grudge against him. Why would he target you?
Yú Jiāng looked utterly aggrieved as she replied. Mentor Zhang Qing asked me to show him around the school. When I brought him to the combat training area, we happened to run into Chang Chuan. Chang Chuan's sister was a recommended student this year, but she died at his hands. Chang Chuan wanted to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly, despite being at the 5th realm cultivation level, Chang Chuan wasn't a match for Ji Qiu and was severely injured. After beating Chang Chuan, for some reason, he seemed like a completely different person.
He turned around and attacked me. I don't know why either.
By the end of her story, Yú Jiāng's voice choked up and tears streamed down her face.
Senior Lu Ling, you must stand up for me. Chapter 54, Who do you think you are? Why should I explain myself to you? Hearing Yú Jiāng's explanation, Lu Ling's expression darkened instantly.
She declared sternly. This Ji Qiu actually laid a hand on you for no reason. How despicable.
We absolutely cannot let someone like that get away with it.
I'll report this to Mentor Zhang Qing immediately and have her take care of it for you. Yú Jiāng nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Senior Lu Ling. This was exactly the outcome she wanted. Her chat history with Chang Chuan had been deleted, and his phone had shattered into pieces during the earlier scuffle with Ji Qiu. The truth no longer existed. Not only was she the victim, but she was also a girl.
Professor Zhang Chang and everyone else would choose to believe her over Ji Qiu. After all, what girl would risk her reputation over a lie?
When the time came, Ji Qiu wouldn't just face Mentor Zhang Qing's reprimand,
but his reputation will be ruined throughout the entire school. It would be absolutely satisfying.
The thought filled Yú Jiāng with a sense of satisfaction. Lu Ling immediately pulled out her phone,
preparing to dial Professor Zhang Qing's number. Just then, several young men and women walked in.
They were also students of Zhang Qing.
We usually get along well with Yú Jiāng.
Upon seeing Yú Jiāng injured just now, Lu Ling immediately called them.
What happened?
How did Yú Jiāng sustain such severe injuries?
A girl named Chen Shu asked.
The others were equally puzzled.
Yú Jiāng usually has a pretty good personality. She shouldn't have provoked anyone, right? It's like this.
Lu Ling repeated Yú Jiāng's earlier words to the group.
Attacking Yú Jiāng for no reason? That Ji Qiu is completely unreasonable.
Exactly. Chen Shu and the others all wore expressions of anger.
This new student, relying on his meager strength, was acting completely out of line. Seeing everyone standing by her side,
Yú Jiāng felt a surge of secret delight. Outwardly, however, she appeared even more aggrieved and pitiful, quietly sobbing.
Chen Shu, seeing this, rushed over to comfort her. Stop crying, Yú Jiāng. Don't worry, we'll get revenge for you.
We'll teach the Ji Qiu a lesson and make him come apologize to you.
Thank you, Senior Chen Shu, Yú Jiāng nodded firmly.
Her acting showed no signs of faltering. Chen Shu then turned to the others. She declared with righteous indignation.
Let's go. We're going to find that Ji Qiu right now and get justice for Yú Jiāng. Alright. Let's go.
The others responded in unison.
I'm coming too.
Lu Ling added in a low voice. After saying that, she left one student behind to look after Yú Jiāng. The rest of them left the training room and headed toward Ji Qiu's residence. Watching Chen Shu and the others' retreating figures, Yú Jiāng could no longer suppress the smile tugging at her lips. She thought to herself. Ji Qiu, I'll see how you handle this now.
Meanwhile,
after Lu Ling followed Chen Shu and the others out of the training room, she dialed her mentor Zhang Qing's number. She informed her about Yú Jiāng's situation. Zhang Qing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this. Yú Jiāng had kindly shown Ji Qiu around campus, yet he'd lashed out at her for no apparent reason? It made no sense at all.
Could there be some misunderstanding? I need to go see what's really going on. Without further thought, she rose from her seat and left the office, heading toward Jichio's residence. Inside the room, Jichio had only just fallen asleep. Thump! 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 The thunderous knocking suddenly echoed through the room, jolting Jichio awake. Jichio frowned slightly, feeling annoyed. Being disturbed while sleeping was truly infuriating. He rose and opened the door. Outside stood several figures, their faces dark and expressions hostile. It was Chen Shu, Lu Ling, and the others. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Jichio asked impatiently. We're Yú Jiāng's friends. Chen Shu snapped sharply. Shouldn't you give us an explanation for what just happened? Jichio suddenly understood. So they'd come to take revenge for that woman named Yú Jiāng. You woke me up while I was sleeping, so I'm a bit annoyed now. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. He said coldly. So? Smack. His words cut off mid-sentence. His hand shot up like a steel whip, lashing suddenly across Chen Shu's face. At the same time, a cold voice rang out again. Who do you think you are? Why should I explain myself to you? Boom! Chen Shu was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming violently into the wall over 10 meters away. A cloud of dust and debris erupted. His left cheek split open, blood gushing forth in a torrent. The immense force of the impact shattered countless bones within his body. Aha! The excruciating pain coursing through his body made Chen Shu cry out in agony. She never imagined the youth before her would suddenly attack her. And despite her cultivation at the second stage of the fifth realm, she found herself utterly powerless to fight back. But it wasn't over yet. Just as Chen Shu's body was about to slide down the wall, a burst of flame erupted before him. Boom! The ground shook violently. Chen Shu's entire body was instantly drenched in blood. He collapsed onto the ground. Like a dead dog. Defeated a 5th realm martial artist, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining potential points, 35,485. The arena fell instantly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their faces frozen in shock. No one could have imagined the youth before them would suddenly attack Chen Shu without a word. Even more unbelievable was the fact that, despite Chen Shu's cultivation at the second stage of the 5th realm, was utterly helpless against the youth who defeated him in an instant with such ruthless ferocity. Now they fully believed Jichio's words. This guy really would attack people for no reason. He was a complete madman. As the group stood in stunned silence, Jichio spoke slowly. You want an explanation too? Coming to their senses, their expressions darkened further. Lu Ling, the strongest among them, spoke in a low voice. Yú Jiāng kindly offered to show you around the school. Not only did you show no gratitude, but you attacked her for no reason. Now you've gone and done this to Chen Shu. You're utterly heartless. Out of nowhere? Ha! Jichio burst out laughing. It seemed that woman named Yú Jiāng had been hiding something. But Jichio offered no explanation. Being misunderstood by a bunch of weaklings rather than wasting breath on groveling explanations, it was far more satisfying to beat them into submission with his fists. I do enjoy attacking people for no reason at all. Jichio said indifferently. Now it's your turn. Oomph. Lu Ling snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with a sinister light. In an instant, countless tendrils burst forth from the air, coiling around her body. Simultaneously, her arms instantly turned dark green, swelling to nearly twice their size as she swung a fist, smashing violently toward Jichio. She roared furiously. With my 5th realm, 4th tier cultivation, you're no match for me. Chapter 55, The Fury of the Powerless. Her strength ranked among the top 20 in the entire second year class. Even though Jichio had defeated Chen Shu, a 5th realm, 2nd tier cultivator, she remained confident she could defeat Jichio. But she was clearly overestimating herself. Before she could finish speaking, Jichio's fist, enveloped in molten lava, crashed into her abdomen like a mountain. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Flames and molten rock fragments exploded outward in an instant. The entire building shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Lu Ling, weighing nearly 170 pounds, was sent flying backward, slamming violently into the wall behind her. Large chunks of plaster shattered. The wall was covered in dense, crisscrossing cracks. Lu Ling's ribs shattered instantly on both sides, blood spurting out violently. Ugh! A piercing scream erupted from Lu Ling's mouth. Her mind went blank. Despite her cultivation at the 4th stage of the 5th realm, she remained utterly powerless against the youth before her. How could this be? Was this youth before her truly human? Chen Shu, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, wore an equally incredulous expression. She had assumed that with her 2nd stage cultivation, being defeated instantly by this youth was already absurd enough. But she had still vastly underestimated his strength. Monster! He was nothing short of a monster. The remaining few stood frozen in place, their foreheads instantly breaking out in cold sweat. This kid was terrifying. But it wasn't over yet. Jichio pulled his arm back and swung his fist once more, smashing it into the empty air before him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. A fiery light, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, suddenly erupted. The entire building shook violently once more. The remaining few were sent flying backward, slamming hard into the wall behind them. Blood spurted from their mouths in gushes. All were gravely wounded. Defeated 3 4th realm martial artists and 2 5th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 5,600. Remaining potential points, 41,085. Jiqiu paid them no further attention. He withdrew his fists, shoved his hands into his pockets, turned, stepped over the threshold, and walked into his quarters. He then raised his hand to close the door. At that very moment, a furious voice erupted. Not only did you attack Yú Jiāng without any provocation, but you also left us injured like this. Mentor Zhang Chang won't let you off the hook. Jiqiu immediately froze in place. He slowly approached the student. His fingers clamped down like pincers on the student's face, repeatedly slamming his head against the wall behind him. Thud! 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 The dull thuds echoed like drumbeats. The student under Jiqiu's command let out piercing screams. Blood streamed down like tiny red snakes, sliding down the back of his head, instantly soaking the back of his shirt. Lu Ling and the others who witnessed this scene felt their hearts tremble, as if plunged into an ice cellar. Jiqiu, however, remained utterly unmoved. His expression remained cold and unruffled. Only when the student ceased struggling did Jiqiu slowly release his grip, letting the body collapse lifelessly to the ground. He stated flatly, "Incompetent rage." With that, he yawned and turned, walking slowly back to his quarters. Feeling sleepy, he decided to rest first. As for the misunderstanding, Jiqiu didn't give it a second thought. Yet before he had taken a few steps. At that moment, suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Immediately after, a petite woman with a slightly childlike face appeared in the field. It was none other than their instructor, Zhang Cheng. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Zhang Cheng's eyes widened in shock and she was completely dumbfounded. All these students had been defeated by the youth before her? Even Lu Ling, a 5th realm 4th tier cultivator, wasn't his match? This was simply outrageous. She had assumed Jiqiu had reached his limit after defeating Cheng Chuan, a 5th realm cultivator. But this scene before her eyes completely shattered her previous understanding of Jiqiu. Jiqiu halted his steps and turned to look at her. He asked softly, "Teacher Zhang, what brings you here? Is something wrong?" Snapping back to reality, Zhang Qing's brows furrowed tightly, her expression turning grim. "What on earth is going on?" "They came looking for trouble, and I beat them up." Jiqiu Yun replied casually. "That's all there is to it." Zhang Qing fell silent for a moment before nodding. When someone comes looking for trouble, it's only right to fight back. They were in the wrong about this matter. While you may have been a bit harsh, it's understandable. Then, shifting gears, he continued in a calm tone. "But as for Yú Jiāng, I had arranged for her to show you around campus. Why did you attack her?" Jiqiu remained silent. He simply pulled his phone from his pocket. He opened the chat history between Yú Jiāng and Cheng Chuan in his photo album and handed it to Zhang Cheng. "See for yourself. Could there really be some hidden truth?" Zhang Cheng wondered to herself. She reached out and took the phone. When she saw the chat history between Cheng Chuan and Yú Jiāng on the phone, her expression froze. So that's how it was. Jiqiu's attack on Yú Jiāng wasn't without reason, it was because Yú Jiāng had betrayed Jiqiu. Noticing Zhang Qing's troubled expression, Lu Ling weakly inquired, "Teacher Zhang, what exactly is going on?" The others also looked at Zhang Qing expectantly, waiting for her response. Could there be another reason behind Jiqiu's attack on Yú Jiāng? Yú Jiāng betrayed Jiqiu. Zhang Qing recounted how Yú Jiāng had betrayed Jiqiu and brought him before Cheng Chuan. What? The moment those words left her mouth, Lu Ling and the others froze in place. They never imagined it would turn out this way. They had been close with Yú Jiāng, and since she was the victim, a girl, no less, they had believed her without a second thought. Little did they know they'd all been deceived by Yú Jiāng. If it had been them. If Yú Jiāng had done this to them, they might not have been as brutal, but they certainly wouldn't have let her off the hook. At this thought, a wave of shame washed over them. What kind of thing had they done? Jiqiu took the phone from Zhang Qing's hand and said indifferently, "Nothing else to discuss. I'll be heading back." "Yeah, I misunderstood you earlier. I apologize." Zhang Qing had always been straightforward in her dealings. Right was right, wrong was wrong, and if she was wrong, she should apologize. "Oh." Jiqiu responded casually. Though outwardly calm, he was genuinely surprised inside. After all, it was rare for a mentor to apologize to their own student. Just as Jiqiu was about to turn and leave, Zhang Qing suddenly remembered something and spoke again. "Oh, Jiqiu, there's one more thing I need to tell you. In the misty city of Manhwa Province, there's a small county called Bailu. Within it operates a gang known as the Sanjian Society. They commit every conceivable crime, manufacturing and trafficking drugs, organizing prostitution, and routinely using violence to plunder others' wealth. Numerous businesses in Bailu County have suffered persecution.
Many people have been killed by the Sanjiang Association for refusing to hand over their wealth.
It's safe to say that Bailu County is now entirely under the Sanjiang Association's control. Manhwa Province is where Beichin University is located.
Zhang Cheng paused briefly before continuing. The Provincial Enforcement Bureau of Manhwa Province has assigned the task of eradicating the Sanjiang Association to our Beichin University. In 2 days, Professor Zhao Haiba and I will each dispatch 5 students to eliminate the Sanjiang Association.
Upon completion, each participant will receive 300 academic credits as a reward. I want you to join us. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's words, Ji Qiu instantly felt wide awake. 300 credits equaled the purchasing power of 3 million Dà Xià coins, a substantial sum.
Moreover, a gang like the Three Rivers Society must have at least 1,000 members. If they wiped out every single member, he would gain a massive amount of potential points, allowing his cultivation to break through to the 7th realm. Then he could plan to take down Zhao Haiba.
Agreed. Ji Qiu agreed decisively.
Zhang Qing solemnly cautioned. The Sanjiang Association has many powerful members.
This mission carries significant risks. Moreover, Zhao Haiba's disciples will accompany us. I fear they may target you. Think carefully before proceeding. Let's go.
What others saw as danger, Ji Qiu viewed as opportunities to prove himself.
He would naturally go. All right. Zhang Cheng nodded. I'll call you in 2 days. With that, she bid farewell to Ji Qiu and led Lu Ling and the others away.
Ji Qiu also returned to his residence.
He flopped onto the sofa and muttered to himself. When we go to wipe out the Three Rivers gang, I hope Zhao Haiba's students will have something to say about me. Otherwise, it'd be too boring. Chapter 56, Looking After Ji Qiu. Lu Ling's training room. Yú Jiāng lay on the carpet.
Since martial artists' recovery abilities significantly improve after reaching the 4th realm, combined with Lu Ling's earlier treatment, her injuries had healed by more than half. That Ji Qiu must be beaten to a pulp by Senior Lu Ling and the others by now.
Yú Jiāng muttered to herself. The thought of Ji Qiu getting beaten up by Lu Ling and the others, only to be dragged before her later to grovel and apologize. It filled Yú Jiāng with immense satisfaction. The pain in her face seemed to fade. When that jerk grovels before me later, I'll make him pay back everything he did to me tenfold. I'll slap his face hard, ha. The more Yú Jiāng thought about it, the happier she became. She couldn't hold back the smile at the corners of her mouth, and it broke into laughter. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the training room. Yú Jiāng's eyes lit up instantly. It must be Senior Lu Ling and the others bringing the Ji Qiu back. She quickly stifled her smile and resumed her look of grievance. The next moment, the door swung open. Zhang Qing's figure appeared before her eyes. But when she saw Lu Ling and the others being dragged behind her, she froze in place. Lu Ling and the others were seriously injured. And they'd been dragged back by Mentor Zhang Cheng. What on earth happened? Weren't they supposed to be dealing with that Ji Qiu? How did this happen? Mentor Zhang Cheng, what happened? Yú Jiāng asked with a puzzled look on her face. Zhang Qing walked into the training room and placed Lu Ling and the others on the floor. She said expressionlessly. Lu Ling and the others stood up for you, only to be beaten into this state by Ji Qiu. What? Yú Jiāng's eyes widened in shock. Ji Qiu did this? She had assumed Lu Ling's strength at the 4th stage of the 5th realm would easily defeat Ji Qiu. But she never imagined she wouldn't be his match either. How could this guy be so strong? But since instructor Zhang Qing was present, Ji Qiu must have gotten a thorough scolding from instructor Zhang Qing. Snapping back to reality, she deliberately put on an angry expression. Her face flushed with indignation as she declared. Not only did Ji Qiu attack me for no reason, but he also beat Senior Lu Ling and the others like this. How despicable. Mentor Zhang Qing, you must have given that guy a good scolding earlier, right? No. Zhang Qing shook her head, her expression as cold as ice. I saw your chat history with Cheng Chuan. You betrayed him, which is why he attacked you. Chat logs? The moment those words left her mouth, Yú Jiāng froze instantly, her mind going blank as a buzzing sensation filled her head. How could this be? How could Ji Qiu have access to her chat history with Cheng Chuan? She had expected Ji Qiu to be severely punished, to apologize to her, and for his reputation to be ruined throughout the entire school. But she never imagined things would turn out like this. At that moment, Lu Ling's furious voice rang out beside her. Why did you lie to us? Using our sympathy to achieve your goals, is that fun for you? Shen Shu and the others turned to Yú Jiāng, their expressions filled with disgust. No, Senior Lu Ling, please let me explain. She waved her hands frantically, her voice trembling with tears. Enough. Lu Ling cut her off sharply. You're such a... She then turned to Zhang Cheng and said, Ms. Zhang, could you do me a favor? Zhang Cheng nodded. Go ahead. If it's within my power, I'll certainly help. Lu Ling pointed at Yú Jiāng. This is my training room. I'd like to ask you to kindly escort her out. Her presence makes me sick. All right. Zhang Cheng agreed. She then walked up to Yú Jiāng, ignoring her cries and screams, grabbed her by the hair, and dragged her out. People who betray and deceive others like this. She couldn't stand them either. Zhang Qing also left the training room. She immediately proceeded to the mission assignment desk, submitting Ji Qiu and the other 4 students' names to the task list for eradicating the Sanjiang gang. It wasn't until evening that Ji Qiu slowly regained consciousness. After grabbing a quick meal in the dining hall, with nothing else to do, Ji Qiu suddenly thought of something. He murmured to himself. I've heard that some exceptionally gifted martial artists can cultivate 2 or even multiple elemental breathing techniques simultaneously. I wonder if I can do the same. Let's give it a try. Though this body's cultivation aptitude wasn't particularly remarkable. But with the system present, it might not be impossible. With that, he rose and headed toward the cultivation technique room. At that moment, in Mentor Zhang Qing's office, Zhang Qing sat in the main seat, flanked by 4 young men and women. These were the 4 tasked with eliminating the Three Rivers Society. For this operation against the Three Rivers Society, besides the 4 of you, I intend to send freshman Ji Qiu along to gain some experience. Zhang Cheng announced. At these words, Xin Hu, a student with a rugged appearance, voiced his displeasure. Teacher Zhang, all the students going to wipe out the Three Rivers Society are at least at the 5th realm, 8th tier in martial cultivation. Isn't it a bit much to have him tag along? Indeed, the Three Rivers gang has martial artists at the 5th realm, 9th tier, and not just one. It's extremely dangerous. Having us carry a liability will only make this operation riskier. A female student named Ling Qi chimed in. Their words dripped with contempt for Ji Qiu. They certainly didn't want to carry a liability into a mission. At that moment, a girl with a neat, short haircut and sharply defined, delicate features countered. Among the Three Rivers Alliance, only 3 practitioners hold the 5th realm, 9th tier. In our force sent to eradicate the Three Rivers Alliance, we have 6 9th tier practitioners. There's absolutely no danger. What's wrong with bringing junior Ji Qiu along? The girl's name was Xia Wei, a senior student. 5th realm, 9th tier cultivation. But with him there, we'll constantly have to worry about his safety. It'll severely hinder our efficiency in eliminating the Sanjiang Association. Xin Hu said solemnly. I refuse to take him. If you disagree, then you won't be participating in this operation to wipe out the Three Rivers Association. Xia Wei spoke bluntly. The other party was clearly being unreasonable, and she naturally wouldn't indulge him. You. Xin Hu tried to say more. Zheng Cheng cut him off coldly. Enough. I've made my decision. Anyone who objects can withdraw from this mission. I'll find replacements myself. The moment those words left her mouth, the room fell instantly silent. This mission was worth 300 points equivalent to 3 million in purchasing power. Though Qin Hu and the others felt resentful, they certainly didn't want to withdraw from the mission. Zhang Cheng continued. Also, during this mission, Zhao Haiba's students are likely to target Ji Qiu. You must protect him at all costs and ensure nothing happens to him. Understood? Rest assured, Teacher Zhang. I will do everything in my power to protect Junior Ji Qiu's safety, Xia Wei responded immediately. What about the rest of you? Zhang Qing turned to Qin Hu and the others, her tone cold. Qin Hu and the others reluctantly nodded. Only then did Zhang Qing withdraw her gaze, waving her hand dismissively. Dismissed. With that, she rose and left the office without further ado. Her meetings were always straightforward and to the point. Xia Wei hurriedly followed her out. Once Zhang Qing and Xia Wei had departed, Qin Hu's expression darkened abruptly. Thud. He slammed his hand down on the conference table. Gritting his teeth, he roared. Let that Ji Qiu guy tag along? Not only do we get 300 points for free, but we're supposed to look after him? Look after him, my ass. Chapter 57, Departure. Ling Qi sat up beside him and patted Qin Hu's shoulder. Calm down. Even if Teacher Zhang instructed us, whether we actually look after him is still up to us, right? That Ji Qiu slept with Zhao Haiba's daughter. His students will definitely come after Ji Qiu. They might even kill him. Then we'll just stand by and watch the show. Wouldn't that be quite entertaining? Another student nodded in agreement. Upon hearing these words, Qin Hu's anger gradually gave way to a hint of a smile. You're right. That kid wants to tag along? Fine, let him come. He'll regret it. But what if Teacher Zhang finds out we're standing idly by? Ling Qi waved her hand dismissively. At worst, she'll blame us for not keeping a closer eye on him. After all, we didn't lay a finger on that Ji Qiu. Fair point. Qin Hu nodded. The smile on his face grew even broader. Meanwhile, Zhao Haiba's office. Ling Han, it's so late. What brings you here? Zhao Haiba looked at the youth standing before him. He inquired. The youth, named Ling Han, was also a student participating in the mission to eliminate the Three Rivers gang. Ling Han wore a smile on his face as he hurriedly replied. Teacher Zhao, I just went to the mission claim room and discovered that among the students participating in the Three Rivers Association eradication mission assigned by mentor Zhang Qing, there's actually that Ji Qiu. At these words, Zhao Haiba's eyes suddenly lit up. Ji Qiu had harmed his daughter, and he had long sought to kill Ji Qiu to avenge her. He never imagined the opportunity would come so soon. Seeing the look of delight on Zhao Haiba's face, Ling Han's smug expression grew even more pronounced. He continued, Teacher Zhao, shall I take him out during the mission to avenge your daughter? Zhao Haiba shook his head. No need. He couldn't let Ling Han intervene, the school would surely hold him accountable. Moreover, if Zhang Cheng's other 4 students intervened, Ling Han would struggle to kill Ji Qiu. If Ji Qiu survived and he ended up embroiled in trouble, it would be a complete loss. He then wrote down several phone numbers and handed them to Ling Han. We won't need to lift a finger. These are the phone numbers of the families whose children Ji Qiu murdered. Simply relay the news that Ji Qiu is heading to Bailu County to them. They'll naturally take care of eliminating that brat. These phone numbers were all on record at Beijing University. He had prepared them long ago. He had been waiting for this moment. This way, Ji Qiu could be eliminated without a trace, and his own identity would remain undiscovered. As for Ling Han, he was his most trusted student. He trusted him implicitly. It's Teacher Zhao. Ling Han took the note and responded promptly. Once the task is completed, in addition to the reward for this mission, I'll give you an extra 300 points. Zhao Haiba promised. Hearing Zhao Haiba's words, Ling Han's expression instantly lit up with excitement. Martial artists not only required vast sums for cultivation techniques and spirit weapons, but cultivation resources were a bottomless pit. He was desperately short on funds. He immediately pounded his chest and declared, Rest assured, I will see to it. Ji Qiu will die, no exceptions. Moments later, Ji Qiu arrived at the cultivation techniques room. The cultivation techniques room at Beijing University only housed techniques up to grade B. He casually picked up a book titled Thunderclap Breathing Technique, a lightning attribute breathing method, and flipped to the first page. Just then, a system notification instantly sounded in his ears. Thunderclap Breathing Technique recorded. Thunderclap Breathing Technique B rank not mastered 0200. So it really can record 2 elemental breathing techniques at once. Ji Qiu's face lit up with delight. He then spent 5,900 potential points to instantly elevate the Thunderclap breathing technique to perfection. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though thunderclaps erupted within Ji Qiu's body. The yuan qi that had flowed like molten lava erupted violently, as if pierced by a thunderbolt of unimaginable force. Every inch of his muscle vibrated at a high frequency. His bones cracked and popped, as if being repeatedly hammered by an invisible sledgehammer. Then, the collision of thunder and fire attributes. Ji Qiu had read in books that the repulsion between the 2 elements caused inhuman agony during fusion. Yet to his surprise, he felt not a shred of pain. Nor did the thunder and fire attributes clash like 2 untamed beasts locked in battle. Instead, they merged together with remarkable ease. His body quickly returned to calm. Only the magma-like energy was now enveloped by a dense web of tiny electric arcs. Ji Qiu clenched his fists and suddenly exerted force. His body was instantly enveloped by countless burning brown stones, with silver snake-like arcs of electricity coiling around him, creating a truly otherworldly sight. Even the center of his originally fiery red pupils, a silver arc of electricity appeared. My strength, defense, and spirit have nearly doubled, while my speed has surged more than 2-fold. Feeling the surging power within him, Ji Qiu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. And this is merely a B rank breathing technique. I wonder how much greater the enhancement would be with a higher tier method. Without further hesitation, he proceeded. He also cultivated 5 B rank breathing techniques: the Wind Blade breathing technique, the Earth Rock breathing technique, the Falling Rain breathing technique, the Battle breathing technique, and the Frost Bloom breathing technique. He maxed out all of them. His attributes across the board increased several-fold once more. Remaining attribute points, 5,600. I should be strong enough to take down Zhao Haiba now. Ji Qiu murmured to himself. Even though Zhao Haiba cultivated an A-grade cultivation technique and wielded a B-grade spirit weapon, Ji Qiu remained confident he could eliminate him. As for eliminating Zhao Haiba, Ji Qiu decided to handle it after wiping out the Sanjiang gang. That would be the safer approach. Afterward, Ji Qiu stowed away the system and returned to his residence. The next 2 days passed relatively calmly. Nothing significant occurred. Time quickly arrived at the 3rd day, the day set for eliminating the Sanjiang society. Zhang Qing called, instructing Ji Qiu to meet at the school gate. Ji Qiu quickly washed up. He slung the Yenhuang blade over his back, hands in his pockets, and walked toward the school gate. As for the B-grade spirit weapon, Zhang Qing had gifted him the white jade fire-tip spear. Ji Qiu left it in his room. It was far too cumbersome to carry. School entrance. Zhang Qing stood outside the main gate with Xiaowei, Qinhu, and 2 others. Not far away stood Zhao Haiba, Ling Han, and 3 other students. Parked in front of the gate was an extended-length SUV. This was the vehicle that would take them to Bailu County. Qin Hu shot a glance at Zhao Haiba before discreetly transmitting his voice to Ling Qi beside him. What do you think Instructor Zhao Haiba will do to that Jiqiu? Ling Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Who knows? But judging by how composed Instructor Zhao Haiba looks, he probably won't let Jiqiu off easily. He must have a plan already. Qin Hu's gaze returned to Zhao Haiba. Sure enough, his expression remained serene, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A surge of satisfaction washed over him. I hope he'll be ruthless. If he just gives the Jiqiu a light beating, it'll be too boring. Whether it was teaching Jiqiu a lesson or taking his life, he would feel satisfied either way. What he truly craved was to see Zhao Haiba cripple or even kill Jiqiu outright. This malice stemmed not only from Zhang Qing's forced inclusion of Jiqiu in this mission, which had left him resentful. It also stemmed from jealousy toward Jiqiu. Jealousy of his martial arts talent. Jealousy that Zhang Qing favored him, allowing a new recruit to join them on a mission worth 300 bonus points, a windfall he felt was undeserved. Ling Qi sneered telepathically. That kid killed Instructor Zhao Haiba's only daughter. Do you really think he'll let him off easily? Qin Hu nodded. True. I'm actually looking forward to seeing that kid's desperate, helpless expression when he gets punished. It should be quite entertaining. Chapter 58, I've taken your lives. Meanwhile, Zhao Haiba stood with his hands behind his back, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief as he contemplated the imminent vengeance for his daughter's death. Ling Han stood beside him, equally pleased. That Jiqiu was as good as dead this time. And all he had done was make a few phone calls, yet he had earned 300 points. It was practically free money. How could he not be happy? Just then, a figure emerged from the school gates, hands tucked into pockets, strolling out at a leisurely pace before the crowd. The youth was tall and slender, with delicate features. His jet black eyes were as still as deep water, revealing no emotion whatsoever. It was Jiqiu. At his appearance, the smiles on the faces of Zhao Haiba, Ling Han, Qin Hu, and the others instantly grew even broader. The prey had finally arrived. Their only concern had been that Jiqiu might change his mind at the last minute and refuse to join the mission. Now that Jiqiu had appeared here, their lingering doubts vanished completely. Jiqiu walked straight up to Zhang Cheng. He spoke casually. Sorry to keep you waiting, Teacher Zhang. It's fine. I've only been waiting a few minutes. Zhang Qing waved her hand dismissively, then her expression grew more serious. Now that everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. Her gaze first settled on Jiqiu. She cautioned. Jiqiu, you're the weakest here. You must stick with them on this trip. Don't wander off. Be extremely careful. Okay. Jiqiu replied casually. Zhang Qing then turned to the others. You all mustn't let your guard down either. No matter what kind of enemy we face, give it your all. Also, make sure to look after Jiqiu. Rest assured, Teacher Zhang. I'll definitely look after Junior Jiqiu. Xia Wei responded immediately. Qin Hu and the others nodded perfunctorily. Understood. But inside, they sneered coldly. Take care of him? Take care of him, my ass. Alright, get ready to board the vehicle. Zheng Chang waved her hand. The SUV had ample space inside, easily accommodating 10 people. After Zhao Haiba's students boarded, Jiqiu and the others followed suit, taking their seats. The vehicle slowly started moving. It sped away from Beichin University, racing toward Bailu County. Watching the vehicle grow distant, Zhang Qing murmured to herself. I hope Jiqiu doesn't run into any trouble. She wasn't worried about Qin Hu, Xia Wei, or the others. The only one she couldn't help but worry about was Jiqiu after all, his cultivation was far below theirs. Then she gave a self-deprecating chuckle. This mission isn't particularly dangerous, and with Xia Wei and the others looking out for him, how could Jiqiu possibly get into trouble? I'm just overthinking things. Zhang Qing's voice had been soft, but Zhao Haiba, standing nearby, had heard every word clearly. He sneered inwardly. Mentor Zhang Cheng, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. That Jiqiu will never be coming back. I've already prepared his grave in Bailu County. Inside the SUV, Jiqiu leaned against the window, his eyes half closed. He'd gotten up rather early today and was feeling a bit sleepy. This was the perfect chance to catch some sleep during the drive. Xia Wei, seated nearby, had intended to say something. But seeing Jiqiu resting, she ultimately changed her mind and didn't disturb him. Qin Hu and the others shot Jiqiu a cold, mocking glance. They closed their eyes as well. Ling Han, fearing to alert the enemy, refrained from provoking Jiqiu. The journey passed in silence. The vehicle soon arrived at the city where Bailu County was located, Smoky Rain City. Just then, Ling Qi nudged Qin Hu with her elbow and whispered telepathically. This is so boring. How about we humiliate that Jiqiu for some fun? Qin Hu, bored, was scrolling through his phone. Hearing Ling Qi's words, he perked up instantly. The idea of humiliating Jiqiu naturally delighted him immensely. He inquired. How do you plan to do it? Just verbally humiliate him. Ling Qi explained. That kid's cultivation is too weak. He'd never dare lay a finger on us. He'll just have to swallow all his grievances in rage. Just thinking about it is hilarious. At this point,
Ling Qi's drowsiness vanished instantly, her eyes brimming with excitement.
Alright, let's do it. Xin Hu agreed. The two briefly discussed the details. Immediately after, Xin Hu's contemptuous voice echoed from inside the vehicle.
The students assigned to this mission all have martial arts cultivation at least at the 5th realm, 8th tier. I really don't know what instructor Zhang Cheng was thinking, sending a freshman to tag along with us. He shot a glance at Ji Qiu, who remained seated with eyes closed. His voice grew louder. Yes, he has exceptional martial talent, but he hasn't matured yet.
What qualifies him to join us on a mission to wipe out the Three Rivers Association?
Ling Qi, sitting beside him, immediately interjected.
Well, you can't say that. Even if he can't contribute much to the mission, he can still fetch tea, carry bags, and run errands, right? Oomph. Xin Hu growled. He's only fit for menial tasks.
He then picked up the backpack in front of him and tossed it at Ji Qiu's feet.
In a commanding tone, he said. We'll be arriving soon. Remember to grab the backpack when we get off.
Ling Qi tossed her backpack over as well.
And mine. You're the errand boy. The two showed no fear toward Ji Qiu. Not only did the boy before them lack the courage to act, but even if he did, how could he possibly harm them? So they kept provoking Ji Qiu. The angrier Ji Qiu grew, the more delighted they became.
The others stood by with smiles on their faces, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Ling Han, in particular, wore a broad grin. He and Zhao Haiba were in the same boat, so naturally he relished seeing Ji Qiu humiliated.
As long as it didn't interfere with his own plans. He was quite content to enjoy the spectacle. Only Xia Wei's face darkened considerably.
These two, relying on their slightly superior strength over Ji Qiu, dared to humiliate him so blatantly it was nothing short of bullying.
Yet Ji Qiu remained utterly unruffled, eerily calm.
He merely rose slowly to his feet. His gaze fixed on Xin Hu and the other man as he spoke indifferently.
I accept your lives.
The moment those words left his lips,
Xia Wei's expression froze, then her fair face darkened further.
She never expected Ji Qiu to utter such words. Xin Hu and Ling Qi were both at the 9th stage of the 5th realm.
How could Ji Qiu possibly be a match for them? Wasn't this just handing the enemy a reason to teach him a lesson? This was trouble.
Yet the smiles on the others' faces only grew broader. Their gazes fixed on Ji Qiu were filled with mockery, as if they were looking at a clown.
Cornered? Speaking without restraint? How laughable. Xin Hu and Ling Qi burst into loud laughter. This was exactly the reaction they wanted.
The angrier and more flustered Ji Qiu became, the more delighted they were.
Xin Hu wiped away tears of laughter. His face twisted into a mocking expression as he said, You little brat, you sure talk a big game. Chapter 59, what the hell are you playing at? Before he could finish. Crack.
A blinding silver bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through the carriage.
Ji Qiu vanished from his spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Xin Hu.
His palm, encircled by a dense web of silver arcs, slammed into Xin Hu's face.
At the same moment,
a cold voice, like the echo of death itself, rang out slowly.
Die. Boom.
The threat of death engulfed him. The smile on Xin Hu's face froze instantly, turning to horror and disbelief. A storm of shock and disbelief raged within his heart. How could this be? He was a senior student with 5th realm, 9th tier martial cultivation ranking among the top 100 seniors at Beichin University. Even after Ji Qiu defeated Lu Ling, a 4th realm 4th tier, he hadn't given this freshman a second thought. But now he realized he was wrong.
He was utterly wrong. He had vastly underestimated the strength of the youth before him. Yet it was all too late. The next instant, a silver bolt of lightning erupted from Ji Qiu's palm. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The SUV jolted violently.
Then, before the stunned gazes of everyone present,
Xin Hu's head instantly shattered.
A mixture of red and white, mingled with shattered bone, erupted into a sky-filling mist of blood. A fountain of blood shot skyward from his neck, instantly staining the car roof crimson.
Xin Hu was dead. Killed a 5th realm martial artist, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining attribute points, 8,800. Silence. Dead silence.
The driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the SUV to a sudden halt by the roadside. Everyone inside froze like statues, the color draining from their faces as their eyes widened in disbelief.
Xin Hu, a 5th realm 9th tier cultivator. Had he really been taken down in a single move by this youth? This couldn't be possible. Before this battle, they all believed Ji Qiu was the weakest among them. Zhang Qing had only brought him along to gain some experience. But who could have imagined? The youth before them had become this terrifying. Xia Wei stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. She finally understood why the youth before her had dared to speak those words earlier. He possessed that kind of power. Mentor Zhang Qing actually asked her to look after him. Are you kidding me?
Ling Han's eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him.
This guy was terrifying. He couldn't believe he'd actually suggested to Zhao Haiba that he should personally help Zhao Haiba kill Ji Qiu. How foolish. The thought sent a chill down his spine. A wave of dread washed over him. Thank goodness. Thankfully, mentor Zhao Haiba hadn't agreed. Otherwise, his fate would likely have mirrored Qin Hu's. Ling Qi, standing closest to the scene, was utterly terrified by what she witnessed. Her legs buckled and she collapsed instantly. Her body shook violently beyond her control, her teeth chattering audibly. The look in her eyes as she stared at Ji Qiu. As though he were a demon crawling out of hell. Why was this guy so terrifying? If only I'd known. I would never have provoked this monster. No. I'm not dead yet. He might not kill me. I still have a chance to turn this around. The instinct to survive instantly overpowered the fear. Thud. Thud. Thud.
Ling Qi immediately knelt on the floor, repeatedly banging her forehead against the car's floor. Her voice trembled as she pleaded.
Ji Qiu, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare me. I'll carry my own backpack. I'll serve you tea and water, make your bed and fold your blankets. I'll do whatever you ask. Please spare me, okay? I don't want to die. Her demeanor had sunk to the lowest depths of humiliation. All she wanted now was to live. But her hopes were dashed. Ji Qiu's delicate face showed no emotion, eerily calm. He slowly crouched down. He grabbed Ling Qi's disheveled hair and lifted her face. He said expressionlessly, "You want to live, don't you?" "Yes. Yes. I want to live. I don't want to die." Ignoring the searing pain in her scalp, Ling Qi nodded frantically. Ji Qiu's voice turned suddenly icy. "But you barely hit your head. Who the hell are you trying to fool?" As the words fell, Ji Qiu's other hand clenched into a fist and slammed viciously into Ling Qi's forehead. Thud. 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 A series of dull, drum-like thuds echoed through the deathly silent car. With each punch Ji Qiu delivered, a torrent of blood spurted forth. The scene was horrifying, utterly bloody. The others who witnessed the scene felt their hearts tremble violently, as if plunged into an ice cellar, their clothes already soaked through with cold sweat. Terrifying. This youth was nothing short of a demon. Yet Ji Qiu remained utterly unmoved. Only when a gaping hole pierced through Ling Qi's forehead, silencing her completely. Only then did Ji Qiu cease his attack. Slowly retracting his fist, he said coldly, "Don't be so despicable in your next life. Killed a 5th realm martial artist, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining attribute points, 12,000. Dead silence filled the car. The driver gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his body trembling uncontrollably, eyes filled with terror. The other students froze in their seats, not daring to breathe a single breath. Terrified that any misstep might provoke the youth and lead them to meet the same fate as Qin Hu and the others. Ji Qiu casually wiped the blood from his fist on Ling Qi's clothes. Then he rose slowly. His gaze swept over the remaining few. His voice was cold as ice. "All of you, come forward. Teach these two corpses a lesson." At his words, everyone froze, their faces frozen in utter bewilderment. Whip corpses? What did this mean? But remembering Ji Qiu's ruthless methods, they dared not ask. They could only rise to their feet and approach the two corpses. They proceeded to kick and punch the corpses. Xia Wei was no exception. She feared death too. Ji Qiu stood nearby, pulling out his phone and activating the video recording function. He recorded the scene of their violence against the two bodies. He spoke slowly. "Now these two are dead because of you." "Ha?" Everyone's movements froze abruptly. I instantly understood Ji Qiu's intentions. He was dragging everyone down with him. Ji Qiu continued speaking. "Now you may freely spread the news that I killed these two back to the school. But you'll have nothing to back it up. Whereas I have evidence of you torturing and killing your own comrades. Tell me, who do you think the school and the Enforcement Bureau will believe?" The carriage fell silent once more. Ji Qiu was right. They had only their word. But the video Ji Qiu held was irrefutable proof. It was obvious who the school and the Law Enforcement Bureau would believe. What do you want us to do?" Ling Han's voice trembled slightly. "It's simple." Ji Qiu tucked away his phone and said coldly. Qin Hu and Ling Qi abandoned their squad mid-mission and went solo to the Sanjiang Association headquarters. They met their unfortunate end at the hands of the Sanjiang Association. Chapter 60, enough. The others had no grounds to refuse. They could only respond helplessly. Understood. Only then did Ji Qiu nod in satisfaction. With a casual wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning flashed, instantly reducing Qin Hu and Ling Qi's bodies to ashes. Ji Qiu then turned and returned to his seat, closing his eyes once more as if nothing had happened. Ling Han and the others also returned to their seats. The vehicle restarted and headed toward Bailu County. Gazing out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, Ling Han's expression grew cold and terrifying. "Ji Qiu, you won't live much longer. Bailu County will be your grave. He then pulled out his phone and sent a green message. That Jiqiu possesses the strength to kill a 5th realm, 9th tier martial artist. Don't underestimate him. Bailu County. On a remote road leading to the county seat, 2 black minivans pulled over to the side. Inside were members of the families of those specially admitted students. This road was Jiqiu's group's only route. Outside the vehicles, a man clad in a black trench coat leaned against the car door, a cigarette dangling between his fingers. He spoke slowly. To kill this kid, we've actually brought 7 6th realm martial artists. We're really overestimating him. His name was Zhou Xiong, the father of Zhou Ling, the student Jiqiu had killed. His martial cultivation stood at the 3rd stage of the 6th realm. He was also the strongest fighter in this operation. Beside him, a woman with a fiery figure, clad in a tight black leather outfit, removed her sunglasses, revealing a face that was stunning yet icy. Her red lips parted slightly as she smiled faintly. Isn't this a safer approach? Her name was Li Qiushuang, the older sister of another recommended student. At just 25 years old, her martial cultivation had already reached the 6th realm. Ha! Zhou Xiong chuckled lightly. That brat might not even have 5th realm cultivation. Before us, he's nothing but an mere flick of the wrist could crush him. What's there to be cautious about? Li Qiushuang nodded in agreement. Brother Zhou speaks wisely. Yet even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. We should still proceed with caution. Zhou Xiong patted Li Qiushuang's shoulder. He said casually. I've always been cautious in my actions. But killing this kid? Not worth it. His words brimmed with confidence. He was at the 3rd stage of the 6th realm. To think he'd need caution to kill a 16-year-old kid? It was utterly ridiculous. Li Qiushuang shook her head, choosing not to argue further. Deep down, she too felt that killing Jiqiu didn't warrant such caution. Just then, buzz. Zhou Xiong's phone vibrated faintly in his pocket. He pulled it out to check. It was a green message from Linghan. Upon reading the message, Zhou Xiong's expression froze. He had assumed Jiqiu had only killed a few 4th realm scholarship students. His martial cultivation might not even reach the 5th realm. But he never imagined this kid actually possessed the strength to kill a 5th realm, 9th tier martial artist. Didn't that mean he likely possessed 6th realm cultivation? What's wrong, brother Zhou? Li Qiushuang sensed his unease. She asked curiously. Has something happened? Zhou Xiong's Adam's apple bob as his voice came out dry. Just received news. That Jiqiu, he likely possesses 6th realm cultivation. What? At those words, Li Qiushuang's lazy smile froze on her face. 6th realm? That's absurd. Zhou Xiong chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued. Looks like you were right after all. Good thing we brought enough people this time. Otherwise, we might have stumbled and fallen right into this kid's hands. Li Qiushuang snapped back to reality, a smile returning to her face. We need to be more cautious now. Zhou Xiong nodded, his face flushing slightly. He had just claimed there was no need for caution when dealing with Jiqiu. Little did he expect to be proven wrong so swiftly. He flicked the cigarette butt from his hand. He said. Let's go. Get in the car. All right. Back in the car. Zhou Xiong revealed the possibility that Jiqiu might possess 6th realm cultivation. The cabin instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces frozen in disbelief. Clearly unexpected. Jiqiu's strength had reached such staggering heights. Coming to his senses, a middle-aged man named Xiaoning chuckled. This is perfect. With so many of us here, it'd be boring to kill that kid if he's really a useless. A bit of skill makes it more fun. Zhou Xiong nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right about that. Hunting a sheep and hunting a lion are 2 entirely different levels of thrill. At that moment, Li Qiushuang leaned back in her chair and teased with a smile. Aren't you afraid that all of us combined still wouldn't be a match for him alone? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. Zhou Xiong casually remarked. Do you really think that's possible? On the bus heading to Bailu County, the rest of the journey passed relatively smoothly. Everyone sat quietly, moving with extreme caution, afraid to disturb Jiqiu. Linghan kept sending location updates to Zhou Xiong and the others. Jiqiu, bored, played with his phone. An hour later, the car turned onto a remote road leading to Bailu County. The vehicle continued forward. However, before traveling far, the vehicle screeched to a sudden halt with a shrill screech of brakes. Jiqiu turned to look out the window. They hadn't reached the Bailu County Law Enforcement Bureau. What's going on? He asked calmly. The driver replied, his voice trembling slightly. There are over a dozen people dressed in black blocking the road ahead. Several students inside the car were immediately puzzled. In a place like Bailu County, who would dare block a Beijing University vehicle? Could it be the Sanjiang Association? Only Linghan knew the truth. It was Zhou Xiong and his men, here to kill Jiqiu. Jiqiu said nothing more, slowly rising to his feet and walking toward the door. Xia Wei and the others followed suit.
Trailing behind the group, Ling Han watched Ji Qiu's retreating figure and sneered inwardly.
Kid, you've reached your grave. I'll see just what kind of waves you can stir up now.
Soon, Ji Qiu and his group stepped off the vehicle. Not far ahead on the highway, a dozen figures clad in black stood barricaded across the road. Their expressions were icy, their eyes blazing with undisguised murderous intent. It was Zhou Xiong and his men. They spotted Ji Qiu immediately, their faces breaking into smiles.
The kid finally showed up.
Ling Han had sent Zhou Xiong Ji Qiu's photo, so Zhou Xiong and his men recognized him immediately. Ji Qiu walked forward slowly, hands tucked into his pockets. His expression remained impassive as he asked.
Speak. Who are you?
Xiao Ning sneered.
To kill you.
He had barely uttered 2 words.
Ji Qiu's figure shot forward in an instant.
A deafening crack echoed through the air as he abruptly materialized before Xiao Ning. His waist twisted with explosive force, muscles bulging like coiled steel. His right leg, enveloped in searing flames and raging lightning, crashed down with mountain-shattering force, smashing viciously into his skull.
At the same moment,
a cold voice exploded beside Xiao Ning's ear.
Enough. Knowing they came to kill me. That was enough. Chapter 61, Make Your Last Will. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the wilderness.
The ground beneath Xiao Ning's feet shattered violently, sending a torrent of dust and debris skyward.
His skull shattered instantly.
A mixture of red and white, mingled with bone fragments, drifted through the air. He didn't even have time to utter a scream.
His life was extinguished in an instant. Killed a 5th realm martial artist, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining attribute points, 15,200. Silence. Dead silence.
The dripping sound of blood raining down from the sky and the dull thud of headless corpses hitting the ground were distinctly audible. Everyone froze in place, faces frozen in shock.
They never could have imagined.
The youth before them had struck with such ruthless decisiveness. Xiao Ning, a 5th realm 9th tier cultivator, had barely uttered 2 words before being instantly slain. And he had cultivated both thunder and fire attributes. Zhou Xiong, Li Qiushuang, and the others had harbored doubts about Ling Han's reputation.
Now they believed completely. The youth before them truly possessed 6th realm cultivation. And he was far more terrifying than the average martial artist newly entering the 6th realm. Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, Ji Qiu withdrew his leg. He swiftly removed the Yanhuang blade from his back and slowly unwrapped the white cloth covering its blade. The blade's tip touched the ground as he spoke coldly. Make your last will and testament.
These words were naturally directed at Zhou Xiong and his men. At these words, Zhou Xiong and the others' expressions darkened instantly.
To kill Xiao Ning in an instant right before their eyes, and then demand last words? This kid is truly arrogant. Arrogant.
Zhou Xiong roared in fury. His body was instantly enveloped by waves of water as smooth as silk, unleashing the full force of his 6th realm, 3rd stage cultivation. The ground beneath his feet cracked open.
Cracks spread like a spider web across the floor. At the same moment,
Zhou Xiong gripped his broad-bladed long sword, his voice as cold as frost.
You should be the one leaving your last words. Feeling Zhou Xiong's overwhelming aura, Xia Wei and the others flushed crimson, their breathing growing ragged.
They never imagined that among those blocking their path, there would be such a terrifying presence. 6th realm, 3rd stage.
Could Ji Qiu be his opponent? Hardly.
But Ling Han no longer held back, breaking into laughter.
It's over. It's all over.
Li Qiushuang and the others wore cold smiles.
As if they could already see Ji Qiu's pitiful death. Ji Qiu reaching the 6th realm at such a young age was indeed astonishing.
But no one believed he could be Zhou Xiong's match.
Yet at that very moment, rip!
A piercing shriek ripped through the air. Ji Qiu, gripping the flaming splendor blade, plunged down from the void. In an instant, a colossal blade light over 10 meters long, enveloped in raging flames and furious lightning, appeared before everyone. Like a colossal dragon of thunder and flame, it roared toward Zhou Xiong and the others. Where the blade's light passed, the void hummed. The earth trembled and collapsed. The solid highway was plowed open, leaving a trench several meters deep, as countless fragments of rock shot skyward.
At the same moment, Ji Qiu's impatient voice boomed. I told you to leave your last words. What the hell are you babbling about? An apocalyptic aura swept over them. Zhou Xiong's cold expression froze abruptly. His pupils contracted sharply, and his face paled dramatically. This aura was far beyond his own. He couldn't even muster the will to resist. How could this be? The color drained instantly from Li Qiushuang and the others' faces. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with despair. How could this be? How could this kid be this terrifying? They had believed that deploying 7 6th realm experts was already showing sufficient respect to this youth. But now they understood. It wasn't enough. Far from it. The one they faced was no human. A monster. But Ji Qiu gave them no time to process the shock. The next moment, the blade's glint was already upon them. No. Ah. Piercing, desperate screams rang out. Yet they abruptly ceased in an instant.
One by one, bodies exploded like fireworks the instant they touched the lightning flame blade.
In the blink of an eye,
the battlefield was already a river of blood. Blood mingled with shards of flesh and bone, splattering everywhere like a scene from hell.
Zhou Xiong, Li Qiushuang, and the others were all dead. Not a trace remained.
Jiqiu stood in the pool of blood, knife in hand, his entire body already drenched in crimson.
Yet his delicate features remained serene and icy, utterly unruffled. Like a tyrant, like a god of slaughter. Killed, 6 5th realm martial artists, 7 6th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 69,600. Remaining attribute points 84,800. Dead silence.
On the highway, only the howling wind remained. Xia Wei and the others froze in place, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their clothes, long soaked through with cold sweat, clung tightly to their skin, bone-chilling cold seeping through.
One strike. Just one stroke. Nearly every obstacle in their path had been cut down.
Even Zhou Xiong, a 6th realm 3rd stage cultivator, had not been spared.
Terrifying. A monster.
It was nothing short of a monster.
2 students' legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground. A foul stench wafted from between their legs.
Ling Han felt as if struck by lightning, his body jerking violently as his mind went completely blank. Shaking his head repeatedly, he murmured hoarsely.
How could this be? How is this possible?
He had expected Jiqiu to be killed by Zhou Xiong and the others, allowing him to easily earn 300 points and complete the task assigned by his mentor, Zhao Haiba.
He'd even relish witnessing the arrogant youth's gruesome demise, savoring the satisfaction it would bring. But he never imagined the outcome would turn out like this.
All the smug satisfaction in his heart
was now shattered to pieces by Jiqiu's single stroke.
Amidst the crowd, the sole surviving middle-aged man, Fang Ming, stood in a pool of blood. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall.
He recalled Li Qiushuang's taunting question. Aren't you afraid that all of us combined still can't match him alone? Everyone had laughed then. Now, he could no longer laugh.
What had been a jest had become reality. They truly were no match for the youth standing before them. Jiqiu slowly raised the Yanhuang blade, wiped the blood from its edge, wrapped it once more in white cloth, and slung it back over his shoulder. Then, hands tucked into his pockets, he walked toward Fang Ming.
Chapter 62. Oh. His footsteps were light. To Fang Ming's ears, they sounded like the countdown of death itself. Unable to bear the immense pressure any longer, Fang Ming's legs buckled and he collapsed directly into the pool of blood. At that very moment, Jiqiu's indifferent voice echoed in his ears. Why did you try to kill me? Fang Ming's body jerked violently.
Daring not to conceal anything, he stammered out in a trembling voice.
We are the families of those students you killed. Oh. Jiqiu responded indifferently. She continued. Who told you about my whereabouts? Fang Ming hesitated immediately.
Before the operation, they had promised Ling Han that no matter what happened, they would never betray him.
But if he didn't speak now,
the youth before him would kill them without a second thought.
Not far away, Ling Han's heart leapt into his throat.
He prayed frantically in his heart.
Please don't say anything. If he did, he too would die here. Yet just as Fang Ming hesitated, boom!
A blinding flash of fire erupted from his right leg.
His entire thigh instantly shattered.
A sky-filling mist of blood splattered everywhere.
Blood gushed from the wound like a burst dam. Jiqiu's icy voice rang out once more. Who revealed my whereabouts? Ah!
A piercing scream erupted from Fang Ming's mouth. The excruciating pain in his right leg caused his entire body to convulse violently, his face contorted in agony. He dared not conceal anything further.
He roared repeatedly. It's Zhao Haiba. Zhao Haiba from Beijing University.
He had a student named Ling Han contact us.
It was him who gave. Before he could finish, Jiqiu's palm slammed down on his head. A fiery wave erupted suddenly. Boom! Fang Ming's skull shattered instantly.
The headless corpse twitched twice before collapsing with a thud onto the ground.
Dead. Killed a 5th realm martial artist, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining attribute points 88,000. Ling Han was utterly panicked. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Seeing Jiqiu's icy gaze fixed on him,
Ling Han hurriedly spoke up.
Jiqiu. I was forced into this. Zhao Haiba is my advisor. He threatened my future to make me do this. I had no choice but to obey him. To save his own skin.
He shifted all responsibility onto Zhao Haiba.
Jiqiu said nothing.
He merely bent down, picked up a fist-sized stone. Then he slowly walked up to Ling Han. He uttered a single word in a flat tone.
Oh.
As the word fell, he pressed the stone in his hand inch by inch into Ling Han's forehead.
Crack.
The sound of shattering bone rang out clearly. Blood trickled slowly down the edges of the stone.
It was a gruesome sight. Jiqiu showed no mercy toward the remaining disciples of Zhao Haiba. A fist swung out. Boom! A burst of flame erupted, instantly reducing them to ashes. Ji Qiu spared no mercy for another student of Zheng Qing either. When Qin Hu and Ling Qi mocked him, he laughed heartily. Killed 5 5th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 16,000. Remaining attribute points 104,000. After completing all this, only Xia Wei remained in the arena. Ji Qiu looked at her, his expression impassive as he asked, "How did these people die?" Xia Wei's slender frame trembled as her mind raced. She knew this was the question that would decide her fate. Suppressing her fear, she replied in a trembling voice. They were killed by these men in black. They feared exposure and intended to silence us all. Then how did you survive? Ji Qiu pressed further. Xia Wei's will to survive surged to its peak. Without hesitation, he declared, "If you hadn't stepped in to protect me, I would have met the same fate as them, dying right here." Ji Qiu nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand casually toward the scene. Whoosh! A streak of fire swept through. The mangled bodies of Zhou Xiong and his men, their vehicle, and the driver long since frozen in terror were instantly reduced to ashes. Ji Qiu then turned his gaze toward Xia Wei. He said indifferently, "Let's go." Xia Wei finally exhaled a long breath. She nodded quickly in agreement. Yes. Yes. She then followed Ji Qiu toward the Bailu County Law Enforcement Bureau. Meanwhile, at Beijing University, Zhao Haiba sat in his office, glancing at his wristwatch. He murmured with a faint smile, "It should be about time. That little should be dead by now." The thought brought Zhao Haiba a sense of satisfaction. He slowly pulled open a drawer and took out an exquisite photo frame. Inside was a photo of his daughter, Zhao Yan. He reached out a finger to trace the cheek of Zhao Yan in the photograph, his eyes reddening unnoticed. "Yenner. Father has avenged your wrongs." Bailu County Law Enforcement Bureau. Several high-ranking law enforcement officials sat in the conference room. Presiding over the meeting was Zhang Qing, the deputy director from Rainy City. Among the student contingent dispatched by Beijing University, only a freshman named Ji Qiu came for training. All others possess cultivation levels above the 5th realm, 8th tier. Among them, there are no fewer than 6 peak martial artists at the 5th realm, 9th tier. The Sanjiang Gang, that cancerous tumor that has infested Bailu County for years, is finally about to be uprooted. Zhang Qing smiled. The others nodded in agreement. The Sanjiang Gang had burned, killed, and plundered, committing every conceivable evil, becoming a thorn in their side. Now that this thorn was about to be removed, they felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Meng Jingyan, the chief of law enforcement for Bailu County, voiced his concern. "These are students fresh out of school, young and inexperienced. I fear." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. He feared these privileged youths, lacking real combat experience, might fail to eliminate the bandits and instead risk their own lives, a loss too great to bear. Zhang Cheng waved dismissively. "Old Meng, you're overthinking this. Beijing University students undertake numerous missions every year, and some even sacrifice their lives in the line of duty. They're no delicate flowers." Meng Jingyan gave a self-deprecating chuckle. "Director Zhang is right. I've been worrying needlessly." Zhang Qing raised his wrist to check the time. "By now, they should be here." No sooner had the words left his mouth. An enforcement officer hurried into the conference room. "Commissioner Zhang, Commissioner Meng, the representatives from Beijing University have arrived." Chapter 63, continuing. Finally, Zhang Qing's eyes lit up. He laughed heartily. "Let's go welcome these prodigies." All arriving were prodigies at least at the 5th realm, 8th tier. As a deputy director at the 5th realm, 6th tier, he naturally had to greet them personally. With that, he rose and headed toward the exit of the enforcement bureau. Meng Jingyan and the others immediately rose to follow him out. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the law enforcement bureau. Yet when they caught sight of the arrivals, the smiles on their faces froze in unison. The anticipated group of 10 did not appear. Only 2 people stood at the entrance. 1 man and 1 woman. Photos and profiles of the 10 individuals had already been transmitted from headquarters, and Zhang Qing and the others instantly recognized them as Xia Wei and Ji Qiu, the new recruit who had come along for the trial. Where were the others? Zhang Qing's enthusiasm instantly faded by half. He stepped forward and asked, "You two are from Beijing University, right?" Xia Wei nodded. "Yes." Zhang Cheng glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby. He continued. "The briefing said 10 people would be assigned to this mission. Why are there only 2 of you?" Xia Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Instinctively, he turned to look at Ji Qiu beside him. Ji Qiu replied calmly, "2 people are sufficient." The moment those words left his lips, Zhang Cheng's expression darkened instantly. Meng Jingyan and the others furrowed their brows. Sure enough, only 2 had come. 2 people are enough? Not a chance. The Three Rivers Alliance had 3 5th realm 9th tier martial artists stationed there, plus a large number of skilled fighters.
You, a 5th realm 9th tier female student, bringing along a youngster who tagged along for training.
And you dare say that's enough? What a joke!
At this thought, Jiang Qing felt a surge of irritation.
After all this anticipation, this is who he ends up waiting for? Beichin University is utterly unreliable. Are they messing with us? Just the two of you? Going there is suicide.
Jiang Qing suppressed his anger and said in a low voice.
You two, go back.
Seeing this, Xia Wei quickly interjected.
Trust us.
The two of us are truly capable of wiping out the Sanjiang gang.
Jiang Qing, already irritated by being tricked by Beichin University, couldn't contain himself any longer upon hearing Xia Wei's words. He snapped. Trust you? One at the 5th realm, 9th tier, and another tag along. What do you two have to take down the Three Rivers gang? Do you really think this eradication mission is a joke?
No sooner had the words left his mouth. A blurred afterimage flashed past. Ji Qiu, hands tucked in his pockets, suddenly kicked out, slamming into Jiang Qing's midsection.
Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. Jiang Qing instantly flew backward like a cannonball.
He slammed into the wall dozens of meters away, embedding himself into the structure. Crushed stone splattered everywhere, dust filling the air. Blood gushed from Jiang Qing's mouth in a torrent. He resembled a blood-stained human tapestry. The scene fell instantly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, faces frozen in shock. No one had expected the youth before them to suddenly attack Jiang Qing. And with just a casual kick, he sent Jiang Qing, a 5th realm, 6th tier cultivator, flying. Wasn't this youth here for training? How could he be this strong? Pinned against the wall, blood smeared around his mouth, Jiang Qing stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Only now did he realize. He had vastly underestimated this youth before him. Even if he was just tagging along, his strength surpassed his own. Ji Qiu withdrew his foot. Hands tucked into his pockets, he walked slowly toward Jiang Qing. He said coldly, I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. Jiang Qing's eyes widened with fury as he gritted his teeth. Just the two of you. Boom! Before he could finish, Ji Qiu's flaming fist slammed into his face. Boom! Another deafening roar. The wall exploded into a larger dent, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. Dust billowed, debris flew everywhere. Put! Jiang Qing's mouth and nose gushed blood. His head buzzed, and his consciousness briefly went blank. His entire body slid down the wall and crashed to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, Ji Qiu's foot crushed down on his face, pinning his head against the wall behind him. Her voice held not a shred of warmth. Continue. Ugh. Jiang Qing let out a wretched cry of agony. The excruciating pain radiating from his face instantly filled him with dread. He shut his mouth immediately, daring not to utter another word. If these two were determined to throw themselves into certain death, then so be it. Defeated a 5th realm martial artist, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining attribute points, 105,600. Seeing Jiang Qing fall silent, Ji Qiu withdrew his foot and paid him no further mind. He turned to face Meng Jingyan and the others. He coldly stated the location of the Three Rivers Association headquarters and all its branches. Having witnessed Ji Qiu's methods, Meng Jingyan and the others dared not hesitate. They immediately pulled out their phones and swiftly sent Ji Qiu the locations of every Sanjiang Association stronghold. Ji Qiu glanced at the location on his phone. Then, ignoring the others, he turned to Xia Wei and said, Let's go. Alright, let's go. Xia Wei nodded quickly and hurried after Ji Qiu, leaving the enforcement bureau. Only when the two figures disappeared from sight did Meng Jingyan and the others finally exhale in relief. They rushed to the corner and helped Jiang Qing to his feet. Director Zhang, are you alright? Cough cough. Jiang Qing coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood-tinged foam, then waved his hand dismissively. His face ashen, he replied. I'm fine. Meng Jingyan protested indignantly. Commissioner Zhang, you tried to save their lives by stopping them from rushing to their deaths, yet they not only failed to appreciate it but also attacked you with such viciousness. How utterly despicable. The others chimed in agreement. Exactly. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, they don't recognize a good deed when they see it. Going to the Three Rivers Conference is no different from walking into certain death. Two fools. Jiang Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes cold as ice. If they're asking for it, let them go. I'll see if they can still be so arrogant when death is staring them in the face. What about the plan to wipe out the Three Rivers Society? Meng Jingyan inquired. Once their mission fails, I'll report it myself. We'll see what the higher-ups decide then. Jiang Qing replied in a low voice. With that, the group returned to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Wang Hai, the law enforcement officer bringing up the rear, quietly fell a few steps behind and pulled out his phone to send a message. Only 2 arrived, a 5th realm 9th tier female student and another accompanying her for training. After sending the message, whoosh! A burst of flame erupted from his palm, instantly reducing the phone to ashes that scattered in the wind across the courtyard. Chapter 64, Green Mountain Manor. As dusk fell, after Ji Qiu and Xia Wei left the enforcement bureau,
The two ate a light meal to fill their stomachs. Xia Wei spoke cautiously. Junior brother Ji Qiu, where should we go now? The Sanjiang Association headquarters. Ji Qiu replied indifferently. He then stood up, left the restaurant, and headed straight for the Sanjiang Association headquarters Qingshan Manor. Xia Wei hurriedly jogged to keep up. The summit of a mountain named Green Hills, located on the outskirts of Bailu County. A vast estate stood upon it. This was the headquarters of the Three Rivers Association, Green Mountain Manor. In the deepest part of the estate, within the reception hall, a handsome middle-aged man with a tuft of short stubble on his chin sat within. He was none other than Lin Wenquan, the leader of the Three Rivers Association. Opposite him sat a man with snow-white hair, a cigar clamped between his fingers. This was Xiao Tianxiong, one of the leaders of the Black Wolf Gang, a faction above the Three Rivers Association. A martial cultivation at the 6th realm, 4th tier. Surrounding Xiao Tianxiong sat several martial artists radiating formidable energy. All were elite fighters of the Black Wolf Gang. They had received word that Beijing University would send students to wipe out the Three Rivers Gang, prompting their urgent arrival here. Lin Wenquan adopted an extremely humble posture as he flattered. Just a bunch of wet behind the ears youngsters, yet you, Hall Master Xiao, personally made the trip. Truly, you're giving this junior brother immense face. Xiao Tianxiong exhaled a smoke ring. I always prioritize stability in my affairs, hence my personal presence. With me here, this matter will proceed without incident. His words brimmed with confidence. Absolutely, absolutely. Lin Wenquan hurriedly agreed. With a master of your caliber, a 4th stage 6th realm expert overseeing things, what trouble could those youngsters from Beijing University possibly stir up, no matter how strong they are? With Xiao Tianxiong's current cultivation level, slaughtering a few 5th realm punks was as easy as crushing ants. Those fools at the Enforcement Bureau, did they really think they could wipe out my Sanjiang society? Ha! I've got a surprise waiting for you. Come on then. Just then, Lin Wenquan's phone buzzed. It was a message from the Enforcement Bureau. As he read the message, the smile on Lin Wenquan's face froze instantly. Disappointment washed over his face. Only one 5th realm, 9th tier student had arrived? And another was just a sidekick tagging along for training? What kind of situation was this? He had gone to great lengths to invite Xiao Tianxiong and the others, intending to surprise the Law Enforcement Bureau, only to be greeted by these two? Xiao Tianxiong noticed the change in Lin Wenquan's expression. He raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lin Wenquan replied awkwardly. Chief Xiao, we just received word from the Enforcement Bureau. Beijing University has only sent one female student at the 5th realm, 9th tier, along with a mere lackey tagging along to make up the numbers. Seems their earlier talk of wiping out the Three Rivers Society was just bluster after all. Ha! At this revelation, not only Xiao Tianxiong but also the other Black Wolf Gang members wore expressions of shock. Only 2 people? And one of them is a sidekick? What the hell is this? Xiao Tianxiong furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice. Are you certain the information is correct? Absolutely. Lin Wenquan nodded, his face filled with resignation. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have bothered you, sect leader Xiao, to make the trip personally. Upon receiving Lin Wenquan's affirmative response, Xiao Tian and the others wore equally disappointed expressions. They had mobilized a large force today, expecting to make a big splash, only to find the thunder roared but the rain fell lightly. All that effort for nothing, it was a complete joke. Well, looks like we made a wasted trip. Xiao Tian remarked listlessly. Beside him, a heavily made-up woman with fiery red hair, and Ning, curled her lips in displeasure. She added with a hint of irritation. Why don't we just wipe out the Enforcement Bureau altogether? The words had barely left her mouth. Xiao Tianxiong's icy gaze turned toward him. Fool! Even the most elite underground factions of the Great Xia Empire would never resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. It was tantamount to provoking the Great Xia's bottom line. And Ning realized he'd spoken out of turn. Her body stiffened and she quickly shut her mouth. Meanwhile, moments later, Ji Qiu and Xia Wei arrived at the entrance of Green Mountain Manor. A towering black iron gate stood several meters high before them. On either side of the gate stood a burly, fierce-looking guard. The two men naturally spotted Ji Qiu and Xia Wei. Seeing that they were young, a man with a scar on his left cheek stepped forward and barked harshly. Get lost. This is... Before he could finish, a blur sliced through the night. Ji Qiu's figure instantly materialized before him. His right hand, fingers like steel spikes, suddenly thrust forward, piercing the man's face. Thud! The sound of flesh tearing echoed. Blood instantly spurted from his face, staining the burly man's features crimson. Ah! The scarred man let out a piercing scream. His hands clamped down on Ji Qiu's wrist, desperately trying to pry away the demonic hand pressed against his face. But he was clearly deluding himself. Ji Qiu's arm didn't budge an inch. The next instant, the hand clamped over his face suddenly exerted force, swinging him up like a human-shaped sledgehammer, slamming it down hard onto the head of another man. Boom! A dull, explosive crack echoed. Both bodies exploded instantly. A torrent of blood mixed with shards of flesh and bone, staining the night sky a crimson red. Killed 2 3rd realm martial artists, potential points plus 1,600. Remaining attribute points, 107,200. Xia Wei, standing nearby, trembled violently. Though she had witnessed Ji Qiu's methods many times before, seeing it unfold before her eyes once more sent waves of shock and turmoil crashing through her heart, leaving her utterly unsettled. Too ruthless. Too brutal. Ji Qiu, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He casually flicked the blood from his fingertips. He walked slowly to the massive black iron gates of Green Mountain Manor and kicked them violently with his foot. Chapter 65. Open your dog eyes and watch closely. Boom! A deafening roar. The massive iron gate, weighing several tons, crashed down, smashing heavily onto the ground and sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Ji Qiu grabbed the edge of the gate and dragged it deeper into the estate. The heavy door scraped across the granite floor, emitting a series of shrill, grinding sounds as sparks flew everywhere. Xia Wei, following behind, watched the scene unfold, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Raw power. So intense. The tremendous commotion at the entrance immediately alerted the people within the estate. Before Ji Qiu and Xia Wei had gone far, hundreds of people appeared before them, blocking their path. When they saw the scene unfolding before them, everyone's expressions turned strangely peculiar. Clearly, no one had expected that the ones who had forced their way into Qingshan Manor and caused such a huge commotion were actually 2 young youngsters. At that moment, the leader, a middle-aged man with pale skin and a face covered in pockmarks, stepped forward. His eyes cold as ice, he demanded. Who are these punks daring to cause trouble in my Green Mountain Manor? Are you seeking death? The man's name was Lin Ming, the younger brother of Lin Wenquan, the leader of the Three Rivers Association. His cultivation level was at the 6th stage of the 5th realm. Since the Black Wolf Gang's elite fighters were stationed within the estate, the Sanjiang Association's elite fighters were not stationed within the estate. Apart from Lin Wenquan and the Black Wolf Gang members, Lin Ming was the strongest presence here. You've misunderstood. Ji Qiu shook his head. I'm here to kill. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Ming froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, joined by the roaring laughter of the hundreds of gang members behind him. Their eyes fixed on Ji Qiu were filled with mockery. A mere youth dragging a broken door stood before hundreds of martial artists, claiming he'd come to kill. The scene was somewhat absurd. Naive little brat. Lin Ming sneered. If you wish to kill, then come. I'm eager to see who you can kill in front of me. With nothing else pressing, he didn't mind playing along with the youth for a while longer. But no sooner had the words left his mouth. Boom! A deafening sonic boom erupted from the center of the arena. Ji Qiu's legs surged with explosive force, propelling the massive iron door weighing several tons through the air as it shot skyward. At the same moment, the massive iron door in his hands was instantly enveloped by flames and arcing electricity. Thunder and fire intertwined, blazing with intense light, illuminating the entire night sky as bright as day. Ji Qiu stood suspended mid-air, muscles bulging on his right arm as he swung the iron door like a colossal hammer, crashing it down toward the hundreds of people below. A thunderous roar echoed through the void. Open your dog eyes and watch. The void trembled. It emitted a series of unbearable, strained hums. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. The color drained instantly from the faces of hundreds present, their breathing becoming painfully labored. Many with weaker martial cultivation. Their legs buckled and they collapsed to their knees with a thud, their bodies shaking violently beyond their control. Their faces were etched with utter despair. They could never have imagined that this youth, who appeared to be no more than a teenager, possessed such terrifying power. Like a ferocious beast cloaked in human skin. The smile on Lin Ming's face froze instantly. His pupils contracted sharply, his mind trembling. How could this be? This can't be possible. Only now did he realize how foolish his earlier pride and arrogance had been. Who exactly was this youth? A student sent by Beichin University? Weren't 10 supposed to come? Why were there only 2? But Ji Qiu gave him no time to ponder. The next moment, the massive iron gate, surging with thunder and fire, crashed down onto the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the center of the field. The entire mountain seemed to tremble violently. The ground instantly shattered, billowing clouds of dust shot skyward, and countless fragments of rock rained down like a torrential storm. Ah! No! Desperate screams of despair rang out. Yet they abruptly ceased. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bodies shattered simultaneously. Clouds of blood mist bloomed like fireworks in the pitch-black night. A truly spectacular sight. The battlefield instantly transformed into a crimson inferno. Ji Qiu stood amidst the downpour of blood. Blood splattered upon his body, yet his delicate features remained utterly unruffled. He resembled a demonic reaper. Killed 8 5th realm martial artists, 49 4th realm martial artists, 93 3rd realm martial artists, 176 2nd realm martial artists. Potential points plus 248,800. Remaining attribute points 356,000. Silence. Dead silence. As the sky-filling rain of blood fell to the ground, the vast courtyard held not a single sound. Xia Wei, standing nearby, froze in place as if struck by lightning. She was utterly stunned once more. Ji Qiu's ruthlessness kept shattering her expectations. Lin Ming collapsed into the pool of blood, his face ashen and his body trembling uncontrollably. He murmured hoarsely. How could this happen? How could this happen? The scene before him shattered his mental defenses completely. Ji Qiu slowly approached Lin Ming. Looking down at him from above, he spoke coldly. Did you see it? I see it. I see it. He braced himself against the ground, retreating step by step. His voice trembled uncontrollably. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Spare me. My brother is the leader of the Three Rivers gang. If you kill me, he won't let you off. I have money, plenty of it. You can have. Chapter 66, The Foolishly Overconfident. Too many have begged for mercy. Not a single one survived. Ji Qiu cut him off, speaking with a calm, detached tone. Do you think you're special? As the words fell, his right leg drew back, then lashed out in a sudden kick. Boom! Lin Ming's head instantly severed from his neck and flew through the air, shattering mid-flight. Blood and flesh mixed with shattered bone splattered everywhere. He didn't even have time to scream before his life was extinguished. Killed a 5th realm martial artist, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining attribute points, 359,200. In the reception hall deep within Green Mountain Manor. What's happening outside? Such a commotion. Xiao Tianxiong, leader of the Black Wolf Gang, set down his cigar, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be the Enforcement Bureau arriving with those 2 students from Beichin University? And Ning, her face heavily made up, speculated. Unlikely. Lin Wenxuan shook his head. They know full well the strength of my Sanjiang Association. Doing that would be tantamount to suicide. Xiao Tianxiong waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. We need to see what's happening out there. With that, he rose and headed for the door. Lin Wenxuan and Ning and the others also rose and followed him out. Soon, the group arrived at the estate's main gate. But when they saw the scene before the gate, everyone froze instantly, their footsteps halting abruptly. Where the ground had once been perfectly level, a massive crater now gaped open. The ground cracked inch by inch. Countless fragments of rock mingled with flesh and bone fragments, covering the entire area. The air thickened with the sickening stench of blood. It resembled a living hell. 2 figures stood in the center of the scene. One was a girl with a deathly pale face. The other was a youth drenched in blood. His hands were tucked into his pockets, his eyes like bottomless pits, his handsome face showing no emotion whatsoever. A calmness that was terrifying. Xiao Tianxiong and the others' expressions darkened abruptly. They never imagined such a thing would occur. Lin Wenxuan's eyes turned bloodshot, instantly filled with murderous intent. He saw the headless corpse of his younger brother, Lin Ming. They instantly guessed the identities of the 2 men before them. It had to be those 2 students from Beichin University. No one else could possess such formidable strength, not even Lin Ming, a 5th realm 6th tier cultivator, had survived their attack. Lin Wenxuan forced down the rage boiling within him. His voice was deep and measured. Are you 2 students from Beichin University? Oh. Ji Qiu's gaze casually swept over the group. He gave a faint acknowledgement. Just as I suspected. Lin Wenxuan's eyes widened with fury as he gritted his teeth. I thought North Star University would only send a 5th stage 9th rank female student and some useless trainee along for experience. They'd never dare come to the Three Rivers Association to court death. Seems I was mistaken. I never imagined you'd actually show up. Ji Qiu remained expressionless, replying coldly. And so? In that case, leave your lives behind. The moment the words fell, Lin Wenxuan's figure abruptly vanished from where he stood, as if instantly merging into the night. Like a shadow, it darted toward Ji Qiu at lightning speed. A dagger, glowing with an eerie light, had appeared in his hand at some unknown moment, pointing directly at Ji Qiu's forehead. Simultaneously, a fierce shout erupted from his mouth. I'll send you down to join my brother in death. The only representative from Beichin University this time was a female student at the 5th realm, 9th stage, accompanied by a mere lackey brought along for show. The youth before her was clearly that attendant. His strength was undoubtedly below 5th realm, 9th tier. With his own 5th realm, 9th tier cultivation, he could easily kill him. As for the female student beside him, with the gang leader Xiao Tianxiong and others present, she couldn't make much of a splash. Xiao Tianxiong and Ning and the others stood by with arms crossed, coldly observing the scene. Cruel smiles played on their faces. Killing a mere novice who'd tagged along for training posed no concern to them. Yet to everyone's surprise, facing imminent death, the youth standing in the pool of blood showed no flicker of emotion, not even a blink of an eye. He merely kicked a fist-sized fragment of rock lying at his feet, sending it flying casually. At that very moment. He spoke slowly. Blindly overconfident fool. The next moment. Under everyone's gaze. This unremarkable fragment of rock was instantly engulfed by flames, lightning, and howling gales. It erupted with a violent burst of primal energy. Wind. Fire. Thunder. 3 elemental breathing techniques activated simultaneously. Boom. Wherever the stone passed, the air screeched shrilly, the ground was plowed open into a ravine, and countless fragments of rock flew wildly in all directions. What? The stench of death washed over him, and the savage expression on Lin Wenquan's face instantly gave way to sheer terror. His face drained of color. This force was far beyond anything he could withstand. Wasn't the youth before him just a useless tag-along here for training? How could he be this powerful? And a prodigy who cultivated 3 attributes simultaneously? How could this be possible? There was no time to dodge. He could only gather all his chi into his right arm and hastily raise his hand to block. But before his arm could even rise, a cannonball-like fragment of rock appeared before him, smashing viciously into his right arm. Boom! Lin Wenquan was instantly sent flying backward like an arrow released from a bowstring, crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, sending a shower of debris flying. His entire right arm exploded in a thunderous blast. Large chunks of flesh and bone were torn from his right side. Blood gushed forth like a burst dam, pouring out in a torrent. Aya! Lin Wenquan let out a piercing scream. Clutching the severed stump of his arm, he writhed on the ground in agony, instinctively rolling about in a frenzy. His heart raced with terror. How could he have been instantly defeated by a mere stone kicked casually by this youth before him? How could this be? Xiao Tianxiong and Ning and the others froze in place, utterly stunned. They had assumed the youth before them was merely a sidekick tagging along for training, and Lin Wenquan would surely dispatch him with ease. But they never imagined that Lin Wenquan, a 5th realm 9th tier cultivator, would be so effortlessly crippled by this youth. This youth wasn't here for training at all. He was a trap set by the Enforcement Bureau. Just as the others stood in stunned silence, Ji Qiu's cold voice rang out once more. Die. Chapter 67, Farewell, everyone. These words snapped everyone out of their shock. Zhou Tianxiong and the others all wore expressions of contempt. This kid had merely defeated Lin Wenquan, a 5th realm 9th tier cultivator, yet he dared to speak so arrogantly. Did he really think he was invincible? The next moment, Zhou Tianxiong turned his gaze to Ning beside him. He said in a deep voice. You wanted to step in, didn't you? Now's your chance. Go take his head. Yes, Hall Master. And Ning responded immediately. He then turned to look at Ji Qiu, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if he'd spotted prey. Her cultivation level was at the 3rd stage of the 6th realm. Among the Black Wolf Gang's reinforcements, her strength was second only to Zhou Tianxiong. Even though Ji Qiu had easily defeated Lin Wenquan, she remained confident she could effortlessly eliminate the youth before her. And Ning relished nothing more than slaughter. Gripping her whip like a silver serpent, she fixed her gaze on Ji Qiu and chuckled lightly. Little one, your sister is about to send you to. But before she could finish her sentence, Ji Qiu stepped forward as if strolling through a garden, yet it felt like he'd stepped from the stars. He suddenly materialized before Ning. Before she could react, Ji Qiu's fingers had already clamped down on her face. With a sudden burst of immense force from his palm, he slammed her violently into the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The ground shattered instantly. Shards of rock flew everywhere, sending up a cloud of dust. The man beneath Ji Qiu's palm, and Ning, had his skull instantly shattered. He didn't even have time to scream before his life was extinguished. Killed a 6th realm martial artist, potential points plus 6,400. Remaining attribute points, 365,600. Silence fell over the entire arena, not a sound to be heard. The rustling of clothes in the breeze was distinctly audible. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, unable to believe what they were witnessing. And Ning, a 6th realm, 3rd tier martial artist. Before this youth, she remained utterly defenseless, defeated in an instant. This couldn't be possible. Lin Wenquan, sprawled on the ground, felt his mind go completely blank. He murmured hoarsely. How could this happen? How could he be this strong? Only then did he realize. He had vastly underestimated the strength of this sidekick. Xiao Tianxiong was the most shocked of all. He never imagined that the youth before him possessed such terrifying power. He could kill a Ning so easily, his strength must be above the 4th stage of the 6th realm. Could I possibly be his match? At this thought, Xiao Tianxiong could no longer maintain his previous composure and began to panic. Yet just as everyone stood in stunned silence, an even more terrifying aura erupted from the center of the arena. Fire, thunder, frost, storms, rain. 5 elemental energies, like 5 ancient beasts awakening, erupted violently from Ji Qiu's body, swirling around him. The terrifying pressure warped space itself. Ji Qiu was enveloped in a 5-colored radiance. Like a god passing judgment upon all beings. Then, Ji Qiu's palm gently pressed against the ground.
At that moment, a detached voice resonated through the void like a divine decree.
Farewell, everyone. Now, indulge in your final agony. The moment the words fell. Boom! A deep, muffled explosion erupted from the earth's depths.
The entire surface trembled violently as if struck by a massive earthquake, shaking and collapsing. A world-ending terror surged madly from the depths, instantly engulfing the entire estate.
Feeling the terrifying aura bearing down on them, the color drained from everyone's faces as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Lin Wenxuan's heart trembled violently, his face etched with utter despair. Faced with this force, he felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly powerless to resist.
He was doomed. Xiao Tianxiong felt the same.
He was a formidable powerhouse at the fourth stage of the sixth realm. Yet confronted by this aura, even he could muster no will to resist.
They could never have imagined.
The gap between themselves and the youth before them was this vast. They had prepared a surprise for the Enforcement Bureau, only for the Bureau to return an even greater surprise.
Run. That was their only thought now. They just wanted to get out of here. They just wanted to survive. But their feet hadn't even lifted yet. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Giant pillars of light, formed by the convergence of the five elemental energies wind, fire, thunder, frost, and rain burst forth like colossal dragons, violently shattering the earth's surface and roaring into the air.
Boom.
The entire manor's ground shattered with a thunderous crash. House after house collapsed like paper, shattering and crumbling one after another. Shards of stone rained down like a torrential storm, while billowing dust clouds instantly engulfed the entire estate. Desperate screams echoed from every corner of the estate, only to be abruptly silenced. It felt like the apocalypse had arrived.
Moments later,
the pillar of light gradually dissipated, and the energy storm slowly subsided. The entire Green Mountain Manor had been reduced to ruins, strewn with crumbling walls and splattered bloodstains.
Except for Lin Wenxuan.
Everyone else was dead, not a single survivor remained. Xiao Tianxiong and Ning and the others were no exception, reduced to a sky-filling mist of blood that splattered across the ruins. Not a single bone remained. Killed, 7 6th Realm Martial Artists, 68 1st Realm Martial Artists, 36 2nd Realm Martial Artists, 19 3rd Realm Martial Artists, 11 4th Realm Martial Artists, 5 5th Realm Martial Artists.
Potential points plus 121,600. Remaining attribute points, 480,800. Silence. Deadly silence.
Xia Wei froze in place, his mind buzzing and blank. Lin Wenxuan was already drenched in cold sweat, his very soul trembling, his eyes filled with shock and terror.
A demon. The youth before them was nothing short of a demon.
Ji Qiu, however, remained utterly composed, showing no sign of disturbance. He slipped his hands back into his pockets and slowly approached Lin Wenxuan, his expression unreadable as he asked,
"Who is the mole within the Enforcement Bureau?"
Ji Qiu and his group had only just arrived in Bailu County when the Sanjiang Association already knew for certain that only 2 of them had come. There must be a mole within the Law Enforcement Bureau.
Lin Wenxuan's body jerked violently. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he managed to speak.
I'll tell you.
Will you let me go?
Chapter 68, Trouble.
They're all dead.
Before he could finish, Ji Qiu's foot slammed down hard on his left palm.
Snap. Snap. Back and forth, crushing. Until the entire palm slowly turned into a pile of mush.
Only then did Ji Qiu stop. A cold voice rang out once more.
"If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you wish you were dead."
Ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, erupted from Lin Wenxuan's mouth. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his palm, he dared not bargain any longer. He immediately shouted hoarsely.
It was Wang Hai. Deputy Director Wang Hai of the Enforcement Bureau. He provided me with the intelligence. Proof.
Ji Qiu's voice held not a shred of warmth. My phone has recordings of my conversations with him and photos I secretly took when delivering gifts to him. Lin Wenxuan gasped for breath, his words coming out in fits and starts. He had prepared this evidence to prevent Wang Hai from turning against him later and using it to blackmail him. Ji Qiu bent down, retrieved the phone from his pocket and reviewed the photo album and recordings.
Just as he suspected. "You." Lin Wenxuan tried one last desperate plea, begging Ji Qiu to spare him. But only one word escaped his lips. Ji Qiu's foot had already kicked down onto his skull. Thud. A dull, explosive crack echoed. Lin Wenxuan's skull shattered instantly. Life extinguished. Killed a 5th Realm Martial Artist, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining attribute points, 484,000. After completing this, Ji Qiu withdrew his foot and opened the system interface. Host Ji Qiu. Realm 100 Meridians unblocked, 9th tier 0160k. Breathing Technique. Lava Breathing Technique Grade A Mastery. Thunderclap Breathing Technique Grade B Mastery. Techniques. Star Treading Step Grade B Mastered. Earth Flame Pillar B Rank Mastery. Remaining attribute points, 484,000. Elevate my cultivation. Jiqiu silently commanded within his mind. Consumed 160,000 potential points.
Martial cultivation advanced to True Qi manifestation stage 1. Spend 170,000 potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to True Qi manifestation stage 2 7th realm.
Remaining potential points, 154,000. As the system notification sounded, Jiqiu's vital energy underwent extreme compression, transforming into a more condensed form of True Qi. He ascended to the 7th realm of True Qi manifestation. Not only did his strength surge dramatically, but the True Qi within his body could now coalesce into various forms at his will. Once the True Qi manifestation realm reached perfection, the manifestations became almost tangible. S-rank powerful techniques like 10,000 Swords Decision, Deadwood Revived, and 1,000-Mile Ice Seal could only be cultivated upon reaching the 7th realm. Only 2 tiers of advancement? Jiqiu felt a pang of disappointment. Fortunately, the Three Rivers Association still has over a dozen branches. Otherwise, this trip would have yielded rather meager results. Jiqiu then closed the system. Turning to Xia Wei, he said, "Let's go." After leaving Green Mountain Manor, Jiqiu and Xia Wei raced forward, consecutively seizing 17 strongholds of the Three Rivers Alliance. They eliminated 31 5th Realm Martial Artists, 78 4th Realm Martial Artists, 172 3rd Realm Martial Artists, 459 2nd Realm Martial Artists, and 960 1st Realm Martial Artists, earning a total of 724,400 potential points. Their remaining potential points totaled 878,400. Jiqiu activated the system once more. Xiao Bao, Enhance Cultivation. Spend 180,000 potential points. Martial Cultivation advanced to True Qi Manifestation Stage 3. Spending 190,000 potential points. Spending 200,000 potential points. Spend 210,000 potential points. Martial Cultivation advanced to True Qi Manifestation Stage 6 7th Realm. Remaining potential points, 98,400. Not bad. Jiqiu nodded in satisfaction. He promptly closed the system and walked toward the Enforcement Bureau with Xia Wei. He mused inwardly. The petty squabbles at school are just too boring. Looks like I'll have to step up my game and take on more faction-eliminating missions from now on. Bailu County Law Enforcement Bureau. As night deepened, the conference room remained brightly lit. The broken promise from Beichin University and Jiqiu's public assault on him left Zhang Qing, chief of the Yenyu City Law Enforcement Bureau, utterly unable to sleep. Since Zhang Qing remained, the others had no choice but to stay as well. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive. A long silence fell. Zhang Qing suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Those two fools actually thought they could wipe out the Three Rivers gang with just the two of them. What idiots! Commissioner Zhang is absolutely right. They're delusional. The others chimed in agreement. Hearing their agreement, Zhang Qing's expression softened slightly. He continued. I wonder if those two little bastards have gone to their deaths at the Three Rivers meeting yet. Meng Jingnian quickly interjected. That kid Jiqiu was so confident earlier. Even if he doesn't go tonight, he'll definitely head there tomorrow. Zhang Chang nodded. Not long ago, Jiqiu had openly challenged him in front of everyone, humiliating him completely. Naturally, he didn't want Jiqiu to have it easy. The thought of Jiqiu meeting his end soon brought a surge of satisfaction to his heart. He thought to himself, "Kid, I'll be stationed at the Enforcement Bureau these next few days, waiting for news of your death." It was just a pity. Not being able to witness that arrogant brat's despair and regret in his final moments. It was truly regrettable. Not far away, Wan Hai, who had relayed the message to the Three Rivers Association, was equally pleased with himself. Even if a 6th realm genius had come, they wouldn't have survived. Those two little punks are as good as dead. Alright, it's late. Everyone, head back. Zhang Qing waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Director Zhang. Everyone nodded in response, their hearts filled with emotion. Finally, they could go home. They immediately rose to leave. Just then, Meng Jingnian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, a call from his subordinate, and answered it casually. A frantic voice came through the line. It's bad, Director Meng. Just moments ago, the Sanjiang Association's headquarters at Green Mountain Manor was destroyed. Over a dozen of the Sanjiang Association's branches across the country have been uprooted one after another. Every single one of the thousands of Sanjiang Association members is dead. Every last one of them. Chapter 69, like to pretend, do you? Boom. These words exploded like a thunderclap in the conference room. Meng Jingnian's phone clattered to the floor. Wang Hai's pupils suddenly contracted, the color draining from his face as his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Zhang Qing's heart lurched violently. The others were equally stunned. Sanjiang Group would be wiped out? How could it be possible? What on earth had happened? Could it be those two students from Beichin University? No. Impossible. They simply don't have the capability. Director Meng? Director Meng? Are you still there? The voice on the other end of the line snapped everyone out of their shock. Meng Jingnian snapped back to reality. He quickly picked up the phone from the floor and asked, "Do you know who did this?" All eyes fixed intently on Meng Jingnian's phone, awaiting the response from the other end. It was a young boy, not very old. He was wearing a white shirt and black pants, with a rather delicate appearance. "I don't know exactly who he is." "Oh, and there was a young girl with him." Silence. Dead silence. Everyone froze in place as if struck by lightning, their faces frozen in horror. It was them after all. They actually wiped out the Three Rivers Association. But how could their strength possibly achieve all this? What on earth was going on? Meng Jingnian stood frozen in place, clutching his phone, as if in a dream. Zhang Qing felt as though Ji Qiu had just delivered 2 stinging slaps across his face. The burning pain was excruciating. Just moments ago, he had mocked Ji Qiu and his companion as fools, little bastards going to their deaths. But now it seemed the fool was actually himself. Meanwhile, Wang Hai grew visibly flustered, his forehead breaking out in a fine sheen of cold sweat. Surely the Sanjiang Association members hadn't ratted him out before dying? He shook his head violently. It shouldn't be possible. How could those 2 kids possibly know there was a mole in the Enforcement Bureau? Just then, the conference room door swung open. An enforcement officer strode in and announced, "Commissioner Zhang, Commissioner Meng. Those 2 from Beijing University are here again." Zhang Qing's expression froze. The next second, his face broke into a broad smile. "Let's go. We must welcome our 2 young heroes." The others followed suit. Old foxes they were, their expressions shifting faster than turning a page. As if they'd forgotten their earlier words, they rose and prepared to head outside. Just then, a detached voice drifted in from the conference room doorway. "No need to trouble yourselves. I've come myself." All eyes turned toward the sound. A youth covered in blood appeared, hands in his pockets, stepping over the threshold and slowly coming into view. Following behind him was a pale-faced girl. It was Ji Qiu and the other. Zhang Cheng hurried forward, adopting an extremely humble posture. "Ji Qiu, Xia Wei. You 2 truly live up to your reputation as the prodigies of Beijing University. With just the 2 of you, you've uprooted the Sanjiang gang, which had been entrenched in Bailu County for years. We old-timers truly feel ashamed, utterly ashamed." Seeing this, they all smiled and gathered around. "Indeed. We owe this victory entirely to you 2. What remarkable achievements at such a young age." Their faces brimmed with flattery, attempting to draw closer to Ji Qiu and his companion. Ji Qiu, however, remained unmoved. He walked straight through the crowd, casually found a seat, and let his gaze sweep over the group. His expression remained impassive as he stated, "I heard from the Sanjiang Association that Deputy Director Wang Hai of the Enforcement Bureau is colluding with them. I'd like to ask, who is Wang Hai?" As the words fell, the expressions on everyone's faces turned peculiar. Wang Hai colluding with the Sanjiang gang? He's the Deputy Director of the Bailu County Law Enforcement Bureau. His career path is wide open. How could he do something so foolish? Could there be some misunderstanding? Everyone instinctively turned to look at Wang Hai. But Wang Hai's heart lurched violently, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. That damned good-for-nothing Lin Wenquan actually turned him in. How despicable. But he quickly suppressed the panic in his heart. So what if he did? Words alone weren't proof. This kid probably doesn't have any proof linking me to the Sanjiang gang. With that thought, he drew a deep breath and deliberately adopted an expression of righteous indignation. His voice grew deep as he declared, "You may have wiped out the Three Rivers gang and become a great hero of White Deer County, but that doesn't give you the right to make baseless accusations and slander me. I, Wang Hai, have always conducted myself with integrity and honesty." "You..." Before he could finish, smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. Ji Qiu's figure had materialized before Wang Hai in an instant, delivering a backhand blow to his face. Wang Hai's entire body flew sideways instantly. He slammed hard into the conference room wall. The conference room shook violently, plaster flaking down in a shower. Blood and flesh spurted from Wang Hai's right cheek, exposing the stark white bone beneath. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Wang Hai's mouth as he curled up on the floor, clutching his bleeding right cheek with both hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. His gaze fixed on Ji Qiu, filled with sheer terror. Inside the conference room, Zhang Qing and the others stood frozen in place, their faces equally ashen, hearts trembling. This youth was ruthless. Ji Qiu, however, remained expressionless. He slowly approached Wang Hai and casually tossed Lin Wenquan's phone in front of him. "Like to pretend, huh? Open it up and see. Could it be there really was evidence?" Wang Hai tremblingly picked up the phone from the ground. He opened it. When he saw the photos in the album showing himself colluding with Lin Wenquan, Wang Hai was struck as if by lightning, his face turning ashen. He never imagined it. That fool Lin Wenquan had actually kept a backup plan. It's over. Completely finished. Wang Hai didn't want to die. He still wanted to live. Chapter 70, The Return Journey. He was about to utter words of repentance. Jiqiu's foot appeared above his head, crashing down with a thunderous impact. Boom! Wang Hai's skull smashed violently against the ground, shattering instantly. Blood and fragments of rock splattered everywhere. Defeating a 4th realm martial artist grants plus 1,600 potential points. Remaining potential points, 100,000. The conference room fell silent once more. Everyone froze in place like statues, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Their eyes fixed on Jiqiu were filled with terror, and even their breathing became cautious. Jiqiu paid them no further attention. He turned and walked over to Xia Wei, saying indifferently, "Let's go." "Yes." Xia Wei nodded firmly. She was long accustomed to such scenes. She felt no particular emotion. She followed Jiqiu out of the conference room. Only after their footsteps faded completely did the tense atmosphere in the conference room suddenly relax. Zhang Qiang picked up the phone that had fallen to the floor. Meng Jingyan and the others immediately gathered around. Only when they saw the evidence on the phone proving Wang Hai's collusion with Sanjiang gang leader Lin Wenchuan did they fully believe Jiqiu's words. Wang Hai was indeed the mole. Now Jiqiu was gone. With the looming threat of death lifted, Zhang Qing's expression darkened once more. Jiqiu ran rampant within the Law Enforcement Bureau. As the deputy director of the Yenyu City Law Enforcement Bureau, he was powerless to do anything. He couldn't even utter a word of protest. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He roared. Wang Hai colluded with the Three Rivers gang. He truly deserves to die. But he's one of our Law Enforcement Bureau's own. Even if he must be tried, it should be done by us. Who does this punk think he is? Does he even respect our bureau anymore? Director Zhang is correct. Meng Jingyan immediately chimed in. That brat is too arrogant. He doesn't hold our bureau in any regard. What should we do now? Zhang Qing snorted coldly. Once I return to Rainy City, I'll find a way to teach that brat a lesson. He had no real power to discipline Jiqiu. He was merely saying this to save face in front of his subordinates. Meng Jingyan and the others understood this well. Never mind Zhang Qiang. Even the city's chief administrator couldn't touch Jiqiu. But no one was foolish enough to call him out. They all nodded in unison, feigning complete belief in Zhang Qing's words. Zhang Qiang nodded with satisfaction. It's getting late. Have someone come and dispose of Wang Hai's body. Everyone, you may go. Yes, Chief Chang. The crowd responded in unison. Jiqiu, who hadn't yet walked far away, heard their words clearly. After stepping out of the law enforcement gate, Jiqiu slowly turned, raised his right arm, and clenched his fist. The next instant, he unleashed a sudden blast toward the multi-story Law Enforcement Bureau building. A colossal pillar of flame, several meters in diameter, tore through the night sky like a fiery dragon. With the force to incinerate everything in its path, it slammed into the building. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The entire Law Enforcement Bureau building instantly shattered and collapsed. Countless shards of glass and debris were swept up by the violent shockwave, scattering in all directions. A cloud of dust instantly engulfed the entire Law Enforcement Bureau. Zhang Qing and the others were all sent flying backward. Countless bones shattered within their bodies as they coughed up mouthfuls of blood, all gravely wounded. Amidst the chaos, Jiqiu's cold voice echoed faintly. If I hear such words again, I won't hesitate to send you all down too. The words fell. Zhang Qing and the others shuddered violently. Their moans abruptly ceased as they clamped their mouths shut, daring not even to breathe heavily. No one doubted the truth behind his words. This youth truly dared to take their lives. After settling matters, Jiqiu and Xia Wei departed the Enforcement Bureau and spent the night in White Deer City. Early the next morning, the two boarded the vehicle returning to Beichin University. On the way back, Xia Wei cautiously inquired. Junior Jiqiu, Professor Zhang Qing said we should notify her in advance when we return. Can I send her a message? She hesitated to act on her own, fearing it might upset Jiqiu. Sure. Jiqiu replied softly. Relieved to have his permission, Xia Wei exhaled softly. She sent Zhang Qing a message. Ms. Zhang, our task is complete. We're on the return bus now and will be back shortly. Meanwhile, at Beichin University, inside Zhang Qing's office, Zhang Qing sipped her tea while sorting through documents on her desk. When she saw the message from Xia Wei, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She had assumed that although the Sanjiang society wasn't a top-tier power, having entrenched itself in Bailu County for years with deep roots, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to completely wipe them out. Yet, to her astonishment, the mission was already complete. These youngsters sure get things done efficiently. Zhang Qing smiled with satisfaction. Then, with a light tap of her fingertip, she sent Xia Wei a message. Is Jiqiu okay? Xia Wei replied promptly. Junior Jiqiu is fine. Seeing this reply, Zhang Qing finally felt completely at ease. She wasn't worried about Xia Wei and the others, her only concern was Jiqiu. As long as Jiqiu is okay. Time passed and soon it was afternoon.
Jiāng Qing stretched lazily.
She murmured to herself. They should be arriving soon. I'll go to the school gate to meet them. With that thought, she set down her work, stood up, and left the office, heading toward the school gate. Soon, Jiāng Qing arrived at the entrance of Beijing University. But as soon as she stepped outside the gate, she spotted Zhao Haibao walking toward her. Zhao Haibao naturally spotted Jiāng Qing as well. He smiled and asked, "Teacher Zhang, where are you going?"
Jiāng Qing explained. Now that the mission to eliminate the Three Rivers Society has been completed, the students are on their way back.
Naturally, I'm here waiting for them. Isn't Teacher Zhao doing the same?
She assumed Zhao Haibao had come to wait for his students just as she had.
Ha! Hearing this, Zhao Haibao froze in surprise. What was going on? How come he hadn't heard about this? Teacher Zhang, are you serious about what you just said?
Zhao Haibao furrowed his brow slightly.
Chapter 71, You Won't Live Through Tonight. Xia Wei sent me the message this morning.
Of course it's true.
Didn't your student inform you beforehand? Jiāng Qing teased. Seems like you and your student aren't exactly on good terms. Hearing Jiāng Qing's teasing remark, Zhao Haibao didn't get angry. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. Perfect timing.
Ji Qiu must die on this mission.
There's no question about it. He'd be damned if he didn't see it through.
When Jiāng Qing learned of her student's death, would she still be able to smile like this? Immediately, Zhao Haibao pulled out his phone and dialed Ling Han's number.
He needed to confirm whether Jiāng Qing's words were true. However, Zhao Haibao dialed several times in a row.
The response remained the same.
The number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later.
The same message appeared on the phones of the other students.
Could it be that these students have all turned off their phones to surprise me? Zhao Haibao wondered. Beyond that, he couldn't think of any other reason.
As for the possibility that Ling Han and the others had died, he refused to entertain such thoughts.
Impossible. Can't even get through on the phone?
Seeing Zhao Haibao's expression, Jiāng Qing teased again. Looks like the relationship between Teacher Zhao and his students really isn't that great.
Zhao Haibao still didn't get angry. Instead, he forced a magnanimous smile. Perhaps I'd been too strict with them. Since the students have all arrived, I'll wait here for them too.
Seeing Zhao Haibao completely unfazed by her words, Jiāng Qing's expression turned slightly peculiar.
When did this guy become so easygoing? But she didn't dwell on it.
She stood at the school gate, waiting for Ji Qiu and the others.
Moments later,
a car came into view, heading straight for the school entrance. Smiles instantly spread across their faces.
Finally, the vehicle finally came to a stop at the entrance of Beijing University.
The doors opened and two figures slowly stepped out.
But when they recognized who it was, Zhao Haibao's smile froze instantly and he was completely dumbfounded. Ji Qiu. How could it be him?
The families of those recommended students had mobilized numerous powerful individuals, including those above the 6th realm.
He should be dead, shouldn't he? How did he come back alive? What on earth happened? He still wanted to see Jiāng Qing unable to smile when she heard the news of Ji Qiu's death. But unexpectedly, the one who couldn't laugh was himself. No! Once Ling Han got out of the car, he had to get to the bottom of this. Zhao Haibao frowned and kept his eyes on the vehicle. He waited for Ling Han and the others to exit.
Yet aside from Xia Wei and Ji Qiu, no one else emerged from the vehicle.
Watching the vehicle turn and drive away, Zhao Haibao's mind instantly filled with confusion. Where were the others? Why had only the two of them returned?
Jiāng Qing was equally puzzled and hurried forward.
She asked, "Why are only the two of you back? Where are the others? Were they in the other vehicle?" That was the only explanation they could think of. However, Xia Wei shook his head. He sighed helplessly. Everyone else is dead except us two. Silence. Dead silence. Xia Wei's words exploded like thunder in Jiāng Qing and Zhao Haibao's ears.
Jiāng Qing froze instantly, her beautiful eyes widening in utter horror. Ji Qiu, whom she had feared most, had returned. Yet Ling Han, Qin Hu, and all those other formidable students had perished.
Was it fair?
Zhao Haibao's mind buzzed, completely dazed.
He finally understood
why he hadn't received any news of Ling Han and the others returning. Why his repeated calls to Ling Han and the others kept getting the phone is turned off message. It turned out it wasn't a surprise at all.
They were all dead. Moments later, he snapped back to reality.
Zhao Haibao's heart filled with rage as he glared fiercely at Ji Qiu and the other, barking harshly.
What the hell happened? Speak up. He desperately wanted to know the truth. Xia Wei was about to begin explaining. At that moment, Ji Qiu's cold voice cut her off. What's with all the shouting? Do I owe you an explanation?
The words had barely left his lips.
Zhao Haibao's face instantly turned ashen.
This brat had defied him time and again, showing utter contempt for his position as mentor.
Damn it! You! He was about to launch into a scolding of Ji Qiu.
Jiāng Qing cut him off, her voice deepening.
Zhao Haiba, if you want to know what happened, just shut your mouth and stop yelling here. Nobody here owes you anything. Zhao Haiba trembled with rage. This is outrageous. This is simply outrageous. But Zhang Qing's strength had already broken through to the 7th realm. He was no match for her. He could only force down his rage, snort coldly, and shut his mouth. Oomph. All he wanted now was the truth. Only then did Zhang Qing turn his gaze back to Xia Wei. Speak. What happened? Xia Wei nodded and explained. It's like this, Teacher Zhang. We were traveling along a remote road in Bailu County when a group of men in black blocked our path. For some unknown reason, they wanted to kill us all. Among them were several 6th realm experts. We stood no chance against them. Xia Wei paused. That's when junior brother Ji Qiu demonstrated his formidable 6th realm strength, charging alone into the crowd. He ultimately slew every single black-clad figure. But though all the black-clad men perished, Ling Han and the others also died in the chaos. Had it not been for junior brother Ji Qiu's protection, I doubt I would have survived to return. The scene fell silent once more. Zhang Qing's gaze instinctively fell upon Ji Qiu, leaving her utterly stunned. 6th realm. The youth before her eyes possessed 6th realm cultivation. She had assumed Ji Qiu was the weakest student among those assigned to the mission to wipe out the Three Rivers gang. She had been constantly worried about him, fearing he might get into trouble. She never imagined he was the strongest of them all. This youth was only 16 years old. Across the entire Great Xia, it would be difficult to find another like him. Zhao Haiba's heart trembled violently, his expression turning pale. He knew exactly who those black-clad figures were. They were members of the families of the specially admitted students sent to kill Ji Qiu. Yet in all his calculations, he never anticipated this. Ji Qiu's strength was so overwhelming that those men were no match for him at all. As for the nonsense that Ling Han and the others had died at the hands of these black-clad men, he couldn't possibly believe that. How could they possibly have laid a finger on Ling Han and the others? It was clearly Ji Qiu who killed them. But Zhao Haiba didn't expose Ji Qiu. Doing so would only reveal his connection to those black-clad men. If Beijing University discovered he'd hired people to kill its students, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had no choice but to swallow his anger. Ji Qiu, I'm not done with you, you little bastard. Zhao Haiba shot Ji Qiu a cold stare before turning away with a grim expression. Let's go too. Zhang Qing snapped back to her senses and said. I'll report this to the school. They'll investigate the identities of those men in black and see justice done for you. Xia Wei nodded. Yes, Teacher Zhang. Ji Qiu remained silent. The three walked into the school together. Watching Zhao Haiba's receding figure, Ji Qiu murmured softly. Zhao Haiba, you won't live to see tomorrow. After submitting the mission at the mission exchange counter, Ji Qiu parted ways with Zhang Chang and Xia Wei, returning to his own residence. After a quick wash, he changed into a clean white shirt and black trousers. Ji Qiu didn't linger at his place. Hands tucked into his pockets, he stepped out the door once more and headed toward Zhao Haiba's office. Chapter 72, I'm here to die. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Zhao Haiba's office was oppressively tense. Zhao Haiba's face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. The meticulously planned trap he'd set not only failed to take that little bastard's life, but his own student had died at the hands of that scum. A double loss. It was nothing short of a disgrace. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The rage boiling inside him could no longer be contained, erupting suddenly. He slammed his fist down hard on the conference table before him. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar. The entire office trembled. The conference table shattered instantly, splinters and papers scattering everywhere. Damn it! Damn it all! Zhao Haiba's face contorted into a hideous grimace, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He growled under his breath. You little, just you wait. I'll take your life with my own hands someday. He slumped back into his seat, sighing helplessly. Who knew when the next time would come? Just then. Squeak! The office door creaked open. A figure walked in slowly, hands tucked into pockets. The newcomer wore a crisp white shirt, his features delicate and his expression serene. It was Ji Qiu. Zhao Haiba clearly hadn't expected Ji Qiu to come looking for him. His expression froze for a moment before he snapped angrily. What are you doing here? Get out of here! But Ji Qiu remained utterly unruffled, striding straight to the sofa and sitting down casually. He spoke calmly. I know Teacher Zhao is in a hurry, but please don't rush. I came to offer you my life. The moment these words left his mouth, Zhao Haiba's eyes widened abruptly, his expression one of utter disbelief. This kid came to offer his life? Had he heard correctly? Seeing Zhao Haiba's stunned expression, Ji Qiu continued. You heard me correctly. I just had a sudden realization. Not only did I kill your daughter, Zhao Yan, but I also failed to save the lives of your students. Worse still, I repeatedly spoke back to you, showing no respect for you as my mentor. I owe you far too much. After much thought, Only by giving you my life can I make amends for the debt I owe you.
His words brimmed with sincerity.
What kind of trick are you pulling now, kid? Zhao Haibao clearly didn't believe Ji Qiu's words. Ji Qiu shook his head gently. I'm serious. You pick the place tonight. Kill me wherever you want. Ji Qiu paused before adding. You should know very well that no matter how strong I am, I could never be your match. Zhao Haibao fell silent.
His hand touched his chin, his eyes flickering uncertainly. True. He was at the 9th level of the 6th realm, just one step away from the 7th realm. Killing this little brat would be as easy as turning his hand.
More importantly, the brat even let him choose the location. That meant he'd handed over complete control to me. Had he truly come to terms with it? Or did he realize I'd never let him go? That living in constant fear was worse than ending it now? Zhao Haibao's heart began to pound violently. Regardless, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Good. Zhao Haibao said in a deep voice. Since you're so determined, I'll grant your wish tonight. Even if it's a trap, he wouldn't fear it. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are nothing but futile. Thank you for granting my wish, Teacher Zhao. Ji Qiu said gratefully. Where should I meet you tonight? Zhao Haibao opened the satellite map, his finger gliding across it before finally landing on an extremely remote location. An abandoned factory outside Qingzhou City. 9 o'clock tonight. Just wait here. Ji Qiu nodded. Without another word, he rose and left the office. Watching Ji Qiu's retreating figure, the gloom on Zhao Haibao's face vanished completely, replaced by a smirk. He sneered coldly. You little bastard, you'd better not try any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die even more miserably. With that, he pulled out the photo of his daughter, Zhao Yan, once more. He murmured softly. Don't worry, daughter. Tonight, Daddy will send him down to keep you company. With that, he slipped the photo back into the pocket over his heart. Tonight, he would make his daughter witness this little bastard die in despair and agony. Outside the office, Ji Qiu's face also wore a faint smile. Tonight, go join your daughter in the afterlife. Night fell swiftly. Ji Qiu rose from the sofa, changed into black attire, and left his residence. He headed toward the agreed-upon location, the abandoned factory. With his current cultivation level, evading the city's surveillance network was a simple matter. He wasn't worried about leaving any traces behind. Of course, if he were truly discovered, he wouldn't mind turning Beijing University into a river of blood. Meanwhile, in Zhao Haibao's office, Zhao Haibao glanced at the time. It was about time. He adjusted his collar and rose to leave the office. But just as he stepped out the door, a graceful figure approached him. She wore a delicate Suzhou embroidered qipao that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her swaying gait as she walked was utterly captivating. It was none other than his advisor, Bai Yu. Chapter 73, Is killing you now enough? Zhao Haibao's brow instantly furrowed. Why did this woman have to show up now, of all times? At that moment, Bai Yu parted her crimson lips. She spoke slowly. Teacher Zhao, you look so rushed. Where are you headed? Zhao Haibao suppressed his impatience. He casually made up an excuse. Nothing much. I'm running late for a dinner meeting tonight, so I'm in a bit of a hurry. If you have something to discuss, Teacher Bai, we can talk tomorrow. He tried to end the conversation immediately. Tonight's matter couldn't be delayed. Hearing this, Bai Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This guy was usually so arrogant, looking down on all that useless socializing and networking. He never touched a drop of alcohol. So he was actually going to a drinking party tonight? But she didn't press further, merely nodding. Alright, since Teacher Zhao has urgent matters, I'll come find you tomorrow. Alright. Zhao Haibao replied. Without further delay, he quickly left the place. Watching Zhao Haibao's hastily retreating figure, Bai Yu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and the strange feeling in her heart grew stronger. Something was off. This guy is definitely hiding something. No, I have to follow him and see what he's up to. Her mind made up. Bai Yu suppressed her aura and followed silently. Soon, Zhao Haibao left Qingzhou City. He arrived at a deserted factory on the outskirts of the city. Abandoned for years, it exuded decay and ruin, appearing eerily sinister under the cover of night. Bai Yu had followed all the way, her confusion deepening with each step. So late at night. What was he doing in a place like this? Could it be? Could he be involved in some shady dealings with gangs or underground forces? Zhao Haibao cautiously scanned his surroundings. Only after confirming nothing seemed amiss did he step into the abandoned factory. He took a few more steps deeper into the factory. At that moment, from the ink-black night, a figure clad in black emerged, moving slowly. When she caught sight of his face, Bai Yu's beautiful eyes widened in utter shock. Ji Qiu. It was him. Why would he meet Zhao Haibao here in the dead of night? And what were they doing in this desolate, uninhabited place? A barrage of questions surged through Bai Yu's mind. Just then, Ji Qiu spoke slowly. Teacher Zhao, you're here. Zhao Haibao didn't respond immediately.
His eyes narrowed slightly as his powerful senses suddenly swept outwards, scanning every corner of the factory building. Finding no signs of ambush. Only then did he relax. He chuckled softly. I never expected you, kid, to actually have the guts to come here to die. But I still can't figure out why a cocky, arrogant brat like you would suddenly see the light. Ji-Chio shook his head. Now that he'd come this far, there was no need for pretense. He replied coldly. You've misunderstood. I just figured it'd be more convenient to kill you here. At these words, Zhao Haiba froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. His laughter was filled with contempt and mockery. This kid wasn't here to die after all, he intended to fight to the death. But what difference did that make from suicide? You want to kill me? Zhao Haiba sneered arrogantly. Instantly, a long sword radiating golden light materialized in his hand. I wield the B-grade spirit weapon, the Xianyang sword. Do you? My A-grade breathing technique is already perfected. Can you match that? I've cultivated 4 A-grade techniques. What about you? My cultivation is at the 6th realm, 9th stage. What is yours? With each question, Zhao Haiba stepped forward, his aura surging relentlessly. A crushing pressure like a mountain bore down upon Ji-Chio. What do you have to kill me with? His final demand boomed like a temple bell. Answer me. Not far away, Bai finally grasped what was happening. This was no secret deal. It was a life or death battle. Had Ji-Chio lost his mind? Not only him, but even the strongest student at Beijing University was only at the 6th realm, 5th stage. He was no match for Zhao Haiba. Isn't he just courting death? Yet at that very moment, Ji-Chio's figure vanished from his original position in an instant. The next instant. Boom! Flames. Lightning. Frost. Storms. Rain. 5 terrifying streams of energy erupted like 5 colossal dragons, tearing through the void with deafening roars as they charged toward Zhao Haiba. Boom! Wherever the 5-colored energy dragons passed, the ground trembled and shattered. Cracks spread like mad snakes in all directions. The void twisted and hummed, as if it might collapse at any moment. At that very moment, Ji-Chio's voice, cold and godlike, reverberated through the night sky. Is killing you now enough? Answer me. Zhao Haiba felt as though a primordial beast roared toward him. The smile vanished instantly from his face. His pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with terror. This aura was far beyond his own. How could this be? How could this little brat possess such terrifying strength? In that moment, he finally understood why the youth before him had dared to lure him here. He had the power to kill him. Endless regret surged through Zhao Haiba's heart. How could I have believed that little bastard? What a fool I am. But it was already too late. The next instant, Ji-Chio's figure abruptly materialized before Zhao Haiba. His arm drew back. A fist enveloped in multicolored radiance, carrying the force to shatter mountains and overturn seas, slammed viciously into his face. Chapter 74. It's late at night, go downstairs and get some sleep. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed. The 5-colored radiance suddenly exploded outward. The ground beneath Zhao Haiba's feet collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a massive crater. Countless fragments of rock shot skyward. At the epicenter of the explosion, Zhao Haiba's body shattered instantly. He turned into a blood mist that spread across the sky, drifting in the cold night air. Not a trace of his body remained. As if he had never existed at all. The photograph of his daughter, Zhao Yan, resting on his chest, also shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the night air. The 5-colored radiance gradually faded. Ji-Chio slowly withdrew his fist, watching the relentless rain of blood falling before him. His voice was detached as he said, "It's late. Go down and get some rest." With that, he walked slowly toward the factory gates. Killed a 6th realm martial artist, potential points plus 6,400. Remaining potential points, 106,400. The entire factory grounds fell silent once more. Not far away, Bayu's face drained of color as she froze in place, her mind going blank. Instant kill. Zhao Haiba, a 6th realm 9th tier martial artist, had been instantly killed by this youth. Not a trace of his body remained. And he was simultaneously cultivating 5 different elemental arts. How is this possible? Before this battle, she had assumed Ji-Chio was merely a student. Even if he was exceptionally powerful, he couldn't possibly be Zhao Haiba's match. Challenging Zhao Haiba to a duel is practically the same as seeking death. But he never imagined the outcome would turn out like this. A chill instantly gripped Bayu's heart. Could her newly attained 7th realm cultivation possibly match this youth before her? Not necessarily. No, she had to leave this place immediately. Bayu knew it well. If Ji-Chio discovered her, he would surely kill her to silence her. She might not lose. But she dared not take that gamble. With that thought, Bayu blended into the darkness, preparing to slip away silently. Yet the moment she shifted her feet, a cold voice rang out beside her ear. "Since you've come, you might as well stay." Zhao Haiba's martial arts cultivation was weaker than Bai Yu's, so he couldn't sense her presence. Ji Qiu could. Bai Yu's body froze instantly. He had noticed her all along. She turned her body and looked toward the voice. There, dressed in black, Ji Qiu had appeared nearby at some unknown moment, walking toward her slowly. Suppressing her panic, Bai Yu demanded in a low voice. What do you want? Ji Qiu uttered two words indifferently. Kill you. Bai Yu's heart sank. Just as he had feared, the youth intended to silence him forever. With my 7th realm cultivation, you might not. She attempted to use her 7th realm cultivation to intimidate the youth before her, hoping to avert this battle. But she was clearly overestimating her chances. Rip! Before she could finish speaking, a spear, wrapped in a furious storm of lightning, tore through the night sky. It emitted a piercing shriek, suddenly magnifying in her pupils as it roared toward her like a thunder dragon. True energy could take any form, manifesting as myriad things. This spear was forged from Ji Qiu's very chi. The scent of death washed over her. Bai Yu's pupils contracted sharply, her expression shifting dramatically. She never imagined. The gap between herself and this youth before her was so vast. In the nick of time, she could only desperately summon every ounce of her true energy, channeling it into her arms as she raised them to block the incoming blow. Attempting to block Ji Qiu's attack. However, facing Ji Qiu's cultivation at the 7th realm, 6th stage, how could she possibly withstand it? The next instant, the thunder spear collided violently with Bai Yu's arm. Boom! A deafening explosion. Bai Yu's arms, encased in true chi, instantly shattered. Flesh and bone fragments sprayed wildly in all directions. Yet the thunder spear's momentum showed no sign of weakening, suddenly magnified in her pupils. In the next instant, it slammed directly into her face. Boom! A dull, explosive crack echoed once more. Bai Yu's exquisite face suddenly exploded. A horrific, gaping hole pierced clean through her skull. Blood gushed out like a burst dam. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. Bai Yu's life force vanished in an instant. Thud! Her slender, well-proportioned body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Killed a 7th realm martial artist, potential points plus 12,800. Remaining potential points, 119,200. Ji Qiu slowly approached Bai Yu's lifeless body. He said indifferently. Next life, don't be so damn curious. Then he kicked her body. Boom! Bai Yu's corpse instantly shattered like fireworks. The abandoned site fell silent once more. Ji Qiu burned the blood-stained jacket and left the place as if nothing had ever happened. Just then, Xia Wei sent a message. Ji Qiu, Ling Han is a deputy leader of the Dragon Roar Society. Now that something has happened to him, the society will definitely come looking for trouble. You need to be careful. Ji Qiu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xia Wei to send him a message showing concern. Shouldn't she be avoiding him? But Ji Qiu didn't dwell on it. Oh, that's great. He casually replied before putting his phone away. Meanwhile, after receiving Ji Qiu's message, Xia Wei murmured to herself. That's just like Junior Ji Qiu. Xia Wei knew full well. Ji Qiu's current strength meant he had nothing to fear from the Dragon Roar Society. After all, he could effortlessly take down even a 6th realm, 4th tier martial artist. The strongest student at Beijing University was only at 6th realm, 5th tier. It could be said that Ji Qiu had virtually no rivals at Beijing University. She had sent Ji Qiu a message earlier merely to show her concern. She had sent him that message earlier merely to show she cared. As for why she felt the need to show it? Probably just friendly concern. It's perfectly normal. Beijing University was one of the 4 premier martial arts institutions in the Great Xia Empire. Naturally, numerous martial arts clubs operate on campus. Among them, the 5 most formidable martial arts societies are the Dragon Roar Society, the Startling Swan Society, the Soaring Society, the Chess Sword Society, and the True Martial Society. At this moment, inside a training room, a youth with sharp features and a stern expression sat casually on the sofa, his eyes as deep and cold as a frozen pond. He was none other than Su Yi, the leader of the Dragon Roar Society. Beside him sat a tall, stunningly beautiful young woman. She was Yining Xuan, the vice president of the Dragon Roar Society and Su Yi's girlfriend. Across from them sat Zhou Hua, a department head of the Dragon Roar Society. Zhou Hua, what brings you here so late? Su Yi spoke slowly. Mr. Su. Zhou Hua's expression grew grave as he said. I just received word that Ling Han died during the mission. The moment these words left his lips, a brief silence fell over the room. Su Yi immediately furrowed his brow, while a hint of surprise flashed across Yining Xuan's icy cold face. The mission to wipe out the Three Rivers gang wasn't particularly difficult. It seemed unlikely that Ling Han would have lost his life. What exactly happened? Su Yi inquired. It's like this. Zhou Hua detailed the information he'd gathered. In the end, only Xia Wei and that Ji Qiu returned alive. As Zhou Hua finished speaking, Su Yi and Yining Xuan both looked utterly shocked.
That freshman Ji Qiu, who had just enrolled, actually possessed 6th realm cultivation. And he had not only survived the joint assault of several 6th realm experts but had killed them all. This guy is just too damn talented. Su Yi pondered for a moment. He gave his orders. Tomorrow, go to Ji Qiu's residence. Find out exactly what happened and report back to me. Xia Wei was a member of the Fuyo Society. Su Yi didn't want to cause trouble for the Dragon Roar Society. Therefore, this matter could only be addressed by questioning Ji Qiu. Zhou Hua's face immediately showed signs of distress. President, I've heard that Ji Qiu acts extremely arrogantly, not even respecting his mentors. I'm worried he won't cooperate. He might even attack me. Chapter 75, Are you ever going to shut the hell up? Hearing this, Su Yi chuckled and shook his head. Look at you, such a wimp. Have Chen Shu and Lu Yu accompany you tomorrow. If he dares to act arrogant in front of you, just teach him a lesson. Yes, President. The look of unease vanished instantly from Zhou Hua's face, replaced by a smile. He himself had only recently entered the 6th realm and naturally felt uncertain. But Chen Shu and Lu Yu were different. Both possessed cultivation at the 3rd stage of the 6th realm. Moreover, they were the 2 strongest department heads in the Dragon Roar Society, second only to the President and Vice President. With them by his side, what was there to fear? Zhou Hua felt completely reassured. Well then, President and Vice President Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Go ahead. Su Yi waved dismissively. After Zhou Hua left, Yi Ningxuan furrowed her delicate brows, her voice tinged with concern. Just now, Zhou Hua mentioned that Ji Qiu killed several 6th realm experts. I fear Chen Shu and Lu Yu might not be his match either. She paused. Perhaps we should go ourselves tomorrow. That would be safer. Ha! Su Yi chuckled softly at her words. He caressed Yi Ningxuan's fair, delicate face with affection. He spoke softly. Chen Shu and Lu Yu both rank among the top 30 in strength at Beijing University. That kid won't make much of a splash. Don't worry. Yi Ningxuan nodded obediently. Indeed. Even if we consider the worst-case scenario, even if Chen Shu and Lu Yu weren't a match for that Ji Qiu, the gap shouldn't be too great. She pushed the thought aside and leaned against Su Ye's shoulder. She murmured softly. I was overthinking it. Back at his place, Ji Qiu took a hot shower. The water washed over her body. Yet it couldn't wash away the slightest trace of the bloodshed. But he didn't care. The killings of Zhao Haiba and Bai Yu wouldn't be traced back to him anytime soon. In a few months' time, he would be invincible across the entire Great Xia. Even if the truth came out, who in all of Great Xia would dare hold him accountable then? Ji Qiu lay back on the bed and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning arrived swiftly. 2 days prior, Lin Shinting, the principal of Yunming No. 2 Middle School, had transferred another 15 million Great Xia coins to Ji Qiu. He now possessed over 26 million Great Xia coins. Combined with the 300 points from his mission reward, it was more than enough to exchange for 2 A-grade cultivation techniques. Ji Qiu decided to visit the cultivation technique room. Just as he was about to leave, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Come in. Ji Qiu replied indifferently. With a creak, the door swung open. A young woman stepped inside. Tall and curvaceous, her form was accentuated by a tight-fitting short dress that perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure. Her long, beautiful legs were encased in black stockings. Quite alluring. But Ji Qiu remained unmoved. In his past life, he had been surrounded by women like this far too often. Who are you? Ji Qiu asked, his expression unreadable. The young woman walked over and sat down on the sofa opposite Ji Qiu, crossing her legs elegantly. Her red lips parted as she smiled faintly. I'm Lin Qinghuan from the Fuyo Society. I've come today to invite Junior Ji Qiu to join our Fuyo Society. Not interested. Ji Qiu declined decisively. Don't be so quick to refuse, Junior. Our Fuyo Society is the only one among Beijing University's top 5 clubs where women outnumber men. As she spoke, Lin Qinghuan casually draped her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings across the coffee table before her. Her toes tapped lightly as her gaze lingered on Ji Qiu's face. And there are plenty more beauties like me in the club. Junior Ji Qiu is so handsome once he joins us, he'll surely win over many senior and junior female students. What do you think? Fuyo Society rarely recruits male members. Over 70% of its members are female students. Precisely because of this, hardly any male student turns down recruitment offers. And what's more, she had deliberately dressed so alluringly today. Lin Qinghuan couldn't fathom why the boy before her would refuse. Yet Ji Qiu frowned. His face twisted with disgust as he asked, "Didn't you wash your feet? What's that awful smell?" The air froze instantly. Lin Qinghuan's smile froze on her face, her expression one of utter bewilderment. What? A strong smell? She hadn't changed this pair of socks in 2 or 3 days. It might indeed have a slight odor. But isn't that a plus? What's with this kid's disgusted look? Maybe it does smell a bit. Lin Xinghuan could only offer an awkward chuckle before quickly pulling her leg back. Composing herself once more, she asked again. So what Junior Jiqiu means is? Not interested. Jiqiu repeated once more. There are many benefits to joining the club.
Lin Xinghuan made one final effort to persuade him. The boy before her was simply too captivating, she refused to give up so easily.
If you join us, not only will you get. You don't understand me, do you? Jiqiu's expression turned icy. Are you done yet?
The room fell instantly silent.
Lin Xinghuan's expression froze in shock.
Clearly, she hadn't expected that after merely offering a few more words of advice, the youth before her would actually scold her.
How infuriating. Oomph. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Xinghuan's expression darkened abruptly. He snapped sharply.
I extended a sincere invitation, yet you have the audacity to be so ungrateful.
Lin Xinghuan prepared to reprimand Jiqiu.
Though she was only at the initial stage of the sixth realm, she knew she was no match for the youth before her. But she was a woman few would dare lay a hand on a female. Moreover, the Fuyao society stood behind her. She felt no fear toward the youth before her.
Chapter 76, I'll make you like it.
But before her words could finish,
rip! Jiqiu's palm was suddenly enveloped in a dense web of silver lightning arcs. The next instant,
he swung the coffee table before him, sending it hurtling toward Lin Xinghuan's head with a piercing whistle.
What?
Lin Xinghuan's pupils contracted sharply, her expression shifting dramatically. She never imagined this youth would actually raise his hand against her.
Madman. He really is a madman.
She had no time to react.
Boom! A deafening explosion erupted suddenly. The coffee table shattered violently.
Countless shards and glass fragments rained down like a storm, scattering wildly in all directions. Lin Xinghuan was violently slammed to the floor by the immense force. The sofa beneath her instantly collapsed.
Ah!
Lin Xinghuan let out a piercing scream, clutching her bleeding head as she rolled frantically on the floor. Thin streams of blood, like tiny snakes, seeped through her fingers, trickling down her cheeks and staining the floor crimson. Her face contorted into a grotesque mask of agony.
Yet, it was far from over. Immediately after, Jiqiu slowly crouched down. 5 fingers clamped down like iron pincers, gripping the back of his skull,
pressing his face into the debris-strewn ground.
Back and forth, grinding. Rip. Scratch. The bone-chilling sound of friction echoed relentlessly.
Each scraping sound was accompanied by the dull thud of flesh being torn apart.
The ground instantly turned crimson with blood. Ah! I'm sorry. Junior Jiqiu, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Ah! It hurts too much.
Lin Xinghuan's mouth spewed shrill screams as her body thrashed wildly, desperately trying to break free from Jiqiu's grip. But it was utterly impossible. Her heart was filled with regret.
If only she'd known.
She would never have provoked this devil. Yet Jiqiu seemed oblivious, his expression utterly unruffled. Only after grinding dozens of glass shards into powder did Jiqiu finally stop.
Lin Xinghuan's face was already a bloody mess.
Her features were unrecognizable.
The next moment,
Jiqiu slowly rose to his feet. He drew his right leg back and delivered a kick to her midsection.
Boom! A deep, muffled explosion echoed. Lin Xinghuan flew out the door like a cannonball, slamming hard into the opposite wall. Defeated a 6th realm martial artist, potential points plus 3,200. Remaining potential points, 122,400. At that moment, Zhou Hua, Chen Shu, and Lu Yu happened to walk by.
When they saw Lin Xinghuan embedded in the wall, her once beautiful face now a bloody mess beyond recognition, the trio froze in shock.
This was brutal.
Zhou Hua's face drained of color, his throat tightening.
A wave of fear washed over me.
Thankfully, I had the foresight not to come alone.
Otherwise, I might have met the same fate. After a brief, deathly silence, Chen Shu's expression turned cold.
She said in a deep voice. Seems the rumors are true.
This guy really is arrogant to the extreme.
I hope he shows some restraint when facing us. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Although Jiqiu had defeated Lin Xinghuan, who had just entered the 6th realm, Chen Shu possessed a cultivation at the 3rd stage of the 6th realm and ranked among the top 30 in her grade. She had her own pride. She still didn't think much of Jiqiu.
Heh, I actually hope he stays just as arrogant.
Lu Yu chuckled.
Wouldn't it be more fun to teach this guy a lesson?
Zhou Hua quickly agreed.
Lu Yu is right.
He too was eager to see what expression would replace Jiqiu's arrogant smirk after a proper humiliation.
Let's see how he handles it.
Chen Shu said no more, only adding indifferently.
If he cooperates, we won't have to take action. Let's go inside. Lu Yu and Zhou Hua nodded. The 3 of them walked toward Jiqiu's residence.
Since Zhou Hua and the others were quite close to Lin Xinghuan, she heard their conversation clearly.
She knew full well that madman would never rein himself in.
At this thought, a flicker of satisfaction flickered in Lin Xinghuan's heart. This guy was bound to provoke the Dragon Roar Society.
He's finished. Soon.
Chen Shu and the other two arrived at the entrance to Ji Qiu's residence.
They walked inside. Ji Qiu's face immediately showed impatience. What do you want now?
Chen Shu tilted her head back, adopting a haughty posture, and said expressionlessly.
You must be Ji Qiu. We're from the Dragon Roar Society.
We're here to get to the bottom of how Ling Han, the deputy director of our Dragon Roar Society, died.
At this point, Chen Shu's eyes suddenly sharpened. And one more thing. Don't be so aggressive when talking to me. I don't like it.
Zhou Hua and Lu Yu both saw this and their eyes lit up. That's my Shu sister for you, truly formidable. Their eyes immediately turned to Ji Qiu, their faces beaming with satisfaction. They were eagerly anticipating.
What would Ji Qiu do next? Would she swallow her pride, comply obediently, and cooperate with the investigation? Or would he lose his temper and get thoroughly beaten?
Regardless of the young man's choice, Zhou Hua and Lu Yu were delighted at the prospect of seeing him humiliated. But they were clearly overthinking it. The moment Chen Shu finished speaking, whoosh! A violent gust of wind suddenly howled through the room. Ji Qiu, swift as the wind, erupted from his spot. A voice as cold as an icy abyss echoed through the room. I'll make you like it.
Chapter 77, Then let's tear it down. The stench of death hit them like a wave.
The smug expressions on Zhou Hua and Lu Yu's faces froze instantly.
Chen Shu's haughty demeanor vanished completely, his expression shifting abruptly. Too fast. Too terrifying.
This was a force she could never hope to resist.
Only now did she understand
how foolish her earlier arrogance had been. But facing Ji Qiu, who was charging toward her like a howling gale, she had no time to dodge. She could only steel herself and raise her hand to block.
The next instant, Ji Qiu's figure abruptly materialized before Chen Shu.
In his palm, a massive storm sphere formed from gathered gales spun wildly, emitting a shrill, piercing screech.
Ji Qiu's gaze was cold and indifferent.
Holding the storm sphere aloft, he hurled it down like a divine punishment, slamming it ruthlessly toward Chen Shu's head.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed.
The storm sphere shattered violently.
A terrifying shockwave rippled out like a tsunami. The entire dormitory building shook violently. Large chunks of debris and dust shot skyward.
Zhou Hua and Lu Yu were instantly hurled backward, blood spurting from their mouths. Countless bones shattered within their bodies. Chen Shu, caught directly in the eye of the storm, was slammed violently to the ground. The ground beneath her feet collapsed with a thunderous crash.
Her entire body was drenched in blood, crimson as a ripe tomato. A truly horrifying sight. Ah!
Chen Shu let out a piercing scream. The excruciating pain coursing through her body nearly robbed her of consciousness. Relying on her status as one of the top 30 students in the school, she had foolishly assumed the youth before her couldn't possibly be her match. But she never imagined things would turn out like this. At this moment, Ji Qiu had crushed her pride into dust. Zhou Hua and Lu Yu, standing nearby, were utterly dumbfounded. They had come expecting to see the boy humiliated, only to find themselves the ones humiliated instead. How utterly ridiculous. Just as the three stood in stunned disbelief. Click. Tap. Ji Qiu's footsteps echoed. He slowly approached Chen Shu, towering over the bloodied and mangled figure at his feet. His foot, heavy as a mountain, suddenly slammed down onto her abdomen.
At the same moment,
a cold voice boomed once more.
Enjoying this?
Put. Chen Shu's body jerked violently as blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain.
Ah!
A piercing scream erupted from her mouth once more. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she fixed Ji Qiu with a venomous glare and ground out the words. I don't like. Before she could finish, Ji Qiu's foot came crashing down once more. Thud. 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 A series of dull, thunderous crashes echoed. The ground shook violently like an earthquake. Chen Shu let out piercing screams, his face contorted in extreme agony. Zhou Hua and Lu Yu beside him trembled in terror, hearts pounding wildly, their bodies instantly drenched in cold sweat.
This is terrifying. This is a demon.
Yet Ji Qiu remained utterly unmoved. His expression remained impassive. He showed no sign of stopping. As the excruciating pain in his abdomen intensified, Chen Shu's will was slowly shattered. Finally, her psychological defenses crumbled completely. She had no doubt that if she continued to resist, the youth before her would truly take her life. She was terrified. Ah! I like it. Chen Shu cried out in a broken voice, her voice cracking. Ji Qiu, Jr. I like it. I like it. I love hearing you talk. Please stop hitting me. Only then did Ji Qiu stop, slowly withdrawing his foot. His expression remained impassive as he said. Glad you like it. Defeated 3 6th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 9,600. Remaining potential points 132,000. Silence fell over the room once more. Only the agonized moans of Chen Shu and the heavy panting of Zhou Hua and the other man could be heard. The three men collapsed to the floor, their faces as pale as paper.
Staring at the youth before them, they looked upon him as if confronting a demon, their eyes filled with terror. Outside the door, Lin Qinghuan, embedded within the wall, felt her heart tremble. Though she couldn't see what was happening inside the room, Chen Shu's piercing screams reached her ears with crystal clarity. She never imagined that even Chen Shu and Lu Yu, both at the third stage of the sixth realm, and they were defeated so utterly. What kind of monster had she provoked? At that moment, Ji Qiu's gaze swept over Chen Shu and the others as his cold voice rang out once more. Are you from the Dragon Roar Society? Lu Yu hurriedly replied. Yes, yes. Zhou Hua beside him nodded repeatedly, afraid that responding too slowly might upset the youth before them. Oh. Ji Qiu replied casually. Then lifted up. The moment those words left his mouth, Chen Shu and the other two were instantly stunned. Take down the Dragon Roar Society? The Dragon Roar Society was one of the 5 major societies at Beijing University. Countless masters resided within its ranks. Vice President Yi Ningxuan, with her 6th realm 4th tier cultivation, ranked 7th in strength across the entire Beijing University. President Su Yi was just a hair's breadth away from 5th stage, solidly ranked 4th in the entire university. How dare this guy? Does he really think he's invincible? Although Ji Qiu defeated them, they still didn't believe Ji Qiu had the qualifications to take on the entire Dragon Roar Society. Even a 6th realm 5th rank martial artist would never utter such words. Ji Qiu ignored the group and continued. Send a message to your society leader. Tell him I'll be there shortly. Have him prepare. Yes, yes. I'll send it right away. Lu Yu hurriedly pulled out his phone and frantically sent a message to Su Yi. Once the message was successfully sent, Ji Qiu said no more. He dragged the 3 of them out of the room and headed toward the Dragon Roar Society. As they passed by Lin Qinghuan, he casually pulled her along too. On the corridor floor, 4 startling bloodstains remained. Having just been publicly humiliated by Ji Qiu, now being dragged along like a dead dog, Chen Shu's heart was filled with shame and fury. Her mind raged. Ji Qiu, you bastard. Just you wait. I'll see if you can still act so arrogant once we get to the Dragon Roar Society. Lu Yu, Zhou Hua, and the others felt the same way. All were filled with a sense of humiliation. They all waited for Ji Qiu to arrive at the Dragon Roar Society, only to be thoroughly taught a lesson by the society leader Su Yi and the others, venting their pent-up anger. Chapter 78. If you dare, sign it. On the rooftop of the Dragon Roar Society's training building, Vice President Yi Ningxuan leaned her hands on the railing, gazing into the distance as she spoke. Wonder what's happening with Chen Shu's side. I wonder if that kid Ji Qiu will cooperate with them. Su Yi leaned back against the railing. He chuckled indifferently. Zhou Hua and the others are representing our Dragon Roar Society on this mission. Plus, they have the formidable presence of Lu Yu and Chen Shu to back them up. He should know better than to refuse. His words brimmed with confidence. Yi Ningxuan nodded lightly. Let's hope so. Avoiding conflict would be best. All right. Su Yi raised his hand and patted her shoulder. He murmured softly. The National College Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. Let's head back to the training room and get to work. Yi Ningxuan replied. The two prepared to leave. Just then, Su Ye's phone vibrated. He pulled it out, a message from Lu Yu. The moment he read the message, Su Ye's smile froze abruptly, and he froze in place. Lu Yu and Chen Shu have been defeated. And they were wiped out in an instant. That kid Ji Qiu is out to destroy the Dragon Roar Society, and he's on his way here right now. This is just too outrageous. Yi Ningxuan sensed Su Ye's unease and leaned closer. When she saw the message Lu Yu had sent, her expression froze in shock. Just as she'd feared, Lu Yu and the others were no match for that Ji Qiu. What surprised her, however, she had assumed that even if Lu Yu and Chen Shu were to lose, the gap between them and Ji Qiu wouldn't be too great. Instead, they'd been wiped out in seconds. After a brief moment of disorientation, the two snapped back to reality. Su Yi felt as though she'd been slapped hard across the face, the stinging pain burning fiercely. She looked at Yi Ningxuan awkwardly. Her face filled with apology as she said, I never thought you'd be right. I was careless. If we'd listened to you and gone ourselves, none of this would have happened. But it's useless to say that now. Yi Ningxuan shook her head. Her expression suddenly turned cold. That Ji Qiu dared to strike our Dragon Roar Society so viciously and even threatened to overthrow us. Clearly, he holds no regard for our society. What we must do now is teach him a lesson he won't forget. To vent the anger of Lu Yu and the others. Make that little punk understand. He can't afford to mess with the Dragon Roar Society. Yi Ningxuan, though not one to relish conflict in everyday life, she wouldn't just swallow her anger. Su Yi nodded. You're right. His gaze immediately sharpened. He wants to overthrow my Dragon Roar Society? Later, I'll make him kneel at the Dragon Roar Society's door and repeat that phrase until he's hoarse. Meanwhile, Ji Qiu dragged Chen Shu and the other three to the school print shop, where they printed a thick stack of life and death pledges. They continued toward the Dragon Roar Society. Ji Qiu had originally intended only to dismantle the Dragon Roar Society. But now he'd changed his mind. He intended to annihilate the Dragon Roar Society. Moments later, Ji Qiu arrived at the base of the Dragon Roar Society's building. Hundreds of figures had gathered in the open space before the building, completely blocking the entrance. At the very front of the crowd, a youth with a stern expression stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze indifferent. Beside him stood a tall, stunningly beautiful girl, her face as cold as frost. These individuals were all members of the Dragon Roar Society. At the head stood the society's two leaders, Su Yi and Yi Ningxuang. Seeing such a formidable display, Chen Shu and the other two on the ground instantly lit up with excitement. Finally! That bastard was finally going to pay for his arrogance. Lin Qinghuan's face was equally filled with satisfaction. She could already envision Ji Qiu being beaten senseless, lying like a heap of mud before everyone in utter humiliation. So satisfying. So damn satisfying. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragon Roar Society wore grim expressions. Their eyes fixed on Ji Qiu burned with fury. The club's 3 department heads had been dragged before them like dead dogs by this brat. This was nothing short of a blatant humiliation for the Dragon Roar Society. Su Yi and Yi Ningxuang, standing at the forefront, wore expressions as cold as frost, utterly devoid of warmth. Their eyes burned with murderous intent. Only Ji Qiu remained as calm as a still lake. He appeared utterly unfazed. At that moment, Su Yi spoke coldly. "You're Ji Qiu?" "Oh." Ji Qiu responded indifferently. "You brat, not only did you strike down my Dragon Roar Society members with such brutality, but you also had the audacity to declare you'd overthrow our entire organization." Su Yi's voice grew colder. "Seems you hold my Dragon Roar Society in utter contempt." Ji Qiu replied indifferently. "You're right." Upon hearing Ji Qiu's words, Su Yi was momentarily speechless. Clearly, he hadn't expected the youth before him to admit it so cleanly and decisively. "You little brat really are arrogant. Today, I'll make you." He was about to unleash a torrent of threats. But before he could finish, Ji Qiu coldly cut him off. "You ing never learn, do you?" If he hadn't been intent on killing these men, Ji Qiu's boot would have already been planted on his face. Too much chatter. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ji Qiu struck. Rip! Hundreds of life and death contracts tore through the air, suddenly materializing before Su Yi. Ji Qiu's cold voice rang out again. "I'll fight every single one of you. To the death. If you dare, sign it." Chapter 79, You Can Go Down Too. The moment these words were spoken, the entire scene fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock. Who would have thought the youth before them would dare challenge the entire Dragon Roar Society to a life-or-death battle? Chen Shu and the others were equally stunned. When Ji Qiu had entered the print shop earlier, he'd left them waiting outside. They hadn't known what he'd gone in to do. Now they understood. He had gone to print a life-or-death contract. Has this kid lost his mind? Su Yi also froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. His expression brimmed with arrogance and disdain. So this little guy came here to meet his end. Fine. Su Yi sneered coldly. Since you seek death, I'll grant you your wish today. He commanded hundreds of martial artists here, with over a dozen powerhouses above the 6th realm. Not to mention himself and Yi Ningxuang, both 6th realm, 4th tier, whose strength firmly placed them among the top 10 in the entire academy. How could the youth before them possibly stand a chance? The words fell. Without a moment's hesitation, energy swirled at his fingertips. He signed his name on the life and death pledge. Beside him, Yi Ningxuang signed as well. Even if the top 3 geniuses of Beijing University, those 3 monstrous 6th realm, 5th tier powerhouses personally arrived, facing the Dragon Roar Society, they might not come out on top. What could this little brat possibly do? She had absolute confidence in the Dragon Roar Society. Seeing this, and signed their names on the life and death pledge one after another. Even Chen Shu and the others joined in the commotion and signed. Then all eyes turned to Ji Qiu, filled with pity and mockery. At that moment, everyone's thoughts converged. This kid is dead meat. Chen Shu felt a surge of satisfaction. Lu Yu and Zhou Hua wore smug, savage grins on their faces. Lin Qinghuan trembled with excitement. The one who humiliated her, who ruined her completely, was finally going to hell. Yet facing hundreds of stares as cold as death, Ji Qiu's face remained utterly still. A calmness that was terrifying. He tucked away the life and death pledge and slowly raised his head. Boom! The next moment, a deafening thunderclap erupted. Frenzied lightning erupted from Ji Qiu's body, silver arcs weaving and twisting across the sky to form a whirlwind storm. Like a silver dragon, it shot straight toward the heavens. The youth stood at the storm's center. His black robes fluttered wildly. His eyes were as cold as an abyss, his pupils pulsing with silver lightning arcs. His silver hair whipped wildly through the void. Like the thunder god descending, a detached voice echoed. Farewell, all of you. I shall use your blood to draw the curtain on this farce. Delusional. Suyi seized the silver dragon-livered spear from a member behind him. He stomped his foot down with force. Riding a storm that shook the heavens, he charged at Jiqiu like a raging beast. Wherever he passed, the ground shattered inch by inch. Countless fragments of rock and dust were whipped up by the storm, scattering wildly in all directions. At the same time, Suyi roared. Today, the only one who dies. But at that very moment. Boom! A thunderous boom echoed through the air. The youth vanished before his eyes. Immediately after, a silver bolt of lightning streaked across the sky like a galaxy, flashing by in an instant. Fast. Fast to the extreme. Before Suye's words had even faded, Jiqiu had already materialized before him. His palm, entwined with endless silver arcs of lightning, gently pressed against the top of Suye's head. 2 words slipped from his lips. Die. The icy words poured into his ears. Feeling the terrifying pressure descending from above, Suye's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with horror. Too fast. He hadn't even had time to react. How could this happen? No. Impossible. I'm a 6th realm, 4th tier martial artist. The 4th ranked prodigy at Beijing University. How could I be so utterly defeated by this youth before me? He couldn't accept it. Yet the truth was brutally clear. The next instant, Jiqiu's palm, enveloped in electric arcs, erupted with immense force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. A blinding silver bolt of lightning erupted. The void violently trembled. Suye's skull instantly shattered, flesh and bone fragments exploding outward in all directions. Blood gushed like a fountain from his neck. Suyi was dead. Killed a 6th realm martial artist, potential points plus 6,400. Remaining potential points, 138,400. Silence. Utter, absolute silence. In the vast open space, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring at the center of the arena in utter shock. Their hearts trembled, and their expressions changed in disbelief. The Dragon Roar Society president, the 4th ranked prodigy of Beijing University, had been defeated so effortlessly by the youth before them. This couldn't be possible. Incredulity filled every pair of eyes. Yi Ningxuan's face drained of color instantly, her entire body stiffening as if struck by lightning. Chen Shu and the others felt their minds buzzing, completely blank. Lin Qinghuan was utterly dumbfounded. They had assumed that facing the Dragon Roar Society and its leader, Suyi, the youth before them, was as good as dead. But unexpectedly, not only did Suyi fail to defeat Jiqiu, the gap in strength between him and the youth before them was staggering. Jiqiu's strength once again shattered their expectations. But it wasn't over yet. Just as everyone's hearts trembled in fear, Jiqiu slowly raised his hand, clamping down on Suye's neck as blood gushed out. Dragging his headless corpse, he walked toward Yi Ningxuan and the others, expressionless. His voice murmured like death's whisper. You may go now. Chapter 80. You know I hate nonsense. Everyone felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar, their bodies shuddering violently. The next moment, under the horrified stares of everyone present, whoosh! Suye's headless corpse suddenly burst into raging flames. Jiqiu leapt into the air, swinging the headless corpse in his hands like a flaming hammer. With a force that seemed to shatter the heavens, he smashed it down toward the hundreds of Dragon Roar Society members. The wind howled, the void hummed. A terrifying pressure poured down from the heavens like a reversed Milky Way. Hundreds of Dragon Roar Society members trembled uncontrollably, their faces etched with despair and regret. They never imagined things would turn out like this. Had they known this would happen, they would never have signed that damn life and death agreement. Yi Ningxuan's fair face had turned deathly pale, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and terror. She was one of the top 10 prodigies at Beijing University. Her future was bright. She didn't want to die. But it was too late. The next moment, the headless corpse, engulfed in flames, crashed heavily to the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The entire Beijing University seemed to tremble violently. The ground shattered and caved in. Debris flew in all directions. Rolling clouds of dust instantly engulfed the scene. Ah! No! I don't want to die. Desperate cries of despair rang out, only to be abruptly silenced in an instant. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Dragon Roar Society members shattered simultaneously. A sky-filling mist of blood blossomed like a grand fireworks display, staining the heavens crimson. Yi Ningxuan, a 4th-tier 6th realm cultivator, was no exception. In an endless void of despair and regret, her exquisitely proportioned body exploded with a thunderous boom. Life extinguished. Before the gates of the Dragon Roar Society, blood flowed like a river, leaving no trace of flesh or bone. Every soul perished. Not a single survivor. Killed, 14 6th realm martial artists, 197 5th realm martial artists, 132 4th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 931,200. Remaining potential points 1,069,600. Dead silence fell over the battlefield once more.
Facing the scene before them, resembling a hellish battlefield, Chen Shu and the others trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat instantly soaking through their clothes.
Dead. They were all dead.
Not long ago, they had been brimming with confidence, eager to witness the young man's gruesome demise.
They never imagined the outcome would be like this. The youth before them did not overthrow the Dragon Roar Society. Instead, he had slaughtered the entire Dragon Roar Society.
Lin Xinghuan felt as though her heart would leap out of her chest. Earlier, convinced Ji Qiu was certain to die, she had signed that life and death agreement too.
But now, it's over. Completely over. Beg for mercy. Quick, beg for mercy.
If she humbled herself enough, she might just survive. Lin Xinghuan clung to this lifeline like a drowning man.
She hurriedly spoke. Ji Qiu Shui. But before she could say anything else,
Ji Qiu's figure appeared before her, his palm lashing savagely across her bloodied and mangled right cheek. His voice held not a shred of emotion.
You know I hate nonsense. Smack. A sharp crack. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. All that remained above Lin Xinghuan's neck was a stark white skeleton. Ah!
Chen Shu and the others trembled violently. Lu Yu couldn't suppress the terror within him, shrieking at the top of his lungs.
Too terrifying. This youth was terrifying.
But before the scream could fade away, a burst of fire erupted before them.
Boom! A deep, muffled explosion echoed.
Chen Shu and the other two instantly shattered, their bodies turning into a mist of blood that spread across the sky. Killed 4 6th realm martial artists, potential points plus 25,600.
Remaining potential points 1,095,200.
The students watching from afar, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down their spines as cold sweat drenched their backs. The youth before them, acting alone, slaughtered the vast majority of the Dragon Roar Society's members, even claiming the lives of both society leaders.
The scene was utterly shocking.
Ji Qiu, however, remained utterly expressionless, as if nothing had happened. He flicked the blood from his hands. He thrust his hands back into his pockets. He walked toward the cultivation technique exchange room.
He hadn't gone far. Ji Qiu suddenly remembered something.
He turned to face the crowd of onlookers and said expressionlessly, "Tell the leader of the Fuyo Society Ji Qiu challenges her to a duel. A life or death battle. I expect she'll be too cowardly to accept after learning I killed the Dragon Roar Society leader. Therefore, I'll let her seek allies.
Even if she brings every powerful individual from Beichin University. I, Ji Qiu, remain unafraid."
With that, he fell silent. Ji Qiu paid no further attention to the crowd, striding away from the area and heading once more toward the cultivation technique exchange counter.
Moments later,
Ji Qiu arrived at the cultivation technique exchange room. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard was dozing off at the counter.
Seeing Ji Qiu enter,
the old man slowly opened his eyes and said lazily, "Youngster, what are you exchanging?" "Grade A offensive and evasive techniques of the fire element,"
Ji Qiu replied.
The old man rose slowly. He retrieved several fire attribute cultivation manuals from the bookshelf behind him and placed them on the counter.
"Take your pick." "Ha? I can choose?" Ji Qiu's eyes lit up instantly. He flipped to the first page, and the system would automatically record it. "Where does it say I have to pay anything?"
Ji Qiu quickly corrected himself.
"My apologies, teacher. I misspoke earlier.
What I need are S-grade breathing techniques of all attributes, along with S-grade fire element cultivation methods."
Upon hearing this,
the old man, who had been half asleep, jolted awake.
He was fully awake now.
S-rank techniques typically cost tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of Dà Xià coins, while S-rank breathing techniques were even more expensive.
This kid must think they're cheap as cabbage. Did he come to buy in bulk? Are you serious?
The old man questioned.
Ji Qiu nodded.
Don't worry, I've got plenty of money.
Could this youngster be the scion of some mega-rich family?
The old man wondered inwardly.
Then he spoke. "Alright, I'll get them for you." With that, he retrieved the only 11 S-grade breathing techniques available at Beichin University and placed them on the counter. He also produced several S-rank fire element cultivation manuals.
The highest tier cultivation techniques at Beichin University were S-rank. As for techniques above S-rank, they were held by the military, powerful sects, and the top underground factions. Ji Qiu picked up each of these manuals one by one. He carefully selected through them.
S-rank Prairie Fire Breathing Technique recorded. S-rank Raging Tide Breathing Technique recorded. S-rank Thunder Prison Breathing Technique recorded. S-rank Eternal Night Breathing Technique enrolled. Chapter 81, All S-rank. After recording the 11 S-rank breathing techniques of various attributes,
Ji Qiu then recorded an offensive technique called Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix and a movement technique called Lotus Steps.
As for techniques of other attributes, Ji Qiu chose not to record them.
After all, cultivation realm was paramount.
Excessively squandering potential points on techniques was somewhat putting the cart before the horse. Just then, the old man's voice rang out. Well, youngster, have you made your choice? Jiqiu placed the cultivation technique back on the table, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. I've looked through most of them, but I still think it's wiser to save my money for purchasing spirit weapons. The moment those words left his mouth. Damn it! The old man's mouth twitched violently, and he immediately let loose with a string of curses. I've been patiently putting up with your nonsense this whole time, and now you tell me you want to save the money for spirit weapons? Are you messing with me? The old man's beard bristled and his eyes blazed, about to unleash a torrent of curses. But in that instant, the figure before him flickered. The figure was already gone. You sure can run fast. The old man's chest heaved with fury. He stood at the doorway, cursing under his breath. You little brat. If you dare come back next time without paying first, this old man won't even acknowledge you. Oomph. News of Jiqiu's bloody purge of the Dragon Roar Society swept through Beichin University like a hurricane. From student forums to internal group chats of various clubs, to the private discussions among faculty advisors. Everywhere erupted in chaos. Countless students who saw the photos and videos from the scene felt their scalps tingle and their spines chill. No one could have imagined. A mere 16-year-old boy, barely a few days into his enrollment, had proven himself unbeatable even against Su Yi, ranked 4th at Beichin University. What was even more shocking was, the boy's methods were ruthless. Even if they possessed Jiqiu's strength, they wouldn't dare to massacre the Dragon Roar Society like that. Vice Principals Wu Zhenbang, Zheng Qing, and other school leaders were utterly stunned upon hearing the news. But when students had irreconcilable conflicts, life or death duels were permitted. They could hardly say anything. Meanwhile, in the Fuyao Society meeting room, Club President Mu Qinghan, upon hearing the news, was equally horrified. To single-handedly annihilate the Dragon Roar Society. This kid is a monster. Mu Qinghan's expression abruptly darkened. Gritting his teeth, he growled. Damn it! He killed members of my Fuyao Society and publicly challenged us to a life or death battle. Does that brat really think no one at Beichin University can handle him? President Mu, please calm down. Vice President Chan Ling interjected from the side. Our Fuyao Society is indeed no match for that Jiqiu. But since he's arrogant enough to demand we seek help, we'll grant his wish. We've invited Gu Yunj to eliminate him. That brat certainly won't stand a chance against Gu Yunj. Gu Yunj is widely recognized as the strongest student at Beichin University. His cultivation level was only at the 6th realm, 5th stage. But the Gu family behind him was one of the 10 major conglomerates in northern Great Xia. Though the Gu family's martial prowess was not among the elite, with their strongest member barely reaching the 8th realm, they possess immense wealth. Thus, the cultivation techniques and breathing methods Gu Yunj practiced were all S-grade. The spirit weapon in his hand was an S-grade divine weapon custom forged for him at a cost of over 10 billion credits. Gu Yunj's strength is comparable to that of a 6th realm, 8th tier powerhouse. But Mu Qinghan furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating as she spoke. That arrogant bastard Gu Yunj would never give us the time of day. Rest assured, President. Chen Ling smiled confidently. That Jiqiu openly declared he fears none of Beichin University's strongest fighters. Clearly, he doesn't think much of Gu Yunj either. Gu Yunj won't tolerate even a speck of sand in his eye. How could he let that kid off? You're absolutely right, Editor-in-Chief Chen. If Gu Yunj finds out about this, he won't let Jiqiu off the hook. The others agreed with Chen Ling's words. They chimed in one after another. You're both correct. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinghan's eyes lit up. As long as Gu Yunj is willing to act, Jiqiu is as good as dead. She immediately stood up. I'll go find him right now. I'll go with you. Chen Ling also rose to her feet. Mu Qinghan nodded. Without further delay, the two hurried out of the conference room and set off toward Gu Yunj's residence. As Gu Yunj was the strongest student at Beichin University, her family was also quite wealthy. His residence at Beichin University was the largest and most luxurious among all students. Soon, Mu Qinghan and Chen Ling arrived at Gu Yunj's residence and stepped inside. After inviting them to sit down, a faint smile graced his face. She inquired softly, "What brings the two leaders of the Fuyao Society here today?" "Indeed, we have matters to discuss." Mu Qinghan cut straight to the point. "President Gu, you must have heard about that Jiqiu incident? Among the 5 major martial arts societies at Beichin University, the strongest is the True Martial Society, and Gu Yunj is its president." He gave a slight nod. "I have." And, Chapter 82, Gu Yunj. Mu Qinghan continued. President Gu is widely recognized as the strongest individual at Beichin University. Yet that Jiqiu dared to claim he fears none of Beichin students. Clearly, he doesn't hold you in high regard. So, Gu Yunj chuckled softly, cutting her off. "So he challenged you to a life or death duel, knowing you're no match for him, and now he wants to use my hands to kill him?" Gu Yunj's words struck right at the heart of her thoughts. Mu Qinghan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment.
She hurriedly explained.
I only wanted to ask for Chairman Gu's assistance. I never intended to exploit him. Oomph. Gu Yunj burst into laughter. That little brat didn't hold me in high regard, so I naturally don't mind stepping in to eliminate him for you. But, he looked at Mu Qinghan with keen interest. Beg me on your knees.
I take great pleasure in witnessing the humble posture of those who beg me.
His eyes sparkled with amusement. Mu Qinghan and Shen Ling both frowned instantly. Mr. Gu, this is going a bit too far, isn't it? Mu Qinghan said in a low voice. Gu Yunj shrugged indifferently. When asking for a favor, one should naturally adopt the proper attitude. If you two aren't willing, I won't force the issue. Turn left at the exit and leave. Gu Yunj never did favors for free. He wasn't short on money.
Naturally, the two would have to offer something else in exchange. Like, for instance, their reputation.
Mu Qinghan hesitated immediately. At that moment, Shen Ling whispered from the side. President, compared to swallowing your pride and enduring that Jiqiu's humiliation, what's the harm in bowing your head and begging him? Just agree. After a moment of inner struggle, Mu Qinghan finally nodded. Slowly lowering her head, she managed to utter. President Gu, I beg you. Ha ha. Gu Yunj burst into laughter. Very well. Since Editor-in-Chief Mu is begging me so humbly, I'll grant you this favor. Then, with a casual tone, he added. Go back and tell that Jiqiu. Meet me in the combat zone tomorrow night. I'll personally deliver his funeral. After leaving the cultivation technique exchange room, Jiqiu quickly returned to his residence. Since the school had earth attribute martial artists specializing in repairing damaged buildings, Jiqiu's room had already been restored to its original state. He casually sat down on the sofa and activated the system. Host Jiqiu. Realm True Chi Manifestation Stage 6 7th Realm 0 220,000. Breathing Techniques. Lava Breathing Technique A Grade Mastery. Thunderclap Breathing Technique Grade B Mastery. Techniques. Star Treading Step Grade B Mastered. Earth Flame Pillar Grade B Mastery. Remaining potential points 1,095,200. Jiqiu reset all 6 breathing techniques: Lava Breath, Thunderclap Breath, and others along with Star Stepping and Earth Flame Pillar. Reset Lava Breathing Technique, refunding 11,700 potential points. Reset Thunderclap Breathing Technique, return 5,900 potential points. A total of 53,000 potential points were returned. Remaining 1,148,200 potential points. Immediately after, Jiqiu silently commanded. Xiao Bao, enhance my cultivation. 220,000 potential points spent.
Martial cultivation advanced to True Chi Manifestation Stage 7.
Spent 230,000 potential points. Spent 240,000 potential points.
Spent 260,000 potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to Invincible Vajra Stage 1 8th Realm.
Remaining potential points 198,200. Jiqiu's True Chi Manifestation reached complete perfection.
Reaching the realm where intention gives birth to form, it now fuses perfectly with his spiritual will. It can manifest into spears, swords, and 100 weapons. Or manifest dragons, phoenixes, and myriad beasts. Moreover, the materialized forms are nearly indistinguishable from their physical counterparts. Of course, the more complex the object, the greater the true chi consumed and the harder it is to sustain. Immediately after, Jiqiu's true chi fused deeply with his flesh and bones, dramatically enhancing his physique. Moreover, an invisible protective aura formed around his body. This marked the first sign of entering the 8th realm. Now, when facing cultivators at the 7th realm or below, unless their breathing techniques, cultivation methods, and spiritual martial arts were vastly inferior. Otherwise, even if left to attack freely, it would be difficult to breach Jiqiu's defenses. Maxing out a single S-grade breathing technique and cultivation method required 23,000 potential points. Jiqiu directly maxed out 6 elemental breathing techniques: the Scorching Wilderness breathing technique, the Surging Tide breathing technique, the Eternal Night breathing technique, the Thunder Prison breathing technique, the Senra breathing technique, and the Thousand Peaks breathing technique. He also elevated the cultivation techniques Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix and Lotus Steps to perfection. This left him with 14,200 potential points remaining. Maxing out each S-tier breathing technique boosts my strength over threefold. Even advancing a cultivation tier wouldn't grant such a massive increase. With my current strength, I wouldn't even flinch facing a late-stage 8th realm martial artist. Jiqiu then closed the system interface. He slowly walked to the window, gazing into the distance. He murmured softly. My cultivation has risen too rapidly. I wonder if the higher-ups of Great Xia will take notice and capture me for dissection research. If that were to happen, that would be perfect. Just then, Jiqiu's phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Jiqiu answered. A haughty young woman's voice came through the line. Jiqiu, right? I'm Mu Qinghan, president of the Fuyou Society. Oh, about the life or death battle, have you made up your mind yet?
Ji Qiu cut straight to the point. I accept. Mu Qinghan replied coldly. Tomorrow night at 8, I'll be waiting for you in the combat zone. Under the gaze of countless spectators, I'll send you, you arrogant fool, on your final journey. Chapter 83, The Eve of the Final Showdown. Oh. Ji Qiu responded casually, saying nothing more before hanging up. He understood perfectly well. Mu Qinghan must have found someone to back him up, otherwise, he wouldn't dare accept this life or death battle. Ji Qiu's gaze drifted back to the window. He murmured to himself. Ji Qiu, tomorrow night, revel in the pleasure of slaughter. News that Mu Qinghan, leader of the Fuyo Society, had enlisted Gu Yunji's help to eliminate Ji Qiu tomorrow night, swiftly spread throughout Beichen University. That Ji Qiu slaughtered the Dragon Roar Society today, and tomorrow night he's going to fight Gu Yunji, the strongest person at Beichen University? He's completely insane. Who do you think will win, him or Gu Yunji? No need to ask, it'll be Gu Yunji, of course. That Ji Qiu's strength is unpredictable. He might just pull off a win. Bull. Club President Gu Yunji's strength rivals that of a 6th realm, 8th tier martial artist. Do you think that Ji Qiu is even at 6th realm, 9th tier? True enough. Ji Qiu has almost no chance of winning. All the students were buzzing with discussion. Over 90% believed Ji Qiu was bound to lose. After all, Gu Yunji was incredibly wealthy. And too powerful. Vice Principal Wu Zhenbang's office. Due to the recent instability in the abyss of Manhwa Province where Beichen University is located, alien races frequently revolt. The Chancellor remained stationed within the abyss to maintain order. Wu Zhenbang now served as the university's highest authority. That little rascal Ji Qiu is challenging Gu Yunji to a life or death duel again? He never ceases to cause trouble. Wu Zhenbang rubbed his throbbing temples, his face etched with worry. Like everyone else, he didn't believe Ji Qiu possessed the strength of a 6th realm, 9th tier. Otherwise, given that kid's temperament, he would have already clashed with Zhao Haiba at the start of the semester. It wouldn't have ended with just a few harsh words. If the two were to fight, Ji Qiu would undoubtedly lose unless something unexpected happened. This won't do. I need Zhang Qing to persuade Ji Qiu to abandon this life or death battle. With that, he dialed Zhang Qing's number. The call connected. Zhang Qing, Principal Wu, what do you need from me? Wu Zhenbang, you must have heard about Ji Qiu and Gu Yunji's life or death battle. If we let them fight, Ji Qiu will undoubtedly lose. That's why I want you to persuade him to abandon the fight for his own life. Zhang Qing, I was just about to go see him myself. Zhang Qing also didn't believe Ji Qiu had any chance of winning. Wu Zhenbang, good. Go now. Let me know the outcome of your persuasion afterward. Zhang Qing, yes, Principal. Zhang Qing hung up the phone. Without further delay, she soon arrived at Ji Qiu's residence. Seeing Zhang Qing enter, Ji Qiu rose to greet her and invited her to sit down. She asked softly, Teacher Zhang, is there something you needed to discuss with me? Indeed, I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Qing nodded and stated her purpose directly. I want to advise you to abandon tomorrow night's life or death battle. I'd like to hear your reasoning. Ji Qiu remained expressionless. Zhang Qing took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Tomorrow night, you'll face Gu Yunji, the strongest fighter in the entire school, in a life or death battle. He possesses S-rank breathing techniques, S-rank martial arts, and even an S-rank spirit weapon. You have none of these. You stand no chance of winning. And even if you somehow manage to defeat him, the Gu family he belongs to is one of the 10 major conglomerates in northern Dà Xià. Their clan even has an 8-realm powerhouse stationed there. Do you dare take his life? For your own safety, I urge you to withdraw. Ji Qiu remained utterly unmoved. He merely asked calmly, anything else? Zhang Qing had long anticipated this outcome. After all, the youth before her wasn't afraid of even Vice Principal Wu Zhenbang. How could he possibly fear someone like Gu Yunji? No. Zhang Qing shook her head. She knew deep down that no amount of persuasion would change the young man's mind. She said no more. Instead, she retrieved a long sword from her spatial ring. Its blade glowed crimson like fire, engraved with pale golden phoenix patterns. This is my sword, the S-grade Sacred Phoenix Blade. This is all I can do for you. Gazing at the Sacred Phoenix sword resting on the table before him, Ji Qiu was momentarily taken aback. He and Zhang Qing hadn't interacted much, so he certainly hadn't expected her to lend him something so valuable. Zhang Qing meant well, after all. Ji Qiu did not refuse. He promptly thanked her. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. MHM. Zhang Qing nodded. Tomorrow. She paused mid-sentence and sighed. Ah, well, just do your best. With that, she didn't linger any longer. She stood up, bid farewell to Ji Qiu, and left the room. After stepping out of the room, Zhang Qing sent the outcome of her conversation with Ji Qiu to Vice Principal Wu Zhenting. Wu Zhenting sat at his desk. His face wore an expression of helplessness as he remarked, since this youngster insists on courting death, let him have his way. It's just a pity. Had he possessed a steadier temperament, he might well have stood at the pinnacle of humanity. Sigh. The following days passed relatively calmly.
Except for Xiaowei sending a message informing Ji Qiu about Gu Yunji's cultivation techniques, breathing methods, martial arts, and spiritual arts, and warning him to be cautious.
Nothing else happened. Time swiftly passed to the evening of the second day. Ji Qiu, clutching Zhang Qing's sacred phoenix sword, made his way to the print shop. There, he printed another thick stack of life and death contracts. He headed toward the combat zone. The shop owner had naturally heard about Ji Qiu's situation.
Watching his retreating figure, he shook his head. This young man probably won't have the chance to patronize my business again. Chapter 84, You really are a worthless piece of trash. The combat zone contained 9 platforms. 8 smaller platforms encircled the perimeter, while a massive platform stood at the center.
The central platform is the life and death arena.
Stepping onto it meant accepting a life or death battle, even without signing a death contract. At this moment, the area around the life and death arena was already packed with spectators. The air buzzed with chatter, the atmosphere electric.
The showdown is finally about to begin.
Hope that Ji Qiu can hold out longer on the platform.
Otherwise, it'll be too boring.
Don't worry. Senior Gu Yunji loves to toy with people. There's no way he'd let that guy die easily.
You're right.
If that jerk dares bring another stack of life or death contracts today, I'll sign one myself. Then when he dies a miserable death, I'll kick his corpse twice. He's way too cocky. The crowd buzzed with discussion.
Almost unanimously, they believed Ji Qiu was doomed to lose.
At the back of the crowd, Vice Principal Wu Zhenbang's brow was deeply furrowed, his eyes filled with helplessness. Beside him, Zhang Qing shared the same expression. Ji Qiu was about to die, and neither of them felt particularly good about it.
At that moment, Zhang Qing couldn't hold back any longer. Principal, can I forcibly stop this life or death battle?
Wu Zhenbang shook his head.
It's against the rules.
If Zhang Qing forcibly intervened, the so-called life or death battle would become a farce.
All right.
Zhang Qing reluctantly dismissed the idea.
I heard this kid doesn't have any family either. I'll help bury his body later. That was all she could do.
On the other side of the crowd, Xiaowei's delicate brows were furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry.
Could Junior Ji Qiu be a match for Gu Yunji? On a stage at the back of the crowd,
a youth stood with arms crossed, an air of superiority radiating from him as if he regarded none of the students in the arena as worthy of notice.
He was the second-ranked student at Beijing University. Jiang Yi.
Beside him, a youth clad in gray athletic wear sat casually on the edge of the platform.
A warm smile graced his face.
He radiated an approachable warmth that made people feel instantly drawn to him. He was Ji Mingche, ranked 3rd. Both possessed cultivation at the 6th realm, 5th tier, their strength second only to Gu Yunji. Facing Gu Yunji, this kid shows no fear at all, Jiang Yi remarked coldly.
He's being a bit overconfident.
Though he shared the same cultivation level as Gu Yunji, he knew he wouldn't last a single move against her. He knew full well the terror Gu Yunji represented. Ji Mingche, however, shook his head with a smile.
I've always preferred to stand on the side of the impossible.
So? He paused briefly before continuing.
I don't think Ji Qiu will necessarily be the one to lose.
Jiang Yi shot Ji Mingche a look of contempt.
That's why I've always said you're an idiot.
Ji Mingche, however, didn't seem to care in the slightest.
He just smiled. Then how about we make a wager?
He placed the Great Spirit weapon, the Spring and Autumn fan, beside him.
Let's wager our Great Spirit weapons. What do you say?
You. Jiang Yi looked at Ji Mingche, his eyes filled with helplessness.
Before the autumn season,
Ji Mingche was widely regarded as the most gifted martial artist at Beijing University. Unfortunately, he was too fond of gambling. He squandered vast sums of money and points at the gambling tables. Had he invested those funds in cultivation resources instead, his strength would have far surpassed his current level.
Ji Mingche smiled faintly.
All right, let's play around.
All right. Jiang Yi replied in a low voice. Since you insist on giving me this fan, I'll reluctantly accept it. Seeing Jiang Yi agree, a long-forgotten thrill and excitement once again filled Ji Mingche's mind.
This feeling was truly intoxicating. His gaze then shifted toward the arena. He smiled faintly.
Will you let me win this once, Ji Qiu? At that very moment,
3 streaks of light tore through the night sky, abruptly materializing atop the central arena. It was Gu Yunji, Mu Qinghan, and Chen Ling.
The crowd instantly erupted with excitement.
The stars of the night had finally arrived. Under the gaze of the crowd,
Gu Yunji spoke slowly.
Tonight, I will personally see that arrogant little brat off, restoring peace to Beijing University. But if I were to do it alone, it would be a bit too boring. So, I invite each of you to step onto the stage and fight alongside me. Any student who trusts me, Gu Yunji, and is willing to step onto this life or death stage will receive a reward of 500,000 Dà Xià coins afterward.
Come on, everyone. Join me in sending this brat off.
The moment the words left his mouth,
the entire crowd erupted into a frenzy. Countless students, energized as if injected with adrenaline, eyes gleaming, rushed madly toward the arena.
Though 50,000 wasn't a huge sum to them,
But they could earn it simply by standing on the stage for a moment. Why pass up such a golden opportunity? Moreover, the chance to work alongside someone like Gu Yunj? They couldn't ask for more. Zhang Yi, ranked second, glanced at Ji Mingche beside him before transforming into a streak of light and appearing at Gu Yunj's side. In mere moments, over 1,000 people had already taken their places on the arena. However, the platform could easily accommodate tens of thousands, so it didn't feel crowded. School leaders like Wu Zhenban made no move to stop them. After all, no matter how much trouble Gu Yunj caused tonight, only Jiqiu would die. It wouldn't make much of a difference. Gu Yunj nodded with satisfaction. His gaze then fell upon Ji Mingche. Seeing that he hadn't stepped onto the stage, he let out a soft laugh. Zhang Yi was right. You really are a fool. Ji Mingche merely smiled in return. When facing opponents he couldn't defeat, he had always been remarkably patient. At that very moment, boom! The roar of the raging tide suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Chapter 85, Good shot. Everyone looked up in shock. A wave like a silver dragon tore through the night sky, crashing down onto the stage. The wave receded. A youth slowly materialized before the crowd. Facing over 1,000 students, the youth showed not a flicker of emotion. He casually tossed the life and death pledge from his hand. He said indifferently, "Sign him up. Let's begin." The youth was none other than Jiqiu. The crowd froze in shock. Then, the arena erupted in an instant. Everyone's eyes lit up, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. The showdown was finally about to begin. At that moment, Zhang Yi, standing beside Gu Yunj, his gaze as sharp as a blade, barked out. "This stage is the life and death arena. Standing here means no need for any damn life or death contracts. You don't even know the basic rules." But before he could finish, Jiqiu stepped forward as if taking a leisurely stroll, his figure abruptly vanishing from his original spot. The next instant, blazing lotus petals, each engulfed in fiery flames, coalesced like a dragon of fire. They erupted from the night sky in a thunderous bloom. Lotus blooms with every step. When he reappeared, Jiqiu's figure stood before Zhang Yi. His palm, engulfed in raging flames, clamped down on Zhang Yi's neck like an iron vice. A voice as cold as frost erupted. "That's excellent." As the searing heat and suffocating pressure closed in on his throat, the cold indifference vanished from Zhang Yi's face, replaced by sheer terror. He never could have imagined that despite his 6th realm, 5th-tier martial cultivation, the second-ranked prodigy at Beichin University still lagged so far behind the youth before him. He was utterly defenseless. Not even a chance to react. But Jiqiu gave him no time to process the shock. The next instant, a colossal force erupted from his palm, a rolling inferno exploding from his neck. Boom! A thunderous roar like a mountain collapsing echoed. The entire stage shook violently. Zhang Yi's neck shattered instantly, his head flying off violently as a fountain of blood shot skyward from the severed neck. Zhang Yi, the second-ranked prodigy of Beichin University, was dead. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately after, under the frozen stares of the crowd, Jiqiu leapt into the air, slamming Zhang Yi's flying head into the crowd like a volleyball spike. Boom! The head exploded with a thunderous crack among the crowd. The entire arena shook violently once more, and a terrifying giant pit instantly appeared on the ground. A terrifying shockwave erupted, hurling debris across the sky like a deadly storm. Ah! Piercing screams erupted, only to abruptly cease. Hundreds of Beichin University students scattered like fireworks, their bodies exploding into a sky-filling mist of blood that bloomed in the night. In the blink of an eye, over 100 vibrant lives were sent to hell by Jiqiu. Yet the youth surrounded by the raging inferno remained as cold as ice, showing no flicker of emotion. He merely remarked indifferently, "Nice shot. Killed 5 6th realm martial artists, 78 5th realm martial artists, 42 4th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 348,800. Remaining potential points 363,000. The arena fell instantly silent. The dripping sound of blood rain hitting the ground was distinctly audible. Every pair of eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before them. The crowd on the stage felt as though they'd been plunged into an ice cellar, their foreheads instantly breaking out in cold sweat. Instant kill. Zhang Yi, ranked second in the school, faced the youth before him and still couldn't fight back. Instantly crushed. How could this happen? Vice Principal Wu Zhenban, Zhang Qing, and the other school administrators were equally shaken to their cores. Clearly, they hadn't expected this. Jiqiu would kill Zhang Yi so effortlessly. Damn it! Ji Mingche, ranked third, froze in place, utterly stunned. His strength was nearly on par with Zhang Yi's. He knew full well how terrifying Zhang Yi was. He never imagined Jiqiu would spare Zhang Yi's life as easily as crushing a little chick. The scene was utterly shocking. Could he really have a chance to win tonight? Ji Mingche murmured, his voice trembling. On the stage, Mu Qinghan and Shan Ling, the two leaders of the Fuyao Society, froze in shock, their expressions abruptly turning grave. The smile on Gu Yunj's face vanished instantly. replaced by a cold, murderous intent. How dare this brat kill Zhang Yi and the others right under my nose? Damn him. His gaze fixed on Ji Qiu as he spoke in a deep voice. I let you squirm a little longer just now. Now it's time to send you on your way. You're dreaming. Ji Qiu shook his head calmly. On this life and death arena, the one standing at the end will be me and only me. You ignorant fool. Gu Yunj roared. Endless waves surged around him in an instant. The next instant, wielding the Emerald Chaos Blade, he tore through the air amidst a raging tempest, descending upon Ji Qiu with a crushing strike. Chapter 86, but my opponents are still alive. Boom! A roar like a colossal sea beast exploded from the void. The void emitted a piercing, shrill hum. The ground shattered and collapsed in an instant as vicious cracks spread like ravenous serpents. At that very moment, Gu Yunj's roar echoed once more. I wield the S-grade divine weapon, the Azure Falling Blade. My breathing technique and cultivation method are both S-grade. What do you have to? But before he could finish, Ji Qiu had already stepped onto a lotus-like platform, suddenly appearing above Gu Yunjo's head. Enveloped by the illusory flames of two colossal phoenixes, he resembled a deity commanding divine beasts. Then, his 10 fingers interlocked, swinging like a colossal hammer. With earth-shaking force, he smashed down upon Gu Yunjo's head. A cold voice rang out simultaneously. The last one who spoke to me like this, I sent him down. You still do the same. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, Gu Yunj's colossal form, surging like a tidal wave, slammed into the ground like a cannonball. The stage shook violently. A crater over 10 meters deep abruptly appeared before the crowd, its dark, terrifying mouth resembling an abyss under the night sky. Rocks flew wildly in all directions, billowing clouds of dust rising into the air. Within the pit, Gu Yunj lay utterly shattered, every bone crushed, blood gushing forth like a burst dam. He was barely clinging to life. Even the slightest movement was beyond his reach. How could this happen? Feeling the excruciating pain radiating throughout his body, Gu Yunj's eyes were filled with agony and despair. He had believed his strength, comparable to that of a 6th realm, 8th tier cultivator, would make killing the youth before him as easy as turning his palm. But he never imagined the outcome would be like this. Before this youth, he remained as insignificant as an ant, utterly defenseless. The pride, confidence, and smugness in his heart, at this very moment, crushed into dust by the youth before him. Watching the youth leap down the deep pit and slowly approach him, fear and pleading filled Gu Yunj's eyes. He was terrified. He did not want to die. But Ji Qiu offered no response. He merely walked slowly to Gu Yunj's side and raised his foot to crush the blood-soaked face beneath him. With a calm and detached tone, he said, "Ignorant fool, I return that phrase to you." As the words fell, her right foot pressed down lightly. Thud! Gu Yunj's skull shattered. At the center of the deep pit lay only a blood-soaked, headless corpse. Gu Yunj, the strongest student at Beichin University, was dead. Killed a 6th realm martial artist, potential points plus 6,400. Remaining potential points, 369,400. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. Only Ji Qiu's footsteps echoed slowly as he walked out of the deep pit, reverberating through the silent night. All eyes fixed on the youth in the center of the arena, hearts trembling, faces drained of color. Before this battle, everyone had believed Ji Qiu was certain to lose, for he faced the strongest student of Beichin University. Yet, even someone as formidable as Gu Yunj had been effortlessly killed by this youth before their eyes. The crowd stared as if in a dream, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Wu Zhenbang, Zhang Qing, and other school officials stared wide-eyed, frozen in place with utter bewilderment. We won. Ji Qiu actually won. They never would have guessed the outcome would turn out like this. No wonder Ji Qiu dared to enter the life or death battle. His strength was terrifyingly formidable. Ji Ningche was utterly dumbfounded. Truthfully, he hadn't held much confidence in Ji Qiu either. He just liked betting on the impossible. But he never imagined the youth before him would actually win. Although Zhang Yi, who had made the wager with him, had long since perished on the stage, Ji Ningche still felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Xia Wei exhaled deeply, slowly unclenching his fists as excitement spread across his face. Junior Ji Qiu won. That's all that matters, that's all that matters. Yet human joy and sorrow remain worlds apart. On the stage, Mu Qinghan, president of the Fuyao Society, was as pale as paper, her slender frame shaking violently beyond her control. Vice President Chen Ling's mind went completely blank. She shook her head repeatedly. She murmured hoarsely, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" The others were no different. Many were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. They had assumed that with Gu Yunj stepping in, the youth before them was as good as dead. There was no suspense. They could easily pocket 500,000 Great Xia coins. That's why they felt confident stepping onto the life and death arena. But they never imagined that it would be Gu Yunj who met his end. Had they known this would happen, they would never have dared step onto the stage. Who the hell could have imagined that for a measly 500,000 Great Xia coins, they'd have to risk their very lives? Amidst the stunned silence, Jiqiu, enveloped in the raging flames, slowly emerged from the deep pit. His gaze fell upon Mu Qinghan and the others. His voice was cold and detached as he spoke. Thank you all for coming to the stage tonight to meet your end. Now, please explode. Your lives will bloom with their most brilliant radiance tonight. Hearing Jiqiu's words, the crowd on the stage felt a sudden chill in their hearts. It's over. Completely over. At that moment, Lin Jinting snapped out of his shock. He hurriedly spoke up. Jiqiu, can you spare them? If all these people died here, Beijing University would suffer an unbearable loss. Seeing the president speak on their behalf, the group clung to this lifeline like a drowning man grasping at straws. They began pleading in unison. Yes. We haven't done anything wrong, please spare us. Please, I don't want to die. If I can live, Junior Jiqiu, I'll do anything you ask. They had only come to join the commotion. They didn't want to die. Even the president of the Fuyo Society had lowered his pride. Trembling, he pleaded. I was wrong, Junior Jiqiu. I just want to live. Please let me go. Compared to life, what's a little pride? But Jiqiu merely shook his head. Sorry, Principal. You should know this is a life or death battle. A fight to the death. But my opponents, they're still alive. With that, the words fell silent. Chapter 87, The Curtain Falls. The words fell. Wu Zhenbang's expression darkened abruptly. He understood Jiqiu's meaning perfectly well. He had no intention of sparing anyone on the stage. He intended to kill them all. But as Jiqiu had said, this was a life or death battle. He couldn't intervene. He could only watch helplessly. Meanwhile, the faces of those on the stage turned ashen, filled with panic and despair. It's over. It's over. Chaos erupted instantly on the stage. Everyone turned and fled frantically toward the edge of the arena. They were still young, the rising stars of Great Xia. Their futures were bright. They didn't want to die here. But they were clearly deluding themselves. The next moment. Boom! Fire waves, tidal surges, thunder cascades, and mountainous forces, 4 attributes of raging primordial energy erupted from Jiqiu's body, shooting skyward. The ground beneath his feet shattered violently. Countless boulders tore from the earth, swept up by the storm and hurled wildly in all directions. The very void itself seemed to warp. As if it might shatter and collapse at any moment. Cultivating all 4 elements simultaneously? How is that even possible? A freak, an absolute freak. The crowd trembled inwardly, utterly incredulous. In the Great Xia Empire, those capable of cultivating 2 attributes were already 1 in 10,000. Yet this youth before them cultivated 4 elements simultaneously. He was simply monstrous. No wonder this youth was so powerful, even Gu Yunj couldn't match him. So that was it. Then, amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, Jiqiu bent his waist. His arm drew back fully, and a fist enveloped in the 4 primal energies, fire, tide, thunder, and mountain, slammed down onto the ground with a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated. Everyone felt their eardrums split with pain, their minds going blank. Many students with weaker martial arts cultivation even had a trickle of blood run from their ears. The next instant, the entire stage shattered like fragile porcelain, collapsing in an instant. Rolling clouds of dust, like a colossal beast crawling from the earth steps, suddenly engulfing the entire arena. Ah! No! Help me! Screams rang out one after another. Spatters of blood mist erupted from the smoke and dust. One life after another faded into the night. The scene resembled a demonic bloodbath, a living hell on earth. A sight to make one's blood run cold. Every face turned deathly pale, hearts trembling, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Even Wu Zhenbang and his men could barely catch their breath, their hearts pounding wildly for a long time afterward. Too terrifying. This youth was terrifying. Moments later, the dust settled. The entire life and death arena had ceased to exist, reduced to a pile of rubble. Bloodstains stained every inch of the ruins. Rivers of blood flowed through the cracks in the rubble. Every single soul on the arena had perished. Not a single survivor remained. Only Jiqiu remained standing in the center. He rose slowly, glancing indifferently at the blood-soaked ruins of the arena before declaring coldly. I said it before, the only one who will stand on this stage in the end is me, and only me. With that, he turned and walked away from the ruins. Killed, 672 4th Realm Martial Artists, 426 5th Realm Martial Artists, 73 6th Realm Martial Artists. Potential points plus 2,905,600. Remaining potential points, 3,275,000. Dead silence fell over the arena once more. Everyone stared blankly at the center of the arena, a wave of dread washing over them. They never imagined the outcome of this night would be like this. Thankfully, they hadn't joined the fray and stepped onto the life and death stage. Otherwise, this would have been their fate. After a moment of silence, Wu Zhenbang stared at Ji Qiu's retreating figure. Suddenly, he spoke in a deep voice. Zhao Haiba hasn't been to school these past 2 days, and we can't get in touch with him. But he died at your hands? The Ji Qiu of today. Even though his martial cultivation hadn't reached the 7th realm, he possessed sufficient strength to defeat Zhao Haiba, thanks to his advantage of cultivating 4 attributes simultaneously. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. Whether Zhao Haiba's death had anything to do with the youth before him. Ji Qiu did not turn around, merely replying indifferently. Yes. Just as I suspected. Wu Zhenbang nodded. The other school leaders instantly understood. So you were also behind the incident at the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm in Yú Jiāng Province back then, Wu Zhenbang pressed. Ji Qiu responded softly. Having received his answer, Wu Zhenbang asked no further questions. As Ji Qiu's figure vanished from sight, he murmured to himself in a low voice. Inform the Enforcement Bureau of this matter. Let them handle it. With that, he sighed helplessly. He turned and left the place. Moments later, he returned to his office. Wu Zhenting immediately dialed the number of Zhong Wanjun, director of the Manhwa Province Law Enforcement Bureau headquarters. When the call connected, Principal Wu, why are you calling me? Is there something you need? Zhong Wanjun asked with a laugh. Like Wu Zhenbang, he was also an 8-realm powerhouse. It's like this, Director Zhong. Wu Zhenbang explained. My mentor at Beichin University, Zhao Haiba, has been murdered by a student named Ji Qiu. He was also responsible for the incident at the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm in Yú Jiāng Province. I call to inform you of this and seek your guidance on how to handle him. Chapter 88, Here he comes. Upon hearing Wu Zhenbang's words, Zhong Wanjun on the other end of the line was stunned. Not long ago, Ji Qiu had wiped out the Sanjiang gang and dismantled the Bailu County Law Enforcement Bureau. Naturally, he had heard of Ji Qiu's name. He never imagined that hundreds from the Shadow Wolf Secret Realm had also fallen at Ji Qiu's hands. Even Zhao Haiba was no match for him. Regaining his composure, Zhong Wanjun replied. Thank you for your concern, Principal Wu. I'll dispatch personnel to handle this matter immediately. After hanging up with Wu Zhenbang, Zhong Wanjun sent a message to one of his subordinates, an inspector named Wang Zhang. There's a student named Ji Qiu at Beichin University. He's responsible for the incident at the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm in Yú Jiāng Province and killed Beichin University instructor Zhao Haiba. Go to Beichin University tomorrow and bring him to the bureau. Wang Zhang immediately replied. Understood, Chief. Zhong Wanjun nodded, then tucked his phone away. He murmured to himself. Wang Zhang's strength at the 7th realm, 4th stage, is more than enough to bring that little brat in. How should we deal with him? Meanwhile, after Ji Qiu returned to his residence, he casually found a spot to sit down and opened the system panel. Host Ji Qiu. Realm Invincible Vajra, 1st tier 8th realm 0280k. Breathing Technique. Sweeping Prairie Breathing Technique S rank Mastery. Raging Tide Breathing Technique S rank Mastery. Thousand Peaks Breathing Technique S rank Mastered. Techniques. Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix S rank Mastery. Lotus Steps S rank Mastered. Remaining potential points 3,275,000. Xiaobao, enhance my cultivation. Ji Qiu silently commanded within his mind. He wasn't strong enough yet. Everything felt constrained. Only invincibility would grant him absolute freedom to do whatever he pleased, kill whomever he desired, without bowing to others' whims or obeying any damn rules. The next moment, the system alert sounded. Spend 280,000 potential points. Cultivation level upgraded to Invincible Void Stage 2. Spending 300,000. Cost 320,000 yuan. Spend 350,000. Spend 380,000. Spending 410,000. Spend 440,000. Spend 470,000 potential points. Cultivation reached Diamond Heart Immortality Stage 9 8th Realm. Remaining potential points 325,000. Ji Qiu's golden body cultivation reached perfection, attaining the flawless realm. Every pore and acupoint on his body could freely open and close, sealing his essence, energy, and blood without the slightest leakage. His physique now rivaled that of a divine weapon in human form. Not only did he possess extraordinary regenerative abilities, with non-fatal wounds healing at astonishing speeds, but even bone-deep gashes could stop bleeding and mend within minutes. Even severed limbs. They could regenerate through the expenditure of true qi and vital energy. This was the terrifying power of the peak of the 8th realm. As long as death is avoided, any injury, no matter how severe, can heal itself without leaving any aftereffects, and at an astonishingly rapid pace. Subsequently, Ji Qiu expended another 115,000 potential points. He directly elevated 5 S-rank breathing techniques: the Sandstorm Breathing Technique, Glacial Breathing Technique, 100 Flowers Breathing Technique, Blood Moon Breathing Technique, and Flowing Clouds Breathing Technique to perfection. With this, Ji Qiu had perfected all 11 breathing techniques. His strength had increased nearly 40-fold. Now, even facing martial artists at the early or mid stages of the ninth realm, I wouldn't feel the slightest fear. Ji Qiu closed the system and murmured to himself. I shall venture into the abyss tomorrow. The Great Xia Empire contained 49 abysses. Manhwa Province, home to Beichin University, also housed one such abyss. Ji Qiu intended to hunt alien races within it to further strengthen himself. Just then, the door to the room swung open. Zhang Qing entered. Ji Qiu rose to greet her. Please sit down, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Qing nodded and sat down across from Ji Qiu. Thank you for lending me your sword today, Teacher Zhang. Ji Qiu expressed his gratitude. She then placed the sacred phoenix sword before Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing gave a bitter smile. I insisted on lending it to you. You didn't need it at all. There's no need to thank me. The thought counts. Ji Qiu said indifferently. All right. Zhang Qing nodded. Then, with a serious look on her face, she turned to Ji Qiu and asked, just how strong are you? Ever since she'd known Ji Qiu, no matter how formidable the enemy, he'd crush them without fail, never once defeated. She was deeply curious about Ji Qiu's true cultivation level. Peak 8th realm. Ji Qiu answered truthfully. Ha! Zhang Qing's mind went blank. She clearly didn't believe Ji Qiu's words. Wu Zhenban, vice president of Beichin University, was only at the 3rd tier of the 8th realm. Even the president guarding the abyss was merely at the 6th tier of the 8th realm. The youth before her was at the peak of the 8th realm. What a joke. Since you're unwilling to reveal it, I won't press further. Zhang Qing lingered no longer. She rose to bid farewell to Ji Qiu and departed. As she reached the doorway, she suddenly remembered something and reminded him. Oh, and the school has already reported your killing of Zhao Haiba and others to the Enforcement Bureau. They'll be sending someone over soon. You'd better make plans early. After all, he was her student. She felt it necessary to inform Ji Qiu of this matter. Ji Qiu nodded. The school learning about his killing of Zhao Haiba would inevitably lead them to inform the Law Enforcement Bureau, who would then come to deal with him. He had long anticipated this outcome. After Zhang Qing left, Ji Qiu murmured to himself. We'll see what stance the Law Enforcement Bureau takes. I won't provoke them unnecessarily, but anyone who crosses me becomes my enemy. The Law Enforcement Bureau is no exception. With that, he washed up, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning arrived swiftly. Several men in Law Enforcement Bureau uniforms entered Beichin University. Leading them was a tall, lean man with a stern expression, none other than Wang Zhang, the Law Enforcement Bureau's inspector. A mentor named Zhou Yuan had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Wang Zhang and his group approach, he hurriedly greeted them. Commissioner, you've arrived. Wang Zhang nodded. Let's go. Take us to see that youngster named Ji Qiu. Chapter 89, What are you thinking? Yes, sir. Zhou Yuan hurried ahead to lead the way. Wang Zhang and the others followed closely behind. Along the way, that Ji Qiu dismantling our Bailu County Law Enforcement Bureau is one thing, but killing so many people for no reason? Wang Zhang said expressionlessly. He clearly doesn't hold my Law Enforcement Bureau in any regard. Mentor Zhou Yuan gave a helpless chuckle. That kid has always acted with extreme arrogance. Yesterday, he even engaged in a life or death battle against over 1,000 students from my Beichin University, killing every single one of them. The school can't do anything about him. At these words, Wang Zhang and the others froze, their eyes wide with astonishment. Clearly, they hadn't expected that the youth could be so ruthless. They, whose primary duty was maintaining city security, had lived for decades without ever killing so many people. This kid really has no regard for the law. Regaining his composure, Wang Zhang's expression turned icy. Looks like getting him to come along willingly is out of the question. We'll have to use force. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan also nodded in agreement. The commander is right. This kid's stubborn as a mule. Only by beating him into submission will he give in. Wang Zhang murmured softly. When we see him later, we'll teach him a lesson first. Isn't he being pretty cocky? I, Wang Zhang, will be even more arrogant than him. As an inspector for the Enforcement Bureau, he relished dealing with stubborn individuals. Hearing Wang Zhang's words, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Ji Qiu had reduced Beichin University to this state, and many of his students had died. Naturally, he hoped Ji Qiu would be severely punished. He even wished for him to die immediately. Now that he heard Wang Zhang was going to step in and teach him a lesson, how could Zhou Yuan not be overjoyed? Moments later, led by Zhou Yuan, Wang Zhang and his group soon arrived at Ji Qiu's residence. Arrogance starting from the moment they entered. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the group, Wang Zhang raised his foot and slammed it violently into the door. Boom! The door panel instantly shattered, sending splinters flying everywhere, revealing the figure of a youth and a face as cold as frost. It was Ji Qiu. Wang Zhang, however, paid Ji Qiu no mind whatsoever. He stepped over the threshold and walked in. He demanded coldly. You're Jiqiu? Jiqiu rose from the sofa, hands in his pockets, and slowly walked toward the doorway. His voice held not a shred of warmth. You broke my door. Poof. Wang Jiāng let out a cold laugh. I did indeed. Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the room. Jiqiu's figure shot out, instantly appearing before Wang Jiāng. Twisting his waist, his right leg wrapped in a dense swarm of silver lightning slammed into Wang Jiāng's right cheek like a giant hammer. Boom! A silver bolt of lightning erupted from his right cheek. Wang Jiāng was sent flying sideways, slamming violently into the wall. The wall caved in and shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward in all directions. His right cheek was mangled and charred beyond recognition. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Ah! The excruciating pain in his face made Wang Jiāng cry out in agony. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his right cheek with both hands, utterly shocked and disbelieving. Despite his 7th realm, 4th tier strength, had been utterly overwhelmed, severely wounded by the youth before him. How could this be? Only now did he realize how foolish and laughable his earlier arrogance had been. The others who had followed Wang Jiāng were equally stunned. Zhou Yuan stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. He had expected to witness Jiqiu getting thoroughly beaten. But instead, the one getting beaten up was actually the Inspector General, Wang Jiāng. How could this be? Amidst the stunned silence, Jiqiu slowly approached Wang Jiāng, his cold voice resounding once more. Did I say my door was broken? Is that so funny? Coming to his senses, seeing his own disheveled state, Wang Jiāng's rage flared instantly. As the esteemed inspector of the Enforcement Bureau, when had he ever endured such humiliation? His eyes widened with fury as he gritted his teeth. I am the Law Enforcement Bureau's inspector. Boom! His words remained unfinished. Jiqiu's foot lashed out like a steel whip once more. Amidst crackling thunderclaps, it struck viciously across his face. Wang Jiāng's head slammed hard against the wall behind him. Countless bones in his face shattered. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, while the back of his head was streaked with thin, snake-like trails of blood. The sight was gruesome. Ugh! Wang Jiāng's mouth kept emitting agonized moans. His face contorted in extreme pain, and his body instinctively curled up, twitching uncontrollably. The youth before him had struck with brutal ferocity. He was beating him to death. But it wasn't over yet. The next moment, Jiqiu raised his foot and stomped down on Wang Jiāng's blood-soaked face, grinding it back and forth. Snap! The sound of cracking bones echoed relentlessly. I have no interest whatsoever in your identity. Jiqiu's icy voice cut through the air. I just want to know what the hell you were laughing at just now? Keep laughing. The excruciating pain in his face nearly drove him mad. Madman. The youth before him was nothing short of a lunatic. He chickened out. If this kept up, he really would die. Everyone fears death. And so does he. Ah. I was wrong. Wang Jiāng cared nothing for his pride at this moment. Screaming in agony, he begged. I shouldn't have broken your door. I won't laugh anymore. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll fix your door. I'll build you the best door ever. Oh. Jiqiu responded indifferently, lifting his foot from Wang Jiāng's face. Wang Jiāng breathed a long sigh of relief. A wave of dread washed over him. It was finally over. Now, he had only one thought: to get out of this place as quickly as possible. He didn't want to stay in this hellhole a moment longer. It was terrifying. But he was clearly overthinking it. Jiqiu slowly crouched down, his right hand's fingers clamping tightly over the man's face. His expression remained impassive as he asked, "What were you thinking when you kicked that door open just now?" Chapter 90, This way is faster. The words fell. Jiqiu swung Wang Jiāng's head, repeatedly smashing it against the ground. Thud. 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 The impact echoed like drumbeats. The ground shook violently. Blood mixed with gravel splattered wildly. Jiqiu showed no sign of stopping. Only when Wang Jiāng ceased struggling and lay barely alive did Jiqiu finally stop. He then slowly rose, clutching Wang Jiāng's bloodied, mangled head. His icy gaze fell upon the remaining enforcers. He said indifferently, "Now we can discuss business. What brings you here?" His voice suddenly grew colder. "I want the truth." Having witnessed Jiqiu's terrifying methods, they dared not deceive the youth before them. One of the enforcers stammered, trembling. We came to take you back to the Law Enforcement Bureau. What will happen to me once we arrive at the Enforcement Bureau?" Jiqiu pressed further. You killed so many people, you should face the death penalty. But if you cooperate properly..." Boom! Before he could finish, the head of Wang Jiāng in Jiqiu's hand suddenly shattered. Blood and flesh mixed with shattered bones splattered everywhere. The headless corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Blood gushed like a burst dam from the neck, instantly staining the ground crimson. Wang Jiāng was dead. Since the Enforcement Bureau came knocking. And they wanted his life. Jiqiu certainly wasn't about to play the saint and let them off. Those who provoked him. Don't even mention the mere Law Enforcement Bureau. Even the gods in heaven would be his enemies. Only death awaits them. Killed a 7th realm martial artist, potential points plus 12,800. Remaining potential points, 222,800. The room fell instantly silent, not a sound to be heard. The remaining enforcers all trembled violently, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Zhou Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. He was dead. Wang Zhang, the esteemed inspector of the Law Enforcement Bureau, a 4th tier 7th realm cultivator. Dead. They had assumed the youth before them would at least show some restraint due to Wang Zhang's status, hesitating to strike a fatal blow. But no one could have imagined the outcome would be like this. Jiqiu flicked the blood from his hands and slowly approached the group. Tap. 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 The footsteps were light. Yet to Zhou Yuan and the others, they sounded like a death countdown. Cold sweat instantly drenched them, soaking their clothes. They were utterly terrified. What are you doing? An enforcer's voice trembled. Jiqiu spoke calmly. Send you down too. The moment those words left his mouth, the faces of the officers turned ashen, etched with terror and despair. One officer's mental defenses completely shattered. He suddenly shouted. You heartless bastard. We haven't done anything. How dare you? Before he could finish, Jiqiu's blood-stained fist smashed through the air like a cannonball, slamming viciously into his chest. At the same moment. Sorry. A detached voice echoed faintly. I, Jiqiu, have no habit of explaining my actions to others. The next instant. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. A basin-sized hole gaped in the enforcer's chest. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. He didn't even have time to scream. His life was extinguished in an instant. It wasn't over yet. A terrifying shockwave erupted outward from Jiqiu's fist. Boom! The enforcer's body shattered instantly. He turned into a sky-filling mist of blood, spraying out in all directions. The other enforcers met the same fate. Their bodies exploded one after another. Flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere, staining the entire room crimson. The scene was utterly horrifying. Killed 4 6th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 25,600. Remaining potential points, 248,400. Silence descended upon the room once more. Only Zhou Yuan remained frozen in place, his gaze vacant, his mind a blank. He stared at the youth before him, drenched in blood. His voice trembled as he stammered. Jiqiu, I was just the guide. Since I've led you here, can I leave now? He hadn't done anything. He hadn't intended to do anything. Surely the youth before him would let him go? Jiqiu nodded. Then he raised his hand and gently pressed it against the boy's face. This will be quicker. Boom! A crisp, explosive crack echoed. Zhou Yuan's head exploded like fireworks. A fountain of blood shot skyward from the severed neck, staining the ceiling with splatters of crimson. Jiqiu did not indiscriminately kill the innocent. But when Wang Zhang broke through the door just now, he smiled. Now Jiqiu had granted his wish. He had sent him on his way. Killed 1 7th realm martial artist. Potential points plus 12,800. Remaining potential points, 261,200. After completing all this, Jiqiu sat back down on the sofa. He picked up a long cold tea and took a sip. He murmured to himself. Since the Enforcement Bureau has taken an interest in me, I suppose I'll pay them a visit shortly. Let's go see what Wu Zhenting's stance is first. Now Zhou Yuan had also died by his own hand. If Wu Zhenting dares to lay a finger on me, I won't hesitate to tear this Beichin University apart. With that, Jiqiu drained the tea in his cup. He rose and left his residence. He headed toward Wu Zhenting's office. But before he even reached the doorway, a teenager in gray sweatpants appeared at the doorway, a smile playing on his face. Chapter 91, Blowing Up the Building. The youth was none other than Ji Mingche, ranked 3rd. When his gaze swept past Jiqiu and landed on the bloody scene inside the room, Ji Mingche's pupils suddenly contracted and he froze in place. What just happened here? How could it be like this? That outfit, it looks like Mentor Zhou Yuan's. And a headless corpse wearing an Enforcement Bureau uniform. What the hell is going on? At that moment, Jiqiu's voice sounded beside him. Who are you? Ji Mingche snapped back to reality, forcing a faint smile. His voice trembled slightly. Last night I made a bet with someone. I bet you'd win, and I ended up winning. So I came specifically to thank you. Ha? Jiqiu was taken aback. It was quite unexpected that someone actually believed he would win. Oh, I accepted it, Jiqiu said expressionlessly. I have things to attend to. You may leave now. What business? Ji Mingche blurted out instinctively. The next second, he suddenly realized something was wrong. How could he ask him what he was going to do? Was he out of his mind? He quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Jiqiu didn't seem to mind. He merely replied with a casual tone. Just killed a few Enforcement Bureau agents, and I think a mentor too. Going to see what Principal Wu's stance is. Ha? The moment those words left his mouth, Ji Ningche was utterly dumbfounded. Killing a mentor from Beijing University and then wanting to see the principal's reaction? This is what you call talking like a human? Why not just say you're going to your death? Brother Ji, I think what you're doing is a bit inappropriate. Ji Ningche tried to dissuade him diplomatically. You see, killing a faculty advisor will undoubtedly enrage President Wu. And if he's enraged, he might not be able to restrain himself from taking action against you. In that case, that would be perfect. Ji Qiu cut him off. He then ignored Ji Ningche entirely and walked straight out, leaving Ji Ningche standing there, utterly flustered. Perfect? This is over, isn't it? This guy actually went to check on Principal Wu's attitude? Does he really think he's a match for Principal Wu? Are you kidding me? No, I have to follow him and see what's going on. Snapping back to reality, Ji Ningche hurriedly followed quietly. Wu Zhenting's office. Wu Zhenting sat in the main seat, surrounded by several directors from Beijing University. All were 7th realm powerhouses. That little brat should have been taken away by the Enforcement Bureau by now, right? Asked the middle-aged man named Chen Peng. Wu Zhenbang nodded.
Just received word from Zhou Yuan that Inspector Wang Zheng personally led a team here.
No further incidents should occur. Wang Zheng's cultivation at the 4th stage of the 7th realm. Taking down Ji Qiu. That should be sufficient. Chen Peng exhaled deeply, relieved. This menace has ruined Beijing University and now he's finally leaving. He killed so many people. The Enforcement Bureau won't spare his life, will they? Last night, Ji Qiu had slaughtered over 1,000 prodigies from Beijing University on the life and death arena. As the university's director, he naturally wished Ji Qiu dead. The others felt the same. They all wanted Ji Qiu to go down and bury the students of Beijing University with him. Even though those Ji Qiu killed had voluntarily stepped onto the life and death arena. He should be killed. Wu Zhenbang said in a low voice. Even if the Enforcement Bureau spares his life now, they'll inject him with mind control serum and let him die fighting in the Abyss battlefield. Oomph. Chen Peng snorted coldly. That's exactly what that brat deserves. Indeed it is. After last night's incident, Beijing University will likely fall out of the top 4 universities in Dà Xià all because of that brat. He deserves to die. The others chimed in one after another. Their faces were filled with rage. Enough. Wu Zhenbang waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down. Enough about him. Let's discuss the National Martial Arts Tournament in 2 days. As soon as he finished speaking. At that very moment, the office building shook violently as if struck by a mountain. Immediately afterward, boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. Before the stunned gazes of everyone present, the entire building shattered and collapsed. Debris rained down like a storm. Smoke and dust billowed skyward. In the blink of an eye, the entire building was reduced to rubble. What the hell just happened? Wu Zhenting stood amidst the rubble, his expression darkening like ink. The others were equally filled with rage and confusion. They couldn't fathom who would dare to bomb the Beijing University administration building. The next moment, the smoke and dust gradually cleared. A young man slowly emerged before their eyes. The youth's features were delicate, yet his expression was cold as ice, his eyes like frozen pools that sent shivers down one's spine as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. When they caught sight of his face, everyone froze in place, their faces frozen in shock. Ji Qiu. It was him. Wasn't he supposed to have been taken away by the Enforcement Bureau? How could he be here? And he destroyed the conference room in the office building. Everyone was utterly incredulous. At that moment, Wu Zhenting broke the silence. How did you end up here? Where are the law enforcement officers? I killed them. Ji Qiu's expression remained utterly unruffled as he spoke calmly. At these words, everyone's faces paled once more. The Law Enforcement Bureau's team was led by Inspector General Wang Zheng, a cultivator at the 4th stage of the 7th realm. No one could have imagined. Even he had fallen at the hands of this youth before their eyes. Where is Zhou Yuan? Wu Zhenting demanded again in a deep voice. You must be referring to the guide. Ji Qiu remained calm. He's been killed too. Chapter 92, Die with your regrets. The moment those words left his mouth, Wu Zhenbang's face instantly turned ashen. He never imagined. Ji Qiu hadn't even spared Zhou Yuan. That bastard. You killed Zhao Haiba and over 1,000 of Beijing University's elite students. Last night, I spared you because you were still a student here. But I never imagined you wouldn't even spare Zhou Yuan. Wu Zhenbang's eyes widened with fury as he shouted. You deserve to die. Last night, I should have killed you myself, you bastard. Ji Qiu's expression suddenly grew colder. Zhao Haiba deserved to die for trying to kill him. Those 1,000 worthless men standing on the stage, engaging in a life or death battle with him, deserved to die as well. As for this Zhou Yuan fellow, bringing someone who wanted to kill him to meet him? He deserved to die even more. But Ji Qiu naturally wouldn't bother explaining. Why waste breath? Just get it over with. The next moment. Boom! The ground collapsed with a thunderous roar. A torrent of yellow sand, churning with thunderous roars, surged skyward from Jiqiu's surroundings. Spinning and swirling, it instantly coalesced into a colossal thunder sand sphere dozens of zhang in diameter. Jiqiu leapt into the air. Boom! His right leg, enveloped in thunder, traced a silver streak through the void and slammed into the thunder sand sphere. At the same moment, a cold voice exploded from the void. I understand your stance now, so go to hell. Boom! The colossal sandstorm ball tore through the air, erupting violently as it hurtled toward Wu Zhenbang and his companions with earth-shattering force. Wherever it passed, the wind howled, air currents reversed, and the void hummed. The entire space seemed on the verge of collapsing. What are you gloating about? Wu Zhenbang channeled all his true qi into his arms. Swept by gale-force winds and torrential rain, his arms erupted like bombs, colliding head-on with the thunder sand sphere hurtling toward them. He roared from his mouth. I'll see how you can possibly be my match. He was, after all, at the third stage of the 8th realm. No matter how powerful this youth before him might be, how could he possibly be my match? Wu Zhenbang was confident. His cultivation level was more than sufficient to decisively defeat the youth before him. There would be no surprises. Chen Pang and several other directors from Beijing University shared this belief. The youth before them could not possibly possess cultivation at the 8th realm. And he certainly couldn't defeat Wu Zhenbang. He was doomed. Ji Mingche, watching from a distance, shared the same thought. His brows furrowed tightly as he thought to himself. It's over. This guy is done for. You killed Mentor Zhou Yuan, and even if you didn't leave, why come here to die? What the hell were you thinking? The next instant, Wu Zhenbang's fists collided violently with the thunder sand sphere. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the center of the arena. A blinding flash of lightning erupted, engulfing the sky in a sudden explosion of sand and dust. A violent shockwave spread outward like a tsunami. The entire ground shattered instantly, peeling away layer by layer. Countless fragments of rock and dust were hurled skyward, forming a terrifying dust storm that instantly engulfed the arena. Yet immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, boom! 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 Wu Zhenbang's arms shattered inch by inch, turning into a sky-filling mist of blood that merged into the swirling dust. His entire body was torn apart, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Blood poured out like a raging waterfall. His face was no exception. His features were already a mangled mess, unrecognizable, with the stark white bones faintly visible beneath. His body shot backward violently, slamming violently into the ground. Boom! It smashed a crater dozens of meters deep into the ground. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene before them, their minds blank. Even Wu Zhenbang, the vice principal at the 8th realm, had been defeated. How could this be possible? When Wu Zhenbang had made his move earlier, they had imagined countless ways Jiqiu would meet a gruesome end. But I never imagined. In the end, it was Wu Zhenbang who fell. A 16-year-old at the 8th realm. Was this youth before them truly human? Ji Mingche stood frozen in place. It felt like a dream. Unable to believe the scene before his eyes. 8th realm. The youth before him actually possessed the 8th realm. How absurd could this get? No wonder he dared to challenge the vice principal's attitude. He had the strength to back it up. Wu Zhenbang was the most stunned of all. He seemed to forget the pain radiating throughout his body, staring blankly at the youth before him, muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? He had believed he could easily take down Jiqiu. Kill him on the spot. To avenge Zhao Haiba and the fallen. But now he finally understood. He had overestimated himself. The strength of the youth before him far surpassed his own. But how could that be possible? He refused to accept it. Yet that was the undeniable truth. Jiqiu landed gently on the ground and approached Wu Zhenbang, who was already barely recognizable as human. His voice was cold and detached as he asked, "Principal Wu, do you regret it?" Wu Zhenbang clenched his teeth, struggling to speak. "Regret? I deeply regret not having Zhao Haiba kill you, you bastard, on the very day you enrolled. If only back then, when you enrolled. He hadn't stopped Zhao Haiba from attacking the youth before him, none of this would have happened today." "Oh." Jiqiu responded indifferently. "Take your regret with you to your death." He then slowly lowered his body, drew his arm back, and slammed his fist into the youth's face. Chapter 93, You've Misunderstood. Boom! A violent blast of air erupted. Wu Zhenbang's skull instantly shattered, spraying fragments and dust into the air. Wu Zhenbang, vice president of Beijing University. Life force severed. Killed an 8th realm martial artist, potential points plus 25,600. Remaining potential points, 286,800. A deathly silence fell over the arena. Everyone stared blankly at the youth in the center, as if confronting a demon god, their hearts already filled with terror. Ji Mingche's heart trembled as well. He had thought.
The youth before him had already committed an act shocking enough to the world by slaying Gu Yunj.
But he never imagined. Even Vice Principal Wu Zhenbang, a supreme master of the 8th realm, stood utterly powerless against this youth. Only death awaited him. Jiqiu casually wiped the blood from his hands on Wu Zhenbang's robe. He then rose slowly, his gaze sweeping over Qinping and several other directors as he spoke coldly. Last words. The group trembled visibly. They had clung to a sliver of hope that the youth before them might spare them. After all, they hadn't done anything. But they were clearly mistaken. Jiqiu had heard every word of their conversation in the office. Those who wished for his death. How could Jiqiu possibly let them off? At that moment, a timid director gasped for breath, his teeth chattering as he stammered. I want to live. You misunderstand. Jiqiu, stepping on a crimson lotus, suddenly materialized before the director. His palm instantly turned blood red, dripping with dark crimson true qi like fresh blood. Like the grasp of a demon god, it clamped down on his throat. A voice as cold as frost echoed. I told you to make your last statement, not to make a wish. Boom! As the words fell, a deafening explosion. The director's neck, engulfed in a torrent of blood, suddenly exploded. His head shot skyward. A fountain of blood spurted from his neck, shooting straight into the sky. It was utterly horrifying. Jiqiu said nothing more. Slowly withdrawing his hands, he casually stuffed his blood-stained palms into his pockets and turned to walk away. His stomach was growling. He'd grab something to eat first. Behind him, a blood moon slowly rose from the ruins. It bathed the entire world in a crimson glow, as if a blood-red hell had descended. The next moment, the crimson light intensified, and countless beams of blood-red light suddenly erupted from the blood moon, piercing the void like sharp blades. Boom! 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 Explosions ripped through the void, the earth trembled, and rocks flew everywhere. Ah! No! The Enforcement Bureau won't let you get away with this. Qinping and the others let out desperate screams of despair. But it was all in vain. The next moment, their bodies disintegrated one after another in a burst of bloodlight, turning into a sky-filling rain of blood that spread out from the void. Not a trace remained. Killed 8 7th realm martial artists, potential points plus 102,400. Remaining potential points, 389,200. Jiqiu walked away without looking back, as if nothing had happened. Gu Family Manor, Manhwa Province. The National College Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. A middle-aged man lay lazily on the sofa. He smiled and said, I plan to spend a fortune on Yun Gu, purchasing an SS-grade spirit weapon to help him claim the championship in this tournament. SS-grade spirit weapons command prices exceeding 10 billion. Moreover, due to its extreme rarity, the actual purchase price far exceeded 10 billion. But as one of the 10 major conglomerates in northern Dà Xià, the Gu family certainly wasn't short on money. This doesn't seem quite right. The woman beside him frowned, her voice tinged with concern. If Yunhua develops a habit of relying on external aids now, it might hinder her cultivation later. The woman was Gu Yunja's mother. Luo Lu. Mother, you're worrying too much. Gu Yunja's older sister, Gu Yunruo, spoke up from beside her. External aids are part of one's strength. Since our Gu family possesses the means, why should we deny our brother their use? Gu Xingzhou waved dismissively. Exactly, you're overthinking it. Other children might wish to rely on external aids, but can they really afford to depend on them? Humph. His words brimmed with confidence. Seeing both father and daughter speak so decisively, Luo Lu could only concede. She nodded. All right, have it your way. Father and daughter exchanged a glance and both broke into laughter. Just then, a man bearing a striking resemblance to Gu Xingzhou hurriedly entered the room. He immediately exclaimed, Big brother, it's bad. Something terrible has happened. I was passing by Beichin University earlier, intending to drop by and see Yunj. But I overheard students saying she died on campus last night. The man was none other than Gu Xingzhou's younger brother, Gu Changyun. The moment these words were spoken, the room fell instantly silent. The smile on Gu Yunruo's face froze instantly. Gu Xingzhou, who had been lazily reclining on the sofa, abruptly sat up straight, his face turning ashen. His mother, Luo Lu, trembled violently, her mind going blank as she nearly stumbled and fell. Gu Yunj was Gu Xingzhou's only son. He was also the future heir of the Gu family. The Gu family had poured nearly all their efforts into nurturing Gu Yunj. But they never imagined this. They had just been discussing Gu Yunj's affairs, and now they received news of his death. Coming to his senses, Gu Xingzhou demanded in a deep voice. Do you know who did this? A man named Jiqiu. It said he fought Yungu to the death last night and killed him. Gu Changyun replied. Good. Very good. Gu Xingzhou nodded emphatically. Beside him, Luo Lu's eyes were red-rimmed as she gritted her teeth and spat. That little bastard dared to kill Yunj. Our Gu family will never let him off the hook. Xingzhou, you must avenge Yunj. By the end, she couldn't hold back her tears. Yes, father. Gu Yunruo clenched her fists tightly, her face twisted with fury. We must kill that bastard and restore justice for my brother.
They cared not how Gu Yunj met his end. All that mattered was the outcome.
Chapter 94, Are you afraid of death?
Gu Xingzhou forced down the rage boiling within him.
He said coldly. Dare to kill my son, Gu Xingzhou?
I'll make sure he takes someone down with him.
However, the Gu family cannot handle this personally. If the Enforcement Bureau gets involved afterward, it would be a major headache to resolve. Leave this matter to the Night Pavilion. The Night Pavilion was a notorious underground organization in northern Great Xia, brimming with formidable fighters. As long as the price is right. Within their capabilities, the Night Pavilion dares to kill anyone. Father, may I accompany Night Pavilion's men to eliminate that boy? Gu Yunruo pleaded.
I want to kill him with my own hands and avenge my brother.
Gu Xingzhou pondered for a moment before nodding. You may. Just add more money.
As for Gu Yunruo's exposure,
it was all Night Pavilion's doing. How could it be called exposure?
He then pulled out his phone and dialed Night Pavilion.
Meanwhile, after eliminating Wu Zhenbang and his associates, Ji Qiu grabbed a quick meal at a random restaurant and took a nap. He then got up and left the room. He headed toward the entrance of Beijing University.
On the way, Ji Qiu muttered to himself.
The abyss in Yunming Province is much closer than the Enforcement Bureau.
I'll head to the abyss first, then go to the Enforcement Bureau. Soon, Ji Qiu arrived at the university gates. Unlike other universities built in bustling city centers, Beijing University was situated in a relatively remote area. It was still a considerable distance from the city center. However, Ji Qiu hadn't even walked a few miles. Suddenly, several sets of footsteps echoed from ahead.
Almost immediately, several men clad in black robes appeared before Ji Qiu.
Beside them stood a woman around 30 years old. The gaze she directed at Ji Qiu were filled with murderous intent. These individuals were members of the underground organization Night Pavilion, along with Gu Yunja's older sister, Gu Yunruo. Ji Qiu seemed oblivious to their presence, his expression as calm as still water, undisturbed. He walked toward them slowly.
At that moment, the tall, seemingly refined man at the front pushed his glasses up with his index finger.
He smiled faintly.
Ji Qiu, is it? I thought you wouldn't leave campus.
Killing you would have taken some effort, but look at you, you practically walked right into our trap.
Looks like we'll be finishing work early today.
His tone dripped with contempt. His gaze fixed on Ji Qiu like he was looking at prey ready for slaughter.
His name was Ling Yunji, deputy head of the Night Pavilion.
His cultivation level was at the 7th realm, 8th tier. He had no need to personally intervene in this mission. But the head of the Gu family had personally requested it. And the reward was far too generous.
Oh, so you're here to kill me?
Ji Qiu said indifferently.
But I'm afraid I'll disappoint you all. You've overestimated yourselves and underestimated me.
Ha! Upon hearing this, the Night Pavilion members burst into derisive laughter, their faces twisted with mockery and scorn.
In their eyes,
the youth before them was nothing more than a worthless failure who might have broken through to the 7th realm or perhaps hadn't even managed that yet.
To claim they had underestimated him.
The notion was nothing short of absurd.
Gu Yunruo's face twisted into a hideous grimace, brimming with disgust.
To say such things in front of the Night Pavilion's deputy pavilion master.
This little brat is such an idiot. Forget the deputy pavilion master. Even with my own cultivation at the 7th realm, 3rd stage, I could easily pluck your head off, you little brat. What are you pretending for?
Ling Yunji stared at him as if he were a clown, clasping his hands to his face as he threw his head back in maniacal laughter. Such a grin on his refined features felt utterly jarring.
I underestimated you, haha.
Ling Yunji roared with laughter.
You likely don't know who you're facing. Allow me to introduce myself, Ling Yunji, deputy head of the Night Pavilion. Master of both ice and fire attributes. 7th realm, 8th tier cultivation. Therefore, you have earned the privilege of making me. Before he could finish, in an instant, the sky plunged into darkness. Not a finger could be seen in the pitch blackness, as if eternal night had descended. Perpetual night breathing technique. The next moment. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Ji Qiu's figure tore through the night, bursting forth like a rocket. A deep, rumbling voice
simultaneously reverberated from the endless darkness. I truly don't know what kind of trash I'm facing, but what you're about to face
is death.
A terrifying pressure descended like the heavens collapsing.
As if confronting a demon god descending upon the mortal realm. The smiles on Ling Yunji and the others vanished instantly, replaced by panic and dread. Before this overwhelming pressure, they felt as insignificant as ants. Utterly powerless to resist. Even Ling Yunji, a 7th realm, 8th tier cultivator, could not muster any will to resist. The gap was simply too vast. What terrified them even more was that, despite their 7th realm cultivation, they were utterly blind in this endless darkness, unable to perceive anything, not even their spiritual senses functioned. How could this be? Just as panic gripped them, before Ling Yunji, That deep voice sounded once more. So, are you afraid of death? Ling Yunji shuddered violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. All traces of his former arrogance vanished. His voice trembled as he replied. Yes, I'm afraid. Smack. He had only uttered 2 words. Ji Qiu's hand tore through the darkness, striking with thunderous force, slamming abruptly into his right cheek. Half his cheek exploded outward in an instant. Blood poured down like a raging waterfall, cascading in a torrent. Half a face. Half a skull. In endless terror and despair, Ling Yunji's life force was severed. Killed a 7th realm martial artist, potential points plus 12,800. Remaining potential points, 402,000. The darkness gradually dissipated. A deathly silence hung over the scene. Several figures stared blankly at Ling Yunji's lifeless body lying on the ground, feeling as though they'd fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their faces were drenched in cold sweat. Their hearts trembled. Ling Yunji, the 7th realm, 8th tier deputy head of the Night Pavilion, had met his end so casually. Before arriving at Beijing University, they had all believed they were facing nothing more than a teenager in his teens. A worthless whose cultivation might barely reach the 7th realm. One who could be easily killed. But who could have imagined this outcome? Gu Yunruo's face turned deathly pale, her features contorted in a hideous grimace, fear reaching its absolute peak. She regretted it. Why had she insisted on coming along? Fool! You utter fool! Ji Qiu ignored the stunned gazes of the others. She withdrew her hand. He slowly approached a member of the Night Pavilion. He asked. I want to know why Night Pavilion wants to kill me. Chapter 95. Tonight, let the Gu family vanish. Though terrified, but bound by professional ethics, he steeled himself and shook his head. I don't know. Boom! Before he could finish, Ji Qiu's foot had already crashed into his abdomen. The Night Pavilion member's body shattered instantly. Flesh and blood mixed with torn clothing sprayed out in all directions. Ji Qiu asked several people in succession. The same response followed. With no other choice, Ji Qiu sent them down. He then approached Gu Yunruo, who had long since collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He asked again. Why did your Night Pavilion want to kill me? Gu Yunruo's voice trembled with tears. If I tell you the truth, will you spare me? I will. Ji Qiu had deceived many before. He didn't mind adding another to the list. Gu Yunruo's eyes lit up instantly, as if she'd grasped a lifeline. She immediately knelt on the ground and spoke. I'm from the Gu family. You killed my brother, Gu Yun. Before she could finish, Ji Qiu's foot had already landed on her chest. Enough. There was no need to hear any more. Boom! The next moment, Gu Yunruo's chest suddenly exploded. A gaping hole pierced clean through her chest. Ah! A desperate scream echoed through the air. Gu Yunruo's life force vanished instantly. Killed 6 7th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 76,800. Remaining potential points 478,000. The next moment, Ji Qiu severed her head. He said indifferently. Tonight, let the Gu family vanish. But simply carrying Gu Yunruo's head like this felt somewhat unsettling. He searched through Ling Yunji's corpse. Ji Qiu found a spatial ring. Though small, with only 5 cubic meters of space, it was sufficient. He tossed Gu Yunruo's head inside without a second thought. Ji Qiu lingered no longer. He headed toward the direction of the Gu family residence. He murmured to himself. Once the Gu family is destroyed, I'll truly become a 9th realm cultivator. Night fell swiftly. Xingzhou, why can't I get through to our daughter no matter how many times I call? Luo Lu's brows furrowed slightly. She asked with a hint of worry. Could something have happened? Ha! Gu Xingzhou, the family head, shook his head with a smile. I paid a hefty price to have the Night Pavilion's deputy pavilion master personally take care of that brat. What could possibly go wrong? Stop worrying needlessly. Gu Changyun, seated beside him, chimed in. That's right, sister-in-law. Nothing will happen. But... Luo Lu tried to say more. Gu Xingzhou patted her arm. He interrupted. Alright, just sit tight. Wait for Night Pavilion to deliver that brat's head. Stop worrying needlessly. Sigh. Luo Lu sighed softly. Alright. But a lingering unease remained in her heart. Yun Ruo was never one to ignore her calls. Could it be that Jigu feared their operation would be exposed? And confiscated Yun Ruo's phone? Just then, a steward entered and respectfully announced. Master, the head of the Jiang family and his daughter are waiting outside to see you. Gu Xingzhou waved his hand. Let them in. Yes, master. Moments later, a slightly overweight middle-aged man entered. Beside him followed a young girl with her hair pulled back into a high ponytail. The girl's face was fair and delicate, with not a single strand of hair falling across her forehead, giving her a clean and sharp appearance. Upon seeing them enter, Gu Xingzhou immediately rose to greet them. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. The visitors were none other than Jiāng Shouyuan, head of the Jiāng family, and his daughter, Jiāng Shuihan. Though the Jiāng family couldn't compare to the Gu family, they were still a prominent clan in Yunmeng Province. They frequently conducted business dealings with the Gu family. Head Gu, you're too kind. Jiāng Shouyuan and his daughter took seats beside them. Once they were seated, Gu Xingzhou inquired with a smile. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here so late? Jiāng Shouyuan shook his head with a smile. He said with a hint of resignation. Last night, my nephew Jiang Yi died at Beijing University. I heard your son, Gu Yunj, also. That's why I came to discuss with you how we should proceed. Yes, Uncle Gu. Jiāng Shuihan chimed in. That bastard Jiqiu is utterly inhumane. We're at a loss for how to deal with him, which is why we're disturbing you to see if you have any ideas. She and Jiang Yi had been childhood friends. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Now that Jiang Yi was dead, she wanted nothing more than to skin Jiqiu alive. It was her insistence on coming to the Gu residence. Jiāng Shouyuan had brought her here. Gu Xingzhou suddenly understood. So their visit to the Gu household was also about this matter. You two really came at the perfect time tonight. Gu Xingzhou said with a smug look on his face. I've received word that someone went to Beijing University earlier today and killed that kid named Jiqiu. He won't survive the night. Just go back and wait for the good news. At these words, Jiāng Shouyuan's eyes lit up instantly. He knew Gu Xingzhou's character well, a man who never went back on his word. If he said Jiqiu was going to die, he would die without fail, no exceptions. Jiāng Shuihan jumped up in excitement. She had been fretting over how to deal with that Jiqiu. But now, Jiqiu was already as good as dead. Thank you, Uncle Gu. Thank you so much. I'm so glad I came to your place today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sleep a wink tonight. Jiāng Shuihan hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Gu Xingzhou waved it off casually. Don't thank me. I didn't do it. But you were the one who told me the news, hee hee. Jiāng Shuihan felt incredibly happy. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. After a few casual exchanges, Jiāng Shouyuan stood up and said, Now that this matter has been resolved, my daughter and I won't trouble you any longer, Mr. Gu. Very well. I'll see you out. With that, Gu Xingzhou and the others rose to their feet and escorted Jiāng Shouyuan and his daughter to the door. But just as they were about to part ways, a figure slowly emerged from the night. The youth's blood-soaked garments had long since lost their original color. His delicate features bore no trace of emotion, and his eyes were as cold as a frozen pond. The moment his face came into clear view, the air, which had been filled with laughter and cheer just moments before, suddenly fell deathly silent. Chapter 96, Killing You is Possible. The youth before them, Gu Xingzhou, was someone they knew well. It was none other than Jiqiu, the very man who had killed Gu Yunj. The Night Pavilion's deputy leader personally led men to kill him. Shouldn't he already be dead? How could he be alive and appearing here? What on earth was going on? Gu Xingzhou and the others stared wide-eyed, filled with shock and confusion. Gu Yunj's mother, Luo Lu. Her heart lurched violently, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. Could it be something terrible had happened? Jiāng Shouyuan noticed the unusual expressions on Gu Xingzhou and the others' faces. He asked in confusion. Head of the Gu family, what's wrong? Yes, Uncle Gu. Jiāng Shuihan also inquired curiously. Why did your complexion suddenly turn so grim? Gu Xingzhou's gaze fixed intently on the youth before him. He said in a deep voice. This kid is that Jiqiu. What? Both men froze in shock. So that's why. No wonder Gu Xingzhou and the others reacted so strongly. But hadn't Gu Xingzhou just said he was going to die? What exactly happened? At that moment, Jiqiu slowly stepped forward. His expression remained impassive as he said. You're wondering why I'm still alive, aren't you? Everyone stared intently at Jiqiu, waiting for his next words. Slowly, Jiqiu drew a woman's severed head from his storage ring. His calm voice rang out once more. The Night Pavilion people? I killed them. And her, I killed too. The head, still dripping blood, belonged to Gu Yunruo. The words had barely left his lips. Like thunderclaps, exploded in everyone's minds. Everyone froze in place. Jiāng Shouyuan and his daughter instantly understood what had transpired. It turned out the Gu family had already sent Night Pavilion operatives to eliminate Jiqiu. That was why Gu Xingzhou had been so certain Jiqiu wouldn't survive the night. But now, the operation had clearly failed. Gu Xingzhou's pupils suddenly contracted, his expression turning pale. He never imagined. Even Ling Yunji, the Night Pavilion's deputy leader with cultivation at the 7th realm, 8th tier, couldn't defeat this little brat. Madame Luo Lu was utterly stunned. No wonder her daughter hadn't answered her call. She had already perished at the hands of this youth before her eyes. Coming to his senses, Gu Xingzhou's face instantly turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Just as he was about to speak. At that moment, his younger brother, Gu Changyun, spoke in a deep voice. Leave it to me. I'll kill him. Gu Xingzhou fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. Both he and Gu Changyun were at the 8th realm of cultivation. The gap between the 8th and 7th realms was like heaven and earth. He trusted Changyun's strength. Immediately after, Gu Changyun slowly stepped forward. His gaze fixed on Ji Qiu. He said coldly, "Your strength, you little bastard, is truly surprising. But it's all about to end. I'll send you down now. To join Yun Gu and Yun Ruo in death." As the words fell, a long spear, entirely silver-white, suddenly materialized in Gu Changyun's hand. S-class silver dragon war spear. At the same moment, boom! Dozens of massive bolts of lightning, thick as water barrels, tore through the night sky like silver dragons, roaring down from the heavens. The void trembled violently. The ground suddenly caved in, forming an abyssal crater. Gu Changyun stood amidst the storm of thunder and lightning. His eyes flashed with silver light, his silver hair whipping wildly through the void like the reincarnation of the thunder god. The next instant, Gu Changyun soared skyward, swinging his battle spear with one hand like a silver dragon, bringing down a torrent of thunder and lightning. His voice boomed with a deep, commanding shout. Die! A terrifying pressure poured down like a celestial river, crushing down with overwhelming force. The ground trembled. The void hummed. A howling gale swept through. Rolling dust clouds shot skyward. The scene resembled the apocalypse descending. It's over. There's no way this youth could withstand it, certain death awaits. That was everyone's thought. Luolu glared viciously at the youth before him, waiting to witness his gruesome demise. A surge of satisfaction welled up within Gu Xingzhou. This monster who killed his children was finally going to die. Jiang Xuehan's face lit up with excitement. Die already. Go join Jiang Yi in the grave. Yet the youth at the center of the apocalypse remained utterly unruffled, his calmness terrifying. Then, his right leg, enveloped in endless lightning, tore through the void and met the descending silver dragon spear head-on. The next instant, leg and spear collided. Boom! Like two mountains colliding. A terrifying explosion seemed to shatter the very earth. The ground suddenly tore apart. Terrifying fissures spread like the gaping maws of ferocious beasts, spreading wildly. Countless rocks erupted, flying wildly in all directions. The very fabric of space warped. Had Gu Xingzhou not intervened to protect them, those present would have suffered severe injuries at best, if not death, and the Gu residents would have been instantly reduced to rubble. But in the next instant, under the gaze of all present, boom! The silver dragon spear shattered like fragile paper, instantly crumbling into countless silver fragments. Gu Changyun's right arm could not withstand the force. It exploded violently, transforming into a sky-filling rain of blood that dyed the night crimson. His body flew backward like a silver streak of light, hurtling away into the distance. Ah! Gu Changyun let out a piercing scream, his heart filled with terror. His first full power strike since entering the 8th realm, wielding the S-grade spirit weapon Silver Dragon Battle Spear, had been casually defeated by a single kick from the youth before him. And he was gravely wounded. This couldn't be possible. Yet before Gu Changyun's body had even hit the ground, Ji Qiu reappeared before him once more. A fist wrapped in thunder and lightning descended from above, crashing into his face with the force of a collapsing mountain. At the same moment, a cold voice echoed through the night. Your strength is so pitiful it doesn't even spark my interest. But killing you, that's another matter. Chapter 97, To Kill or Not to Kill. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. Gu Changyun crashed to the ground like a cannonball. A deep crater abruptly appeared in the ground. Shattered stones scattered wildly, dust billowing everywhere. A bull-sized gash gaped in his forehead, blood gushing forth like a burst dam. Life left him in an instant. Killed an 8th realm martial artist, potential points plus 25,600. Remaining potential points, 503,600. As Gu Changyun's agonized screams faded, silence descended upon the battlefield once more. The smiles on the Jiang family father and daughter's faces froze instantly. They had believed that Gu Changyun's move, this farce, would finally come to an end. But who could have imagined? Even a martial artist who had just broken through to the 8th realm was no match for the youth before them. Luolu stood frozen in place like a bewildered child, murmuring in disbelief, how could this be? How is this possible? Gu Xingzhou's expression darkened dramatically. His expression suddenly grew as solemn as still water, a hint of apprehension even flickering in his eyes. His younger brother, Gu Changyun, who had just entered the 8th realm, had been defeated in an instant by the youth before him. Could his own cultivation at the 3rd stage of the 8th realm possibly match this youth? Not necessarily. If he were to lose, not only would the entire Gu family be annihilated, but he himself would die. Better to seek peace with this little bastard. He'd killed so many people the Enforcement Bureau would certainly come for him afterward. Why should he bother doing it himself? Just as he was calculating his options, Ji Qiu's icy gaze swept over him. She spoke slowly. I'll send you on your way too. Gu Xingzhou forced down his apprehension. He feigned composure. Let's call it even for tonight. You've killed so many of my Gu family members. We won't pursue this any further. You may leave. The moment these words left his mouth, Jiāng Shouyuan and the others were utterly dumbfounded. He killed your son and daughter, took your own brother's life, and you're just letting it go? This doesn't seem quite right, does it? Ji Qiu was equally astonished. Clearly, he hadn't expected Gu Xingzhou to say something like that. Had he chickened out? Seeing Ji Qiu remain silent, Gu Xingzhou spoke again. You killed my children and my own brother. Letting you walk away like this would be a huge win for you. You have no reason to refuse. But Ji Qiu merely shook his head. You're right. But you've overlooked one thing. He paused, lowering his gaze to Gu Yunruo's severed head. He continued. I, Ji Qiu, have never cared about your Gu family stance from the very beginning. In other words, whether your Gu family lets me go or not, what the hell does that have to do with me? The moment these words left his mouth, Gu Xingzhou was instantly consumed by rage. You little killed my 2 children, and my own brother just died by your hand. I didn't want to pursue it. And you're getting cocky. You may not be my match, Gu Xingzhou said gravely. You'd better think. Before he could finish, Ji Qiu pulled his arm back, swinging the blood-dripping head of Gu Yunruo in his hand, and hurled it forward with a violent throw. Boom! The moment it left his grasp, Gu Yunruo's head instantly burst into raging flames. Like a meteor tearing through the air, it hurtled toward Gu Xingzhou, enveloped in terrifying true qi. Wherever it passed, the ground was plowed with a deep gash. Countless fragments of rock shot skyward, instantly reduced to ash by the terrifying heat. The terrifying aura slammed into his face. Gu Qingzhong felt as though he could taste death itself, his expression turning ashen. This aura was utterly unstoppable. How could this be? Why was this youth so terrifying? But the flaming skull moved too swiftly. He had no time to dodge, forcing him to channel all his inner energy into his palm and brace himself to block. Yet it proved utterly futile. The next instant, the flaming skull collided violently with Gu Xingzhou's hands. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Gu Xingzhou's palms, enveloped in true qi, instantly exploded. Flesh and bone fragments sprayed wildly in all directions. Yet the fiery skull's momentum showed no sign of weakening. In the gaze of Gu Xingzhou's terror and despair, it slammed viciously into his face. A blazing burst of fire erupted from the point of impact. Boom! Both heads exploded simultaneously. Like crimson fireworks, they bloomed brilliantly across the night sky. Only a headless corpse remained where he stood, staggering and collapsing into a pool of blood. Gu Xingzhou was dead. Killed an 8th realm martial artist, potential points plus 25,600. Remaining potential points, 529,200. Luo Lu's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably as if she were in an ice cellar. She never imagined that merely provoking a teenager in his teens, that things would turn out like this. Jiāng Shouyuan and his daughter were already drenched in cold sweat. Especially his daughter, Jiāng Shuihan, whose legs felt like jelly. She leaned on her father, Jiāng Shouyuan, to steady herself. Her mind was filled with self-reproach. If only she hadn't insisted on coming to the Gu residence with her father. How could this have happened? Ji Qiu, however, remained as cold and indifferent as when he first arrived at the Gu residence. He slowly approached Luo Lu. He raised his foot and kicked her chin from below. Thud! Luo Lu's head instantly severed from his neck, flying skyward. It finally rolled to the ground. Life extinguished. Witnessing this scene, Jiāng Shouyuan's body trembled violently, his entire being instantly drenched in cold sweat. The youth before him was terrifying. Unable to bear the terror in his heart any longer, his voice trembling, he cried out. We're not from the Gu family. We've done you no wrong. Please spare us. I beg you, spare us. I beg you. Jiāng Shuihan's eyes were also filled with pleading. They wanted to survive. That was all. But their hopes were dashed. Ji Qiu merely said coldly. If everyone I intend to kill claims they are not my enemy, you two answer me. Should I kill them or not? Chapter 98, Tyrant's Academy. Jiāng Shouyuan tried to say more, but only managed a single word. Ji Qiu's right foot, engulfed in blazing flames, had already streaked through the night sky like a fiery trail, crashing violently into his face. Boom! A deafening explosion. Jiāng Shouyuan's skull instantly exploded. His daughter, Jiāng Shuihan, met the same fate. Ji Qiu's kick tore through her abdomen. In endless despair and terror, they plummeted into boundless darkness, their lives extinguished. Killed 1 7th realm martial artist and 1 5th realm martial artist. Potential points plus 16,000. Remaining potential points, 545,200. After completing these actions, Ji Qiu slipped his hands back into his pockets. Hands clasped behind his back, he slowly raised his head to gaze at the night sky above the Gu residence. He said indifferently, "Vanish." As the words fell,
Two immense phantoms, a phoenix and a female phoenix blazing with roaring, prairie fire flames, abruptly materialized above the Gu residence, as if they were about to ignite the night itself. The phoenix spun wildly through the void, whirling into a world-ending firestorm. It roared toward the ground with sudden ferocity. Boom! The next instant, it crashed down onto the earth. The phoenix's cry and the hen's wail tore through the long night as the raging fire exploded in a ring. The entire Gu family estate crumbled like fragile paper, collapsing in a thunderous roar and turning to ashes within the endless sea of flames. Not a single member of the Gu family survived. Killed: 7 7th Realm Martial Artists, 23 6th Realm Martial Artists, 41 5th Realm Martial Artists, 82 4th Realm Martial Artists. Potential points plus 193,600. Remaining potential points 1,044,400. Gazing at the Gu family estate reduced to rubble, Ji Qiu remarked with a hint of disappointment. Seems the Gu family wasn't as numerous as I'd imagined. With that, he opened the system interface. Xiao Bao, enhance my cultivation. 500,000 potential points spent. Martial cultivation advanced to Yuan Fu opening stage 1 9th realm. Remaining potential points 544,400. As the 500,000 potential points evaporated in an instant, all the Yuan Qi within Ji Qiu's body underwent frenzied compression. Ultimately, deep within his dantian, it coalesced into a constantly spinning energy core, the Yuan Palace. Hum! A resonant hum erupted from within his body. The previously vast primordial energy was entirely transformed into a higher grade, purer form of true essence. If the previous vital energy was a surging river, then the true essence now was like heavy, molten liquid metal. Each drop contained explosive power. His strength, speed, and perception underwent a dramatic transformation, far surpassing anything he had experienced at the 8th realm. Ji Qiu raised his hand and clenched it lightly, feeling the colossal power surging within his Yuan Palace. He murmured to himself, "First, let's head to the abyss. I'll elevate my cultivation to the 10th realm, then go to the Enforcement Bureau to see what their stance is." With that, he lingered no longer. He turned and walked away from the Gu family's doorstep, heading into the distance. Behind him, a sea of crimson flames remained. It burned for a long time. Night deepened. In the office of the director of the Manhwa Province Law Enforcement Bureau, Commissioner Zhang Wanjun held a cigarette between his fingers, his brow deeply furrowed, his expression grave. He had assumed that Ji Qiu was nothing more than a 16-year-old brat. With Wang Zhang's strength at the 7th realm, 4th stage, was more than enough to bring him back to the Enforcement Bureau. But unexpectedly, Wang Zhang not only lost to Ji Qiu, but actually died at Ji Qiu's hands. Even Wu Zhenbong, a 3rd tier 8th realm cultivator, was slain by that Ji Qiu. He had thought it would end there. But just now, word came from below. One of the 10 great financial groups of northern Dà Xià, the Gu family, had also been wiped out by that brat. That brat is truly beyond the law. Zhong Wanjuan's face turned ashen. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and sighed helplessly. Even with my cultivation at the 4th stage of the 8th realm, I doubt I could match that brat. Report this matter to the Tyrant Academy. The Tyrant Academy was the highest law enforcement body in Dà Xià. Even its lowest-ranking regional commanders possessed martial cultivation at the 8th realm, 6th tier. The commanding heaven envoys and the state-guarding envoys had both broken through the 9th tier, reaching the realm of. The 8 divine seats of Dà Xià possessed power so profound it was unfathomable. Were it not for the existence of the abyss, the Tyrant's Academy would have long since crushed all underground factions and sects within the Dà Xià, unifying the realm. Immediately, Zhong Wanjun dialed the phone number of the Imperial Frontier Envoy, Wang Zhao. A deep voice answered from the other end. "What is it, Wanjun? Calling so late, is there some urgent matter?" "Your Excellency, I do indeed have urgent matters to report," Zhong Wanjun replied respectfully. A student named Ji Qiu at Beichin University, nearly 16 years old, possesses terrifying cultivation beyond the 8th realm, 3rd stage. Vice Principal Wu Zhenbong of Beichin University died by his hand, and the Gu family has been wiped out. The inspector I dispatched has also been killed by him. The moment these words were spoken, the line fell silent. Wang Zhao's eyes widened abruptly, filled with shock and disbelief. 16 years old, cultivation at the 3rd stage of the 8th realm. Kill Wu Zhenbong. Annihilated the Gu family. Killed the Law Enforcement Bureau's inspector. Any one of these deeds alone would be enough to shock the world. How could such a prodigy exist in Dà Xià? Moments later, he snapped back to reality. Wang Zhao sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. That boy truly is a prodigy. Had he chosen the righteous path and joined our Enforcement Bureau, he would have become one of the greatest peak-tier powerhouses of our Dà Xià in the future. He might even have ascended to the divine throne. It's a pity his bloodlust is too strong. Zhong Wanjun quickly chimed in. Indeed. He's utterly lawless, having slaughtered countless innocents. His cruelty knows no bounds, there's no choice but to eliminate him. Wang Zhao nodded. Do you know his current location?
Satellite monitoring just detected him near the abyss in Manhwa Province.
It appears he intends to enter the abyss, Zhong Wanjun replied.
Good. Continue monitoring his movements. If he does enter the abyss, I will personally go there tomorrow morning. Yes, Your Excellency the Imperial Frontier Envoy. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhao picked up the tea on the table and took a small sip. He muttered to himself. Tomorrow, apprehend that boy and send him to the research institute. Who knows? They might uncover something extraordinary. On the other end of the line, Zhong Wanjun stubbed out his cigarette. He thought to himself. I'll pay the abyss a visit tomorrow too. Chapter 99, Entering the Abyss. Entrance to the Abyss, Manhwa Province.
In a valley named Phoebus Gorge, located at the border of Manhwa Province.
Moments later,
Ji Qiu arrived at Feibao Canyon. A waterfall cascaded down like a celestial river, spraying countless droplets of water in a spectacular display. Deep within the gorge, in a mountain ravine,
a massive black fissure gouged through the ravine. Like a colossal black serpent. This was the abyssal fissure of Manhwa Province.
Ji Qiu slowly approached the fissure,
preparing to enter. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Ji Qiu turned his head in curiosity.
He saw a middle-aged man leading several young boys and girls, approaching the entrance to the abyss.
They naturally spotted Ji Qiu as well.
They were visibly surprised. This youngster didn't appear to be very old, only a teenager or so. Without any teacher or elder to guide him, he dared to enter the abyss alone. Could it be that one of his elders was stationed at the abyss base? Ji Qiu paid no heed to the others. He prepared to turn and re-enter the abyss. Just then, the middle-aged man spoke with a smile. Young man, you're venturing into the abyss alone.
Do you have any mentors or elders within it?
The middle-aged man was named Lin Fu, a mentor from Sanjian University in Manhwa Province, who had brought several students to the abyss for training.
No.
Seeing no ill intent, Ji Qiu replied indifferently. Upon hearing Ji Qiu's words, Lin Fu's expression suddenly turned serious. The abyss is extremely dangerous. At your age, going without guidance is practically a suicide mission. I strongly advise against it, it's far too perilous.
Yes, that's right, classmate.
Xiao Rulin, the female student beside him, also urged.
You should turn back. Don't gamble with your life. A teenager venturing into the abyss alone. In their eyes, it was practically the same as going to his death.
They tried their best to stop him.
Thanks for the warning.
Ji Qiu replied softly.
Without further ado, he turned and walked straight into the abyss. He now possessed 9th realm cultivation.
Having cultivated 11 attributes simultaneously: speed, strength, perception, defense, and more, his combat power had increased nearly 40-fold across all fronts. His true strength rivaled that of a late-stage 9th realm martial artist.
How could he possibly be in danger?
Seeing the youth before him pay no heed to his words, Lin Fu shook his head helplessly.
This kid's got a stubborn streak, doesn't he? Indeed.
If you ask me, Teacher Lin, you shouldn't have tried to dissuade him.
It's a waste of breath.
Let him go and get himself killed.
Students nearby began to speak up.
Clearly, they were displeased with Ji Qiu's refusal of his advisor Lin Fu's goodwill.
He's one of our own from Dà Xià.
Naturally, I must offer him some advice, Lin Fu said calmly. Whether he listens or not is his own business.
Xiao Rulin nodded in agreement. Professor Lin is right. We've done our best. If he won't listen, he'll regret it sooner or later.
Lin Fu waved his hand dismissively.
Enough about him. We should prepare to go inside. Immediately after, he gave some instructions on precautions to take after entering the abyss, then led the group into the fissure. Meanwhile, through the spatial passageway, Ji Qiu arrived in the abyss. A massive military base came into view. This was the abyss base of Manhwa Province Dà Xià's outpost within the abyss.
It also served as the first line of defense against alien invasions. The base was constructed entirely of a special alloy, giving it a uniform silver-gray hue. Surrounding it were towering walls bristling with defensive fortifications and energy turrets. Numerous uniformed soldiers patrolled the ramparts. Security is extremely tight. At that moment, the guards stationed at the entrance to the abyss intercepted Ji Qiu. They stated in a routine manner, "Please present your identification." Ji Qiu was already prepared. He pulled his Beichin University student ID from his upper pocket and handed it over. "All right, you may proceed." The guard promptly stepped aside to let Ji Qiu pass. Ji Qiu then walked through the military base, heading straight for the depths of the abyss. As for the map of the abyss, he had prepared it before entering the abyss. Since the abyss was an independent world, it had no communication signals connected to Blue Star. Therefore, those within the abyss remained unaware of Ji Qiu's presence. Seeing Ji Qiu heading alone into the depths of the abyss, many wore looks of disdain. At such a young age, daring to venture deep alone, utterly ignorant and reckless. But they weren't overly surprised. Having spent years in the abyss, they'd seen far too many such self-important youngsters.
Most perished within its depths. Of course, some did return alive. Most bear incurable injuries, reduced to broken shells of their former selves. At that moment, several dozen meters away from Ji Qiu,
a man with a gentle expression suggested. This young man doesn't look very old. His martial cultivation might be around the 4th or 5th realm.
Venturing alone into the depths of the abyss is tantamount to suicide.
We happen to be heading to the abyss ourselves.
Why not take him along? The man's name was Yú Jiāng.
Around 30 years old, he sported a light stubble that gave him a ruggedly masculine air.
That doesn't seem quite right, Brother Jia.
The woman beside him, clad in a tight black leather outfit, frowned and said, "The abyss is rife with mortal danger.
We could lose our lives at any moment.
Bringing this kid along might get us all killed." The woman's name was Xinjing. She was the daughter of Xin Changlin, the head of the abyss base.
Chapter 100, still calling?
Yeah, Brother Jia, this isn't a joke.
Taking him along is too dangerous.
The others voiced their objections as well. The abyss was far too perilous. Bringing this boy along could cost every single member of the team their lives. Naturally, they were unwilling to take Ji Qiu along.
Don't worry.
Yú Jiāng waved dismissively.
We'll only be operating within 80 li of the base. There won't be any danger. Let's take him.
Yú Jiāng was the strongest member of the team.
6th realm, 8th tier cultivation. Seeing his insistence, the others, though highly reluctant, could say nothing and could only nod in agreement. Fine.
Xinjing said reluctantly.
But he has to follow our orders the entire time. If he dares to act on his own, we'll kick him out immediately. Fine, let's go. With that, Yú Jiāng and the others approached Ji Qiu.
Yú Jiāng spoke first.
Young man, the abyss is fraught with danger. One misstep could cost you your life. Why not join us on our journey?
Ji Qiu glanced at the group and coldly refused.
Not interested.
Ji Qiu had come to kill enemies. He had no interest whatsoever in teamwork.
Upon hearing this,
Yú Jiāng felt a pang of awkwardness. Clearly, he hadn't expected the youth before him to refuse his offer. Xinjing and the others frowned deeply, their expressions turning displeased. They had been reluctant to bring the youth along in the first place. They had only reluctantly agreed to do so out of respect for Yú Jiāng.
But unexpectedly, the kid actually seemed displeased.
Yú Jiāng spoke again, trying to persuade him.
Your cultivation is too low. Venturing into the abyss alone could easily cost you your life. You should still go with. I told you, I'm not interested.
Ji Qiu cut him off, expressionless. They meant well, wanting to guide the youth before them to the abyss. Yet the youth before them wore this icy demeanor.
Their expressions darkened instantly.
Yú Jiāng's smile vanished, replaced by visible displeasure.
At that moment, Xinjing couldn't help but speak up.
Brother Jia, I told you not to bring him along. Let him go to his death.
You just had to meddle.
Now look at him, not only does he not appreciate our help, but he acts like we're in his way.
It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin.
Yú Jiāng was already mortified by Ji Qiu's rejection, and Xinjing's words made him want to crawl into a hole.
He was about to say something. Just then,
Ji Qiu's eyes, deep as an abyss, fixed on Xinjing.
Ping Jing interrupted. You probably don't know much about my hobbies. I enjoy killing people.
Oomph. Xinjing burst into a cold laugh. A mere teenager who knows how many people he's killed, how much blood he's seen, yet he dares to say he enjoys killing in front of them.
How laughable.
She was at the 4th stage of the 6th realm.
Could this kid possibly kill her? Xinjing's expression abruptly turned icy.
He said in a deep voice. Do you think I, Xinjing, was raised by the streets?
Before he could finish,
a silver bolt of lightning erupted like a silver dragon before everyone's eyes.
The next instant,
the youth's figure materialized before Xinjing. His right leg, encircled by a dense web of silver arcs, sliced through the void with a flash of silver light. Like a thunderbolt, it slammed into her abdomen with a roaring wind. Simultaneously, a voice murmured like the whisper of the Lord of the Underworld.
You misunderstand. I really will kill you. Boom!
A thunderous explosion erupted from the battlefield. Xinjing was instantly hurled backward like a streak of light. Her dantian shattered violently, and every bone and tendon in her body was crushed to dust. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall from every part of his body, instantly drenching her entire body in crimson.
Aya!
Xinjing let out a piercing scream. The excruciating pain coursing through her body contorted her face into a hideous grimace, pushing her to the brink of collapse. Her eyes were filled with utter disbelief.
Instant kill.
She had been defeated in an instant by the youth before her. How could this be? Xinjing had assumed that the teenager before her, barely in his teens, could be only so strong, no matter how gifted he might be.
But he never imagined.
His cultivation level was far beyond his own.
The onlookers around them wore equally stunned expressions.
Yú Jiāng and the others stood frozen in place, unable to believe what they were witnessing.
Only now did they realize.
They had vastly underestimated the youth before them. He wasn't the reckless fool they'd assumed, blindly charging into the abyss to meet his end. Instead, he possessed formidable strength.
Yet Jiqiu had no intention of stopping there.
As the others stood in stunned silence, red lotuses suddenly bloomed before their eyes. Jiqiu stepped upon the lotuses, his body streaking like a flash of light as he shot forward, reappearing before Xinjing once more.
He sat atop his blood-soaked waist and abdomen. His fists, encircled by lightning, pounded down like meteors, relentlessly striking her face. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed. Flash after flash of lightning exploded from his face, with each punch landing, spurted forth in a torrent of blood mixed with shredded flesh. The ground trembled and shattered. Shards of rock flew everywhere, cracks spreading like a spider web. Xinjing's mouth kept emitting desperate screams. She was terrified. She finally believed the words of the youth before her. He truly intended to kill her. But she didn't even get a chance to beg for mercy. After dozens of punches, Xinjing's facial bones were nearly shattered, her features twisted beyond recognition, enveloped in thick, viscous blood. The sight was horrifying. The relentless pounding on her face finally ceased. At that moment, Xinjing faintly heard a cold voice. Still screaming? Chapter 101, Standing on the Moral High Ground to Fart. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her face, Xinjing struggled to lift her head. Her bloodshot eyes pleaded desperately. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live. But her hopes were dashed. Jiqiu merely replied softly, "Oh, then go die." The next instant, her fist swung again, crashing like a mountain onto his face. Boom! Xinjing's skull shattered instantly. Blood and flesh mixed with shattered bone sprayed out in all directions. Life force severed. Killed a 6th realm martial artist, plus 6,400 potential points. Remaining potential points, 550,800. Dead silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone froze in place, faces drained of color, a chill rising in their hearts. No one could have imagined. Xinjing had merely spoken a few inappropriate words before being killed by the youth before them. This youth was ruthless. Those who had accompanied Xinjing trembled inwardly, their foreheads already drenched in cold sweat. A wave of dread washed over them. Their cultivation levels were comparable to Xinjing's, all at the 3rd or 4th stage of the 6th realm. Fortunately, they had remained silent earlier. Otherwise, they too might have met a deadly end. This youth was nothing short of a demon. Wei Jie's expression suddenly darkened. He never imagined things would turn out this way. Had he known, he would have heeded Xinjing and the others' advice and not brought this youth to the abyss. Then none of this would have happened. Jiqiu paid no heed to the stunned expressions around him. He rose slowly. His fingers hooked around Xinjing's ankle, dragging her headless corpse toward Wei Jie and the others. His expression remained utterly unruffled. At that moment, Wei Jie suddenly barked out a stern rebuke. As citizens of Great Xia, we should stand united against foreign invaders. Yet you slaughtered innocents, killing Minister Shen's daughter. You are too. No sooner had the words left his mouth, a fierce wind howled past. Jiqiu's figure suddenly materialized before Wei Jie. Swinging the headless corpse of Xinjing in his hand like a giant hammer, he smashed it down toward Wei Jie's head. A cold voice rang out simultaneously. Stop standing on your moral high ground, spouting bull. What I do, Jiqiu does, needs no judgment from you, needs no judgment from this world. The next instant, the headless corpse slammed down onto Wei Jie's head. Thud! Wei Jie instantly crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust and debris erupted. His scalp exploded with a thunderous crack, blood gushing forth like a burst dam. Gah! A piercing scream erupted from his mouth as he clutched his bleeding head, his pupils suddenly contracting. He had believed his cultivation at the 6th realm, 8th stage would allow him to easily defeat Jiqiu, which was why he dared to rebuke him. But he never imagined he was still instantly killed by the youth before him, utterly powerless to fight back. He didn't even have a chance to react. But Jiqiu gave him no time to process the shock. The next instant, he swung the headless corpse in his hand and slammed it down again. Boom! 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 The thunderous impact echoed like drumbeats. The ground trembled like an earthquake. Blood spattered wildly in all directions alongside the shattering debris. Witnessing this scene, those around gasped for breath, their hearts trembling. Those traveling with Wei Jie were drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Their hearts were already filled with panic and terror. Wei Jie, crushed by the explosion, continued to emit desperate screams. Pain. It hurt so much. But Jiqiu remained utterly unmoved. Only when both bodies exploded into a sky-filling mist of blood did Jiqiu slowly withdraw his hand. Gazing at the ground where not a single bone remained, he said expressionlessly, "Next time, mind your own damn business. Stop trying to teach others how to live. Who the hell do you think you are? Killed a 6th realm martial artist, potential points plus 6,400. Remaining potential points, 557,200. Jiqiu then tossed aside Shinjing's ankle and approached the remaining few. He said coldly, "What was that I just crushed? The daughter of Minister Shen?" "Yes, yes." A man named Zhou Yang replied in a trembling voice. "The daughter of base director Shin Changlin. Take me to him." Jiqiu's voice remained icy. Having killed the minister's daughter, he naturally needed to gauge Minister Shen's stance to resolve the issue at its root. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang and the others' expressions instantly turned peculiar. They had assumed that after killing Shinjing, the youth before them would flee immediately. Yet here he was, brazenly declaring his intent to confront Minister Shen. Wasn't that tantamount to suicide? All right. I'll take you to Minister Shen right away." Zhou Yang hastily agreed. They were more than willing to watch Jiqiu walk into his own death. With that, Jiqiu set off toward Minister Shin Changlin's location, guided by Zhou Yang and the others. Seeing this, many people and joined the crowd following behind. They all wanted to see how Minister Shin would deal with this young man who had killed his daughter. However, they hadn't gone far. Professor Lin Fu of Sanjiang University approached with his student Xiao Rulin and others. As they saw the crowd heading toward the base, at the very front of the crowd stood none other than the teenager they had encountered at the abyss entrance. Lin Fu and the others were instantly filled with confusion. What on earth was going on? Lin Fu stepped forward. He stopped a random man and asked. The man raised his finger and pointed toward Jiqiu. Lowering his voice, he whispered, "See that youth up front? He just took down a 6th realm, 8th tier martial artist and killed Minister Shen's daughter too. And now he's actually going to confront Minister Shen? Don't you think he's going to his death?" Chapter 102, What's your attitude? Ha! At this remark, Lin Fu and the others were instantly dumbfounded. The strongest student at Sanjiang University was only at the 2nd stage of the 6th realm. The youth before them had actually defeated a 6th realm, 8th tier martial artist? How could this be possible? Are you telling the truth? Lin Fu found it hard to believe and asked again. Of course. I saw it with my own eyes just now. How could it be false? The man replied impatiently, "Alright, I won't waste any more words on you. I need to go see how Minister Shin will deal with this guy." With that, he followed the crowd forward, leaving Lin Fu and the others utterly dumbfounded. They never could have imagined that the youth they'd encountered at the abyss's entrance possessed such terrifying power. Coming to their senses, Lin Fu sighed. "We all underestimated this youth." Xiao Rulin chimed in. "Indeed. To possess strength surpassing the 6th realm, 8th tier at such a young age is truly astonishing. But," she shifted her tone, "not only did this kid kill Minister Shen's daughter, but he actually went looking for Minister Shen himself. It's practically suicide. He's finished." The others nodded in agreement. I really don't know what he was thinking. Killing someone and not running away, then actually walking right into a trap. Who knows what's going on in his head? No one believed Jiqiu could be a match for Minister Shen. And no one could blame them. After all, across the entire Great Xia Empire, besides the prodigy Jiqiu from Beichin University, there was no other martial artist under the age of 20 who had reached the 7th realm. Lin Fu spoke up. "Let's go up and take a look too." All right. With that, the group followed after them. Meanwhile, at a training ground, a slender man clad in black martial arts attire stood with his hands behind his back. A pitch-black staff stood planted in the ground. Golden cloud patterns flowed along its surface like water, emitting a faint golden glow that made it appear exceptionally extraordinary. The man was none other than Minister Shin Changlin. His cultivation level, 7th realm, 5th tier. At that moment, a nearby minister named Ding Feng teased him. "Your daughter's ventured deep into the abyss again. As her father, don't you ever think to keep her in check? Aren't you afraid something might happen to her? Let her do as she pleases." Shin Changlin gave a helpless smile. "I can't control her. Other people's daughters were already married by their 20s. But my own daughter acts like a man, spending all her time thinking about strengthening her abilities in fighting. She's 30 now and hasn't given the slightest thought to matters of the heart." He longed for grandchildren. But he simply couldn't do anything about his daughter. He can only let her be. "Ha!" Ding Feng chuckled. "I think that young man Guijie is quite suitable. He's capable and would make a good match for your daughter." Shin Changlin shook his head with a smile. "Let the young people handle their own affairs. I won't interfere." Just then, a soldier approached with hurried steps. Shin Changlin's brow furrowed slightly. Why the panic? What's happened? "Minister Shin, it's bad news." The soldier blurted out. "Just moments ago, your daughter was murdered." The moment those words left his mouth, the room fell instantly silent. Ding Feng's eyes widened abruptly, his face frozen in shock. Shin Changlin felt as if his head might explode, a buzzing noise filling his ears as his mind went completely blank. Just moments ago, they had been discussing Shinjing's affairs. But they never imagined That news of Xin Jing's death would suddenly reach them. Are you telling the truth? Coming to his senses,
Xin Changlin's voice trembled.
absolutely true. The soldier hurriedly replied. The one who killed your daughter was a teenager. He said he was looking for you and is heading this way. Upon hearing this, Xin Changlin's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead.
His fists clenched tightly, his bloodshot eyes blazing with murderous intent.
He killed my daughter, Xin Changlin, and now he dares to come looking for me? Good. Very good.
I'll tear that brat limb from limb.
Ding Feng patted Xin Changlin's shoulder. He offered words of comfort. Don't act impulsively.
Once we subdue that brat, we'll give him a thorough scolding to vent our anger, then hand him over to the authorities for punishment.
Xin Changlin pondered for a moment before nodding. Though he seethed with resentment, yearning to kill the man who murdered his daughter with his own hands, he held no authority to execute him. He could only hand him over to the authorities. As the words fell, at that very moment, over 100 figures slowly entered the training ground. The youth at the head was covered in blood, traces of it staining his delicate features. Yet his expression remained utterly unruffled, calm to the point of being terrifying.
The reporting soldier hurriedly pointed at Ji Qiu, his breath coming in gasps.
It's him. He killed your daughter. Xin Changlin nodded firmly.
The murderous intent in his eyes grew even more intense.
This little bastard has finally shown up. At that moment, Ji Qiu glanced at Zhou Yang, who was leading the way beside him. His expression remained impassive as he demanded. Who is that Minister Xin? Point him out to me. Zhou Yang's body jerked violently.
He hastily pointed at Xin Changlin, his voice trembling slightly.
He's Minister Xin. Oh. Ji Qiu slowly turned his head. His icy gaze settled on Xin Changlin.
Minister Xin, your daughter just died at my hands.
I'm here to ask you something. What kind of attitude is that? Chapter 103, but can you even do it, you good for nothing?
The moment these words left his mouth, everyone's faces paled with shock. The youth before them had killed Minister Xin's daughter, yet he dared to question the minister's attitude.
This was nothing short of blatant provocation.
Lin Fu and the others looked equally stunned.
How arrogant! Does this brat want to die even faster?
Minister Ding Feng, however, stared coldly at Ji Qiu. He formed a very poor impression of this arrogant youth. Upon hearing these words, the murderous intent in Xin Changlin's eyes grew even more intense.
You little bastard! You killed my daughter, and now you dare ask me about my attitude?
Xin Changlin's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. His eyes widened in fury as he declared. I'll tell you my stance right now, I'll tear you to pieces, you son of a.
What rules? What authority to decide? All that was cast aside in this moment. All he wanted was for this youth before him to pay with his blood. As the words fell, he lunged forward, grabbing the black iron staff planted beside him. He tried to pull it out, aiming for a thunderous strike. Yet the moment his fingers touched the icy shaft, before his arm muscles could even tense. Rip! A sudden sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. Xin Changlin's movements froze abruptly as he looked down in horror. Beneath the skin of his right arm, it seemed as though countless seeds had awakened in an instant. One by one, bizarre flowers. They violently tore through his flesh, bursting forth and blooming at a visible pace. Growing larger and larger. More and more. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was covered densely, a riot of blooming flowers. Like a bouquet of demonic blooms. Blood gushed like a fountain from the torn wound, dyeing the blossoms crimson. The 100 flowers breathing technique. Ah! The excruciating pain pierced Xin Changlin's heart, forcing him to let out a shrill scream of agony, his mind filled with terror. The youth before him hadn't even moved. How had he ended up in such a pitiful state? How could this be? He was a cultivator at the 4th stage of the 7th realm. Just as terror gripped him, Ji Qiu appeared before him like a streak of light. 5 fingers clamped down on his shoulder. Rip! He tore the entire arm clean off. Blood gushed like a fountain from the severed stump. The ground beneath them instantly became a river of blood. Dead silence. Complete and utter silence. Only Xin Changlin's piercing screams echoed through the arena, no other sound to be heard. Everyone froze in place, pupils suddenly contracting. It felt like a dream, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Defeated. Minister Xin had actually lost. Xin Changlin was a 7th realm, 4th tier cultivator. Before this battle, no one believed Ji Qiu could be Xin Changlin's match. After all, there was no other martial artist in the entire Great Xia Empire who had reached the 7th realm at such a young age. The boy before them was bound to lose. Yet no one could have imagined Xin Changlin was the one who suffered defeat. Lin Fu and the others stood frozen in shock, their hearts trembling. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated such an outcome. The young man's strength before them had once again shattered their perceptions. Minister Ding Feng could no longer maintain his previous composure, his expression turning grim. How could this be? How could this kid's power be this terrifying?
Ji Qiu paid no heed to the stunned gazes around him. Casually tossing Shen Changlin's arm aside, he seized the black gold staff beside him. His palm erupted with force. A raging inferno erupted around the black metal staff. Ji Qiu swung it with both hands like a baseball bat, whistling through the air as it crashed toward his opponent's face. A calm voice exploded beside his ear. "I understand your desire to avenge your daughter. But can you do it, you worthless piece of trash?" A searing blast of heat slammed into his face, filling Shen Changlin's eyes with terror in an instant. Yet he had no time to defend himself. The next instant, the flaming black iron rod slammed into his face with a thunderous crash. Boom! A metallic clang reverberated across the arena. The ground suddenly shattered and caved in. Shen Changlin's skull shattered instantly. It transformed into a torrent of blood, exploding into a shower above the training ground. Killed a 7th realm martial artist, potential points plus 12,800. Remaining potential points, 570,000. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone present felt their hearts tremble, their breathing quickening. A 7th realm minister had just fallen. The shock of this scene was overwhelming. Ji Qiu, however, acted as if nothing had happened, slowly retracting the long staff in his hand. He stepped before Ding Feng. His voice was as cold as frost. "When I first arrived, the look in your eyes seemed rather displeased. I'd like to ask, have I done something to offend you?" Chapter 104, The Naive Fool. Cold sweat poured down Ding Feng's forehead like rain. His face was as pale as paper. His cultivation at the 7th realm, 3rd stage, was still inferior to Shen Changfeng's. He certainly wasn't a match for the youth before him. He shook his head frantically. "No!" Smack! Before he could finish, Ji Qiu's backhand lashed savagely across his right cheek. Ding Feng flew sideways instantly. His right cheek split open, blood gushing wildly. The stark white bone beneath was faintly visible. "If you do this again, you won't be able to keep your eyes." With that, Ji Qiu turned away from Ding Feng. He turned away. He leapt into the air, swinging his jet-black iron staff like a mountain, crashing it down into the crowd. His voice was cold as ice. "Those who come to watch Ji Qiu's spectacle will pay a price." Boom! The next instant, the pitch-black rod slammed heavily into the crowd. The ground trembled and shattered. Countless fragments shot skyward, revealing a terrifying crater in the training ground. Over 100 figures were sent flying backward. Countless bones shattered within their bodies. They coughed up mouthfuls of blood, clearly suffering severe injuries. Having done this, Ji Qiu paid no further attention to the crowd in the arena. He rose slowly and walked toward the exit of the training ground. Defeated, 1 7th realm martial artist, 23 6th realm martial artists, 52 5th realm martial artists, 67 4th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 216,800. Remaining potential points, 786,800. Watching Ji Qiu's receding figure, the crowd lying on the ground all felt deeply dissatisfied. They had merely come to watch the spectacle. Yet this guy didn't spare them either, leaving them all gravely injured. How utterly arrogant. But they dared only curse him silently in their hearts. Not a word escaped their lips. They didn't even dare show anger on their faces, afraid of displeasing the youth before them. Soon, Ji Qiu reached the edge of the training ground. He prepared to leave the training ground and head deeper into the abyss. But just then, a voice boomed like thunder, reverberating suddenly across the training ground. "You think you can just kill someone here and walk away? Are you being naive, kid?" All eyes turned toward the source. Several powerful auras tore through the air, abruptly materializing within the training grounds. The arrivals were none other than the base commander and several chief commanders. Each possessed cultivation beyond the 8th realm. The voice from earlier had come from base commander Qin Ming. Compared to other abysses, the Dreamflower Province abyss remained relatively stable. Large-scale battles had scarcely ever occurred there. Only minor skirmishes occurred. Thus, no 9th realm martial artists were stationed within the abyss. These individuals represented the base's strongest combatants. They had been discussing matters earlier. Upon hearing the commotion here, they immediately rushed over. The moment they appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Ding Feng's face flushed with excitement. The commander and several chief commanders had actually arrived. This arrogant brat is finished. Facing several 8th realm powerhouses, what kind of trouble could this kid possibly stir up now? He was as good as dead. At that moment, Ji Qiu halted his steps and turned to look at Qin Ming and the others. He said coldly, "And then what? You want to kill me?" "Yes." Qin Ming, enveloped by an endless storm, stood as solid as a mountain. His voice was deep and commanding. "You dared to kill here. You must die today." "Oh." Ji Qiu responded indifferently. The moment the words left his lips, the entire space suddenly grew heavy. Boom! Endless surging waves erupted from Ji Qiu's body like a colossal sea beast awakened from slumber. Ji Qiu surged skyward, enveloped by towering waves. His right arm swept back like a mountain moving force, violently gathering the surging waters into a colossal azure fist capable of shattering mountains.
In the next instant, the colossal fist pierced the void and descended.
As if the entire ocean had overturned, it slammed toward Qin Ming.
The fist's wake ripped through the air with explosive roars.
Ji Qiu's cold voice exploded simultaneously.
Who gave you that delusion?
That your pitiful strength could take my life?
You naive fool. A sky-shattering pressure descended from above. Qin Ming's pupils suddenly contracted.
The other 8 realm commanders paled visibly.
This aura actually made them feel fear, even sensing the scent of death.
How could this be?
An illusion. It must be an illusion. Arrogant. Qin Ming roared.
His upper garment shattered instantly. His arms instantly swelled to several times their size, covered in thick purple gold scales, resembling the legs of a ferocious Qilin beast. He lowered his center of gravity, pulling his arms back with all his might. Then, with a force that seemed to shatter the heavens, both fists erupted simultaneously, charging headlong toward the descending azure giant fist.
At the same moment, the attacks of the others erupted in an instant.
Commander Long Yuns shook the crimson flame dragon spear in his hand. Fiery flames surged along the spear's length. He seemed to merge completely with the spear, charging skyward like a roaring fire dragon. Nie Yun swung his broken river blade with both hands, hacking upward with brutal force.
The blade's aura unleashed a storm that pierced the heavens. Lu Yuanshan, president of Beichin University, abruptly pressed his palm against the ground.
The earth trembled and cracked. Massive stone pillars burst from the earth like giant arms, crashing toward the void.
The next instant,
several terrifying attacks collided head-on with the azure giant fist.
Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated. A violent shockwave erupted violently. Wherever it passed,
the void trembled and hummed. The ground, brittle as white paper, was peeled back layer by layer and shattered.
Black snake-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. Those nearby were violently hurled away, crashing onto the ground dozens of meters off, their faces drained of color. But immediately after, under everyone's horrified gaze,
Qin Ming's Qilin arms, covered in purple gold scales, shattered instantly. Flesh and purple gold scales erupted violently outward. His body plummeted like a meteorite, crashing violently onto the ground.
Chapter 105, Journey to the Lava Clan.
The ground shattered violently. A massive crater, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes.
Put!
Blood gushed violently from Qin Ming's mouth. His vitality instantly plummeted to its lowest ebb.
Almost simultaneously, the blazing dragon spear shattered like porcelain, piece by piece.
Dragon Yun's palm suddenly exploded, 2 jets of blood shooting from his fingertips. His body slammed heavily to the ground,
splattering large chunks of rock. Nie Yun's blade aura met the same fate, exploding instantly.
The colossal stone pillar summoned by Lu Yuanshan proved as fragile as paper. Before it could even touch the azure giant fist, it was crushed into dust by the terrifying pressure. He suffered backlash from his cultivation technique, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward. He knelt on one knee, barely managing to steady himself. Yet the azure giant fist descending from the heavens showed no sign of weakening.
Like a colossal sea beast obscuring the sky,
it slammed toward the ground.
How is this possible?
Their pupils contracted sharply, eyes filled with horror and disbelief. The combined might of 4 8th realm martial artists proved utterly helpless against the attack of this youth before them.
How could this be? How could this youth possess such terrifying strength? But now, they had no time to react. The next instant, under the gaze of fear and despair from the others, the azure giant fist slammed down onto the ground. Boom!
The deafening roar shook the air. The ground violently trembled, then shattered abruptly. A colossal fist imprint appeared before their eyes.
Beneath the imprint,
Qin Ming and his 3 companions were nowhere to be seen. Only blood mixed with shattered bones scattered everywhere. Qin Ming and his companions were all dead.
Not a trace remained.
Killed 4 8th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 102,400.
Remaining potential points 889,200.
Silence. Deadly silence. Save for the faint clatter of stones rolling across the ground, not a sound could be heard. Everyone froze in place, eyes vacant, faces ashen. They had believed that no matter how powerful the youth before them might be, how could he possibly stand a chance against 4 martial artists at the 8th realm? It was utterly impossible.
Yet who could have imagined
Qin Ming and his companions would be the ones defeated? They were utterly helpless, crushed to death by the youth before them. Lin Fu and the others were equally stunned.
A prodigy. The youth before them was nothing short of a prodigy.
At the entrance to the abyss, they had actually warned that such a youth would be in danger.
They even advised him not to go. Now that they thought about it, it was laughable.
Ding Feng's eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets, his entire being frozen in shock. He had thought that Commander Qin Ming and the others would surely subdue the youth before them, to avenge Shin Changlin.
and to vent the pent-up fury of himself and everyone present. But he never imagined the outcome would turn out like this. As Ding Feng stood in stunned disbelief, Ji Qiu withdrew his fist and slowly approached him. Bending down, he picked up 2 shards of stone. He said indifferently, "It seems you didn't take my words to heart." Earlier, when Qin Ming and the others appeared in the arena, Ji Qiu had seen the icy, murderous intent in Ding Feng's eyes. Hearing these words, Ding Feng's body jerked violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He hastily protested. But before he could finish, Ji Qiu raised his hand and forced 2 shards of rock into his eyes. After doing this, Ji Qiu paid no further attention to Ding Feng's incessant screams. After stowing Shin Changlin's black iron staff into his storage ring, he turned to face an officer. His expression remained impassive as he stated, "Take me to the Lava Clan's territory. We'll eliminate them first." This officer was a deputy commander at the base. His name was Su Jiang. Before descending into the abyss, Ji Qiu had already researched the distribution of various alien races within it. The Lava Clan was closest to the base. Due to the nature of the Dreamflower Province abyss, it could only accommodate martial artists below the 9th realm, 5th stage. Only when a certain number of martial artists at the 9th realm, 5th stage level gathered would the abyss's tier increase. With Ji Qiu's current strength, crushing those at the 9th realm, 5th tier was no problem. Therefore, he held no concern for his own safety. Upon hearing this, everyone present was visibly startled. The Lava Clan not only had several 9th realm experts stationed there, but the Lava Lord himself was the supreme being at the 4th stage of the 9th realm. This kid had only killed a few 8th realm practitioners, yet he dared to think he could annihilate the Lava Clan? Has he lost his mind? Su Jiang jogged over to Ji Qiu. His face was filled with concern as he said, This isn't wise. The Lava Clan has several supreme 9th realm beings. If we rush in like this, I fear." He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. The youth before him was indeed formidable. But compared to the Lava Clan's supreme beings, he was still far from their level. Going there now would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, it could provoke the Lava Clan, sparking a war involving 8th realm or even 9th realm beings. The consequences would be unimaginable. "Do I need you to teach me how to act?" Ji Qiu said coldly. "Lead the way." Su Jiang's body trembled violently. He nodded hastily in agreement. All right. I'll lead the way." With that, he dared not linger on idle talk any longer and led the way ahead for Ji Qiu. The two headed toward the exit of the training ground. As they walked, Su Jiang transmitted a message to a female commander named Lu Yu. "This guy is practically a dead man walking, but he'll likely provoke the Lava Clan. Report this immediately to higher ups so they can prepare in advance." "Understood." Lu Yu, clad in black combat gear, responded promptly. "I'll report this to the Tyrant's Academy immediately." Chapter 106, You Can't See It. Moments later, Ji Qiu and Su Jiang left the training ground, disappearing completely from everyone's sight. The oppressive atmosphere in the field finally eased considerably. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The thought of Ji Qiu going to exterminate the Lava Clan, with death almost certain, brought a sense of satisfaction to many. Ji Qiu had severely wounded them all. Naturally, they all hoped this arrogant bastard would pay the price. Even Lin Fu and the others, who had kindly warned Ji Qiu earlier, had been inexplicably beaten up and harbored no goodwill toward Ji Qiu. A flicker of karma crossed their minds. The most satisfying sight was undoubtedly Ding Feng, whose eyes had been gouged out. Clutching his bleeding eyes, he growled hoarsely, "Arrogant little bastard, I'll see how you manage to wipe out the Lava Clan and survive to return." Before he could finish, rip! A palm-sized stone fragment ripped through the air. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, it slammed into Ding Feng's forehead. Boom! A deafening explosion. Ding Feng's skull shattered violently. The headless corpse staggered and collapsed to the ground. At the same moment, Ji Qiu's cold voice reverberated across the training ground. "You can't see it anymore." Silence fell over the training ground once more. As if shrouded in a thick layer of mystical ice, the chill pierced to the bone. Killing a 7th realm martial artist, potential points plus 12,800. Remaining potential points, 902,000. Moments later, Lu Yu left the training ground. She hurried out of the abyss. Since the Imperial Envoy Wang Zhao was in Manhwa Province, she found his phone number and dialed it. The call connected. Outside the abyss, it was still late at night. Wang Zhao yawned, sounding sleepy. "What's up, Xiaolu? Why are you calling so late?" "Something's happened, Imperial Governor." Lu Yu's voice was urgent. "Just moments ago, a youth no one knows where he came from caused chaos at the abyss base. Commander Qin Ming, along with the 3 chief commanders Long Yuns, Nya Yun, and Lu Yuanshan, all killed by him." "What?" Wang Zhao's drowsiness vanished instantly. He sat bolt upright, his face darkening so much it seemed like water could drip from it. He instantly guessed the youth's identity. Possessing such formidable strength, Besides that Jiqiu fellow, who else could it be? He never imagined. This brat dared to be so lawless, even killing Qin Ming and the others. Where is that kid now? Wang Zhao asked in a low voice. He's heading toward the Lava Clan, saying he'll wipe them out. Lu Yu replied. He stands no chance against the Lava Clan and will likely perish there. But I fear he might provoke the Lava Clan, leading to retaliation against the Abyss base. If the Lava Clan truly comes, the base won't stand a chance. That's why I disturbed your rest in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhao's expression suddenly grew grave. Jiqiu was no match for the Lava Clan, there was no doubt about that. His mission was tantamount to suicide. But the Lava Clan possessed several 9th realm powerhouses. If Jiqiu provoked the Lava Clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. This must be reported immediately. Request the Tyrant's Academy to urgently dispatch 9th realm experts as reinforcements to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Understood. Return to base immediately and heighten security, Wang Zhao replied in a low voice. I'll assemble a team right away. We'll be there shortly. Yes, Lord Yú Jiāng. After hanging up, Lu Yu gazed toward the entrance of the abyss. He murmured to himself. I hope that Jiqiu kills fewer Lava Clan members and meets his end swiftly at the hands of their stronger warriors. Otherwise, if we truly provoke the Lava Clan, things will get complicated. Meanwhile, the Abyss base was only 500 li away from the Lava Clan's territory. For Jiqiu and Su Jiang, it was nothing. In less than half an hour, the two had already reached the outskirts of the Lava Tribe's territory. At that very moment, several Lava Tribe members immediately closed in. Their skin was reddish-brown, like scorched stone, covered in deep fissures. Scorching magma flowed slowly through the fissures, radiating terrifying heat. The leader of the Lava Tribe stepped forward. He barked a demand. You. But before he could finish, a jet-black iron staff suddenly materialized in Jiqiu's hand. Jiqiu swung the jet-black rod, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames that crashed down upon the leader's skull. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The Lava Clan warrior's skull shattered violently, flesh and blood mingling with molten lava as it sprayed wildly in all directions. Chapter 107, The Lives of These 10,000, Jiqiu, shall claim. Immediately after, a terrifying shockwave instantly radiated outward. Boom! 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 The bodies of the remaining Lava Clan members shattered one after another. Not a trace remained. Defeated 1 6th realm martial artist and 6 5th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 25,600. Remaining potential points 927,600. Jiqiu sheathed his staff expressionlessly. Given the Lava Clan's vast territory, comparable to several provinces of Great Xia combined, it was clearly impractical to slaughter every last member in every corner. Too much trouble. Jiqiu resolved to head straight for the Lava Clan's central city, Fengtian City. He headed north. Jiqiu's black iron staff roared like a dark dragon through the sky. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes. Countless skyscrapers and buildings collapsed with thunderous crashes, showering debris like a raging storm. Countless Lava Clan bodies exploded, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Wherever Jiqiu passed, was strewn with rubble and shattered bones. Blood flowed like rivers through the ruins, resembling a living hell. Killed 37 7th realm martial artists, 192 6th realm martial artists, 872 5th realm martial artists, 2486 4th realm martial artists, 1726 3rd realm martial artists. Potential points plus 9,851,200. Remaining potential points 10,778,800. Su Jiang, trailing behind, had long since turned ashen-faced. Cold sweat poured down like a waterfall, his body shaking violently beyond his control. The scene before him was too overwhelming. Jiqiu, however, seemed utterly unfazed, as if performing the most ordinary of tasks. Not a single ripple. Moments later, a majestic city gate loomed before them. The gate stood dozens of zhang tall, its entire structure a deep crimson, resembling solidified lava from a colossal volcano. Streams of crimson magma flowed like long silk ribbons around the gate, resembling a ferocious beast crawling out of a volcano from afar. 3 characters, gilded in gold, were carved atop the gate. Fengtian City. The two approached the gate slowly. A wave of scorching heat washed over them. Su Jiang's skin immediately felt a slight stinging sensation. Jiqiu, however, remained completely unaffected. Hands tucked into his pockets. Twisting his waist, his right leg unleashed a torrent of thunder and lightning, crashing violently against the city gate. Boom! A deafening roar exploded. The massive city gate, hundreds of feet tall, shattered and collapsed. Debris flew everywhere. Dust billowed into the air. The entire area was instantly reduced to ruins. Jiqiu stepped onto the rubble, with Su Jiang close behind. The two pushed through the thick dust cloud and entered the city. But when they saw the scene before them, Su Jiang froze in place, his pupils constricting as his heart trembled. Before the city gates, a vast open space was densely packed with tens of thousands of Lava Clan warriors, a sea of molten rock stretching endlessly. Dozens of silver-skinned Lava Clan members stood at the front. At the very front, 12 golden-skinned Lava Clan members. Over 10,000 crimson gazes fixed upon Ji Qiu and his companion. The concentrated heat and killing intent surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Within the Lava Clan, silver skins signified cultivation at the 7th realm. Golden skins signified the 8th realm. Su Jiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at the youth beside him. Doubt crept into his mind. Could this youth before him possibly stand against 10,000 opponents? At that moment, the leader of the Lava Clan, a 3-meter-tall figure radiating golden light named Qixin, slowly approached Ji Qiu. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, sending large chunks of rock flying. He fixed his gaze upon Ji Qiu and his companion, demanding in a deep voice, "Are you the ones who caused such a disturbance among my Lava Clan just now?" "Oh." Ji Qiu responded indifferently. Qixin's expression darkened abruptly. He barked angrily. "Two ants from the Great Xia tribe dare to slaughter indiscriminately within the territory of my Lava tribe? Does your Great Xia tribe wish to declare war on us?" "You've misunderstood." Ji Qiu shook his head coldly. "I've come to exterminate your entire clan. Your Lava Clan is about to vanish. What war can a dying race possibly wage?" The words hung heavy in the air. Over 10,000 people in the arena froze in shock. Then, a thunderous roar of laughter erupted from the crowd, nearly shattering the dome of Burning Sky City. Qixin threw back his head and roared with laughter. He looked down at Ji Qiu with utter contempt, as if observing an ant attempting to kill an elephant. "Ha! You, a mere wet-beard brat, dare to boast of annihilating my Lava Clan." His voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the arena. "What the hell are you?" Before the words could finish, boom! A tidal wave of fury, like a roaring beast, swept through the arena. The next moment, Ji Qiu's figure materialized before Qixin. His palm, as if carrying a 10,000-foot-high tidal wave, slammed against her face. A cold voice exploded beside her ear. "What are you fantasizing about? An ant like you, what right do you have to make me laugh?" A terrifying aura of pressure engulfed her. The smile vanished instantly from Qixin's face, replaced by boundless horror and dread. Her own strength at the peak of the 8th realm. Just one step away from the supreme existence of the 9th realm. Yet before he could even react, the youth's palm slammed into his face. And the terrifying aura emanating from the youth's palm was clearly far beyond her own. How could this be possible? But Ji Qiu gave him no time to ponder. The next instant, Ji Qiu pulled his right leg back, unleashing a torrent that ripped through the air and slammed it into the opponent's abdomen. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. Blood gushed from Qixin's mouth as his body shot skyward like a golden streak of light. Ji Qiu simultaneously leapt toward the heavens. His right leg rose high. Enveloped by the terrifying primordial energies of thunder, storm, sandstorm, tidal wave, and blazing flame. With a force capable of shaking mountains and stirring seas, it crashed down upon the blazing heartsback. At the same moment, a voice as cold as divine judgment resounded from the heavens. "The lives of these tens of thousands, Ji Qiu, claim them." Boom! Terrifying energies of 5 elements erupted violently from the heavens, as if intent on shattering the very fabric of reality. Every bone and tendon in Qixin's body shattered completely, blood spurting from every orifice. His golden skin instantly stained crimson. His body plummeted like a meteorite, crashing down upon the 10,000 members of the Lava Clan. Wherever he passed, the wind howled, the void trembled. Chapter 108, 10,000 turned to dust, not one survived. A terrifying pressure poured down like a celestial river. Every single one of the 10,000 Lava Clan members present felt their hearts tremble, their expressions turning ashen, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Even the dozen or so golden-skinned Lava Clan warriors were no exception. They never imagined that this young upstart from the Great Xia clan possessed such terrifying power. This power was far beyond what they could withstand. Run! That was their only thought. But they were clearly dreaming. Before they could even lift a foot, Blazing Heart had already plummeted like a falling star onto the lava tribe. Boom! The deafening explosion shook the heavens. The entire Burning Sky City seemed to tremble violently. The ground suddenly erupted into a terrifying crater, like the gaping maw of an abyss. Hundreds of Lava Clan members were sent flying like fireworks. Exploded outward in an instant. As if a grand, blood-red fireworks display. In an instant, hundreds of Lava Clan members met a violent end. Not a trace remained. Fear had long since filled the hearts of all the Lava Clan members. It seemed as though standing in the heavens at that moment was not a mere young upstart of the Great Xia tribe, but a god. The Azura death god who rules over death. Yet it was not over. Thunder, storm, sandstorm, tidal waves, blazing flames, 5 terrifying elemental energies like 5 primordial beasts roared forth suddenly in all directions. Wherever they passed. Boom! 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 The ground shattered and collapsed. A storm of debris and dust erupted, violently scattering in all directions. Ah! No! My lava clan won't let you off the hook. Desperate screams echoed one after another. One by one, the bodies of the lava clan members exploded. In an instant, the void was engulfed in a crimson haze. The ground itself became a river of blood. A sight as harrowing as hell itself, chilling the soul. Moments later, the tumbling debris gradually ceased and the blood mist and dust slowly dissipated. The battlefield had become a sea of blood and ruins. Every last one of the 10,000 lava clan members lay dead, not a single survivor. The fiery heart that had plummeted down had long since been reduced to nothing but bones. Killed, 12 8th Realm Martial Artists, 42 7th Realm Martial Artists, 1,872 6th Realm Martial Artists, 4,897 5th Realm Martial Artists, 4,169 4th Realm Martial Artists. Potential points plus 35,177,200. Remaining potential points, 45,956,000. Dead silence. Utter dead silence. Su Jiang, who had followed Ji Qiu, froze in place, his soul trembling, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Facing tens of thousands of lava clan warriors. Many of them were 7th Realm and 8th Realm powerhouses. Su Jiang had just doubted whether this youth could stand against them. Yet with a single casual kick, the youth obliterated over 10,000 lava clan warriors, leaving not a trace behind. Over 10,000 lives were extinguished in an instant. God of Slaughter. This youth was nothing short of a god of slaughter. Ji Qiu's radiant aura faded completely as he descended to the ground, his expression utterly unruffled. He said expressionlessly, "Let's go." Yes, yes. Su Jiang hurriedly stepped ahead of Ji Qiu to lead the way. But inwardly, he thought. Facing the Lava Lord and other supreme beings ahead, this kid is as good as dead. We've thoroughly enraged the Lava Clan now. The base should be prepared for this by now, right? At the heart of Burning Sky City lay a colossal lava cavern. This is the dwelling place of the Lava Lord. Within the cavern at this moment, Li Wan, the Lava Lord, sat upon his molten throne. Tall and imposing, his countenance radiated authority. His jade-like skin radiated a luminous, precious glow. Skin like white jade. This is the hallmark of the supreme being among the lava clan's 9 realms. Upon the 8 circular lava platforms flanking either side, sat 8 more lava clan members with jade-like skin, the 8 lava generals of the clan. All were 9th realm powerhouses. Recently, the Great Xià tribe has been clashing with our lava clan, killing many of our kin. I have gathered you here today to hear your proposals. Lava Lord Lai Huang declared. Though the Great Xià had also suffered heavy casualties. The lava clan's population was already small and couldn't withstand such turmoil. A divine general proposed. Why not initiate peace talks with the Great Xià? Let's demarcate our borders and establish clear rules. Prolonged attrition is not a sustainable solution. No. Lai Huang shook his head. How is that any different from telling the Great Xià tribe outright that we, the lava clan, are afraid? The Great Xià will only grow more arrogant and push their advantage further. The dignity of my lava clan is not something to be traded away through retreat. The others nodded in agreement. Compromise would not resolve the issue, it would only make matters worse. At that moment, a divine general named Yinhu suddenly rose from across the field. He roared. I say we should just go all out against the Great Xià tribe. Beat them into submission until they tremble at the mere mention of our name. Then they'll never dare provoke the Molten Rock tribe again. His jade-like face was framed by a thick mane of red beard, and his fiery hair fell wildly about his shoulders, giving him a rugged, untamed appearance. Chapter 109, Welcome to your graves. Upon hearing these words, Liao Wan's expression darkened abruptly. He rebuked in a deep voice. You brainless fool. The 13 tribes of the abyss eye each other warily. If our lava tribe declares war on the Great Xià tribe now, we'll both be crippled, leaving an opening for the others to exploit. Do you want our lava clan to vanish from this land? Yinhu had endured his fair share of beatings from Lai Huang over the years. Seeing Liao Wan's displeasure, his defiance instantly softened. He lowered his head and sat back down like an obedient cub. Does anyone else have a better idea? Lai Huang spoke again, his expression grave. At that moment, a goddess with a graceful figure spoke softly. I have a good idea. Her name was Zhuo Yan. Not only was she a supreme being of the 9th realm, but she was also the most beautiful woman of the lava clan. Recently, a general of the Celestial Wolf clan mentioned to me that they wish to ally with my lava clan to destroy the Great Xià clan. I believe we should consider it. Upon hearing this, eyes lit up among the assembled. The lava lord's face also lit up with delight. If we unite with the Wolf clan, defeating the Great Xià clan would entail losses, but they wouldn't be too severe. With the Celestial Wolf clan as an ally afterward, it would prevent other clans from exploiting any opportunities. It would also resolve the current predicament. It was truly killing multiple birds with one stone. That's a good idea. Lai Huang nodded in satisfaction. Shuoyan, you will accompany me to the Celestial Wolf Clan tomorrow to gauge their intentions. If the Wolf Clan truly intends to ally with our Lava Clan, then, boom! Before he could finish, the ground shook violently. Immediately after, a deafening explosion erupted right beside everyone's ears. Liao Wan's brows instantly furrowed tightly. What's happening outside? How could there be such a tremendous commotion? Could it be the Great Xia tribe attacking? Shuoyan speculated. Only the Celestial Wolf Clan and the Great Xia clan bordered the Lava Clan. The Celestial Wolf tribe intended to ally with the Lava tribe, so it was impossible for them to attack the Lava tribe at this moment. The only possibility left was the Great Xia tribe. Lai Huang said in a deep voice. If it truly is the Great Xia clan attacking, then our alliance with the Wolf Clan to destroy the Great Xia clan must be expedited. Come. Follow me to investigate. Yes, Lord. With that, the group departed the lava caverns. They headed toward the gates of Burning Sky City. Meanwhile, after leaving the vicinity of the city gates, Jiqiu opened the system interface. Xiao Bao, enhance my cultivation. Spend 550,000 potential points. Cultivation level upgraded to Yuanfu opening stage 2. Spending 600,000. Spending 650,000. Spent 700,000 potential points. Cultivation reached 5th stage of Yuan Palace opening, 9th realm. Remaining potential points, 43,456,000. Since the Dreamflower Abyss could only withstand cultivation at the 9th realm, 5th stage, Jiqiu had no choice but to reluctantly stow away the system. He murmured softly. Once we leave the abyss, I'll go all in again. With that, guided by Su Jiang, the two headed toward the central district of Fenshin City. Along the way, Jiqiu slaughtered relentlessly. Buildings were demolished outright, and the Lava Clan showed no mercy, blowing them to smithereens on the spot. Wherever Jiqiu passed, not a single soul remained alive. Not even a single intact corpse could be seen. Only a sky filled with blood mist remained. The two traveled dozens of miles toward the center of Burning Sky City. Their gaze could now reach the massive lava cavern at the city's heart. Jiqiu remarked indifferently. We're finally here. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang sneered inwardly. Your joy won't last much longer. But at that very moment, boom! Several terrifying auras suddenly swept in from the distance. Su Jiang's face instantly drained of color. His entire body began trembling uncontrollably, and he could barely stand steady. The aura of the 9th realm. The supreme being of the Lava Clan had arrived. Jiqiu, however, seemed as serene as if bathed in spring breeze. Hands clasped behind his back, he slowly raised his head to gaze into the void ahead. Several figures, radiating a faint, luminous glow like white jade, were charging through the air with overwhelming momentum. They were the 8th 9th realm lava generals of the Lava Clan. The leader stood imposing and robust, commanding respect without a word. None other than the Lava Lord Lai Huang. Liao Wang's gaze swept over the ruins and the blood-soaked ground. Finally, his gaze settled upon Jiqiu and Su Jiang. A surge of fury erupted from his core, his eyes turning crimson as murderous intent boiled like molten lava. The 8 divine generals were equally livid, their faces ashen with fury. So it was the Great Xia's scum. How dare they slaughter so ruthlessly within our Lava Clan's territory? Damn them! Damn them! At that moment, Jiqiu turned his head to look at Su Jiang beside him, dismissively remarking. These are the strongest of the Lava Clan? Yes, yes. Su Jiang nodded, trembling. Oh. Jiqiu responded indifferently, then turned his gaze back to Lai Huang and the others. His calm voice echoed slowly. Welcome, everyone. To your graves. Chapter 110, tell me, whose grave is this? The moment those words left his lips, the fury within Lai Huang and his men burned even brighter. A mere upstart from the Great Xia tribe dared to claim this place was their grave. Foolish fool who doesn't know his place. Yanhu, whose temper was as explosive as fire, could no longer contain his rage. Rolling lava erupted from his body like a volcano. The next instant, his body, engulfed in molten lava, shot out like a rocket. A fiery river streaked across the void. His arm drew back fully. All his true energy converged upon his right fist, like a roaring white tiger of flame, crashing down toward Jiqiu. A furious shout erupted from his mouth. You insolent brat! I'll make you understand right now, you little brat, whose grave this is. Roar! The white tiger's furious roar reverberated across the battlefield. The very heavens and earth seemed poised to collapse. The terrifying pressure made Su Jiang's legs go weak, causing him to collapse to the ground, his heart trembling violently. A supreme being of the 9th realm had intervened. It was utterly terrifying. This youth was finally going to die. Zhuoyan crossed his arms over his chest, gazing at Jiqiu with utter contempt, as if observing mere insects. Lava Lord Lai Huang wore an icy expression. The others likewise held Jiqiu in utter contempt. The The youth before them faced Yenhu, a supreme being at the second stage of the ninth realm. He was as good as dead. There was no chance of survival. Yet as the flame tiger's roaring fist closed in, Jiqiu's expression remained utterly unruffled, eerily calm. Rolling wildfire erupted from his body, accompanied by dense silver arcs of lightning. Jiqiu swung his jet black staff with both hands. Like wielding a thunderous, fiery dragon, he charged forward with unyielding ferocity. Boom! The next instant, the black gold staff collided with the flame tiger's fist. A terrifying shockwave erupted outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, gale force winds howled, the void trembled. The ground shattered, sending fragments flying in all directions. Cracks tore open in the earth like the gaping maws of ferocious beasts. But immediately afterward, before the stunned gazes of all present, the right arm of the flame tiger, engulfed in magma, exploded in an instant. Flesh and blood mixed with molten rock sprayed wildly in all directions. The flame tiger itself was hurled backward, smashing through dozens of buildings before crashing into the ruins hundreds of meters away, sending up a massive cloud of debris. The scene fell instantly silent. Several Lava Clan generals stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, their eyes filled with horror. Zhuoyan's beautiful eyes widened abruptly, filled with disbelief. Liao Wang's heart trembled violently. Instant kill. Yenhu had been taken down in an instant. How could this be possible? They had assumed the opponent was merely a greenhorn, utterly incapable of surviving against the ninth realm Yenhu. But they never imagined the outcome would turn out like this. Su Jiang, who had arrived with Jiqiu, was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. He too had assumed the youth beside him was doomed. But unexpectedly, Jiqiu had won. And he crushed Yenhu in a decisive fashion. The most shocked of all was Yenhu himself. Only then did he realize he had vastly underestimated the strength of the youth before him. Amidst the stunned silence, boom! A flash of lightning streaked past their eyes. Jiqiu's figure reappeared before Yenhu, his foot crushing down on the tiger's face. He said coldly, "Tell me whose grave this is." Yenhu, a mighty Lava Clan divine general and supreme being of the ninth realm, had never endured such humiliation. Rage surged within him, and he was about to speak. At that moment, the deep voice of Li Huang, the Lava Lord, resounded. "This place remains your grave." As the words fell, Liao Wang's form surged, swelling in an instant to 100-foot-tall colossus. His skin, once as white as jade, now glowed a fiery crimson, engulfed in flames like a molten volcano. He spread his fingers. His palm, engulfed in flames and radiating heat waves capable of melting all things, crashed down toward Jiqiu. A voice boomed like thunder from the heavens. "I'll send you down now to bury my fallen lava kin." The molten palm obscured the sky. The terrifying heat warped the very fabric of space. Even the rock-paved ground began to slowly melt. Ugh! Su Jiang felt as if he were engulfed in a sea of fire. The intense burning pain radiating from his body twisted his face into a hideous grimace. He thought to himself, "Can this kid even survive this?" Su Jiang had originally come here with a death wish. But now, faced with death, he suddenly felt a surge of fear. Deep down, he hoped Jiqiu would survive. But facing the Lava Lord, how could this kid possibly win? Zhuoyan coldly declared, "It's over." Li Huang was the leader of the Lava Clan, and he had absolute confidence in him. The other divine generals felt the same. Yenhu roared with laughter at Jiqiu's feet. At that very moment, Jiqiu moved. His legs bent slightly as immense power erupted, propelling him forward like a bullet. In an instant, he materialized before the colossal lava hand. Ignoring the terrifying impact and scorching heat of the giant hand, his hands closed together. He actually seized one of its fingers. Jiqiu, now at the fifth stage of the ninth realm, surpassed martial artists of the same realm by nearly 40-fold in every aspect. And Li Huang was only at the fourth stage of the ninth realm. How could his attack possibly harm Jiqiu? Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened abruptly, looking utterly stunned. Li Huang was utterly dumbfounded. This guy had actually ignored his attack. What was going on? But the real shock was yet to come. The next instant, countless streams of blood energy erupted from Jiqiu's body, coiling like crimson serpents and converging entirely upon his arms. A tremendous force erupted from Jiqiu's arms. He actually swung that finger, lifting the colossal, 100-zhang-tall body of Li Huang into the air. After swinging it once through the void, it crashed down like a giant hammer, smashing toward Zhuoyan and several other divine generals. Liao Wan's body sliced through the void. A howling wind roared in its wake. Everyone's minds went blank. They never imagined. Even their own lord, Li Huang, was no match for the youth before them. No wonder this youth dared to come alone to destroy the Lava Clan. He possessed such power. Damn it! Su Jiang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Using the Lava Clan's lord as a weapon. Is this right? This is insane. Yet at that very moment,
Facing Liao Wang's volcanic assault crashing down upon them, Juoyan and the others had no time to dodge. They could only hastily raise their arms to block. But how could they possibly block it? Boom! The next instant, Liao Wang's body crashed down onto the ground. The entire city of Burning Heaven seemed to tremble in terror. The ground was blasted open, forming a 100-foot wide, man-shaped crater. Countless skyscrapers collapsed in a deafening roar. Debris rained down like a torrential storm, while billowing clouds of dust rose skyward, engulfing the entire scene. Lord Liao Wang's massive body lay shattered and torn apart. Blood and shattered bones mingled with surging molten lava, gushing forth like a burst dam. Juoyan and several other divine generals lay on the ground, their meridians and organs shattered, barely clinging to life. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone froze in place, eyes wide, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Before this battle, they had believed the youth before them was merely a youngster. Perhaps he possessed some skill, but how could he possibly be a match for them, all at the 9th realm? Yet to their utter astonishment, they would all be defeated. So utterly crushed before this youth. The smile vanished instantly from Yanlong's face, replaced by shock and fear. Su Jiang stood frozen in place. His heart raced, unable to calm for a long time. One man annihilated an entire clan. The youth before him had truly accomplished it. At that moment, he finally understood how foolish and laughable his own fears had been that this youth might provoke the wrath of the Lava Clan. Just then, Jiqiu landed gently. His gaze swept over the dying crowd. He spoke indifferently. Tell me, whose grave is this? Chapter 111, The Dead City. Cough cough. We, the Lava Clan, have been defeated. We surrender. Lai Huang gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. He managed to speak. But my Lava Clan never provoked your great Xia Clan. Why did you strike so viciously, annihilating my Lava Clan? His cloudy eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. The other Lava Clan members shared the same look. There is no reason. Jiqiu slowly approached Lai Huang, standing atop his massive chest. His hands were clasped behind his back. Gazing at the distant ruins, he spoke coldly. All outsiders deserve to die. That's all there is to it. As the words fell, a tremendous force erupted beneath his feet. Boom! Liao Wang's chest instantly exploded. Flesh, bone fragments, and molten lava erupted in a torrent, splattering everywhere. Li Wang, Lord of Lava, perished. Fear. Shuoyan, Yanlong, and several other lava divine generals, facing imminent death, saw nothing else in their eyes. Only endless terror. I, the Lava Clan, will submit to the great Xia Clan. Juoyan stammered, trembling. My lord, spare us. Spare the Lava Clan, please. The others gazed at Jiqiu with eyes brimming with hope. They did not want to die. And they certainly didn't want their entire race to be wiped out. No. Jiqiu shook his head. He raised his foot and slammed it into the man's neck. Boom. Juoyan's neck shattered instantly. His head flew skyward, trailing a crimson arc as it landed in Jiqiu's grasp. Jiqiu swung the basin-sized head of Juoyan. He ended the lives of Yanlong and the remaining divine generals. Killed 3 8th realm martial artists, 27 7th realm martial artists, 246 6th realm martial artists, 82 5th realm martial artists, 137 4th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 2,478,400, killed on the way here. Killed 9 9th realm martial artists, potential points plus 450,000. Remaining potential points, 46,384,000. After completing these tasks, Jiqiu slowly returned to Su Jiang's side. His fingers clamped onto his face, and a tremendous force erupted from his palm. Boom! Su Jiang's skull instantly shattered into pieces. Along the way, Jiqiu had seen murderous intent and resentment in the other's eyes more than once. Naturally, Jiqiu would leave no such person alive. After finishing these tasks, Jiqiu paid no further attention to Su Jiang's headless corpse. He proceeded to slaughter every living soul within the entire city of Fenchen. Until the city lay utterly desolate, not a single soul remaining. Only then did Jiqiu return to the place where the Lava Lord Lai Huang had perished. He severed the head and slung it over his shoulder. He rose and departed. Killed 5 8th realm martial artists, 38 7th realm martial artists, 385 6th realm martial artists, 2,857 5th realm martial artists, 6,532 4th realm martial artists, 8,252 3rd realm martial artists. Potential points plus 29,278,100. Remaining potential points, 75,662,100. Moments later, Jiqiu departed from Burning Heaven City. A cold voice reverberated across the skies above the Lava Clan. Inform the other races of the Abyss, submit to the Great Xia Clan within 10 days. Otherwise, the fate of the Lava Clan shall be theirs. With that, he lingered no longer. He turned and headed back toward the Abyss base. Jiqiu's words would naturally reach the ears of the Lava Clan. Soon, it would spread throughout the entire abyss. With 13 tribes in the abyss, the remaining 11 would certainly refuse to submit to the Great Xià. In fact, there was a high likelihood they would unite to attack the Great Xià. This was precisely the outcome Ji Qiu desired. Manhwa Province, Abyss Base. Nearly 10,000 gathered outside the base, their auras intertwining in a tense, murderous atmosphere. Lin Fu and his group were among them. At the very front of the formation, 18 formidable figures stood like pillars of strength, their eyes deep and unfathomable. They were all imperial commanders and unified commanders of the Great Xià. Each possessed cultivation at the 8th realm, 7th tier, or higher. Their mission here was to confront the Lava Clan's retaliation. That young man Ji Qiu has been with the Lava Clan for some time now. I wonder how he fares. A middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly as he spoke slowly. The man possessed bronze-toned skin, was not particularly tall, yet possessed an exceptionally broad and sturdy build, resembling a solid rock. He was none other than the Supreme Commander of Great Xià. A Supreme being at the 5th stage of the 9th realm. Yu Kunlun. That little brat should have perished at the hands of the Lava Clan. A lean, handsome middle-aged man replied. His name was Yi Wusheng. He too was a sovereign angel of the Great Xià. I also believe he must be dead. The Archangel Su Mushue, clad in crimson robes, with breathtaking beauty and an aura as cold as frost, voiced her agreement. That little one might possess some strength. But against the supreme being of the Lava Clan, he's still too weak. Yu Kunlun nodded. His expression grew grave as he added. Let's hope that kid doesn't stir up too much trouble. Otherwise, if the Lava Clan truly declares war on Great Xià, the losses will be immense. The Great Xià now possessed 49 abysses. There is a severe shortage of powerhouses above the 8th realm. They were all urgently transferred from other abysses. The death of any one of these masters would be a tremendous loss for the Great Xià. That is true, but... Su Mushue shifted her tone. That brat acts with utter recklessness. How could the commotion he causes be anything but massive? Upon hearing Su Mushue's words, Lin Fu and the others from Sanjian University nodded in agreement. Lu Yu felt the same way. Wang Zhao, the Imperial Frontier Envoy, agreed wholeheartedly. That kid dared to kill the president of Beichin University and annihilate the Gu family, a ruthless individual who doesn't even give the Enforcement Bureau a second thought. How could he possibly engage in petty skirmishes among the Molten Clan? Just then, a soldier came running over, panting heavily. His face was twisted with panic as he exclaimed. My lords, it's bad. That Ji Qiu fellow entered the Lava Clan and slaughtered his way through without leaving a single survivor. He's heading straight for Burning Sky City. Fearing Ji Qiu might spot him. So he dared not pursue further and had to return immediately to report. At these words, the expressions of everyone present grew grave. Just as Su Mushue had said. This fellow had indeed caused quite a stir. How could such a cancer exist within our Great Xià? It is truly a disgrace to our nation. Exactly. Not only did he go off to die, but he brought such trouble upon the Great Xià. He truly deserves to die. Why didn't this sort of person just die sooner? A torrent of condemnation erupted from the crowd. Every face was twisted with fury. Chapter 112, I choose to eliminate you all. Xiao Ruolin, a student of Lin Fu, also felt resentment. Such outrageous martial talent wasted on someone like him. What a shame. Exactly. Heaven must be blind. If that talent had been given to me, I'd already be a great general in the Tyrant's mansion. The other students chimed in agreement. Lin Fu remained silent. Yet his heart was equally filled with resentment toward Ji Qiu. At that very moment, General Yu Kunlun spoke in a deep voice. Enough. Silence. Prepare for battle. The commotion finally subsided. Soon. 3 hours passed, yet the Lava Clan showed no signs of movement. Yu Kunlun's face immediately clouded with confusion. Given the Lava Clan's fiery temper, they'd never sit idly by after their kin were slaughtered. Why no response after all this time? Perhaps they're taking time to muster their forces. Su Mushue speculated. Let's wait a little longer. They never imagined Ji Qiu could annihilate the Lava Clan. Such a thing was utterly absurd. It was simply impossible. Yu Kunlun nodded. Let's wait a little longer. If the Lava Clan still shows no signs of movement, I'll personally go investigate their situation. No sooner had the words left his mouth. At that very moment. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous booms suddenly echoed from the distance, like the footsteps of some unknown colossal beast. The ground began to tremble. Is it coming? Everyone's brows furrowed tightly. Their expressions grew grim. The rumbling grew louder and closer. But in the next instant, when they witnessed the scene before them, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted and they froze in place. A massive, blood-soaked head slowly emerged before their eyes. Beneath it stood a figure that seemed almost insignificant in comparison. This head belonged to none other than the Lava Lord. And beneath that head was none other than the youth whom everyone had deemed doomed.
Ji Qiu. Not only was he alive, but he had returned bearing the head of the lava lord, Lai Huang. Everyone stared at the youth before them in utter shock, hearts trembling, faces etched with disbelief. Lu Yu stood frozen in place like a little cutie. Lin Fu and the others stared blankly, their minds going completely blank. Wang Zhao, the Imperial Frontier Envoy, had eyes bulging wide, as if they might pop out of their sockets at any moment. Su Mushue's mind buzzed with disbelief. Yu Kunlun could no longer maintain his previous composure, his face twisted in utter horror. Everyone was utterly stunned. They had assumed that facing the Lava Clan, the youth before them was as good as dead. After all, the Lava Clan boasted several Ninth Realm experts. Yet, to their utter astonishment, the Lava Clan had actually been annihilated by this youth. The severed head of Li Huang, the Lava Lord, stood as the most undeniable proof. Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, Ji Qiu casually tossed Liao Wang's severed head from his shoulder before them. He then walked over slowly. His voice was indifferent as he asked, "What are you all doing here?" The crowd instantly looked awkward. They certainly wouldn't admit they were waiting to face the Lava Clan's wrath. That would be too humiliating. Yu Kunlun suppressed the stinging embarrassment in his heart. He spoke slowly. "I never imagined you, youngster, would actually annihilate the Lava Clan. You've done the Great Xià a tremendous service this time." "Oh." Ji Qiu responded indifferently. "And now?" Yu Kunlun's expression suddenly turned serious. He continued. "But though you've earned great merit, your crimes outweigh your virtues. You've taken too many lives and must face punishment. Therefore, I must take you back to the Tyrant's Academy." The youth before him was now a double-edged sword. He intended to return him to the Tyrant's Academy and hand him over to the higher-ups for handling. It seemed he intended to eliminate this unstable factor. To eliminate any lingering concerns. Or to tame him, making him serve the Great Xià. Upon hearing this, Ji Qiu's expression grew noticeably colder. His expression remained impassive as he asked, "What will happen to me once I'm at the Tyrant's Academy?" "If you comply and pledge your loyalty to the Great Xià and the Tyrant's Academy, you stand a very good chance of surviving. This is your only chance." Yu Kunlun's words were thick with menace. Now, there were no fewer than 12 supreme beings at the Ninth Realm present. Among them were 2 Ninth Realm 5th-tier powerhouses. No matter how high the youth's cultivation might be, he was only at the 5th stage of the Ninth Realm, no match for them whatsoever. Yu Kunlun showed no fear whatsoever. "Oh, I see." Ji Qiu nodded. A cold gaze swept over everyone present. He said indifferently, "Is this the attitude of every single one of you?" As the words fell, a chorus of rebukes erupted from the crowd. "You slaughtered innocents, you deserve to die. The Tyrant's Academy is willing to give you a chance, why aren't you kneeling to accept your sentence?" Yu Kunlun's voice cut through the air at the perfect moment. "You are no match for me. So will you come back with me quietly, or die here?" Before he could finish, a massive, circular blood moon abruptly appeared beneath Ji Qiu's feet. Rolling waves of blood energy erupted from the moon like a raging river, instantly engulfing Ji Qiu's feet. Ji Qiu stood upon a crimson river. His pupils turned crimson as blood. Blood dripped ceaselessly from his entire body, like a demon god bathed in blood. The next instant, a crimson river sliced through the void. Ji Qiu's figure suddenly shot forth, appearing before Yu Kunlun in an instant. A palm bearing an endless tide of blood pressed against his face. A cold voice exploded beside his ear. "I choose to kill every last one of you." "What?" Feeling the immense impact of the endless blood surge and the pungent stench of blood, Yu Kunlun's pupils suddenly contracted. Both were at the 5th stage of the Ninth Realm. Yu Kunlun had assumed that even if he couldn't defeat the youth before him, the gap wouldn't be too great. But he never imagined the youth's speed was this astonishing. Little did he know, Ji Qiu had cultivated 11 elemental attributes, and his S-rank breathing techniques for all 11 had reached perfection. His speed was dozens of times faster than others at the same cultivation level. But now, it was too late for him to do anything. The next instant, Ji Qiu's palm erupted with explosive force. A crimson tidal wave erupted from his palm, crashing like a blood-red beast into his opponent's face. Boom! The void trembled violently. Yu Kunlun's skull shattered instantly. Blood spattered wildly in all directions. Only a blood-soaked, headless corpse remained where he had stood. Yu Kunlun, dead. Killing a Ninth Realm martial artist, potential points plus 50,000. Remaining potential points, 75,712,100. Chapter 113, Die, all of you. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them, their bodies numb with cold, blood seemingly frozen in their veins. The Supreme Commander, Yu Kunlun, a Ninth Realm 5th-tier powerhouse, had been instantly slain by the youth before them, unable to land a single blow. He hadn't even had a chance to react. This couldn't be possible. There were 3 Ninth Realm, 5th-tier powerhouses present. Among them, Yu Kunlun was the strongest. Yet he never imagined Despite being at the same 9th realm, 5th tier, Yú Jiāng was so easily defeated by the youth before him. The man who had just scolded Jiqiao now felt as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar, their foreheads instantly breaking out in cold sweat. They had relied on the presence of Yú Jiāng and others, believing Jiqiao couldn't stir up much trouble. That's why they dared to speak to Jiqiao so harshly. But who could have imagined? The youth before them possessed power so terrifying it defied belief. Sumushue, standing closest, shuddered violently as the color drained from her face. The youth before them was terrifying. Jiqiao withdrew his hand and slowly approached Sumushue. His eyes, crimson as fire, burned with murderous intent. Sumushue instantly felt a chill spreading through her body. It was her turn. The youth before her intended to kill her. Suppressing her fear, she roared. Attack together. Kill him. Only if every 9th realm expert present attacked simultaneously could they possibly kill the youth before them. Only then could they survive. But she was clearly overthinking it. Before she could finish her sentence, countless streams of blood energy erupted from Jiqiao's body like demonic tentacles, tearing through the void and suddenly materializing before Sumushue. Boom! 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 They pierced through Sumushue's arms, legs, waist, and abdomen. And that coldly beautiful face. Splash! Countless streams of blood spurted wildly from her body, instantly staining the ground beneath her crimson red. Sumushue didn't even have time to scream before all life left her body. She died before Jiqiao's eyes. Everyone present felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar, their bodies instantly drenched in cold sweat. The dozen or so imperial envoys and commanding angels were no exception, their faces drained of color, eyes filled with panic and terror. Another 9th realm, 5th tier powerhouse was dead. A demon. The youth before them was nothing short of a demon. Yet Jiqiao paid no heed to the expressions of those around him. Standing calmly amidst the tide of blood, hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the crowd like a god indifferent to life. The next moment, Jiqiao slowly raised his blood-dripping palm, facing the crowd. His voice was like the whisper of death. Die. As the words fell, a colossal blood moon abruptly appeared before Jiqiao. Boom! Immediately, an endless crimson tidal wave erupted from Jiqiao's palm like a ferocious beast crawling out of hell. The void trembled. The ground shattered and collapsed. Countless fragments of rock and dust shot skyward, stained crimson, spraying wildly in all directions. Ah! You heartless bastard! The Tyrant's Academy won't let you off the hook. Desperate cries of agony rose from the crimson tide. One after another, bodies exploded, bursting apart like fireworks in the void. Not even the 9 realms archangel was spared. Bodies shattered one after another. The scene resembled a hell on earth, horrifying to behold. Moments later, the crimson tide gradually receded. The arena fell instantly silent, broken only by the sound of blood flowing like a river across the ground. Except for Lin Fu and others from Sanjian University. Everyone else was dead. Not a single trace remained. Not a single survivor remained. Killed, 12 9th realm martial artists, 38 8th realm martial artists, 159 7th realm martial artists, 2,452 6th realm martial artists, 3,575th realm martial artists, 2,304th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 34,404,800. Remaining potential points, 110,066,900. Lin Fu stood on the blood-soaked floor, his face ashen, filled with despair and terror. Students like Xiao Rulan collapsed to the ground. They huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. They never imagined things would turn out this way. As Jiqiao approached slowly, Lin Fu felt as if he were facing a demon. Unable to bear the terror in his heart any longer, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. His voice trembled as he pleaded. My lord, please spare us. Spare us, I beg you. Seeing this, they trembled and knelt on the ground as well. Their foreheads pounded relentlessly against the floor, causing the ground to tremble. Yet they seemed oblivious to the pain. Their voices choked with tears as they pleaded desperately. Yes, yes, sir. Please don't kill us. For the sake of our past acquaintance, spare us, I beg you. I have an 80-year-old grandmother at home. I can't die, I can't die. Jiqiao, however, remained utterly unmoved. He slowly approached the group, his cold gaze sweeping over them as he spoke indifferently. You've misunderstood. I spared your lives only to witness the look of fear and despair on your faces. With that, he kicked Lin Fu squarely in the throat. Boom! Lin Fu's skull shattered instantly. A terrifying shockwave instantly radiated outward. The few kneeling on the ground, humbly begging for mercy. Their bodies exploded one after another. They dissolved into a sky-filling mist of blood, vanishing into the boundless void. Killed, 1 7th realm martial artist, 5 6th realm martial artists. Potential points plus 44,800. Remaining potential points, 110,111,700. After finishing this, Jiqiao paid no further heed to the blood-soaked battlefield. He slowly approached the abyss base. He drew his arm back, his fist engulfed in a raging inferno, and slammed it down upon the base. The base now stood utterly empty, and all races within the abyss were on the brink of extinction. This base no longer had any reason to exist. The next instant. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The entire base shattered abruptly, reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. Jiqiu casually lay down on a stone slab before the ruins, murmuring indifferently. For the next few days, I'll just wait here for the various clans to come knocking. As for the Tyrant Academy, after leaving the secret realm, I'll pay them a visit myself. Yunmeng City Enforcement Bureau. Bureau Chief Zhong Wanjun sat in his office. His mind remained unsettled for a long time. He never imagined that little brat Jiqiu had actually killed even Qin Ming, the commander of the Abyss Base. And now he intends to single-handedly annihilate the Lava Clan. He was truly beyond the law. Chapter 114, Lord Divine Throne. No surprises there. That Jiqiu should have perished at the hands of the Lava Clan. Zhong Wanjun muttered to himself. But I wonder what the situation is in the Abyss now. I suppose I'll have to make a trip there myself. With that, he picked up the tea from his desk and drank it in one gulp. He rose and left the office. He headed toward the abyss of Manhwa Province. Soon, Zhong Wanjun arrived at the entrance to the Yunmeng Provincial Abyss. He stepped inside. As soon as he passed through the abyss passageway, a pungent, blood-soaked stench instantly filled his nostrils. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, Zhong Wanjun froze in place, his mind filled with terror and confusion. The abyss base had been reduced to ruins. Gone. How could this be? The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Clearly, many had perished. Could it be? Could the defense against the Lava Clan have failed? Did everyone perish here? But the Lava Clan isn't particularly powerful. Over a dozen archangels and commanders of the realm came personally, along with 3 beings at the 5th stage of the 9th realm. How could they possibly have lost? Zhong Wanjun's mind was filled with confusion. He stepped over the ruins and continued forward. The thick stench of blood grew heavier, making him want to vomit. His suspicions grew stronger within him. The defense against the Lava Clan must have failed. He could think of no other explanation. The next moment, he reached the edge of the ruins. Before him, the ground lay shattered and collapsed, already saturated with blood. Through the cracks in the ground, blood trickled faintly. Shredded flesh and broken bones littered the scene. It resembled hell itself. Zhong Wanjun's body jerked violently, his pupils suddenly constricting as the color drained from his face. Just as I feared. Everyone was dead. His gaze instinctively swept across the scene. Not far away, atop a massive boulder, a figure lay motionless. Someone was still alive. Just then, the figure atop the boulder turned its head and looked over. Their eyes locked. The moment Zhong Wanjun recognized the face, his mind felt like it was about to explode. A buzzing sensation filled his head, leaving him utterly blank. Jiqiu. It was actually Jiqiu. Though he had never seen Jiqiu in person, he had seen his photo. He was certain the youth before him was that Jiqiu. But shouldn't he have perished at the hands of the Lava Clan? How could he still be alive? And lying here like this? Endless doubts instantly filled Zhong Wanjun's mind. At that very moment, Jiqiu's cold voice rang out. Who are you? Zhong Wanjun snapped back to his senses. The youth before him was a killing machine he dared not put on airs. His voice trembling, he replied. I am Zhong Wanjun, director of the Enforcement Bureau of Manhwa Province. He then cautiously inquired. I'd like to ask, what exactly happened here? I killed them all. Jiqiu looked utterly unimpressed. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanjun froze in place once more, utterly dumbfounded. The youth before him had killed everyone? This ing joke? He had assumed the base members had either been killed by the Lava Clan or met some other fate. He never could have imagined in a million years. The one who had slaughtered them all was the youth standing before him. Jiqiu paid no heed to his shocked expression. He merely said indifferently. Go back and tell the Tyrant Academy that after I've exterminated every race in the Abyss, I'll pay them a personal visit. Huh? This guy actually plans to exterminate every race in the Abyss? Alright, understood. Zhong Wanjun's heart pounded wildly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I will ensure your orders are conveyed without fail. With that, he turned and hurried away. He didn't want to linger here a moment longer, terrified of angering this god of death and being sent down himself. After leaving the Abyss, Zhong Wanjun immediately pulled out his phone. He dialed the number for the headquarters of the Northern Tyrants Academy in Dà Xià. The call connected. A voice boomed like a temple bell. Who is this? What business brings you here? The voice belonged to none other than Xia Longyuan, the mountain god throne, one of the mightiest beings in Northern Dà Xià. The Tyrants Academy of Dà Xià housed 10 practitioners at the 10th realm. All 10 cultivated SSS grade breathing techniques, the so-called demigod level breathing arts. 8 divine throne holders. 2 national pillars. Xia Longyuan was one of the 8 divine throne holders. His form was steady and imposing, his aura as deep as an abyss. With each breath, it seemed he could shatter mountains and reverse rivers. Reporting to Your Excellency, I am Zhong Wanjun, Director of the Enforcement Bureau of Manhwa Province.
A major incident has occurred in the abyss of Manhwa Province.
Zhong Wanjun hurriedly spoke. The abyss base in Manhwa Province has been destroyed.
Lord Yu and the others who went to the abyss to defend against the lava clan have all perished within the abyss, not a single survivor.
What? Upon hearing this, Xia Longyuan's face instantly paled with shock, utterly incredulous.
He had naturally heard about the abyss in Manhwa Province. Yet Yu Kunlun and the others possess strength more than sufficient to withstand the lava clan.
How could they all have perished? Were they killed by the lava clan? Xia Longyuan asked in a low voice. Not exactly, sir.
Zhong Wanjun hurriedly explained.
It was that youth named Ji Qiu. Silence instantly fell on the other end of the line. Xia Longyuan's eyes widened, filled with utter shock.
Over a dozen supreme beings at the 9th realm, including 3 at the 5th stage like Yu Kunlun.
All of them had fallen at the hands of that youth. It was utterly unbelievable. Moments later, Xia Longyuan's voice rang out again. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely true.
I'm standing right at the entrance to the abyss now.
Zhong Wanjun declared with certainty.
That kid also said that after he wipes out every race in the Dreamflower Province abyss, he'll personally pay a visit to the Tyrant's Academy.
Xia
Longyuan responded with a deep, measured tone. The Sea Moon Clan, the Battle Clan, and the Titan Clan each have several 9th realm, 5th tier powerhouses stationed there.
Moreover, their lords are terrifying beings who cultivate multiple attributes simultaneously.
That youngster may possess some strength, but to think he could annihilate every race in the abyss is clearly wishful thinking.
Let him perish in the abyss.
No matter how powerful Ji Qiu may be, he remains only at the 9th realm, 5th tier.
To think he could annihilate every race in the abyss? It's nothing short of delusional. Chapter 115, Pre-Battle Council. Yes, my lord, but... Zhong Wanjun voiced his concern. What if the abyssal races kill that boy and then emerge through the abyss passage?
Rest assured. I'll personally guard the abyss in trance these next few days.
Xia Longyuan dismissed the concern.
Should they dare emerge from the abyss, I shall slay them at once. The strongest among them barely reach the 5th stage of the 9th realm. They are no match for Xia Longyuan.
Hearing this, Zhong Wanjun finally felt at ease. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Wanjun turned to glance at the abyss's entrance.
He muttered to himself. That little bastard deserves to die this time.
No more surprises, right? Probably not. Meanwhile, in the abyss.
Within 3 days, news of Ji Qiu's annihilation of the Lava Clan and the subsequent submission of the remaining 11 clans to the Great Xia Empire spread like wildfire throughout the abyss. The Great Xia tribe dares to provoke all 11 of us at once?
Have they lost their minds? How utterly presumptuous.
The Great Xia clan is courting their own destruction. The tribes were enraged. None could have imagined the Great Xia clan would be so audacious as to provoke every single abyssal race at once.
It's practically the same as courting death.
In the Crystal Palace deep within the dark seas southeast of the abyss, a woman clad in a water blue pearl gown, her form graceful and her skin as white as jade, reclined casually upon the coral throne. A cold, disdainful smile played upon her lips.
The Great Xia clan dares demand my Sea Moon clan submit to them? Where do they get such audacity? Utterly laughable.
This woman was none other than the queen of the Sea Moon clan,
Lan Shi.
Beside her, the Sea Moon clan elder Lan Ling spoke with grave solemnity. The Great Xia clan has annihilated the Molten clan.
Their strength must not be underestimated.
Your Majesty, do not take this lightly.
Oomph.
Lan Shi laughed dismissively. Our Highway clan is the mightiest race in this realm. If the Great Xia clan could annihilate the Molten clan, so could we. Why should we fear them? Her words brimmed with confidence and arrogance. The Moon Sea clan was the most powerful race within the Dreamflower Province's abyss. Lan Shi herself stood as the undisputed ruler of this abyss. She held the Great Xia clan in utter contempt. Lan Ling also did not believe the Great Xia clan was particularly formidable, but underestimating an enemy was a grave mistake. That was why she had spoken up to warn them. Seeing Lan Shi speak thus, she refrained from further persuasion.
She merely asked, Your Majesty, how do you intend to deal with the Great Xia tribe?
Lan Shi slowly rose from the throne.
The Great Xia clan has now offended every race in the abyss.
Our Highway clan cannot go alone to attack them, allowing other clans to reap the benefits. Have word sent to the lords of all tribes.
Summon them to our Hyamian tribe.
To discuss the matter of destroying the Xia.
Lan Ling promptly replied. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall see to it at once.
With that, she turned and left the Crystal Palace.
Watching Lan Ling's departing figure,
Lan Shi chuckled softly. If you dare make my Sea Moon clan submit, I'll make your Great Xia clan kneel and sing conquered. 1 day later, news from Lan Shi arrived.
Lords from all tribes rushed to the Sea Moon clan without delay. Within the vast crystal palace, Lan Qi sat upon the throne. Leaders of major tribes, the Titans, the Warriors, the Celestial Wolves, sat on either side. A terrifying aura permeated the palace, causing the sea to churn violently. At that moment, Lan Qi's ethereal voice pierced the silence. The Great Xia clan dares demand our submission, utterly insolent. I have gathered you all today to unite our clans in a joint assault against Great Xia and destroy them. What are your thoughts on this? My Feather clan is of the same mind. A man of striking beauty, with wings sprouting from his back, spoke up. The Great Xia tribe has provoked us, thus they must be destroyed. The man was none other than Feather clan Lord Yú Jiāng. We of the Qingmu clan concur. The Ice Spirit clan has no objection. My Mad Lion clan endorses it. One tribe after another voiced their agreement. The Great Xia tribe is now the common enemy of all tribes. The chance to unite and destroy them was an opportunity each tribe welcomed wholeheartedly. We Titans have no objections either. The Titan clan's colossal leader sat casually on the ground, his deep voice resonating. But once the Great Xia tribe is defeated, how should their territory and spoils be divided? Split it evenly. Why dwell on such details? Feather clan Lord Feather Qinglan spoke up. Indeed, I also believe an equal split is most appropriate. I concur. Several weaker races chimed in one after another. Are you kidding me? Gubo had a notoriously short fuse. Upon hearing this, he roared. My Titan clan alone boasts 6 9th realm 5th tier powerhouses. Our clan alone could annihilate all of you combined. And you dare suggest splitting the spoils? Where did you get the nerve? The expressions of the several lords darkened instantly. Yú Jiāng replied coldly. So you're saying that because we're weaker, we're unworthy of sharing in the spoils of war? Just as the giant tyrant opened his mouth to respond. But the Doshan clan chief, Lai Shan, cut him off. His gaze fixed on Yú Jiāng and the others. He declared in a deep voice. It's not that you are unworthy of sharing in the spoils, but that an equal division is utterly unreasonable. In this joint assault on Great Xia, our Doshan clan, the Titan clan, and the Haoyue clan can each contribute multiple 9th realm, 5th tier powerhouses. What about you? This operation would proceed just as smoothly with or without you. What right do you have to demand an equal share? The words were harsh, but they were the reality. We're putting in so much effort. Why should we share the spoils equally with you? Chapter 116 shall ensure you all have your fill today. Indeed. Queen Lan Qi of the Sea Moon spoke up at the right moment. How about this? For this hall, our Sea Moon clan, the Titan clan, and the Battle clan shall take 80%. The remaining 20% shall be divided equally among your 8 clans. How does that sound? Of course, if you disagree. Lan Qi's expression abruptly turned cold. Then you needn't join this operation. The moment those words left her lips, the entire gathering fell into an instant silence. The expressions of the Feather clan and other major clans darkened so much it seemed as if water could drip from them. 8 clans splitting 2%. This paltry sum couldn't even cover their battle losses. It was an outright insult. Yet they had no choice but to concede. If they clashed with the 3 great clans and refused to participate in this operation, the 3 great clans would surely seek deliberate revenge afterward. The consequences were too dire to bear. Just as the group grappled with this dilemma, Lan Qi's voice sounded again. What are your thoughts, everyone? I have no objection. I concur. The Titan clan's Lord Juba and the Battle clan's Lord Lisan spoke up immediately. The other clans, though reluctant, had no choice but to agree. Yú Jiāng was no exception. Since none of you have any objections, we may disperse. Lan Qi spoke calmly. Meet at the Great Xia base, 100 li ahead, the day after tomorrow. The next 2 days. Besides sleeping, Ji Qiu. He hunted a few beasts nearby, set up his homemade grill, and roasted them. To fill his stomach. Life was peaceful, yet unbearably dull. Meanwhile, the various tribes were busy preparing for the battle 2 days hence. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the 3rd day arrived, the day the tribes would attack the Great Xia. 100 miles from the Abyss base. A dark mass of figures spread out like a surging tide. Over 10,000 feathered tribe soldiers hovered in the air. The Titan tribe stood towering as mountains, while the Sea Moon tribe resembled spirits emerging from the deep sea. Warriors from every race stood densely arrayed in formation. Their numbers reached over 100,000. Each possessed martial cultivation surpassing the 5th realm. A murderous aura silently permeated the battlefield. The air itself seemed to freeze. At the very front stood Lan Qi, Juba, and over a dozen other lords. Each wore a stern expression as they fixed their gaze upon the direction of the Great Xia base. At that moment, Lan Qi spoke slowly. Since everyone is here, let's proceed. The lords of the other tribes nodded in unison. Hundreds of thousands of troops surged forward like a tidal wave, advancing toward the Great Xia base. A 100-mile journey was no great feat for them. Soon, the army arrived before the Great Xia base. But when they witnessed the scene before them,
Everyone's eyes widened abruptly, their faces frozen in stunned disbelief. Before them lay not the great Xià base, but a pile of rubble. There were no dense ranks of Dà Xià soldiers as they had imagined, only a young Dà Xià boy lying among the rubble. Everyone was instantly filled with confusion. Though they had never seen this youth before, they had already begun to suspect his identity. He must be the one who single-handedly annihilated the Lava Clan. But why was he alone? Where were the rest of the great Xià tribe? At that moment, the youth on the boulder slowly rose to his feet. His gaze swept over the crowd. He smiled faintly and said, "You finally arrived." The turnout was decent, and Ji Qiu was reasonably satisfied. Lan Shi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her face filled with confusion. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the one who wiped out the Lava Clan. But why are you alone? Where are the rest of your great Xià clan?" "There are no others. Only me," Ji Qiu said casually. "But to kill you lot? That's enough. Only this youth before them? And he intends to eliminate all of them single-handedly?" Hearing this, Lan Shi's expression froze. Then she let out a cold laugh. "You little brat, you did manage to wipe out the Lava Clan. You do have some skill. But to think you could kill us all? You're truly adorably naive." She shook her head in disappointment. "Looks like I won't get my fill today." She had intended to make the entire Great Xià clan kneel before her, watching them submit in utter humiliation. But now, it seemed that would never happen. The Doshan clan chief, Lisan, and the Titan clan chief, Juba, both wore expressions of gloom. The others shared the same look of disappointment. They had expected to make a grand show of force this time. But now, this operation to annihilate the Great Xià clan had suddenly become rather laughable. There was only one kid who hadn't even grown any hair yet. What the hell kind of extermination is this? Feather Clan Lord Yu Qinglan's face darkened. He had been planning to vent the humiliation he suffered among the Sea Moon clan just days ago by crushing the Great Xià clan today. But who could have imagined this outcome? How could he vent his anger now? Yet just as disappointment spread across everyone's faces. Boom! Rolling flames erupted from Ji Qiu's body, surging wildly toward his hand. A massive flame arrow, tens of meters long, took shape in the blink of an eye. Ji Qiu casually hurled the flaming arrow skyward. As the arrow descended, he twisted his waist, his right leg tracing a fiery arc through the void, slamming violently into the arrow's tail. Boom! The flaming arrow shot out explosively, straight toward Feather Clan Lord Feather Qinglan, suspended high in the sky. Like a bow drawn to shoot a great eagle. Ji Qiu's indifferent voice echoed simultaneously. "I, Ji, shall ensure you all have your fill of excitement today." Chapter 117, sorry, I've got 11. RIP. Giant flame arrows dozens of meters long surged like a river of fire, tearing through the sky with a piercing whistle. The very void itself warped and twisted from the scorching heat. Yu Qinglan, who had been filled with disappointment just moments before, suddenly narrowed her pupils to pinpricks. He hadn't expected it. The youth before him would suddenly attack him. What terrified him even more was that the terrifying energy contained within that arrow made him feel a deadly threat. Arrogant! Yu Qinglan roared in fury. Boom! The massive silver wings behind him flapped violently, unleashing a tornado dozens of zhang wide that charged headlong toward the arrow, streaking toward him like a fiery dragon. The void trembled and hummed. The ground shattered and collapsed. Countless splintered rocks instantly turned to dust. Break through! But he was clearly overestimating himself. He was merely at the 5th stage of the 9th realm in martial cultivation, while his strength far surpassed that of the Lava Lord Lai Huang. But how could he possibly be a match for the youth before him? The next instant. Boom! The fiery arrows collided violently with the tornado storm. A deafening explosion erupted. The ground collapsed. Wave after wave of terrifying shockwaves surged upward. Everyone felt their skulls buzzing as if they were about to explode. But immediately after, under the horrified stares of everyone present, the tornado storm was torn apart effortlessly, like a painting unfurling. The onslaught of flaming arrows remained utterly undeterred, still advancing like a steamroller. The next moment, in Yu Qinglan's horrified and terrified gaze, the flaming arrows crashed down upon her face. Boom! Yu Qinglan's skull shattered violently. Flesh and blood mixed with shattered bone exploded outward from the void. The headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. It wasn't over yet. The flaming arrows, their momentum unabated, surged forward, crashing into the ranks of the Feathered Clan's army. Like an apocalyptic crimson torrent. Wherever it passed. Boom! 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 Feathered warriors' bodies shattered and exploded one after another. Dismembered limbs mingled with fiery sparks, creating a grand pyrotechnic spectacle. Shock! Ah! In the blink of an eye. Nearly half of the 10,000-strong Feathered Clan army perished instantly. They didn't even have time to scream. The battlefield fell instantly silent. Only the faint patter of falling blood and the rumble of tumbling rocks broke the silence. Feather Clan Lord Feather Qinglan was instantly slain.
Thousands of feathered clan members met their untimely deaths in an instant. All present stared blankly at the scene before them, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. The face of the Titan clan's lord, Juba, usually fierce and ruthless, was now filled with horror. The expression of the battle clan chieftain, Lai Shan, was no longer calm. His brows furrowed tightly, his deep pupils reflecting both shock and murderous intent. Lan Shi's smile vanished abruptly. All 10 lords were profoundly shaken. No one could have imagined the youth before them would suddenly strike. And with such terrifying power. With a single gesture, he had instantly defeated a top-tier 9th realm 5th stage expert. They had vastly underestimated the youth's strength. Amidst the stunned silence, the arrow, now resembling a fiery dragon, had returned to Ji Qiu's hand. I'm about to begin. Ji Qiu slung it over his shoulder, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke slowly. Now, I urge you all to revel in the endless agony and despair that lies ahead. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! Terrifying true essence of 4 elements: fire, lightning, storm, and tidal wave coiled around the arrow like long silk ribbons. Ji Qiu's figure shot forward. Pulling his arm back, he swung the arrow in his hand like a divine pillar, bringing it crashing down from above toward the Colossus's head. 4 elements. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The youth before them cultivated all 4 elements. No wonder he could kill Yú Jiāng so easily. So that's how it was. So what if he has 4 elements? The colossal figure, dozens of zhang in size, roared furiously. Rolling waves carrying endless golden lightning suddenly erupted from his body. At the same time, an aura as thick as mountains surged forth from its entire body. He drew his arm back, swinging a fist as massive as a mountain to meet the attack. A savage roar erupted from his throat. I too cultivate all 4 elements. What makes you think you're anything special? Mountain, sea, thunder, strength. These were the 4 attributes of the Colossus. Moreover, the physical prowess of the Titan race far surpassed that of the great Xià people. He was confident the youth before him was no match for him. But before his fist could land, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Before him, the youth held a colossal arrow enveloped in flames, lightning, storms, and surging tides. Surrounding it, the 7 terrifying auras of eternal night, Sun Luo, mountains, flowing clouds, 100 flowers, ice river, and blood moon manifested once more. 11 terrifying attributes of true essence swirled around the arrow. Like dancing dragons. Like flowing silk. At that very moment, Ji Qiu's indifferent voice echoed faintly. My apologies, I possess 11. What? Juba's mind instantly buzzed, going completely blank. 11 attributes. What the hell kind of joke is this? How the hell was he supposed to fight like this? But Ji Qiu gave him no time to think. The next instant, arrows like divine pillars suddenly slammed into his massive fist. Boom! A violent gale howled, the earth shook violently. The Colossus's massive fist shattered explosively, sending a torrent of blood raining wildly through the sky. The excruciating pain from his arm surged instantly to his brain. Yet before he could utter a scream, the arrow, carrying the force of a mountain, slammed into the top of his head. Boom! A deafening explosion. The Colossus's massive head, several meters wide, shattered instantly. Flesh and blood poured down like a torrential rain, while bones shattered like a collapsing mountain. The headless corpse crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. The Titan Lord, the Colossus, was dead. Every heart trembled violently, every face paled. They had believed that even if the youth before them was powerful, he was only at the 5th stage of the 9th realm. What storm could he possibly stir up? They even arrogantly dismissed the mere presence of a single youth. Too boring. Not thrilling enough. But they never imagined. The youth before them was a monstrous cultivator mastering 11 elemental attributes. Even the mightiest tyrants of the abyss deserved nothing but to be crushed to death. How could this be? Lan Shi's face turned deathly pale, her composure shattered as her expression grew as heavy as water. She was only marginally stronger than the Colossus. She was no match for the youth before her. Even if they all joined forces, defeating this youth was utterly impossible. What should they do? What should they do? But Ji Qiu gave them no time to react. The next moment, he swung the arrow in his hand and charged into the crowd. Boom! 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 Arrows imbued with 11 different attributes swept through the crowd like a scourge of destruction. Wherever they passed, the wind howled. Space warped. Piercing, desperate screams erupted one after another from the battlefield. Figures from all races shattered one after another. The scene was horrifying, chilling to the bone. Yet Ji Qiu remained utterly unmoved, relentlessly flinging arrows from his bow, mercilessly reaping the lives of the alien races. Lan Shi's heart pounded wildly, her eyes already filled with panic. The youth before her was utterly unstoppable. Run! Only by leaving this place could they survive. The same thought crossed the minds of the other Dozhan clan members, including Lai San. They had long since lost all will to fight. All they wanted was to survive. Nothing else. But just as they began to move to flee, boom!
A colossal thunder cage hundreds of feet tall abruptly descended from the heavens, trapping everyone within.
Thunder prison breathing technique.
Some attempted to break through the cage to escape, but the moment their bodies touched the edge, they instantly shattered into charred, bloodied flesh.
At that moment, everyone was trapped like beasts in an arena.
Their faces were ashen. Faces etched with utter despair. They could only watch helplessly as the youth before them killed them.
Chapter 118. Have you had your fill? Moments later,
the whistling of arrows tearing through the air ceased.
Dead silence fell over the battlefield.
Only the sound of blood flowing like a river from the ground could be heard.
Except for Lan Qi. Tens of thousands lay dead.
Not a single soul survived. The battlefield was already a river of blood, so thick that Ji Qiu's feet were submerged in it.
Ji Qiu dragged the massive arrow behind him.
Treading through the river of blood, he slowly approached Lan Qi, whose heart trembled in terror. A faint smile played upon his blood-soaked face. Slowly, he spoke.
Had your fill?
Killed 39 9th Realm Martial Artists, 288th Realm Martial Artists, 897th Realm Martial Artists, 14,506th Realm Martial Artists, 125,005th Realm Martial Artists. Potential points plus 51,331,000.
Remaining potential points, 62,342.17 W.
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Lan Qi's voice trembled uncontrollably. She never imagined things would turn out like this. Don't kill me. Spare me. I'll do anything you want if you just let me live. Everything belonging to my Hao Yue clan is yours.
Lan Qi begged humbly. At this moment, she cared nothing for her pride. She didn't want to die, she just wanted to live. Ji Qiu shook his head with a hint of displeasure.
Seems you don't really want to live after all. Lan Qi instantly understood Ji Qiu's meaning. Not sincere enough. She immediately dropped to her knees with a thud.
Without hesitation, she buried her head in the river of blood on the ground, a stark contrast to the haughty queen she had been moments before.
I want to live. Spare me, my lord.
No, spare me, my master. If you spare Lan Qi, I'll do anything at all. To save her life, Lan Qi threw caution to the wind.
Oh. Ji Qiu responded indifferently.
Then she raised her foot and pressed it down on Lan Qi's head. A cold voice echoed in her ear.
But I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I don't want you to do anything, nor am I interested in doing anything with you.
With that, her foot suddenly exerted force.
Boom! Lan Qi's skull instantly shattered.
She remained kneeling in her death throes, her body sinking into the river of blood. Killed a 9th Realm Martial Artist, potential points plus 50,000.
Remaining potential points, 62,347.17 W. During the earlier battle,
nearly all storage rings had shattered, with only a few remaining intact.
Ji Qiu removed Lan Qi's storage ring. He picked up the few intact storage rings. He opened each one. Most contained useless cultivation resources.
However, within the rings belonging to the Battle Clan chieftain Lai Shan, the Feather Clan Lord Yu Qinglan, and Lan Qi, Ji Qiu discovered 3 SS-grade breathing techniques, the Sea Moon breathing technique, the Battle breathing technique, and the Wind Feather breathing technique.
Within Lan Qi's ring,
he found an SS-grade spirit weapon named the Sea Moon Spear.
It appeared to be formed from condensed seawater, its entire body possessing a delicate, translucent crystal-like texture.
Rather than cold metal, it resembled flowing liquid. 3 golden characters Sea Moon Spear were engraved upon the spear shaft.
It looked quite mystical. Ji Qiu was reasonably satisfied.
Since the Sea Moon breathing technique and the Blood Moon breathing technique both belong to the lunar attribute breathing techniques,
they cannot coexist simultaneously.
After Ji Qiu reset and deleted the Blood Moon breathing technique,
he recovered 23,000 potential points.
Subsequently, he spent 150,000 potential points to elevate all 3 SS-grade breathing techniques, the Sea Moon breathing technique, the Battle breathing technique, and the Wind Feather breathing technique to the perfection stage.
Remaining potential points, 62,344.47 W.
Ji Qiu promptly closed the system.
His gaze fixed upon the abyss's depths as he murmured.
In the coming days, I shall exterminate every living creature within this abyss. With that, he lingered no longer. He walked deeper into the abyss. Over the following days, Ji Qiu swept through the territories of all races like a shadow of death, leaving nothing but destruction in his wake. Wherever she passed, mountains crumbled, cities collapsed, and bloodstains stained the land. Not a single soul was left alive. Days later, Ji Qiu returned to the abyss base. The abyss in Yú Jiāng Province behind him had become a wasteland of death.
Tens of millions of alien races had been utterly annihilated.
Not a single one survived. Killed 110 9th Realm Martial Artists, 588th Realm Martial Artists, 6,507th Realm Martial Artists, 70,510 6th Realm Martial Artists, 153,055th Realm Martial Artists, 1,257,000 4th Realm Martial Artists, 9,864,000 3rd Realm Martial Artists, 45,367,800 2nd Realm Martial Artists, 23,210,000 1st Realm Martial Artists. Potential points, plus 33,736,092,000.
Remaining potential points, 3,435,953.67 W. Gazing at the vast surplus of potential points, Jiqiu couldn't help but marvel. These potential points should be enough to elevate me to the peak of the mortal realm. He glanced into the depths of the abyss and murmured, "It's time to leave." All the alien races within the abyss had now been utterly annihilated. There was little point in lingering any longer.
Jiqiu lingered no longer, turning to leave the place and heading toward the abyss's entrance. At the abyss's entrance, a man with a solid, imposing presence, his aura as deep as the abyss itself, leaned against a large tree. A cigarette dangled from his lips. This man was none other than the divine throne, Xia Longyuan. Fearing that after Jiqiu's death, the alien races within the secret realm might emerge from the abyss, he had been stationed here for days.
Several days have passed now. Who knows what state the abyss is in? Xia Longyuan murmured to himself in a deep voice. It's time to send someone in to investigate.
He had previously refrained from sending anyone to investigate the abyss, fearing Jiqiu's excessive bloodlust. But waiting idly was not a solution either. No sooner had the words left his mouth. At that very moment, a figure approached from the distance, none other than Zhong Wanjun, the chief of enforcement for Yú Jiāng Province. He jogged over to Xia Longyuan's side. He respectfully addressed him. "Your Excellency, you've worked tirelessly." Xia Longyuan gave a slight nod. "What brings you here?" "My lord, it has been so long since the last incident, yet the abyss remains utterly silent. I have come to venture into the abyss myself and report back to you on its current state." Zhong Wanjun promptly explained his purpose. He too was curious about the current state of the abyss. "You're quite thoughtful." A hint of approval flashed in Xia Longyuan's eyes. He had been seeking someone to investigate the abyss, so this proposal suited him perfectly. "Since you wish to go, then go and see for yourself," Xia Longyuan said indifferently. "Remember to be extremely cautious. If anything seems amiss, return immediately." "Yes, your divine highness." With that, Zhong Wanjun hurried toward the entrance of the abyss. Soon, Zhong Wanjun arrived before the abyssal fissure. He prepared to enter. But just then, a figure slowly emerged from the abyssal fissure. Less than a meter from Zhong Wanjun, the figure possessed deep, piercing eyes. Its slightly childish face bore not a trace of warmth, cold and terrifying. When he recognized the youth before him, Zhong Wanjun's body jerked violently, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. Jiqiu. It was him. Wasn't he supposed to exterminate all races? How did he escape? Xia Longyuan, watching from afar, also froze in shock. He quickly snapped back to his senses and shook his head. It seemed this youngster had no intention of annihilating other races, it was all bluff. Otherwise, he wouldn't have walked out alive. Jiqiu paid no heed to the two. He decisively opened the system interface. Now that there were no realm restrictions, he naturally had to advance his cultivation immediately. Moreover, Xia Longyuan's aura hadn't completely faded. Jiqiu sensed a dangerous presence emanating from him. With his current strength, was still no match for the man before him. Chapter 119, Your miserable life has entered its final countdown. The next moment, time seemed to freeze. A transparent blue light screen appeared before Jiqiu. Host Jiqiu. Realm, Yuan Palace initial opening, 5th tier 9 realms 075W. Breathing technique. Sea Moon breathing technique SS rank mastered. Battle breathing technique SS rank mastery. Wind feather breathing technique SS rank mastered. Techniques. Phoenix seeking the Phoenix S rank mastery. Lotus steps S rank mastery. Remaining potential points, 343,593,536.7. Xiao Bao, go all in for me. Jiqiu silently commanded in his mind. His ink-black eyes brimmed with excitement and anticipation. Barring any surprises, this should be Jiqiu's final cultivation advancement in this world. The next moment, system alerts blared incessantly. 750,000 potential points spent. Martial cultivation advanced to Yuan Palace opening stage 6. Spent 800,000. Spent 850,000. Spent 900,000 potential points. Martial cultivation reached Yuan Palace opening stage 9 realms. Spent 1 million potential points. Martial cultivation reached Heaven Man Symbiosis stage 1. Spent 1.1 million. Spent 1.8 million potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to Heaven Man Symbiosis stage 9 10th realm. Spent 2 million potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to Supernatural Ascension stage 1. Spending 2.2 million. Spent 3.6 million potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to Supernatural to Divine stage 9 11th realm. Spent 4 million potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to Domain Embryo stage 1. Spending 4.5 million. Spent 8 million potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to Domain Embryo stage 9 12 realms. Spent 9 million potential points. Martial cultivation advanced to the first stage of Heavenly Manifestation. Spent 10 million. Spent 17 million potential points, martial cultivation advanced to Dharma form heaven and earth stage 9 13th realm.
Spent 19 million potential points, martial cultivation advanced to immortal soul immortality stage 1. Spent 21 million.
Spent 35 million potential points, martial cultivation advanced to immortal soul 9th tier 14th realm.
Spent 40 million potential points, martial cultivation advanced to human realm ultimate stage 1. Spent 45 million.
Spent 80 million potential points, martial cultivation advanced to mortal realm ultimate stage 9 15th realm.
Total spent 98,410,000. Remaining potential points 34,260,943.67 million.
As the system notification faded, the ceaseless flow of true energy within his body returned to stillness. Jiqiu slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, everything around him seemed utterly transformed. Yet it felt as though nothing had changed at all. The excitement and anticipation in his eyes had already subsided. His ink-black pupils resembled two ancient wells utterly still, yet seemingly reflecting the cyclical patterns of all creation's birth and decay. He clenched his fist lightly. There was no spatial collapse as he had imagined, nor did the laws of the universe wail. Only a profound, overwhelming sense of completeness filled him. He could hear the flow of molten lava deep within the earth beneath his feet, see the pure chi swirling above the clouds, and sense the faint air currents stirred by the fluttering wings of insects. All things in heaven and earth, down to the tiniest speck of dust, seemed to be connected to him by blood. At this moment, Jiqiu showed not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations, indistinguishable from any ordinary youth. This was the ultimate state of returning to simplicity, the pinnacle of human existence. Jiqiu slowly withdrew the system, nodding with satisfaction. He murmured to himself, "Now that my cultivation is the strongest in this world, I must focus on refining my breathing techniques and cultivation methods."
At that very moment, Xia Longyuan stood with his hands behind his back. A deep voice suddenly sounded beside Jiqiu. "Jiqiu, is it? I hear you've been boasting about annihilating all the races of the abyss. Seems you've gone back on your word now. What's the matter? Scared?" He naturally had no idea Jiqiu had already annihilated the races. The youth before him did possess some skill, but he didn't believe this youth could stand against the rulers of powerful races like the Sea Moon Clan or the Titans. Zhong Wanjun had already retreated to Xia Longyuan's side. His gaze fixed on Jiqiu. He waited for Jiqiu to be thoroughly humiliated. Yet to both their surprise, the youth showed not a trace of embarrassment, his expression remaining serene. The next moment, a battle spear, seemingly formed from condensed seawater, slowly materialized in Jiqiu's hand. He toyed with the spear in his hand. He said casually, "I have slaughtered every last one of the abyssal races." The air froze instantly. Zhong Wanjun froze solid in place, his face frozen in utter shock. Xia Longyuan, once calm and composed, now stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief at the scene before him. If Jiqiu were to rely solely on his own account, the two men would naturally not believe him. But what Jiqiu held in his hand was none other than the spirit weapon of Lanqi, the queen of the Sea Moon Clan, the strongest being in the abyss of Yú Jiāng Province, the Sea Moon Spear. This was proof that the youth had slaughtered every race within the abyss. They had assumed Jiqiu would perish in the abyss. They never imagined the power of the youth before them had reached such terrifying heights. Just as the two stood in stunned silence, Jiqiu's cold voice shattered the silence. "If I heard correctly, your words just now seemed like you were mocking me." The words were naturally directed at Xia Longyuan. Xia Longyuan snapped back to his senses, his expression quickly regaining its composure as he replied indifferently, "You may interpret it that way. He was, after all, the divine throne of Great Xia, a powerhouse at the 10th realm. The youth before him had indeed astonished him by annihilating the races of the abyss, but ultimately, he was only at the 5th stage of the 9th realm. He naturally saw no need to explain anything to the youth before him." Xia Longyuan continued, "Very well. Since you've appeared, accompany me to the Tyrant's mansion." "Of course." Xia Longyuan's tone abruptly turned cold. "You're no match for me, so you'd better not get any funny ideas. Otherwise, I'll..." His words dripped with menace. But before he could finish, Jiqiu casually stepped forward, as if traversing empty space, appearing before Xia Longyuan before anyone could react. Thud! He thrust the Sea Moon Spear from his hand straight into Xia Longyuan's mouth. The spear pierced through the back of his skull, a fountain of blood spurting from his mouth and spraying wildly in all directions. At the same moment, Jiqiu's indifferent voice echoed slowly, "You seem unaware. The moment you mocked me, your wretched life entered its final countdown." A piercing scream erupted from Xia Longyuan's mouth. The excruciating pain in his mouth instantly contorted his previously calm expression, his pupils suddenly constricting. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His cultivation at the 10th realm had been effortlessly defeated by the youth before him, without even a chance to react. This couldn't be possible.
He had assumed the youth before him, having just emerged from the abyss, possessed martial cultivation no higher than the 9th realm, 5th tier.
Even if he were stronger, he couldn't possibly be his match. But he never imagined the youth before him could be this terrifying. This was no mere 9th realm, 5th stage. What a joke! Beside him, Zhong Wanjun was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Lord Divine Throne had actually been defeated. How could this happen? How could he possibly be a match for his Divine Majesty? Chapter 120. Thanks for the concern, everyone. I'm still alive. Xia Longyuan clutched the moonblade's shaft with both hands, desperately trying to pull it from his mouth. But even using every ounce of strength in his body, he couldn't budge it. The next moment, Ji Qiu's index finger lightly tapped his forehead. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Xia Longyuan's head exploded violently, sending flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The headless corpse twitched feebly a few times. Finally, it collapsed with a thud onto the ground. All signs of life vanished. Killing a 10th realm martial artist, potential points plus 100,000. Remaining potential points 34, 260, 953.67 W. Dead. Lord Divine Throne is dead. Zhong Wanjun felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar, curling up and trembling uncontrollably, his entire body already drenched in cold sweat. Monster. The youth before him was a monster. Ji Qiu, however, remained as calm as a still lake, as if nothing had happened. His heart remained equally calm. He returned the sea moon spear to his spatial ring. His gaze fell upon Zhong Wanjun. His voice held not a shred of warmth. Lead the way to the Tyrant Academy headquarters. He had no intention of sparing Zhong Wanjuan's life, but now was not the time to kill him. Ji Qiu needed a guide. Yes, yes. Zhong Wanjun dared not hesitate for a moment, nodding his head in immediate compliance. He felt uneasy inside. Could Lord Guozhu possibly be a match for this brat? He shook his head fiercely. What was he thinking? Lord Guozhu is the mightiest warrior in Great Xia. How could he possibly be defeated by this brat? Just as he pondered this, Ji Qiu grabbed him by the scruff like a cat or dog, transforming into a streak of light as he vanished from the spot. He sped toward the direction of the Tyrant's Academy. Though Yunmeng Province lay thousands of miles from the Tyrant's Academy, the distance held no challenge for Ji Qiu. The headquarters of the Tyrant's Academy stood within the capital city of Yú Jiāng, Great Xia. 9 towering bronze pagodas, each over 100 meters high, encircled the complex, embracing a cluster of white jade palaces at its heart. At the very heart of all these halls, a colossal palace rose like a mountain range, its soaring eaves and intricate brackets creating a majestic spectacle. This is the Tyrant's Academy's main hall, the Hall of Judgment. It is also where the Tyrant's Academy deliberates on major decisions. Within the Hall of Judgment at this moment, a man sat upon the dragon throne atop a high platform deep within the hall. Dressed in black robes embroidered with dragon patterns, his posture was as sturdy as a solitary pine on a mountain, his shoulders straight and spine rigid, as if bearing the weight of 10,000 mountains and rivers. His hair was as white as frost. Yet his face showed not a trace of aging. When he lowered his gaze, it was as still as an ancient well. When he raised his eyes, it was as if a dragon had opened its eyes. He stood at the pinnacle of the Great Xia Empire. The pillar of the nation, Xianyuan Jiming. Below the high platform, seated in order along both sides of the Grand Hall, were the core forces of the Tyrant's Academy. The 4 divine seats occupied the foremost positions. Behind them were the state guardians and the commanders-in-chief. The assembly was solemn and strictly hierarchical. Of course, this was not the entire Tyrant's Academy. Due to special duties like guarding the abyss, another pillar of the nation and other members were unable to attend in person. Xianyuan Jiaming had gathered everyone today for a matter of great importance. The secret realm of Qiyun Mountain was about to open. This realm only opens once every 100 years. Within its depths lie not only invaluable cultivation resources, but also divine stones for forging spirit weapons, and even powerful breathing techniques and cultivation methods. The SSS grade breathing technique, the Crimson Lotus Divine Feast breathing method, wielded by the Flame Divine Throne's Yi Hongwan, was obtained within this secret realm. However, only martial artists at the 8th realm or below are permitted to enter, and there are only 50 spots available. The competition for these spots will commence in 5 days. At that time, martial artists of the 8th realm from sects and the Great Xia military will all participate in the competition. If the number of spots secured by sect disciples far exceeds those allocated to the Great Xia government, upon entering the secret realm, the Great Xia government will be at an absolute disadvantage. Not only might they gain nothing, but casualties could also occur. The stakes are immense. Which side possesses stronger martial artists competing for these spots, the military or the sects? Xianyuan Jiming's voice boomed like a dragon's roar. Reporting to Minister Xianyuan, Yi Changha of the Tsangming Divine Throne replied solemnly. Among the sects, the strongest 8th realm martial artist, Lu Sha, can cultivate 6 elemental attributes simultaneously. His mastery of the SS grade breathing technique, the Night Slayer breath, has reached perfection, a prodigy unseen in centuries.
None within our Great Xià military can match him. Moreover, in terms of the overall strength of the martial artists competing for the spots, we fall short of the sect factions.
Upon hearing this,
Xianyuan Jiming's brows immediately furrowed deeply. Those who cultivate 4 attributes are already rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in Great Xià.
Those with 5 elements? Across the entire Great Xià, he was the sole practitioner. Who would have thought that Liu Sha could cultivate 6 elements simultaneously? Moreover, the SS-grade breathing technique, one that even 9th realm martial artists could only begin to grasp, he had already perfected it while still in the 8th realm. Truly a child of destiny. After a moment's contemplation,
Xianyuan Jiaming let out a light sigh. With Liu Sha present, our Great Xià military forces are unlikely to achieve significant gains in the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm this time.
Across the entire Great Xià,
below the 8th realm, there was likely no one who could match Liu Sha.
Indeed. Yi Hongwan of the Crimson Flame Divine Sea chimed in.
Moreover, I've heard Liu Sha strikes with extreme cruelty. He's practically a madman. I fear he'll slaughter our Great Xià military forces indiscriminately once he enters the Secret Realm.
She then proposed. Why don't we abandon the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm?
She wore a crimson flame patterned gown, a red lotus tattooed between her brows, like an empress reborn from the flames.
Xianyuan Jiming shook his head. His gaze remained resolute as he declared. We cannot abandon it. To abandon the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm would be to bow to the sections. How would those sects perceive us? How would billions of people view our military? We must enter the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm. All present nodded in agreement.
If we truly bow to the sect factions, not only will military morale be shattered, but also erode public confidence in the Great Xià military. More people would defect to the sect factions.
Xianyuan Jiming continued. Tyance, in 5 days, you will lead the expedition to Qiyun Mountain.
The battle for the Qiyun Mountain quota will take place at the summit of Qiyun Mountain.
Yes, Minister Xianyuan. Zhang Tyance bowed in acknowledgement.
As the state guardian of the Tyance Academy, he possessed cultivation at the 7th stage of the 9th realm. The Hall of Judgment fell silent for a moment.
At that very moment,
Xianyuan Jiming suddenly recalled something and inquired. I've heard that a teenage prodigy has emerged in Yunmeng Province, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. Even figures like Yu Kunlun have fallen to him.
What has become of him now? Yi Hongwan replied.
Xia Longyuan told me that Brat actually plans to single-handedly wipe out every race in the abyss of Yunmeng Province.
Utterly delusional. Barring any surprises, he should be dead in the abyss by now. Xianyuan Jiming nodded lightly. He fully agreed with Yi Hongwan's assessment.
Even if that kid cultivated 5 or even 6 elemental attributes, he might not be able to wipe out every race.
Could he possibly cultivate 7 or more?
Better that he's dead.
Xianyuan Jiming spoke slowly.
Still, it's a pity that such a prodigy emerged from Great Xià only to be beyond our reach.
Indeed it is.
Had such a prodigy walked the righteous path, he would surely have ascended to the pinnacle someday.
What a pity.
The others all felt regret as well. To describe a 16-year-old with cultivation at the 5th stage of the 9th realm as a genius would be an insult to the term. It's a pity he chose the wrong path.
Just as the murmurs filled the air,
a light, measured footsteps slowly approached from outside the Hall of Judgment.
Then, a calm voice echoed in their ears. Thank you all for your concern. I'm still alive.
Chapter 121. Even if the Heavenly King himself arrived, I, Ji Qiu, would remain unfazed. The room fell instantly silent.
All eyes turned toward the entrance.
A youth walked in slowly. Tall and slender, his delicate features bore no expression, a calmness that felt eerie, his icy pupils like unfathomable cold abysses.
Traces of blood, not yet dried, still clung to his clothes. This youth was Ji Qiu, the man they had declared dead. The bloodstains on his body belonged to Zhong Wanjun.
Now that Zhong Wanjun had fulfilled his duty as a guide, Ji Qiu saw no reason to spare his life. Seeing the youth before them, everyone froze in shock, their faces filled with disbelief and confusion.
Shouldn't this youth have perished in the abyss? How could he be alive and appearing here? Had he not gone to exterminate the races of the abyss? But even if he hadn't gone, the divine throne Xia Longyuan had been waiting at the abyss's entrance all along. But where was Xia Longyuan? Why is this kid here alone?
Soon, the pillar of the nation, Xianyuan Jiming, snapped back to his senses. Furrowing his brow slightly, he asked in a deep voice.
You're that kid named Ji Qiu?
Yes.
Ji Qiu replied indifferently. I never imagined you'd still be alive, you little brat.
Xianyuan Jiming's voice gradually regained its composure.
But there's something I don't understand. Weren't you supposed to exterminate every race in the Dreamflower Province abyss? Why are you here? Didn't you encounter Divine Throne Xia Longyuan when you left the abyss?
Ji Qiu paid no heed to the astonished gazes around him, casually finding a spot to sit down.
He spoke with a carefree air. I slaughtered every last one in the Dreamflower Province abyss.
As for that so-called Divine Throne Xia Longyuan, it seems he also met his end at my hands. No one believed Ji Qiu's words. A youth who had just emerged from the abyss, with cultivation at most at the 9th realm, 5th stage.
Killing Xia Longyuan, a 10th stage cultivator. Impossible. The gap between the 9th realm and the 10th realm was like an uncrossable chasm. Seeing Jiqiu's dismissive attitude, spouting nonsense right before their eyes, clearly holding them in utter contempt. The expressions on everyone's faces darkened. The imperial envoy Zhang Tiance abruptly rose to his feet. His voice boomed. This is the Tiance Academy. You stand before the esteemed state pillar. Dismiss your arrogance, rise to your feet, and speak properly. Before his words had fully faded. Rip! A blinding bolt of lightning ripped through the void, exploding before everyone's eyes. The entire Hall of Judgment was instantly bathed in silver light. The next instant, Jiqiu, accompanied by a raging thunderstorm, materialized before Zhang Tiance in an instant. His robes billowed like waves in the tempest, silver hair whipped like swirling clouds, and eyes as deep as an abyss seemed to hold rolling thunder. He resembled the thunder god descended upon the mortal realm. Then, before Zhang Tiance could react, Jiqiu's fist, enveloped in rolling thunder, crashed down like the heavens themselves. A cold, deep voice boomed simultaneously. Don't talk about facing some so-called pillar of the nation. Even if the heavenly king himself came, Jiqiu would hold no different stance. A terrifying thunderstorm swept toward him, and Zhang Tiance seemed to smell the scent of death. His expression changed abruptly. Clearly, he hadn't expected the youth before him to suddenly strike in with such blinding speed. His martial cultivation at the 7th stage of the 9th realm hadn't even given him a chance to react. Hadn't this kid just emerged from the secret realm, his cultivation barely at the 5th stage of the 9th realm? This couldn't be possible. But now, facing the fist growing larger and larger in his pupils, it was already too late for him to do anything. The next instant. Boom! Jiqiu's fist slammed down onto his face. A deafening explosion echoed. A terrifying crater suddenly appeared in the ground. A massive cloud of debris and dust shot skyward. Terrifying cracks spread like they'd been torn open by a giant hand, frantically spreading outward. Zhang Tiance, standing before Jiqiu. His body was instantly hurled backward, slamming violently into a wall dozens of meters away. His face contorted and caved in, bones shattered beyond repair. Blood poured like a waterfall from his face, instantly staining his entire visage crimson. Aya! Zhang Tiance clutched his blood-spattered face with both hands, his mouth emitting a piercing scream. The excruciating pain sent him rolling across the ground. He never imagined the youth before him could be so terrifying. A wave of dread washed over him. Fortunately, the youth before him hadn't killed him. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. But he was clearly overthinking it. Jiqiu hadn't killed him earlier, he'd merely wanted to witness his agonized, distorted expression. Just as Zhang Tiance was feeling relieved, Jiqiu's figure reappeared before him. Pulling his arm back, his fist surged with rolling thunder as it slammed once more into Zhang Tiance's caved-in face. Boom! Blinding lightning flared explosively. Zhang Tiance's skull shattered instantly, blood and charred flesh splattering violently in all directions. In his dying moments, a faint voice echoed. Next time, keep your mouth shut. Don't go blabbing everywhere. Not everyone is as merciful as me. I'll let you live long enough to take one more punch. The Hall of Judgment fell instantly silent. All eyes fixed on the youth in the center, hearts pounding, eyes filled with horror. Zhang Tiance, a 7th tier 9th realm cultivator, had been instantly defeated. Without a chance to retaliate. Before Jiqiu had even moved. Everyone present had assumed. The youth before them had just emerged from the abyss, his martial cultivation peaking at the 5th stage of the 9th realm. But now they finally understood. They were wrong. They were utterly mistaken. The icy composure on Yi Hongwan's face, seated upon the crimson flame divine throne, shattered. Her brows furrowed tightly, her scarlet eyes blazing with both shock and fury. Xianyuan Jiming, the pillar of the nation, likewise wore a look of astonishment. At this moment, they began to believe the words of the youth before them. Xia Longyuan might truly have perished at his hands. But why had his strength surged so dramatically the moment he stepped out of the secret realm? Just as everyone was stunned, Jiqiu's cold voice shattered the silence. The youth withdrew his fist, hands clasped behind his back, and slowly rose to his feet, striding to the center of the grand hall. His gaze swept across the assembled crowd. He spoke expressionlessly. I did not come here today to kill. I merely wish to inquire about the Tiance Academy's stance toward me. Yet your conduct has left me deeply dissatisfied. Now I offer you one final chance to live. Kneel on both knees and submit to me, or remain seated and die within this hall of judgment. You have 2 minutes to decide. Jiqiu's icy gaze then fixed on Xianyuan Jiming as she added. You are no exception. The moment these words left her lips, everyone present wore expressions of shock and fury, their eyes nearly blazing with rage. They were all top-tier powerhouses of Great Xia, each commanding authority over their own domains. For this youth to demand they kneel in submission was nothing short of utter humiliation. Xianyuan Jiming, the pillar of the nation, turned ashen. Killing intent surged in his eyes. You little brat, you're truly arrogant and ignorant. His voice was low and terrifying. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you now. The words fell. Boom! The earth beneath suddenly shook violently. Then, a colossal golden dragon burst through the earth, coiling abruptly around Xianyuan Jiming. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, causing the entire Hall of Judgment to tremble violently. Cracks spread like a spiderweb across the walls, threatening to collapse at any moment. Blinding golden light illuminated every horrified face. Xianyuan Jiming's robes billowed wildly, his silver hair whipping like a storm, resembling a celestial deity descended from the heavens. He flexed his arms. The golden dragon roared with earth-shattering ferocity, charging toward Jiqiu with the force to crush mountains and rivers. He bellowed. How dare you speak of forcing my Tyrant's Academy to submit? I'll make you understand just how foolish your words were. In the next instant, wherever the dragon's body passed, the ground shattered inch by inch, sending showers of debris flying as a deep chasm abruptly appeared. The void emitted a piercing hum, as if it might collapse at any moment. The Hall of Judgment crashed down in a thunderous collapse. The entire Tyrant's Academy trembled. Chapter 122, Kneel and Beg Me. Naive little fool. Yi Hongwan, seated upon the crimson flame divine throne, coldly surveyed the scene. Her gaze toward Jiqiu was filled with utter contempt. Xianyuan Guozhu possessed cultivation at the 6th stage of the 10th realm, mastering 5 elemental attributes. Beyond his SSS tier primary attribute of dragon, his remaining 4 attributes were all SSS tier, each cultivated to perfection. For this youth to dare challenge the pillar of the nation, it was tantamount to courting death. None of the others believed the youth could withstand Guozhu's terrifying attacks. In their eyes, Guozhu was invincible. Yet faced with such a formidable offensive, Jiqiu's expression remained cold and impassive, devoid of any warmth, eerily calm. The next instant, his figure shot forward, abruptly materializing before the colossal golden dragon head. He swung a fist enveloped in surging thunder, meeting the attack head-on. Boom! The two collided. A deafening crash echoed. A terrifying shockwave erupted, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. Several surrounding halls instantly collapsed, reduced to ruins as billowing clouds of dust rose into the air. Yi Hongwan and the others were instantly hurled away, crashing onto the ground hundreds of meters away. Their faces were deathly pale. Blood gushed from their mouths in great gulps. But in the very next moment, under the stunned gazes of all present, the colossal golden dragon let out a mournful cry. Its body shattered like porcelain, crumbling inch by inch into a sky-filling golden light that dissipated into the void. Xianyuan Jiming was instantly flung backward. Boom! 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 He crashed through several palaces before finally coming to a halt. His bones and tendons were nearly shattered, his flesh torn and bleeding. Even the slightest movement became excruciatingly difficult. Ugh! Heavy breathing mixed with low moans kept escaping Xianyuan Jiming's mouth. His mind went blank. He, the pillar of the nation, a cultivator at the 6th stage of the 10th realm, standing at the pinnacle of Dà Xià. Yet he was no match for the youth before him. How could this be possible? What kind of monster was this youth before him? Resentment filled his heart. He refused to accept this reality. Yi Hongwan and the others froze in place, their eyes vacant, unable to believe the scene unfolding before them. Xianyuan Guozhu had actually been defeated. How could this be? His opponent was merely a 16-year-old youth, someone who had just emerged from the depths of Yú Jiāng Province, a boy who had never even laid eyes on an SSS-grade breathing technique. They racked their brains but couldn't fathom it. Why had Xianyuan Jiming lost? Where exactly did he falter? Why was this youth before them so incredibly powerful? Ignoring the stunned gazes around him, Jiqiu descended to the ground, stepping through the debris to stand beside Xianyuan Jiming. His voice was cold and detached. The 2 minutes aren't up yet. Do you want to live, Lord Guozhu? He then crouched down, grabbed Xianyuan Jiming by his silver hair with his right hand, and hoisted him up before him. Kneel and beg me. Xianyuan Jiming growled, his blood-stained face contorted into a hideous grimace of fury. You want me to beg you? Dream on. Boom! Before the words had even finished echoing, Jiqiu swung his head, smashing it viciously into the ground. Once. Twice. 3 times. Thud. 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 The ground trembled. Crushed stones flew everywhere. Blood gushed wildly. Xianyuan Jiming let out agonized howls. Jiqiu remained utterly unmoved, showing no sign of stopping. Only when Xianyuan Jiming's skull shattered and his struggles ceased did Jiqiu halt his actions. He said coldly, Farewell, Lord Guozhu. Killed 1 9th realm martial artist, 1 10th realm martial artist. Potential points plus 150,000. Remaining potential points 34, 260, 968.67 W. Silence fell over the arena once more. Witnessing Xianyuan Jiming's gruesome demise, Yi Hongwan and the others felt their scalps tingle, a chill rising in their hearts. It felt unreal. The pillar of the mighty Dà Xià kingdom had fallen so abruptly. Before this battle, they had believed that no matter how formidable the youth before them might be, he would ultimately fall before Xianyuan Guizhu. After all, Xianyuan Guizhu was the strongest man in Great Xia. Yet, in their wildest dreams, in the end, it was Xianyuan Guizhu who died mercilessly slaughtered to the last breath. This youth was terrifying. He was nothing short of a demon. As everyone trembled in fear, Jiqiu slowly rose to his feet, his cold voice ringing out once more. 10, 9, 8. The words had barely left his lips. Thud. The sound of several knees hitting the ground echoed. Nearly 10 people knelt down simultaneously. A voice urgently declared, I choose to submit. I choose to submit. Fearing Jiqiu's countdown would end. They could die fighting the sect, they could die in the abyss, but they refused to die here. Jiqiu was somewhat satisfied. He had always intended to spare a few after all, the vast lands of Great Xia would eventually need people to govern them. If he killed them all, the entire Great Xia would descend into chaos. As for the 30 or so who refused to submit, like Yi Hongwan, Jiqiu swung his sea moon spear, plunging it into the crowd. Boom! 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 One by one, their bodies shattered into fragments, raining down as a torrent of blood upon the ruins. Not a single one survived. Killed, 4 10th Realm Martial Artists, 39th Realm Martial Artists. Potential points plus 1,900,000. Remaining potential points, 34,261,158.67. After finishing this, Jiqiu casually plopped down on a broken rock, gazing indifferently at the few kneeling before him. Rise. Yes, sir. The group hastily rose to their feet, standing respectfully before Jiqiu. Like children who had made a mistake. The youth before them was a figure even more formidable than Guizhu. Beyond their innate fear, the youth before them was utterly worthy of their reverence. Observing their expressions, Jiqiu couldn't help but chuckle softly before continuing. When I arrived just now, I seemed to overhear you mentioning something about the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm. What's going on? Zhang Yurua of the 10,000 Flowers Divine Throne hastily began explaining, detailing the events of the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm. Oh, I see. Jiqiu nodded. In 5 days, the sects and the Great Xia military will compete for the Secret Realm qualification. You'll accompany me to Qiyun Mountain. The sects want to compete for Secret Realm quotas? Simple. Simply eliminate all members of the sect. Yes, sir. Zhang Yurua responded promptly. Then, a vision of Qiyun Mountain running red with blood in a few days' time flashed through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Those sects are finished. The heavens of Great Xia were about to change. She timidly glanced up at the youth before her. Her thoughts murmured. Could this new pillar of the state wipe out all the sects and restore the Great Xia's unity? It's highly likely. Just then, Jiqiu's voice rang out again. I heard the Tyrant Academy's treasury hall holds SSS-grade breathing techniques. Is that true? It is indeed true. Chen Yurong dared not conceal the truth and replied honestly, there are 10 SSS-grade breathing techniques. Jiqiu nodded in satisfaction. Go. Retrieve all 10 of these breathing techniques, along with every SSS-grade cultivation method, from the treasury hall. Yes, sir. With that, Zhang Yurua and the others dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately setting off toward the courtyard treasury hall. Along the way, Zhang Yurua spoke softly. What happened today must not be revealed. If the sects find out, they'll inevitably become wary. So Lord Zhang intends to surprise those sect factions? Zhang Yurua nodded. Precisely. I look forward to seeing the shock on their faces just as we felt moments ago. What they had just experienced, they intended for those sects to experience in full measure. Understood. All right. Everyone agreed in turn. Chapter 123, Burning Heaven Valley. Moments later, Zhang Yurua and the others retrieved 10 SSS-grade breathing techniques and handed them to Jiqiu. They were: Flower Attribute, 10,000 Flowers Breathing Technique. Mountain Attribute, Green Mountain Breathing Technique. Sword Attribute, Heavenly Sword Breathing Technique. Fire Attribute, Red Lotus Divine Feast Breathing Technique. Wind Attribute, Gale Breath Technique. Dragon Element, Golden Sacred Dragon Breathing Technique. Water Attribute, River Styx Breathing Technique. Earth Attribute, Earth Pulse Breathing Technique. Metal Element, Metal Tide Breathing Technique. Sun Element, Eternal Blazing Sun Breathing Technique. Since Jiqiu had previously cultivated the breathing techniques of the same elemental type for flower, mountain, fire, wind, and water, breathing techniques of the same element cannot coexist. Without hesitation, he reset his existing low-tier breathing techniques and permanently removed them from the system interface. This returned 125,000 potential points. Immediately after, Jiqiu spent 1 million potential points to directly elevate 10 SSS-grade breathing techniques to perfection. He now possessed breathing techniques for 18 attributes. Among them, 6 S-grade, 2 SS-grade, and 10 SSS-grade. Each S-grade breathing technique boosted his strength threefold, SS-grade techniques fivefold, and SSS-grade techniques delivered a staggering tenfold or greater enhancement. Taking all factors into account, Jiqiu's current strength had skyrocketed nearly 130-fold, a truly godlike feat. Jiqiu spent another 1.7 million potential points to max out all 17 SSS tier techniques.
Though somewhat unnecessary, Jiqiu possessed such an overwhelming surplus of potential points that he simply couldn't spend them all.
Remaining potential points, 34,260,901.17. Jiqiu then closed the system interface.
Slowly rising from the gravel, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance as he murmured softly. In 5 days, I shall eradicate every sect and faction from the lands of Great Xià.
Within the Great Xià,
there were over 100 sects and factions of varying sizes. The most powerful among them were the 4 great sects: Burning Heaven Valley, Nine Heavens Mountain, Falling Star Sword Pavilion, and Emerald Water Palace. Each sect was anchored by a sovereign-level powerhouse at the 10th realm, 5th stage. Among these, Burning Heaven Valley stood as the foremost. Its leader, Jin Tianyao, possessed martial cultivation at the 6th tier of the 10th realm, a pinnacle existence rivaling the pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Lu Xia, who cultivated 6 elemental attributes simultaneously,
is the sacred son of Burning Heaven Valley. At this moment, within the blazing hall of Burning Heaven Valley, a massive circular platform, forged from fire-melted crystals, stood at the hall's center, radiating a crimson glow. Seated around the platform were 4 figures, each as imposing as mountains and as serene as deep pools. They were the patriarchs of the 4 great sects, the 4 most powerful overlords of their respective factions.
5 days later, the day of the battle for the coveted spots in the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm would arrive.
The Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm held immense significance. Jin Tianyao, the Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley, had summoned them to Burning Heaven Valley specifically to discuss this matter. The day of the competition for the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm spots is fast approaching. Jin Tianyao spoke slowly. However, our sect's power far surpasses that of the Great Xia military. We are certain to secure more spots, and when competing for the Secret Realm's resources, we will hold every advantage.
Yet, that alone is insufficient.
My plan is to have Lu Xia and the others eliminate every member of the Great Xia military once we enter the Secret Realm. Let the Great Xia military suffer total losses, while expanding our gains within the Secret Realm. What are your thoughts? Jin Tianyao stood in a crimson gown, her figure graceful, skin fairer than snow. Her stunning face bore only coldness and murderous intent.
That doesn't seem quite right. Feng Wuji, the mountain lord of Jiuxiu Mountain, immediately furrowed his brows.
His expression grew grave as he cautioned. If we proceed this way, we risk provoking the Great Xia military.
What if?
He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Feng Wuji feared the Great Xia military might retaliate against them over this matter. He was the most cautious and prudent in his daily conduct, unwilling to take on such a significant risk.
Heh,
you're overthinking it, Mountain Master Feng.
Mo Tianhong, the head of the Falling Star Sword Pavilion, chuckled lightly.
Most of the Great Xia military strength is currently tied up by the abyssal alien races. Moreover, the Great Xia Empire possesses numerous secret realms in ancient lands.
The neighboring nations of Sakura, Grizzly, and Goryeo all eye it covetously.
The Great Xia military dares not take action against us.
I support Master Jingu's proposal.
His words brimmed with calm confidence. Given the tense situation, the Great Xia military wouldn't dare make a move against them unless they were out of their minds.
Why worry?
Indeed, Lord Fengshan, you are overly cautious. Morong Shui, the palace master of Bishui Palace, spoke calmly. This approach both weakens the Great Xia military strength and maximizes the benefits for our sect's influence.
Why not seize the opportunity?
I also agree with Master Jin's proposal. Seeing Mo Tianhong and Morong Shui both agree, Jin Tianyao's gaze fell upon Feng Wuji.
She inquired. And what is Mountain Master Feng's opinion?
I agree as well. Feng Wuji had no desire to get involved in this matter. But with everyone else having spoken, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree.
Good. Jin Tianyao nodded with satisfaction.
In that case, it's settled.
Lu Xia is the strongest.
Once we enter the secret realm, he will be our leader. If anyone shows mercy to the Great Xia military personnel or commits treason, they will be killed immediately.
Any objections? Agreed. I have no objection. All 3 nodded in agreement. A brief silence fell over the room.
At that moment, Morong Shui suddenly seemed to recall something. Her fingers, which had been tapping the armrest of her chair, abruptly stopped. She lifted her gaze to the others in the hall. Recently, a prodigy emerged in Great Xia. At only 16 years old, he has already attained the 9th realm cultivation.
Have you all heard of this?
Of course we have.
Jin Tianyao continued.
They say even Yu Kunlun and others at the 5th stage of the 9th realm fell to this youngster. His martial talent truly defies belief.
However, at this point, Jin Tianyao suddenly laughed with disdain.
This brat actually dares to think he can single-handedly wipe out the entire Yunmeng province abyss. That's truly beyond his wildest dreams.
He's probably already perished in the abyss by now.
Morong Shui nodded slightly.
Barring any surprises, that's likely the case. A mocking expression then flashed across her face. Come to think of it, we should be grateful that this brat has talent but no brains. Otherwise, had he joined the Great Xià military, he would have broken through the 10th realm in time. He might even have reached the 11th realm, the realm of the saints. By then, we'd all be finished. Mo Tianhong, the head of the Falling Star Sword Pavilion, chuckled upon hearing this. Indeed. That absurd martial talent of his seems to have been traded for his wits. Ha! At this remark, the crowd burst into laughter. After a few more moments of casual conversation, Morong Shuet and her group rose to take their leave. Soon, only Jin Tianyao remained in the blazing splendor hall. She suppressed her smile and instructed the guards at the door. Bring Lu Xia to see me. Yes, Valley Master. Not long after, a slender figure stepped over the threshold of the brilliant hall and entered. The newcomer's face was deathly pale, his features somewhat dull and bookish, yet his eyes burned with savage ferocity, a jarring incongruity on such an unassuming face. He was Lu Xia, the sacred son of Burning Heaven Valley. Chapter 124, On the Eve of the Great Battle. Seeing Lu Xia enter the blazing splendor hall, Jin Tianyao's face lit up with relief, and her icy gaze softened slightly. Please sit. Yes, Valley Master. Lu Xia complied and sat down beside her. Jin Tianyao continued. Regarding your earlier proposal to eliminate all Great Xià military personnel within the secret realm, I've just consulted with several sect masters, and they have no objections. Upon hearing this, a terrifying light flared in Lu Xia's eyes. He had always relished slaughter. It was precisely to savor this thrill that he had proposed to Jin Tianyao to slaughter every member of the Great Xià military within the secret realm. Now that his proposal had been approved, his heart surged with excitement. The vision of the Great Xià soldiers meeting gruesome ends filled his mind. He unconsciously licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. That's excellent. But don't get too cocky. Jin Tianyao cautioned him. Once inside the secret realm, though none can match your strength, remain vigilant and cautious in all matters. Keep your wits about you, do not let the bloodshed cloud your judgment. Rest assured, Valley Master. I understand. Lu Xia agreed readily with his words. Yet deep down, he dismissed the warning entirely. His strength was sufficient to crush any Great Xià powerhouse below the 8th realm, why should he need caution? Very well. There's nothing more to discuss. You may leave now. Jin Tianyao waved her hand lightly. Yes. Lu Xia bowed respectfully before turning to leave the hall. Watching Lu Xia's retreating figure, Jin Tianyao's expression hardened once more into its usual cold detachment. The Great Xià military, prepare to receive the surprise I, Jin Tianyao, have prepared for you all. Jiqiu annihilated the Gu family, destroyed the Abyss base in Yunming Province, and slew Yu Kunlun and others at the 9th realm, 5th tier. He even boasted about wiping out the Abyss in Yunming Province. The news swiftly spread throughout the entire Great Xià. Despite Jiqiu's terrifying display of power, no one believed he could single-handedly wipe out the Abyss in Yunming Province. Such a feat was utterly impossible. Principal's office, Yunming No. 2 High School. A tall man in a suit, his belly protruding as if several months pregnant, sat behind the desk. The man was Principal Lin Jinting. He sighed helplessly. I never imagined Jiqiu's cultivation would advance so rapidly. In just a few dozen days, he's reached the terrifying 9th realm. It's a pity he ultimately perished in the Abyss. Lin Jinting had helped Jiqiu sell the spoils he had captured in the Ghost Wolf Secret Realm. Lin Jinting had transferred funds to Jiqiu twice. Jiqiu let Lin Jinting keep the rest of the money for himself. After that, Jiqiu occasionally sent him precious cultivation resources. In just a few short weeks, he broke through multiple cultivation levels consecutively, advancing directly to the 6th realm, all thanks to Jiqiu's assistance. Now, upon hearing the news of Jiqiu's death, he felt deeply unsettled. Beside him, the head of academic affairs, Li Mu, also appeared somewhat dazed. He gave a bitter smile. That kid even mentioned getting me an SS-grade breathing technique. Looks like I got played by him. It wasn't that he cared about the SS-grade breathing technique. He did care. After all, he usually had to stretch every 100 Dà Xià coins he had. But then again, he and Jiqiu had known each other for a while. Learning of Jiqiu's death weighed heavily on his heart. The office fell silent. After a moment, Li Mu finally spoke in a low voice. That kid always manages to pull off miracles. Do you think this time he might actually wipe out the Abyss aliens and make it out alive? Lin Jinting shook his head. It's almost impossible. Lin Jinting had pulled numerous strings to gather detailed intelligence on the Abyss races and consulted many powerful figures. His conclusion was clear. Jiqiu had no chance of annihilating every race. Alright, let's not dwell on such disheartening matters. Lin Jinting waved his hand dismissively. In 5 days, the qualification battle for the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm begins. I've already bought the train tickets to Qiyun Mountain. Are you coming? The principal's treating? You're such a cheapskate. Girls' dormitory. Xia Jiqing, dressed in a white long dress, wore a worried expression. Usually, when she messaged Ji Qiu, he would reply. But for the past few days, she hadn't received any replies from Ji Qiu. Maybe Ji Qiu is still in the abyss? She stared at her chat history with Ji Qiu. She murmured to herself. Though her heart was filled with worry, she refused to believe Ji Qiu was dead until she saw his body. Seeing Xia Jiqing like this, her roommate Chen Yuan shook her round, plump face and sighed helplessly. You're hopeless. Xia Jiqing turned to face Chen Yuan, her gaze unwavering as she declared. Ji Qiu must still be alive. If he's still alive, I, Chen Yuan, will stand in front of the teaching building and confess my feelings to the campus stray dog, A Huang, in front of everyone, Chen Yuan said unconvinced. Xia Jiqing quickly pulled out paper and pen, thrusting them in front of Chen Yuan. Write it down. Save us the trouble of you going back on your word. Boring. Chen Yuan rolled her eyes but eventually signed the blank paper. It wasn't like she'd ever have to follow through anyway. What was there to fear? Beichen University. Upon hearing Ji Qiu might die in the abyss, Zhang Qing felt a mix of emotions. Ji Qiu killed the principal and others. He had plunged Beichen University into this state of chaos. She should be itching to kill this boy. Yet, as his former teacher, she couldn't bring herself to feel complete hatred, only a lingering sense of loss. Xia Wei, who had followed Ji Qiu in eliminating the Sanjiang Association, felt inexplicably restless. Is he truly dead? She had considered venturing into the abyss herself to uncover what had transpired. But the abyss had long been sealed off by the Tyrant Academy. Access was utterly impossible. Ji Ningche, ranked third at Beichen University, stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. With a hint of envy, he murmured. Brother Ji Qiu, your life has been truly glorious. You've bloodied Beichen University. Annihilating the Gu family. Destroyed the abyss base. Slaughtering Yu Kunlun and other archangels. And you still dare to challenge all races of the abyss. Such a life resume would be enough to make anyone proud. Meanwhile, Ji Qiu had spent the past few days holed up in the Tyrant's Academy. Beyond eating, sleeping, and wandering about, he spent his time playing mobile games. His days unfolded in leisurely contentment. As for the various messy affairs of the Tyrant's Academy, he left them all to Zhang Yurua, the divine seat of Manhwa. He couldn't be bothered. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the 6th day arrived. The day of the competition for spots in the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm. Zhang Yurua arrived at Ji Qiu's residence early, waiting for him. When Ji Qiu emerged from his quarters after washing up, the two broke through the air, leaving the Tyrant's Academy behind as they headed toward Qiyun Mountain. Qiyun Mountain lay outside Shufeng City in the eastern reaches of the Great Xia Empire. Its rugged peaks stood in majestic array, perpetually shrouded in mist and clouds, resembling a celestial realm. At that moment, the mist-shrouded mountaintop was already teeming with people. On one side stood the Dà Xià military forces, while the other comprised the allied sects and factions numbering tens of thousands. Of course, the vast majority were spectators, creating a boisterous and noisy atmosphere. I heard that in this battle for spots, our Great Xia military is far weaker than the sect forces. Is that true? It is indeed true. The sects have produced a prodigy named Liu Sha, who cultivates 6 elements simultaneously. No one below the 8th realm in our Great Xia military can match him. Moreover, due to years of fighting the abyss, our military has lost many prodigies. As a result, the remaining fighters are far weaker than their sect counterparts. Sigh, it seems most of the spots in this competition will go to the sect factions. Chapter 125. Too bad, you've missed your chance. The crowd murmured in discussion. Learning that the Great Xia military was vastly weaker than the sect factions, everyone's expressions darkened. Principal Lin Jinting and Li Mu were also present. I heard that 100 years ago, when the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm opened, we held every advantage. Who would have thought things would turn out this way this time? At this rate, the Great Xia military will inevitably be suppressed by the sects sooner or later. Li Mu said with a grave expression. There's nothing we can do. Lin Jinting's face was equally clouded with worry. The military strength of the Great Xia Empire has been severely weakened by the abyssal alien races. Without the abyss, these sects and factions are nothing more than petty troublemakers. They wouldn't dare oppose the Great Xia military. Meanwhile, the sect faction members, however, wore expressions of arrogance and smug satisfaction. This qualification battle would undoubtedly deal a crushing blow to the Great Xia military. They were all filled with excitement and anticipation. Surrounding the crowd, numerous individuals with live streaming equipment were broadcasting the event. Each livestream attracted a substantial number of viewers. This qualification battle featured combatants at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, and it concerned the honor of the Great Xia military. It had captured the attention of hundreds of millions. Yunmeng No. 2 High School Girls Dormitory. The Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm qualifying battle is about to begin. Jiqing, come see. Chen Yuan's eyes were glued to the tablet. She impatiently urged Xia Jiqing. Not interested. Xia Ziqing shook her head dismissively. Holy crap. Ji Qiu is actually in the arena. Chen Yuan suddenly exclaimed in shock. No sooner had the words left her mouth. Xia Jiqing had already darted behind Chen Yuan. When she saw Jiqiu was nowhere to be seen in the video, her eyebrows shot upward in fury, her expression darkening. Chen Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Ha ha! Chen Yuan chuckled nervously. I just wanted you to watch it with me. Xia Jiqing ignored her, returning to the bedside to lie down. Bored, she started playing a game. Every so often, she opened her green mail app to check, wondering if Jiqiu had sent any messages. Forget it. Chen Yuan pouted, hugging her tablet tighter. I'll just watch by myself. Beichen University. Xie Wei, Zhang Qing, Ji Mingche, and others were all glued to the livestream. They all wanted to witness firsthand the outcome of this qualification battle. At that very moment, at the summit of Qiyun Mountain, a white-bearded, emaciated elder from the Meteor Sword Pavilion stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the gathered officers of the Great Xia military. He sneered coldly. The Great Xia military's strength pales in comparison to ours this time. I thought you'd save yourselves some face and abandon the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm. Yet here you are. Seeking humiliation? The elder's name was Situ Changming. He knew full well that the Great Xia military would never abandon the Qiyun Mountain Secret Realm. His words were merely an attempt to humiliate them. Beside him, Yun Mangza, the palace master of the Emerald Water Palace, gently brushed his sleeves. Picking up where Situ Changming left off, she said. A century ago during the qualification battle, your military uttered 4 words to us. Now I return those very words to you. Overreaching. The words had barely left her lips. The expressions of the Great Xia military officials grew even more grim. Zhou Chongwu, the Minister of State, replied grimly. The qualification battle hasn't even begun yet. Aren't you celebrating a bit too soon? This battle may not unfold as you wish. However, his anger was feigned. He was one of those who had pledged allegiance to Jiqiu at the Tyrant's Academy just days prior. He knew full well that Jiqiu would be present today. Though he didn't know what Jiqiu would do, one thing was certain. These sects and factions were about to suffer a heavy loss. Upon hearing these words, a thunderous roar of laughter erupted from the sect forces. Situ Changming sneered. Honorable State Guardian, cease deceiving yourself. Is the outcome of this qualification battle not already evident? Our sect's prodigy, Lu Xia, cultivates 6 elemental attributes. His primary attribute's SS-grade breathing technique has already reached perfection. Who among you could possibly be his match? And you should know this well. In this contest, we far surpass your Great Xia military forces, don't we? Lu Xia slowly emerged from the crowd. His scholarly features bore an incongruous smirk of arrogance and cruelty. The Grand Envoy has truly grown senile. How could someone of your stature utter such foolish words? Upon hearing these words, every member of the Great Xia military presence flushed with fury. A young man clad in moon-white robes, his face as fair as jade, turned ashen and barked harshly. Lu Xia, watch your tone. The man was none other than Bai Yuming, the strongest contender in this competition for the elite spot. Peak 8th realm cultivation, mastering 4 elemental attributes. Lu Xia, however, remained unfazed. A smile still played on his lips, but his expression suddenly turned icy. You incompetent, rage-filled waste, what right do you have to speak here? Never mind some lowly imperial envoy, even if the pillar of our nation stood here, I, Lu Xia, would still hold this attitude. I will ascend step by step to become the strongest. One day, I, Lu Xia, will become the mightiest in Great Xia. No one will stand as my equal. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present wore expressions of shock, and the internet exploded with reactions. No one had expected Lu Xia dared to utter such arrogant words, showing utter contempt for even the pillars of the Great Xia kingdom. Members of sects and factions wore smug expressions. The Great Xia military personnel glared with fury, itching to tear this blighter apart on the spot. How utterly insolent! Bai Yuming's face flushed crimson with suppressed fury. Zhou Chongwu, the imperial envoy, also wore a grim expression. His Excellency Jiqiu, the pillar of our nation, once spoke such words, but he possessed absolute strength to back them. You're just an 8th rank cultivator, what are you pretending to be here? You. But just as he was about to speak, at that very moment, a torrent of petals rained down from the sky. Before Lu Xia, the swirling petals abruptly coalesced inward, exploding into a crimson cloud of dust. A youth's figure materialized out of thin air. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, the youth's delicate features bore no trace of emotion. His eyes were as deep as a frozen abyss, cold enough to pierce the bone. Almost the instant he materialized, his right hand clamped down on Lu Xia's face like iron pincers, his fingers digging deep into flesh. He leaned in close, his voice as light as falling petals. Yet every word was icy cold. Too bad. You won't get the chance. Blood trickled slowly down Lu Xia's face as the scent of death surged toward him like a tidal wave. Lu Xia's pupils instantly contracted, his mind flooded with shock and terror. Before he could even react, the youth before him had already materialized right in front of him. How could this be? Who exactly was this youth? Why was he so terrifying? I. But before he could utter a word, the youth's 5 fingers clamped over his face suddenly tensed, unleashing a tremendous burst of force. Boom! A deafening explosion. Lu Xia's skull instantly shattered, scattering into countless petals drifting through the void. A fountain of blood spurted from his severed neck, staining the slowly falling petals crimson. Lu Xia, who had been so arrogant just moments before. Now nothing remained but a headless corpse. Killing an 8th realm martial artist, potential points plus 25,600. Remaining potential points, 34,260, 903.73 W. A deathly silence instantly fell over the summit of Qiyun Mountain. The rustling of petals in the mountain breeze became eerily audible. Tens of thousands frozen in place, staring dumbstruck at the youth in the center of the arena, unable to believe their eyes. Lin Jinting and Li Mu were utterly speechless. Ji Qiu. It was Ji Qiu. This. How could this be? Everyone had believed the youth before them had perished in the abyss long ago. But no one could have imagined the youth before them would actually appear here. Bai Yuming's face was equally filled with shock. Zhou Changwu, the imperial envoy, suddenly flashed with an intense light in his eyes. The pillar of the nation has finally arrived. Chapter 126. Thank you for the reminder. The internet instantly erupted. Ji Qiu. It's him, Ji Qiu. Didn't he die in the abyss? How could he still be alive? You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Did he really conquer the abyss in Yunmeng province? Not necessarily. Let's wait and see. Countless comments flooded the livestream, nearly crashing the servers. Douyin was forced to shut down over 100 livestreams. Otherwise, if this kept up, the servers would have been crippled. Beichen University. Upon recognizing the youth's face, Professor Zheng Qing was utterly stunned. Xia Wei's body jerked violently. Eyes wide, his face flushed with astonishment and disbelief. Holy! Ji Mingche couldn't help but let loose with a curse. The figure perched on the rooftop edge nearly toppled over. This guy is still alive. AI generated? No, damn it, it's real. Are you kidding me? Yunmeng number 2 high school girls dormitory. Chen Yuan shrieked even louder. Ji Qiu. It's him. He's actually still alive. Xia Jiqing rolled her eyes. Trying to pull that trick on me again? You deliberately. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan shoved the tablet in her face. It's true. Ji Qiu is alive. He appeared at Qiyun Mountain. On the tablet screen, the youth stood amidst a shower of blossoms. His white shirt was stained with speckles of blood, his delicate features as cold and distant as ever. Ji Qiu. It really was him. Xia Jiqing's phone clattered to the floor. She didn't even notice. Her eyes locked on Ji Qiu's image on the screen, her eyes instantly reddening. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. As for Situ Changming, Yunmengs, and the other sect leaders, the arrogance and smugness on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by horror and fury. Every face darkened. They had expected to witness the Great Xia military humiliated today. But who could have imagined such an event would unfold? Lu Xia, the prodigy of their sect factions, had been killed. As hundreds of millions watched in shock, Ji Qiu casually pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the blood from his hands. His gaze then swept over the sect's followers. His calm voice echoed slowly. With such feeble strength, I simply can't fathom what he was barking about earlier. Do you understand? You. Situ Changming's face turned ashen as he roared in a deep voice. Do you even know who you just killed? He was the foremost prodigy of our sect's faction. How dare you strike him down? Do you wish to provoke war between us and the Great Xia military? You misunderstand. Ji Qiu slowly approached Situ Changming. He shook his head lightly. I only wish to kill every last one of you. That is all. Upon hearing these words, everyone felt the youth before them was being rather presumptuous. Even if he wiped out all the races of the abyss, his cultivation would only reach the 5th stage of the 9th realm. Yet the sect members present numbered in the tens of thousands, among whom were numerous supreme experts at the peak of the 9th realm. How could this youth possibly be their match? Only the imperial envoy Zhou Changmu and Zhang Yurua, who had arrived with Ji Qiu, remained as calm as ever. Even the pillars of the Great Xia kingdom were no match for the youth before them. What significance could these people possibly hold? Good. Very good. Situ Changming, a 9th realm, 8th tier cultivator, nodded emphatically. I'll see how you manage to kill. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Qiu had already traversed the void, appearing before Situ Changming in an instant. A blazing golden light erupted suddenly from his entire body, dazzling like the scorching sun, bathing the entire Qiyun mountain in a sea of gold. The next instant, Ji Qiu drew his right leg back, then slammed forward like a blazing sun. His voice was cold and detached as he said, "You won't see it." Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air. Situ Changming's body instantly exploded from the golden light filling the sky, turning into a blood mist that spread everywhere. He didn't even have time to scream. His life was extinguished. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately after. Boom! A terrifying golden tidal wave erupted from the point of impact, surging outward like a raging torrent. The void trembled. The ground shattered like brittle paper, peeling away layer by layer and crumbling into dust. Rocks and dust were swept skyward by the violent shockwave, forming an ever-expanding ring of destruction. Trees and rocks turned to powder the instant they were touched. Those nearby met the same fate. Ah! No! Desperate cries of agony erupted from the golden maelstrom. Bodies exploded one after another, bones shattering, flesh and blood flying everywhere, bursting wildly like fireworks. The scene resembled the apocalypse descending. Moments later, the golden frenzy gradually receded. Dead silence returned to the scene, broken only by the slow trickle of blood flowing down the mountain peak. Thousands of disciples from various sects perished instantly atop Mount Chiyun. Not a single bone remained. Killed, 7 9th Realm Martial Artists, 48 8th Realm Martial Artists, 126 7th Realm Martial Artists, 1,279 6th Realm Martial Artists, 2,453 5th Realm Martial Artists. Potential points plus 19,223,800. Remaining potential points, 34,262,826.41. Except for the State Guardian Zhou Chongwu and the Divine Throne Zhang Yurua. Everyone froze in place, faces drained of color, hearts trembling. One kick. Just one kick. Thousands of sect members fell dead at the hands of this youth before their very eyes. The scene before them was utterly staggering. Before this battle, everyone had believed Jiqiu was merely at the 5th stage of the 9th realm. He could never have been a match for Situ Changming, let alone annihilate the entire sect. But now they finally understood. They had vastly underestimated the youth's strength. Lin Jinting and the others felt the same way. They were utterly stunned by the scene before them. Members of the various sects felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar. A bone-chilling coldness shot up their spines, instantly drenching them in cold sweat. They never imagined such a favorable situation could be turned upside down by the appearance of a single youth. Jiqiu paid no heed to the stunned expressions around him. His gaze fell upon the sect representatives. He spoke coldly. "Leave your lives behind." The moment these words left his lips, chaos and dread instantly filled every heart. Among those who had come this time, the strongest was Situ Changming. Now that even he was no match for the youth before them, what hope did the rest have? Yun Mengzi, the palace master of Bisui Palace, suppressed the fear in his heart. He spoke in a deep voice. "If you dare slaughter us all, the sects and the Great Xià military will pursue you to the bitter end. You'd better think." She intended to use this threat against the youth before her, to gain a chance at survival. But she had clearly miscalculated. Before she could finish speaking, boom! A pillar of ice as thick as an arm suddenly pierced through her skull horizontally, spurting a fountain of blood. Blood gushed wildly from both sides of her skull. At the same moment, Jiqiu's cold voice reverberated in his ears. "Thanks for the heads up." Chapter 127, Meteor Sword Pavilion. Aya, as the supreme entity of the 9 realms, did not die instantly. A piercing scream erupted from her mouth as she clutched her head, blood gushing from the wound. Her body thrashed across the ground in agony, eyes filled with terror and despair. A demon! The youth before her was nothing short of a demon. Yet Jiqiu seemed utterly unfazed, as if he had done nothing out of the ordinary. He slowly approached the edge of the Yunmeng Marsh. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, he pulled the ice pillar as thick as an arm from its skull and swung it, smashing it into its face. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Yun Mengzi's skull exploded violently. Flesh and bone fragments sprayed outward in all directions. The scene fell into dead silence once more. Every soul trembled, cold sweat pouring down their backs. Even Zhou Chongwu and Wang Yurua, who had witnessed Jiqiu's methods before, found their hearts churning violently at this sight, unable to calm for a long time. Too brutal. Terrifying. Those affiliated with sects and factions turned ashen-faced, their bodies numb with cold. Before Jiqiu's appearance, they had believed that today, atop Chiyun Mountain, would be their stage, that the Great Xià military would be utterly humiliated before them. But they never imagined the outcome would turn out like this. Gazing into Jiqiu's eyes, cold as death itself, and facing imminent death, many could no longer bear the terror gripping their hearts. They fell to their knees with a thud. My lord! Spare us! Spare us! We beg you, Lord, spare our lives. I wish to pledge allegiance to the Great Xià military and serve the army. Please spare me, sir. A cacophony of pleas for mercy rose from the mountaintop. Yet Jiqiu remained utterly unmoved. Boom! His legs suddenly surged with power, propelling him skyward like a meteor. In an instant, he soared 100 meters above the ground. Arms raised high, he faced the heavens. Surging true energy violently gathered between his palms, whistling winds howled, and space itself warped. In the blink of an eye, a blazing golden orb hundreds of feet in diameter appeared in Jiqiu's palm, radiant as the scorching sun.
Jiqiu swung his arms violently, swinging the enormous blazing golden orb, smashing it down toward the ground. A cold voice, like the judgment of death, declared, "I take your lives." The void trembled violently. The air compressed violently, erupting in a deafening sonic boom. Terrifying pressure poured down like the heavens collapsing. Boom! 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 Before the blazing golden spheres could touch the ground, countless figures, unable to withstand this overwhelming pressure, exploded one after another. A sky-filling mist of blood splattered everywhere. The mist-shrouded summit of Qiyun Mountain was instantly dyed crimson, resembling a blood-red sunset. The next moment. Boom! The colossal, hundreds of Jiāng-wide blazing golden orb crashed down onto the ground. Like a falling meteor. Blinding golden light erupted violently. The ground shattered and caved in, sending countless fragments skyward before instantly turning to dust. The entire Qiyun Mountain shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. All live streaming equipment was destroyed, and many people were sent flying backward. Tens of thousands of cultivators from various sects and factions were simultaneously obliterated. A vast crimson mist, like a blood-red beast crawling from the earth, instantly engulfed the mountaintop. A eerie, deathly silence descended upon the heavens and earth. Only the mountain wind wailed, swirling the blood mist like a flowing crimson silk. The once towering peak now resembled a target struck by a divine hammer. A colossal bowl-shaped crater gaped open. Spiderweb-like cracks along its edges still crackled and spread downward toward the mountain's base. Within the crater, not a single intact corpse remained. Not even scattered limbs or flesh could be found. Only a layer of viscous, blood-red sludge sizzled under the lingering heat of the fiery golden orb. It emitted a sickening greenish smoke. Tens of thousands from sects and factions had perished. Not a single bone remained, not a single survivor. Killed 18,705th Realm Martial Artists, 9,606th Realm Martial Artists, 987th Realm Martial Artists, 278th Realm Martial Artists, 53 9th Realm Martial Artists. Potential points plus 143,386,000. Remaining potential points 34,277,165.01. Witnessing the horrifying scene before them, everyone felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour down their backs. Even Zhang Yuruo, the divine throne, paled visibly, her heart trembling. Too ruthless. The youth before them was nothing short of a killing god. Jiqiu slowly emerged from the swirling crimson mist, his white shirt already saturated with blood. Yet his expression remained as still as an ancient well. His gaze fell upon divine seat Zhang Yuruo. His expression remained impassive as he declared, "Before dawn tomorrow, I will annihilate the 4 strongest sections. As for the remaining sects, they are yours and the Tyrant's Academy to handle. Remember, kill everyone. Leave no survivors. Except for the 4 great sects." The strongest practitioners in the other sects barely reached the 9th realm. They posed no threat to Zhang Yuruo and her allies. "Yes, Lord Guizhu." Zhang Yuruo hurriedly bowed in response. Her face brimmed with excitement. Just as she had anticipated, Lord Guizhu intended to annihilate the sects and unify the Great Xia. The same held true for the imperial envoy, Zhou Changwu. For centuries, the sect forces that had opposed the Great Xia military would finally face reckoning today. As for Jiqiu's strength, neither man harbored the slightest concern. If he could effortlessly slay Xinyuan Guizhu, the 4 great sects would be no challenge at all. With that, Jiqiu paid no further heed to the others. His form transformed into a streak of light, streaking toward the nearest direction of the Meteor Sword Pavilion from Mount Qiyun. As Jiqiu vanished completely from the summit of Qiyun Mountain, the oppressive atmosphere finally began to ease. Bai Yuming turned to Zhou Chongwu before him. His face was filled with confusion as he asked, "Why did the Divine General just refer to that Jiqiu as pillar of the nation? The sects have been locked in confrontation with our Great Xia military for centuries. How could he possibly annihilate the 4 great sects single-handedly? You'll see for yourself." Zhou Chongwu patted his shoulder, his words brimming with confidence, then cautioned. "And remember, never speak lightly of Lord Guizhu again. Watch your words, they can bring trouble." Meteorite Sword Pavilion. In an elegantly appointed courtyard, Mo Tianheng, the pavilion master, was flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead like a raging beast. The stone table before him had long since shattered. Shards of stone littered the ground. He had just witnessed Jiqiu slaughtering members of the sect's forces. He had believed that in this battle for the secret realm qualification, the sect factions would far surpass the Great Xia military in strength, and that today's summit of Qiyun Mountain would be their home turf. Yet he never imagined such a reversal would occur. "Damn it! That little bastard deserves to die," Mo Tianheng roared. He wanted nothing more than to tear Jiqiu to pieces right then and there. "Father, what do you intend to do?" asked the woman beside him softly, dressed in a blue gown. Her features bore a faint resemblance to Mo Tianheng's, yet were more refined and cool. Her willow brows and almond eyes were bright and captivating. She was none other than Mo Tianheng's daughter, Mo Qingyin. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved.
Mo Qingyin declared, her eyes widening with fury. That Ji Qiu must be killed. Moreover, the Great Xia military must give our sect a proper explanation. I'm going to consult with the leaders of the other 3 major sects about this matter immediately. I'll accompany you, father. Very well, let us depart. With that, the two rose to leave the small courtyard. Just then, a sect disciple entered. Chapter 128, You're going to die. He bowed and announced. Reporting to the pavilion master, the heads of various sects including the Lingyun Hall and the Star Plucking Courtyard are seeking an audience outside the mountain gates. The Lingyun Hall, Star Plucking Academy, and other sects were located near the Meteorite Sword Pavilion, serving as its subordinate sects. Mo Tianhong nodded. Turning to look at Mo Qingyin, he said in a deep voice. They must be here about Mount Qiyun too. Come, let's go to the mountain gate and see. Yes, father. Mo Qingyin agreed. Soon, Mo Tianhong and Mo Qingyin arrived at the mountain gate. Deputy Pavilion Master Zhang Yu and several Falling Star Sword Pavilion Hall Masters also hurried over. Led by Ling Xiaoyun, the head of Lingyun Hall, over a dozen sect leaders were gathered here. Their expressions were grim. Galler Chief Mo. Upon seeing Mo Tianhong's arrival, the crowd bowed in unison. Enough, no need for formalities. Mo Tianhong waved his hand dismissively. Have you come today regarding the matter of Qiyun Mountain? Ling Xiaoyun, the hall master of Lingyun Hall, promptly replied. Yes, Lord Mo, that is precisely why. Ji Qiu slaughtered tens of thousands of our sect's forces atop Qiyun Mountain. We've come to ask Lord Mo how we should handle this matter. The Lingyun Hall and other factions had also lost many disciples. Though they yearned to avenge their fallen disciples, they lacked the strength to do so. They could only come seeking aid from Mo Tianhong. This matter will certainly not be left unresolved. Mo Tianhong declared in a solemn voice. Ji Qiu must die, and the Great Xia military must give our sects a proper explanation. You may return for now. I shall immediately convene the other 3 major factions to discuss countermeasures. Ling Xiaoyun and the others felt slightly reassured upon hearing this. Ji Qiu was indeed formidable, but how could he possibly be a match for a peerless powerhouse like Sect Master Mo? He was as good as dead. Moreover, if the Great Xia military did not wish to provoke an all-out war with the sects, they must be given a satisfactory explanation. With your assurance, we can rest easy. Ling Xiaoyun bowed respectfully. In that case, we shall not disturb Master Mo further. Farewell. With that, Ling Xiaoyun and his companions turned to leave. But at that very moment, a calm voice suddenly echoed from afar. Since you've all come, you might as well stay. The group abruptly turned to look. A youth slowly emerged from the horizon, appearing before their eyes. His entire body was drenched in blood, yet his delicate features betrayed no emotion, a calmness that was terrifying. The moment they recognized his face, everyone's expression froze. Ji Qiu, the one who had bathed Qiyun Mountain in blood, it was him? How could he be here? When Ji Qiu finally slaughtered all the sect members, every livestream and camera had been destroyed. Thus, they had no idea he intended to annihilate every sect. After a brief moment of shock, the crowd quickly regained their composure. Their faces lit up with surprise and delight. They had been about to kill the youth before them to avenge the tens of thousands who had perished. Little did they expect this youngster to walk right into their trap. What a pleasant surprise indeed. Ling Xiaoyun's heart surged with wild joy. After all, Mo Guozhu was a peerless powerhouse at the peak of the 10th realm, 5th stage. The youth before them showed some skill, but how could he possibly be a match for the master of the Mo Pavilion? Today was truly the perfect day. At that moment, you dared to appear before the gates of my Meteor Star Sword Pavilion after slaughtering tens of thousands of our sect members. A cold gleam flashed in Mo Tianhong's eyes as he spoke icily. You truly seek your own demise. Ji Qiu didn't pause his steps, continuing to walk forward slowly. His ink-black strands of hair were slightly disheveled by the wind. I've come to deliver death to you all. The words fell. Contempt spread across their faces. They looked at Ji Qiu as if he were already dead. The murderous intent in Mo Tianhong's eyes grew even more intense. He barked harshly. Send us to our deaths? Within the entire Great Xia military, I, Mo Tianhong, fear no one save the 2 pillars of the state. What are you, some nobody? As the words fell, countless sword blades erupted from his body, flashing with a chilling, icy light. They resembled a sky full of falling stars, and the temperature in the arena seemed to drop several degrees. Then, boom! Tens of thousands of blades coalesced into a silver torrent, ruthlessly tearing through the void as it surged toward Ji Qiu with overwhelming force. Wherever they passed, they stirred up howling storms. The stone slabs shattered inch by inch, dust swirling like a dragon. Today, before these mountain gates, shall be your grave, you little bastard. Die! Mo Tianhong roared. A terrifying aura spread throughout the battlefield, turning every face pale and making breaths grow ragged. No one believed Ji Qiu could survive. He faced not only the 2 pillars of the Great Xia military, but also the peerless powerhouse Jin Tianyao, the Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley, a strike meant to kill. Yet Ji Qiu remained utterly calm, his stride unbroken. The next instant, a torrent of blades surged toward him. Just as the myriad blades were about to pierce his body. Just as everyone believed Ji Qiu would be instantly torn to shreds by tens of thousands of swordlights and die on the spot. Time seemed to freeze. Every razor-sharp blade abruptly halted 20 centimeters from him. Their tips trembled slightly, bowing in unison as they emitted a clear, resonant hum. As if 10,000 soldiers were paying homage, bowing their heads in submission. Ji Qiu continued walking forward. His footsteps echoed softly on the blue stone pavement. The suspended blades parted like a receding tide as the youth advanced, clearing a path for the youth. The arena fell instantly silent. Witnessing this scene, everyone froze in place, pupils suddenly contracting as the scorn and smugness vanished from their faces. The youth before them hadn't even moved. He had so effortlessly blocked Mo Tianhong's strike. This couldn't be possible. They had assumed Mo Tianhong's attack would effortlessly eliminate the youth before them. But they never imagined the outcome would be like this. Mo Qingyin's pupils suddenly dilated, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Ling Xiaoyun was completely dumbfounded. The most shocked of all was Mo Tianhong. His mind went completely blank, buzzing with disbelief. He was one of the strongest in the Great Xia Empire. Yet this youth before him had blocked his attack without even moving. What the hell kind of joke is this? Yet just as everyone stood in stunned silence. Boom! Red lotus blossoms suddenly burst forth before their eyes, pillars of flame shooting straight into the sky. Ji Qiu stepped upon the lotuses, his body streaking like a flash of light as he instantly materialized before Mo Tianhong. His finger held a red spider lily, gently pressing it into the man's brow as tender as a vermilion hairpin set in cloud-like curls. A detached voice rang out simultaneously. You are going to die. Boom! The moment the words fell, the eerie red spider lily suddenly burst. A crimson explosion erupted across Mo Tianhong's face, a gaping hole the size of a bowl piercing clean through his skull. Blood poured down like a waterfall, drenching his snow-white robe in crimson. Chapter 129, Keep Up the Act. Dead silence fell over the scene once more. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them, as if plunged into an ice cellar, their hearts trembling. When the youth appeared before the mountain gate, everyone assumed the youth had come to meet his end. After all, he stood before Mo Tianhong, the head of the Falling Star Sword Pavilion, one of the strongest individuals in the Great Xia Empire, a peerless powerhouse at the peak of the 10th realm, 5th stage. This young punk had no chance of victory whatsoever. Yet no one could have imagined. With a single gesture, the youth before them instantly slew Mo Tianhong. Mo Qingyin's face turned as pale as paper. She shook her head repeatedly, murmuring in disbelief. How is this possible? Ling Xiaoyun, the lord of Lingyun Hall, trembled uncontrollably, his aged face twisted with panic. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with smug satisfaction. He had believed today would be the day he witnessed the youth's demise, truly a day well spent. But now it seemed. It was he who had come to meet his end. Ji Qiu casually flicked the blood from his hand, tucking it into his pocket. His icy gaze swept over the crowd. He said indifferently, all of you, leave. After today, the Falling Star Sword Pavilion ceases to exist. Zhang Yu, deputy head of the Falling Star Sword Pavilion, suppressed his inner panic. He forced himself to remain composed. Your Excellency, please spare our lives. With the Great Xia Abyss growing ever more turbulent, we pledge allegiance to the Great Xia military. Let us unite against the alien forces in the abyss ahead. We sincerely repent, please spare us, Your Excellency. His demeanor was utterly servile. He begged only for the other to see his value and spare his life. He wanted to live. Yes, sir. Spare our lives. We are willing to fight in the abyss. With us joining your ranks, the burden on the Great Xia military will be greatly eased. Please spare us, Your Excellency. Seeing this, the others began pleading for mercy as well. They cared for nothing else now but to escape the clutches of the youth before them, to survive. As for what comes next, survival came first. But they were clearly dreaming. Rip! A bolt of lightning erupted from the void, and Ji Qiu's figure abruptly materialized before Zhang Yu. His lightning-wrapped palm slammed down hard on Zhang Yu's face, pinning him violently to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered violently, sending fragments flying like rain. Crackling fissures spread like snakes in all directions. Zhang Yu instantly suffered a head wound, blood gushing from the back of his skull, instantly staining the ground crimson. Ah! The excruciating pain in his head felt as though it might explode at any moment. Clutching his head with both hands, he rolled frantically across the ground, his mind instantly filled with terror and despair. He had thought that the youth before him, recognizing his value, might spare his life. After all, the abyss desperately needed people now, especially a supreme powerhouse like him at the 10th realm. But now he realized how naive he had been. He tried to say something. But before the words left his lips, Ji Qiu's fist, carrying the force of rolling thunder, slammed into his face. Boom! At the same moment, a cold voice exploded beside his ear. The abyss has existed for centuries. You worthless scum have been sitting on your asses reaping its benefits. Have you ever considered venturing into the abyss to defend against the alien races? Now you're all about to die, pretending to be reformed before me? Boom! I'll make you pretend. Boom! Keep pretending, you bastard. A series of dull thuds echoed across the arena. The ground trembled incessantly like an earthquake. Jiqiu's mountain-like fist struck relentlessly, each blow sending showers of blood and shattered stone flying. Ah! Zhang Yu's mouth spewed forth shrill, agonized screams. His body thrashed wildly on the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a chill run through their hearts, as if their very souls were trembling. Yet Jiqiu remained utterly unmoved. Only when Zhang Yu's head was smashed into a pulp, leaving behind nothing but a headless corpse and a pool of blood, did Jiqiu finally stop. He rose slowly and walked toward Mo Qingyin. Thud! 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 The footsteps were light. Yet to the crowd, they echoed like the footsteps of death itself. Mo Qingyin instantly collapsed to the ground, hands braced against the floor as she scrambled backward, her voice trembling. Don't kill me. Let me go. Before she could finish, Jiqiu stood before her, his foot like a mountain crashing down onto her abdomen. Boom! The ground shattered. Mo Qingyin's body exploded violently. Only her head remained intact, her face still frozen in terror and despair. Jiqiu bent down and picked up Mo Qingyin's head. He drew his arm back, and the head in his grasp suddenly burst into raging flames. Jiqiu swung his arm, hurling it violently toward the meteorite sword pavilion. Boom! Where the head passed, dust and debris erupted skyward, the ground plowed open by a deep, gouged trench. The structures of the meteorite sword pavilion proved as fragile as paper. Instantly shattered and collapsed. Finally exploding at the very heart of the meteor sword pavilion. A terrifying wave of flames and shockwaves spread wildly outward, reducing the entire meteor sword pavilion to ruins in an instant. Every single one of the tens of thousands within the meteor sword pavilion perished. Not a single soul survived. Rivers of blood flowed through the cracks of the ruins. Ling Xiaoyun, the lord of Lingyun Hall, and his followers were likewise incinerated by the flames and shockwaves, exploding like demonic red spider lilies bursting into bloom, a fleeting, dazzling spectacle. Jiqiu had already turned and walked far away. He never looked back. Ding! Your potential points are now sufficient for future unrestricted use. Xiaobao will reset all your potential points to 0. Henceforth, advancing your cultivation, refining techniques, or any other upgradable attributes will no longer consume potential points. Does the host consent? Upon hearing the system prompt, Jiqiu halted in his tracks. After a brief silence, Jiqiu ultimately chose to agree. Host's potential points have been reset. Infinite advancement module loading. Loading successful. Jiqiu opened the system to take a look. The prompt for remaining potential points had vanished, replaced by 4 characters. Infinite advancement. Jiqiu promptly closed the system and murmured to himself. Time to deal with the Emerald Water Palace. The distance from the Falling Star Sword Pavilion to the Emerald Water Palace was considerable, but for Jiqiu, it was no challenge. Within mere minutes, Jiqiu's figure appeared before the Blue Water Palace. He raised his foot and slammed it down onto the massive sky blue mountain gate. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The entire Bisui Palace instantly lifted off the ground, swept skyward by the powerful shockwave. It shattered spectacularly dozens of meters above the ground. Like a vast azure sky blue firework unfurling from the void, or a torrential downpour whirling back toward the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the Biluo Palace was utterly erased from the land of Great Xia. Not a single soul remained in the Bisui Palace. Mount Jiuxiu likewise met its end. Jiqiu arrived at the foot of Jiuxiu Mountain, gripping its base with his right hand and uprooting the entire mountain from its roots. He then swung the mountain like a colossal axe, crashing it down onto the ground with a thunderous roar. Chapter 130, What are you fantasizing about? Boom! The mountain shattered instantly, billions of fragments raining down like a torrential storm, billowing dust and debris skyward. The ground caved in instantly, revealing a terrifying chasm as cracks spread wildly in all directions. The entire Nine Heavens mountain vanished in an instant. Jiqiu didn't pause for a moment. Transforming into a streak of light, he darted toward the direction of Burning Sky Valley. Within the blazing hall of Fenshin Valley. Why can't we contact Pavilion Master Mo? Could something have happened to the Meteorite Sword Pavilion? Fengwuji, the mountain lord of Jiuxiu Mountain, frowned deeply. Morong Shui, the palace master of Biluo Palace, dismissed the concern. What are you thinking, Lord Feng? Mo Tianheng is at the 5th stage of the 10th realm. Unless the pillar of the Great Xia Kingdom personally leads men to the Falling Star Sword Pavilion, what could possibly go wrong? But if the Great Xia pillar did that, it would mean declaring all-out war against our sect's forces. Would he dare? Her words dripped with contempt for Fengwuji. The man was far too suspicious. Upon learning of Qiyun Mountain's massacre, Fengwuji and Morong Shui rushed straight to Fenshin Valley to discuss the matter. Thus, they remained unaware that their ancestral home had already been annihilated.
The Valley Master of Burning Heaven Valley, Jin Tianyao, spoke coldly. The Falling Star Sword Pavilion is closest to Qiyun Mountain. He must have gone to Qiyun Mountain to kill that young upstart Ji Qiu. It's only natural we can't reach him. Master Feng, please put your mind at ease. But I still feel there's more to this than meets the eye. Feng Wuji still frowned deeply, his expression heavy with worry. An ominous foreboding gripped his heart. Morong Shui gently raised her hand and patted Feng Wuji's shoulder. You need to shake off that old habit of being overly suspicious. Since the pillar of the Great Xia Kingdom won't personally go to the Falling Star Sword Pavilion, what trouble could possibly arise there? That Ji Qiu might target the Falling Star Sword Pavilion. But how could he possibly be a match for Mo Tianheng? Feng Wuji was instantly speechless. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. He couldn't fathom what trouble the Falling Star Sword Pavilion could possibly face, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something about this matter was off. At that moment, Jin Tianyao interrupted their conversation. Nothing will happen to the Falling Star Sword Pavilion. Enough about that. Let's discuss the matter at hand. Tens of thousands of our sect members perished atop Qiyun Mountain. The Great Xia military must provide us with an explanation. Once I contact Mo Tianheng, the four of us will head to the Tyrant's Academy first thing tomorrow morning. What are your thoughts? Agreed. Feng Wuji responded. Morong Shui echoed. I agree. If the Great Xia military fails to show sufficient sincerity, we'll go all out slaughter a few cities first. I'll see if the Great Xia military can withstand it. Jin Tianyao adjusted her slightly wrinkled crimson gown and coldly declared. Very well. If the Great Xia military truly refuses to recognize their place, we shall teach them a lesson they will never forget. As for that Ji Qiu, he must die. Morong Shui and the other nodded in agreement. Tens of thousands of sects and factions had perished at the hands of that little bastard Ji Qiu. He must die. Very well, it is settled. Jin Tianyao rose slowly. If there is nothing further, we may disperse. Then, Lord Jin, we shall meet again tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui and Feng Wuji rose one after another, preparing to take their leave. But just then, boom! A terrifying explosion, louder than thunder, suddenly erupted from the direction of the Burning Heaven Valley gates. Immediately following, a violent tremor shook the earth and mountains. The entire blazing splendor hall shook violently, beams and pillars groaning under the strain as dust rained down like a storm. The next instant, before the stunned gazes of the four, the entire blazing hall collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending billowing clouds of dust skyward. At the same moment, boom! 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 One after another, the grand halls within the burning sky valley collapsed in a series of explosions. Ah! No! Desperate cries of despair echoed through the burning sky valley, only to abruptly cease. In the blink of an eye, the burning heaven valley before the four had been reduced to ruins. Except for Jin Tianyao and her three companions, along with several hallmasters. Every single soul had perished, not a single survivor remained. The four gazed through the billowing dust clouds. A youth stood motionless before the mountain gate a kilometer away, hands tucked into his pockets. His black, tousled hair fluttered slightly in the lingering shockwaves. His eyes, deep as an abyss, held no thrill of slaughter, only coldness and indifference. Jin Tianyao and the others froze in shock. Ji Qiu, it was him. The trio clearly hadn't expected that the one responsible for this carnage before them was the very youth who had bathed Qiyun Mountain in blood. Moments later, they snapped back to reality. Jin Tianyao's jade-like hands clenched tightly, her expression abruptly turning icy. Gritting her teeth, she growled. I never imagined you little bastard would dare cause trouble in my burning heaven valley and slaughter over 10,000 of my people. You deserve to die. Ji Qiu remained calm. Countless have deemed me worthy of death and sought my life. But I, Ji Qiu, never concern myself with the feelings of vermin. I simply kill them. You're no different, crawling insect. Ha! Jin Tianyao laughed bitterly in rage. She, who stood alongside the two pillars of the Great Xia Empire as its mightiest warrior, was now being called a crawling insect by this youth before her. Absurd! Not even the pillars of the Great Xia dare treat me with such contempt. What gives you the audacity to speak so arrogantly? You overconfident fool. At that moment, Morong Shui's voice rang out coldly from the side. Why waste words on this insect, Valley Master Jin? I shall take his head now to avenge the fallen members of Burning Heaven Valley and the tens of thousands from our sects. As the words fell, a deep blue spear materialized in Morong Shui's grasp. Gripping the spear, she leaned forward, her slender form propelled by a surging tidal wave as she shot forward with overwhelming force. Like a colossal sea dragon roaring from the void, she charged toward Ji Qiu with devastating force. Boom! Wherever it passed, the air screeched in piercing shrieks. The ground was plowed open with deep gullies, while debris from the surrounding ruins was swept up by the surging tidal wave, instantly transforming into a torrent of earth and stone. At the same moment, Morong Shui's voice cut through the air. Die, you arrogant fool! Feng Wuji watched the scene calmly. Though he acted with caution, he knew Morong Shue's strength all too well. She possessed the power to effortlessly slay the youth before her.
Jin Tianyo's eyes flashed with a cold light. She sneered inwardly. You little brat, you'll soon learn who the real worm is.
Several hall masters of Burning Heaven Valley shared the same sentiment.
Morong Shue was one of the most formidable experts in the sect's ranks. How could this youth possibly be her match?
They could already envision Ji Qiu's gruesome demise.
Yet the next instant, before Morong Shue could close the distance, Ji Qiu's figure vanished from his original spot in an instant. Then,
a sky-filling burst of blood erupted from beside Morong Shue. Ji Qiu's figure abruptly materialized, his right leg lashing out like a steel whip.
With a surge of blood energy, it slammed into her abdomen.
A cold voice exploded beside her ear.
What are you fantasizing about? Boom! A dull thud echoed. Like a drumbeat. Like thunder.
Blood mist erupted across the sky like crashing waves. The ground trembled, the void hummed. A colossal crater hundreds of meters deep, like the gaping maw of an abyss, abruptly appeared where the impact struck. Morong Shue was flung backward, crashing violently onto the ground thousands of meters away. Her bones and tendons shattered under the immense force. Blood gushed forth like a bursting river.
Ah! Morong Shue let out a piercing scream.
The excruciating pain coursing through her body twisted her face into a hideous grimace, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. With her cultivation at the 5th stage of the 10th realm. Yet she couldn't even see the opponent's movements before her body was gravely wounded. How could this be? Only now did she realize. The youth before her was far stronger than she had ever imagined. Just as shock gripped her. Boom! A crimson streak suddenly sliced through the void, and Ji Qiu reappeared before Morong Shue. His hands still tucked in his pockets. His right leg swung high, carrying a torrent of blood energy, crashing down like a mountain onto her face.
Chapter 131. Did I lie when I called you a crawling insect? Boom! The ground instantly caved in, forming a deep crater.
Morning snow, lying beneath Ji Qiu's feet, had her skull instantly shattered. Blood mixed with fragments of rock splattered everywhere.
Silence. Deadly silence.
Everyone froze in place, pupils dilating, hearts trembling in disbelief at the scene before them.
Morong Shue, a 5th-tier 10th realm cultivator, had been utterly helpless. Instantly defeated by the youth before them. How could this be possible? Feng Wuji's brows furrowed deeply, his aged face etched with shock and gravity. Jin Tianyao's expression changed drastically. She had assumed that although the youth before her had slain the 9th realm, 8th-tier cultivator, Situ Changming, Morong Shue was a powerhouse ranked among the top 10 in all of Great Xia. The youth before her was surely doomed. Yet she never imagined it would be Morong Shue who died, and with such effortless ease, as if tearing through a painting. Her icy gaze fixed intently on the youth before her. Her voice was deep and solemn as she demanded. Have you already been to the Meteor Sword Pavilion? I destroyed it. Ji Qiuyun said casually, as if recounting an ordinary occurrence. Jin Tianyo suddenly understood.
No wonder she couldn't reach Mo Tianhong. He had already fallen at the hands of this youth before her eyes.
Feng Wuji's expression grew even more solemn.
His suspicions had been confirmed.
Mo Tianhong had indeed met with misfortune.
Endless murderous intent instantly filled Jin Tianyao's eyes. Her eyes widened in fury as she gritted her teeth and declared.
Very well. Very well.
I'll send you, you little, on your way now to bury yourself alongside the fallen members of my sect. Although Ji Qiu had killed Morong Shue, Jin Tianyao remained confident she could kill the youth before her. She was the strongest in Great Xia. Even the 2 pillars of the Great Xia Empire could only match her skill. How could she possibly lose? As the words fell. Whoosh! Rolling celestial flames poured down like a river from the heavens, suddenly crashing from the sky. Frenetically converging toward Jin Tianyao. In the blink of an eye. A colossal flaming bow, spanning the heavens and earth, materialized before Jin Tianyao. The bow shimmered with radiant light, its body resembling a phoenix spreading its wings. Both sides of the bow arms were carved with lifelike golden feather patterns, each feather burning with iridescent flames. Screech! A clear, piercing phoenix cry echoed through the heavens and earth. The surrounding air warped into distorted ripples from the intense heat. The next instant, Jin Tianyao gripped the bowstring tightly with both hands. A tremendous force erupted from her palms as she pulled the phoenix bow to its fullest draw with all her might, her exquisite features contorting into a fierce grimace. Then, her jade-like hands abruptly released the bowstring. Boom! Flames erupted violently across the heavens and earth. 100-foot phoenix burst forth from the inferno, carrying terrifying heat and the power to incinerate all in its path, charging toward the youth before her. Wherever it passed, the void crackled with the sizzling sound of scorched air. The ground shattered and cracked. Countless flying rocks instantly turned to powder. A colossal chasm gouged the earth, bottomless and charred black. The scene resembled a fiery apocalypse. At that very moment, Jin Tianyo's roar, like that of a fire god, echoed. Take your fear and despair with you to hell.
Her furious gaze locked onto the youth before her, searching his face for the slightest flicker of emotion. But she was disappointed. Facing this apocalyptic assault, the youth before her remained as still as an ancient well, utterly unmoved. The next instant. Arg! A dragon's roar echoed. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, causing the ground to violently tremble. A colossal golden sacred dragon burst forth from the earth, coiling around Jiqiu's form. Jiqiu's blood-stained robes fluttered fiercely, his jet-black hair whipping wildly through the void as if a dragon god had descended. The youth's figure shot forward. His waist twisted as his right leg traced a golden arc through the air. Wielding the golden sacred dragon, he charged toward the phoenix, charging savagely at him. Boom! The next instant. The golden sacred dragon and the fire-bathing divine phoenix collided with a thunderous crash. A sky-filling golden light erupted alongside the surging heavenly flames. The void hummed under the unbearable strain. The ground no longer shattered, it instantly turned to dust, swept high by the terrifying shockwave, forming a murky wall of destruction hundreds of feet tall. But immediately after, before the horrified gazes of all present, the phoenix, bathed in flames, shattered like fragile glass, exploding into countless fragments from the void. A torrential rain of fire cascaded down from the heavens. Like magnificent fiery fireworks, it was dazzlingly brilliant. Yet the youth, still encircled by the golden sacred dragon, remained utterly calm, not a hair out of place. Put! Jin Tianyao, struck by the backlash of his technique, spat blood from his mouth in great gulps. His body staggered backward, his eyes filled with terror. She was still no match for the youth before her. How could this be? She was the strongest in the Great Xia Empire. How could she be defeated by a mere youth whose beard hadn't even grown in yet? Her eyes brimmed with panic and unwillingness. Jiqiu's single kick had utterly crushed her pride. Beside her, Feng Wuji and the other hall masters stood pale-faced, utterly incredulous. Even Jin Tianyao had been defeated. Why was this youth before them so terrifying? Yet Jiqiu showed no sign of stopping. Amidst the stunned silence, rip! A golden light ripped through the void, and Jiqiu's figure reappeared before Jin Tianyao. His hand, like a steel whip, lashed out and struck her flawless right cheek. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Jin Tianyao's right cheek instantly exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere, revealing glimpses of stark white bone. Her body crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and shattered stones. Ah! A shrill scream erupted from her mouth. Clutching her mangled right cheek, all traces of arrogance vanished. Her eyes were filled with terror, resembling those of an ordinary woman who had suffered a grave injustice. But before the scream could fade, boom! Jiqiu's white sneakers slammed into her face, driving her skull directly into the ground. A cold voice echoed slowly. Did I say you were a crawling insect? Was I wrong? Jin Tianyou's head buzzed with pain so intense it felt like it might explode at any moment. The scent of death washed over her. Terrified, she abandoned all concern for her dignity. No, you're not wrong. Don't kill me. Before she could finish, a tremendous force erupted from Jiqiu's feet. Boom! Jin Tianyou's head shattered instantly, reduced to a pile of pulp. Only a headless corpse remained where she had stood, blood gushing like a river from the severed neck. One of the mightiest warriors of the Great Xia Empire. The mightiest of the sects. Jin Tianyou, the valley master of Fenchen Valley, was dead. Every heart trembled in disbelief at the scene before them. Feng Wuji's face turned ashen, filled with utter despair. Jin Tianyou was dead. The era of conflict between sect factions and the Great Xia military was about to come to a complete end today. No one could have imagined that the one to crush the sect's power and unify the Great Xia would be a teenager. Sir, may I ask one favor before I die? Feng Wuji knew the youth before him would show him no mercy, and wished to make one final request before his death. Chapter 132, Farewell to Lord Guozhu. Granted. Jiqiu nodded. Might you show mercy and spare the people of Jiuxiao Mountain? Feng Wuji bowed low, his expression respectful. Sorry. Jiqiu spoke calmly. Nine Heavens Mountain no longer exists. All its people are dead. What? Feng Wuji never imagined the youth before him had already annihilated Jiuxiao Mountain. As he stood frozen in shock, Jiqiu's hand clamped around his throat, tightening with sudden force. Crack! Feng Wuji's neck shattered instantly. His head flew skyward before rolling to the ground, eyes still frozen in terror and resentment. With that, all four major sects were annihilated. Jiqiu casually wiped the blood from his hand, then turned and strode over the ruins, heading out of Burning Heaven Valley. Behind him, the bodies of several hall masters exploded one after another. Like fireworks, they bloomed brilliantly above the ruins of Burning Heaven Valley as if bidding farewell to all its inhabitants, yet also paying homage to Jiqiu, the pillar of the nation. Every soul in Burning Heaven Valley perished, not a single survivor remained. In the days that followed, hundreds of sects across the Great Xia Empire were utterly annihilated by Zhang Yurua and the forces of the Tyrant Academy. Over 100 million sect members perished, nearly to the last soul. The entire nation erupted in uproar. Everyone was utterly stunned. No one could have imagined that the sect forces entrenched in Great Xià for centuries would be uprooted and utterly vanish from its borders due to the emergence of a teenager barely in his teens. The internet exploded with news. For days, the news was dominated by reports of the sect's annihilation and Yú Jiāng's legendary past. Though Yú Jiāng was only a teenager. But through the media's sensational coverage, he had become as towering and unapproachable as a mountain in the hearts of billions of Great Xià citizens. Eradicating sectarian forces from the Great Xià. Such an achievement is truly unprecedented. The Blackwing Cliff Abyss was the highest tier abyss in the Great Xià. Upon its initial emergence, it permitted entry only to those at the peak of the 9th realm. Having existed for a century, its tier has steadily risen. Just 2 months ago, it ascended to the 6th stage of the 10th realm. Moreover, the Blackwing Cliff Abyss frequently erupts in violent upheavals. Another pillar of the nation, Xiao Xinyuan, had no choice but to personally go and garrison it. Upon learning of Xianyuan Jiming's death and the annihilation of his sect's forces, his heart churned with turmoil. He had naturally heard of Yú Jiāng's situation before. Like everyone else, he had assumed Yú Jiāng would perish in the Yú Jiāng Province abyss. But, unexpectedly, not only did the youth survive the abyss, he had accomplished something truly earth-shattering. This kid really is a prodigy. Xiao Xinyuan gave a bitter laugh. No, from now on, we should address him as Lord Guizhu. At that moment, in a side hall of the Tyrant's Academy, Yú Jiāng sat upon the main seat. Zhang Yurua and several other divine seats, along with the state protectors and commanding envoys, sat on either side. Several others occupied seats nearby. They were Lin Jinting, Li Mu, Si Jiqing, Xiaowei, Zhang Qiang, and Ji Mingche, 6 individuals. All of them had once assisted Yú Jiāng. Given Yú Jiāng's current standing, he naturally saw no issue in extending a hand to them. Gazing at Yú Jiāng seated in the main position, Lin Jinting and the others all wore somewhat dazed expressions. They never imagined that the young man who had been a student not long ago would now become a pillar of the Great Xià Kingdom. Even more unexpected was the thought that one day, they themselves would sit alongside such influential figures. At that moment, Yú Jiāng broke the silence. He took out 6 storage rings and placed them on the white jade table before him. Principal Lin, Mentor Zhang Qing, thank you for your past guidance. Please accept these storage rings. The cultivation resources within will last you a lifetime. These storage rings were precisely what Yú Jiāng had obtained during his campaign to eliminate the 4 great sects. Seeing this, Lin Jinting hastily declined. No, Lord Guizhu, we really can't. Before he could finish, a terrifying aura swept over them, instantly flushing Lin Jinting and the others crimson, their breathing becoming labored. Yú Jiāng's icy voice rang out simultaneously. One more word, and I'll kill you. Lin Jinting's body jerked violently, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. No. Old man, what did I do? I merely declined your offer, and now you want my life? Is that fair? Just as panic gripped him, Yú Jiāng waved his hand lightly, and the terrifying pressure vanished instantly. Just kidding. Take it, principal. Yú Jiāng smiled faintly. Even knowing the youth before him was joking, Lin Jinting dared not hesitate. He forced a smile. All right. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Guizhu. The others had also intended to decline politely. But witnessing the earlier scene, they instantly abandoned the idea. Each selected a ring. Curiosity drove them to probe inside with their spiritual senses, eager to see what lay within. Yet the moment they did, shock spread across every face. Inside were not only precious cultivation resources they had never seen before, but also numerous cultivation techniques and spirit weapons. What shocked them even more was that there were even SS-grade spirit weapons and breathing techniques. These were things they had never dared to dream of possessing, yet now they had them and had been forced to accept them. Yú Jiāng then fixed his gaze on Zhang Yurua. He instructed, keep an eye on them for me going forward. If they encounter any difficulties, resolve them immediately. I don't want any problems arising from them in the days ahead. Chapter 133, The Round Table of the Gods. Yes, Lord Guizhu. Zhang Yurua responded promptly. Yú Jiāng nodded, his gaze returning to Lin Jinting and the others as he spoke softly. All right, you may return for now. Should anything arise, simply send me a message. Lin Jinting rose quickly, bowing respectfully. Yes, Lord Guizhu. The others also rose one after another. After bidding farewell to Yú Jiāng, they turned and walked toward the exit of the judgment hall. As they were leaving, Xia Jiqing couldn't help but glance back several times. She had wanted to say something, but in the end, she forced herself to hold it back. The young man before me is none other than Lord Guizhu. How could I possibly be worthy of him? Stop daydreaming. Yú Jiāng understood her thoughts perfectly well. But Yú Jiāng's journey was still long. Great Xià was merely a starting point. He had no intention of entertaining romantic entanglements at this stage. After the others departed, Zhang Yurua spoke with a solemn expression. Minister Gua, I have something to report to you. Speak. The nations of Dongzhou have proposed sharing the ancient secret realms of our Great Xià with them. This would enhance Dongzhou's strength and better prepare them to confront the abyssal alien races. Discussions on this matter will commence in 10 days. Zhang Yurua continued. The venue is the capital city of Sakura Nation, Dongjing. Rumor has it the Round Table of the Gods is backing this meeting. The Round Table of the Gods? Ji Qiu murmured. Over the past few days, he had studied the current international situation. Naturally, he had also heard of the Round Table of the Gods. The Round Table of the Gods was an organization comprised of the 50 most powerful supreme beings on the planet. Each possessed cultivation beyond the 11th realm. Centuries ago, the Great Xia Empire, blessed with numerous secret realms and ancient lands, had spawned countless powerful figures. Among them were those who had reached the peak of the 10th realm, and even the 11th realm. Standing at the pinnacle of Blue Star, no nation could rival them. Yet, as the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be struck by the wind. To counter the Great Xia, the nations of Blue Star gathered their 50 strongest individuals and established the Round Table of the Gods. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Round Table of Gods, multiple nations poured into the Great Xia. Not only were numerous ancient sites of Great Xia destroyed, but all martial artists above the 10th realm were slaughtered without exception. They also plundered vast quantities of cultivation resources, and many Dà Xià citizens were abducted for use in live experiments. It was utterly brutal. This is why the Great Xia now lies in such a state. The strongest among them barely reached the 6th tier of the 10 realms. Precisely. Their actions clearly aim to suppress our Great Xia. Zhang Yurua frowned deeply. Minister Guozhu, what should we do now? Ji Qiuyun replied calmly. 10 days hence, I shall personally journey to Dongjing. Should they harbor such intentions, then they shall all be killed. At these words, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Among the nations of Dongzhou, there were no shortage of powerhouses above the 6th tier of the 10th realm, and even half-saints at the 9th tier of the 10th realm existed. Moreover, they were backed by the Round Table of the Gods. No matter how formidable their pillar of the nation might be, how could he possibly confront them alone? If he angered those individuals, the Great Xia would be finished. Lord Guozhu, please do not act rashly. Zhang Yurua urgently interceded. Against the nations of the eastern continent, our Great Xia is no match for them. Moreover, the Round Table of the Gods stands behind them. I believe it would be best to agree to their terms for now. Indeed, Lord Guozhu. If Great Xia forces confrontation with them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Please reconsider, Minister. The others chimed in with their own pleas. Enough. No need to say more. Ji Qiu waved his hand impatiently. I know what I'm doing. With that, he paid no further attention to the crowd. He rose and departed the Hall of Judgment. Ji Qiu had already planned to rest for a few days before eliminating every nation and faction opposing the Great Xia. Now that these nations had come knocking to meet their doom, Ji Qiu would certainly not let them off. After Ji Qiu departed, Zhang Yurua's expression grew grave, her eyes filled with worry. The ruler of Sakura Nation has already reached the 9th stage of the 10th realm, while the president of Grizzly Nation possesses cultivation depths beyond measure. If Lord Guozhu dares to cause trouble at the Dongjing conference, he will likely be killed on the spot. Does anyone have a solution? At that moment, Zhou Changwu, the imperial envoy, spoke up. I don't think there's any need for such worry. Lord Guozhu's cultivation is unfathomable. He may very well be their match. That is a grave miscalculation. A state guardian countered. Setting aside whether Lord Guozhu can defeat these men. Even if Lord Guozhu defeats them, what then? Could he possibly stand against the Round Table of the Gods? Then our Great Xia would surely face utter destruction. The assembly nodded in agreement. The nations were already seeking a pretext to annihilate Great Xia. If Ji Qiu causes chaos at the Dongjing conference, regardless of the outcome, Great Xia would face unbearable consequences afterward. But Lord Guozhu won't listen to us at all. What should we do? Someone asked. Zhang Yurua fell silent for a moment. It seems we have no choice but to summon the former Minister of State, Xiao Xinyuan, back. His words might just carry enough weight for His Excellency to heed.